My name is Chen Lang. I am a disciple of the Lingyun sect, a sanctuary of spiritual discipline and perfection, where every stone and every tree seems imbued with ancient traditions. Our sect is known for its strict training methods and high demands on its disciples. The first day of each month here is accompanied by a special ritual. All disciples are given spiritual stones, magical artifacts that are key instruments for cultivating inner chi energy. For many of my comrades, this day is a time of excitement and new opportunities. They meet it with joy and anticipation, but for me, it only brings anxiety and uncertainty. This year has been a year of endless training and trials for me. I tirelessly worked on improving my cultivation skills, striving to advance to the next level. Despite persistence and sacrifices, successes came to me with difficulty. Remaining at the first level of chi cultivation, I felt pressure every day, knowing that I needed to prove my worth to stay in the sect. As the end of the month approached, when the annual assessment was due, I felt my fate hanging by a thread. Failure would not only humiliate me in front of the entire sect, but could also mark the end of my path to spiritual enlightenment. On this special day, as I walked to collect my spiritual stones, the air around was charged with the electricity of anticipation and tension. The wind gently swayed the branches of the ancient pines surrounding the ritual site. Their whispers seemed like an ominous prophecy that something would change today. My comrades gathered around, exchanging smiles and optimistic plans for the future. Their confidence contrasted with my inner turmoil, intensifying my feelings of loneliness and alienation. As I approached the place where the stones were distributed, my heart beat faster. Wu Zhengyi, the elder of our sect and the keeper of the spiritual stones, was a stern and unyielding man. His piercing and cold eyes examined each disciple who approached him. When he looked at me, I felt his gaze slide through me, as if he could see every corner of my soul. Chen Lang. His voice sounded when it was my turn, and each of his words struck me like a hammer on an anvil. Are you still stuck at the first level? You are a disappointment. His words were like icy water poured over me, causing my hopes to freeze in place. Wu Zhengyi forcefully stated that I was unworthy of the spiritual stones, that I was only wasting resources that could help other, more talented disciples. Perhaps you should leave our sect, he added, taking away the stones that were supposed to aid my cultivation. This humiliation was so sharp and deep that I nearly lost faith in myself. After his harsh words and the tacking of my stones, I felt utterly devastated. As I walked away from the gathering place, I tried to hide my emotions from the other disciples, but the feeling of humiliation overwhelmed me. The looks of other disciples, full of sympathy or, worse, disdain, only intensified my pain. I felt my self-esteem plummeting to rock bottom, and hope for the future in the sect dissipating like smoke. In desperation, I moved away from the crowd and found a secluded spot under an ancient oak tree, where I often meditated in search of inner peace. Sitting under the mighty tree's shade, I tried to find the strength to accept the injustice of fate. It was then, at the moment of complete despair, that something unexpected happened. A quiet yet clear voice sounded in the depths of my consciousness, introducing itself as the reward system for giving. The system offered me a way not only to reclaim my lost resources, but to significantly increase them. It promised that for every stone I gave to others, I would receive 10 in return. This sounded incredible, but in my desperation, I was willing to try any possibility. With a new spark of hope, I returned to the crowd, but this time with a new plan. Instead of fighting and demanding justice, I decided to use the system given to me as a means to achieve my goals. The next day, I started by giving one of my personal items to another disciple who was struggling just like me. To my surprise, the system kept its promise. The next morning, under my pillow, I found 10 small, yet powerful stones. This act of giving opened a new path in my development and allowed me to see my opportunities within the sect in a new light. I began to apply this method more frequently, increasing the stakes each time, and each time the system rewarded me by multiplying my investments. Day by day, my cultivation accelerated, and I began to notice significant improvements in my inner chi. Now, Looking back at that critical moment under the oak tree, I realize how close I was to complete despair. But thanks to the unexpected help of the hidden system, my life in the sect began to change. I not only regained respect among my peers, but also proved that even in the most difficult circumstances, one can find a way to success and self-improvement. Several months have passed since the reward system became my invisible ally on the path of cultivation. This time has been filled with numerous trials and triumphs that have transformed my perception and capabilities within the Lingyun sect. Every new day, I became more aware of the depth of my abilities and how I could use them for the benefit of the sect and its members. As my skills grew, I also began to conduct seminars and training sessions for younger disciples. My ability to impart knowledge and inspire others was noticed by mentors, leading to my appointment as a mentor. This new role gave me a platform to spread ideas of cooperation and mutual assistance, which I valued. I started organizing group meditations and joint cultivation sessions, strengthening the sense of community and fellowship in the sect. Concurrently, my understanding and mastery of using spiritual stones reached a level where I could not only enhance my own abilities, but also restore and energetically cleanse the stones of other disciples, thereby raising the overall level of cultivation in the sect. This earned me respect and recognition, not only among the disciples, but also among the senior masters, who began to see me as a potential candidate for leadership positions in the future. My successes and changes in the life of the sect did not go unnoticed. I was often invited as a guest to various spiritual gatherings and seminars outside the sect, where I shared my experience of mutually beneficial cultivation and using the reward system. These appearances helped spread knowledge about the Lingyun sect and attracted new disciples seeking a deep understanding of spiritual practices. Looking to the future, I began to develop plans to expand my influence within and outside the sect, aiming to use my knowledge and experience to create a more global network of cultivators. These plans included developing new teaching methods that could integrate technology and spiritual practices, creating new pathways for developing qi cultivation worldwide. Thus, the reward system not only radically changed my life, but also provided me with opportunities to impact the lives of others, opening new horizons for all of us, and filling the future with hope and endless possibilities.
Early the next morning, the morning bell rang out at the foot of Lingyun Peak as the geniuses faintly dawned. A day's plan lies in the morning. The aura between heaven and earth is only most pure in the morning, easier to be absorbed by cultivators. Each of the 4 areas of the outer gate had a square, and each square was supervised by an outer gate elder of the foundation establishment stage. Every day at this time, all the outer sect disciples would come to the plaza and start their morning exhaling cultivation. Cultivation was a very hard thing to do, especially for a second-rate sect like the Lingyun sect, where most of the disciples who were admitted to the sect were of varying standards. And there were mostly lazy and loose people, of course. Most of the outer disciples were very hardworking. Most of them came from poor backgrounds, and only by practicing hard could they have a chance to excel. When Chen Lang and his duo arrived at the square in the Ding district, there were already more than 40 people in the square who had already started practicing. Last night, Chen Lang and Tan Fei had each taken a Kai condensation pill, and when the morning bell rang, Chen Lang had only just fully digested the medicinal power. In just one night's time, Chen Lang felt that the purity of the spiritual energy within his dantian had significantly increased. According to his estimation, in 3 days at the most, he would be able to attempt to impact the 3rd level of the Kai refining stage. Although he had cultivated for a night, Chen Lang did not feel sleepy at all. Instead, he felt refreshed. Chen Lang glanced at Tan Fei and found that the latter had not yet regained his senses from the joy of refining the Kai condensation dan until now, sitting on the futon in the plaza with a stagnant face, and was slow to start exhaling and cultivating. Seeing that the deacon elder's gaze was sweeping this way, Chen Lang hurriedly patted Tan Fei's shoulder and reminded, "Don't stare, quickly begin your vomiting cultivation. If you daze any longer, the elders won't be able to spare you." Tan Fei's eyes flashed with a hint of panic, and he hurriedly closed his eyes and started to utilize his energy to cultivate. The deacon elders, especially the elders responsible for supervising morning cultivation, were the most strict. Once an outer disciple was found to be lazy, he would be severely reprimanded by the elders and informed of the criticism. In serious cases, they would also be punished by forfeiting the spirit stones issued on the first day of the following month. The 1-hour morning cultivation quickly ended. At this time, the sunlight became warm, and the spiritual energy in the heaven and earth began to become refractory, making it much more difficult to absorb. After the deacon elder announced the end of the cultivation, the disciples ended their cultivation one after another and began to flock towards the cafeteria. Chen Lang's stomach had been rumbling with hunger for a long time, and after practicing all night, although he was full of spirit, his body was very honest. But before he could take a few steps, he was stopped in his path by a sinister shadow. Chen Lang looked up and was a bit surprised. The person coming was actually Li Kinking. At this moment, she had a stern face and stopped Chen Lang. Tan Fei was stunned and followed the goddess' gaze. Realizing that Li Kinking had come to look for Chen Lang, his heart was slightly lost. When did Chen Lang know Li Kinking? The nearby outer disciples who saw this scene, unconsciously, slowed down their steps, their hearts burning with gossip. Looking at Li Kinking's appearance, it should be Chen Lang who had offended her. There will be a good show to watch. Who doesn't know that Li Kinking has a brother who is nicknamed the Sister Protector? If you offend King, you'll be in big trouble. But when Li Kinking opened her mouth, she made the disciples who were ready to watch the show drop their jaws. Why didn't you reply to my voice transmission? Li Kinking crossed her arms and questioned Chen Lang. What, voice transmission? I didn't hear it wrong, did I? Kinking Li asked Chen Lang why he didn't reply to her voice transmission. No way, this Chen Lang kid. Damn it. How could he have Kinking's voice? Heaven's reasoning was inexcusable. Many of the disciples stopped completely, unconsciously gritting their teeth. Even some of the female disciples stopped their steps and curiously sized up Chen Lang. Although this Chen Lang was okay looking, his cultivation was at the bottom of the list in the Ding district, and he was just an obscure little karami who was often bullied. How could someone like him get involved with the goddess, like Li Kinking? Chen Lang took out the voice transmission jade slip from his bosom, put it to his ear and listened to it, and asked with a puzzled expression, I didn't receive your voice transmission. Ah, how could that be? Li Kinking snatched the jade slip from Chen Lang's hand. His spiritual energy probed into the slip, and his face instantly became ugly. This brat actually did not activate the voice transmission jade slip with his divine sense. Without an activated voice transmission jade slip, naturally, her voice transmission could not be heard. Use your divine sense and activate the voice transmission jade slip, Li Kinking said in an almost commanding tone. Chen Lang complied, and his divine sense probed into the voice transmission jade slip, only to see the voice transmission jade slip glow with a greenish light, followed by a section of voice ringing out, Chen Lang, are you asleep? Li Kinking's sweet voice came out from the jade slip. Gentle to a fault, the male disciples surrounding the spectators all sucked in a breath of cool air. Li Kinking this tone of reliance, damn Chen Lang. Female disciples, on the other hand, were even more curious about Chen Lang. This Chen Lang looked very ordinary. How did he get the favor of Li Kinking? Looking at Li Kinking again. A pretty face was covered with a reddish haze, blushing to the roots of her ears. She stomped her foot fiercely and left the scene as if she was fleeing with a grunt. Chen Lang was flabbergasted. He really didn't know how to use the voice transmission jade slip. He didn't mean to release Li Kinking's voice transmission He wanted to explain, but realized that Li Kinking had already run away. In the end, he could only sigh and had to explain to her afterward. Chen Lang walked towards the cafeteria and suddenly realized that something was missing. Looking back, Tan Fei was still frozen in place. What are you doing there? Go eat breakfast, Chen Lang shouted. Tan Fei sprinted a few steps and caught up with Chen Lang. Lamenting, you know what, Chen Lang, Just now was the closest I've gotten to the goddess, and my entire body was so nervous. Chen Lang was speechless as he had black lines on his head. Chen Lang, quickly tell me how you got to know Li Kinking. You even have her contact information. How on earth did you do it? In the cafeteria. Chen Lang took a big bite of a steamed bun and raised his eyes to see that the bastard Tan Fei was still staring at himself with a burning gaze. Chen Lang, just tell me about it. I promise not to tell anyone else, Tan Fei said, raising his palm to the side of his head to make an oath. Chen Lang blankly glanced at him and said with a straight face, Tan Fei, when did you become so gossipy? My generation of cultivators, cultivation is the right way. Women are nothing but red powder and skeletons. Tan Fei's face showed disappointment, knowing that there would be no result if he continued to pursue. So he lowered his head and began to nibble on the steamed bun. In fact, thinking about Chen Lang's words was also very reasonable. In this world of immortal cultivation, cultivation was the most important thing, just when the two of them were burying their heads in dry rice. A line of 5 people came in at the entrance of the cafeteria, all in their early 20s, and immediately caused a commotion in the Ding district cafeteria. Although these 5 people were also wearing gray robes, they were obviously not outer disciples of the D district. Looking at their age, 80% were from the A district, and the person in the lead, with a long figure, sword brows and starry eyes, the whole person exuded a stern aura. It was Li Kinking, only to see Li Kinking standing still at the entrance of the cafeteria. His eyes swept over the crowd of teenagers who were eating, and he loudly shouted, Ding Zan, Zhu Minghao. Chen Lang, come out to see me. Hearing Li Kinking read his name, the hairs on Chen Lang's entire body stood up. On the count of 3, stand out yourself, otherwise, if you let me personally catch you, it won't be something that can be solved by a beating. Li King's icy cold words spread throughout the entire cafeteria, and all the teenagers were silenced. A moment later, Ding Zan took the lead and stood up, followed by Zhu Minghao. Chen Lang sighed. At this moment, the gazes of the crowd had already betrayed him. There was no escaping him, so he also stood up and walked towards Li Kinking. When the 3 Ding district teenagers came to their heels, Li Kinking let out a cold snort and coldly said, Come out with me. Li Kinking led the crowd to a corner off the beaten path and swept the 3 teenagers with a scrutinizing gaze. Tell me what happened last night. Don't try to deceive me with lies or you'll end up miserable. After Li Kinking said that, he blasted his fist into the distant mountain wall with a loud bang, leaving a deep fist mark on the mountain wall 100 meters away. Seeing this horrifying scene, a look of fear appeared in the eyes of both Ding Zan and Zhu Minghao, and their bodies couldn't stop trembling slightly. Immediately, they told what happened last night, not daring to hide a single thing. After hearing this, Li Kinking slapped Ding Zan and flew out more than 10 meters, then kicked Zhu Minghao in the stomach, sending Zhu Minghao flying out as well. Scram, next time, there will be no mercy, facing the fierce and domineering Li Kinking. Chen Lang felt a great pressure. The weak had an innate fear of the strong, especially after Li Kinking threw that punch. If that punch was thrown at him, there was no chance of survival. Li King's deep gaze landed on Chen Lang for a long time without saying anything. Chen Lang lowered his head. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. Fine beads of sweat continuously seeped out from his forehead, and he was nervous to the extreme within. Just when Chen Lang was about to be unable to withstand the pressure, Li Kinking finally opened her mouth. Tell me, did you see anything you shouldn't have seen last night? Only after hearing Li Kinking open her mouth to inquire did Chen Lang dare to take a big breath and hurriedly replied, I swear to God, I didn't see anything last night. Is this true? Really? Li Kinking stretched out his index finger against Chen Lang's chin and lifted his head up. His icy gaze swept across Chen Lang's cheeks, a hint of disbelief flashing through his deep eyes. There was nothing special about this brat at all. How could he make his little sister repeatedly instruct him not to find trouble with him? His looks were average. His cultivation realm was even more of a crotch puller, and he didn't even necessarily pass the year-end examination. Chen Lang, this kind of ordinary teenagers in Li Kinking view, written all over the body of the word waste. If placed in the usual, he did not even bother to look at a glance. Right at this moment, the corner of Li Kinghen's eye caught a glimpse of a familiar silhouette. A smile immediately appeared on his face as he patted Chen Lang's shoulder. "Kid, I called you out this time for nothing else." "I just want to get to know you. All right, you go." Chen Lang was as if he had been pardoned, and only after taking 2 steps backward did he feel his breath flow smoothly. He saluted Li Kinghen and his group, and excused himself and left. On the way back, Chen Lang spotted Li Kinking's figure and instantly smiled bitterly. Chen Lang walked towards Li Kinking and explained the misunderstanding of the sound transmission Jade slipped just now. Li Kinking nodded absent-mindedly and asked with concern, "My brother didn't do anything to you, did he? I've told him not to find trouble with you, but he had to bring you along. What an abomination." Chen Lang let out a bitter smile and said, "Don't worry, your brother didn't do anything to me. In his heart, he couldn't help but slander. It's true that your brother didn't beat me up, but he scared me half to death." Seeing that Chen Lang was indeed not injured, Li Kinking was relieved and took out a brand new storage bag and handed it to Chen Lang. "I see that you seem to be missing a storage bag. This is the one I bought more of the last time I went to the market. So I'll give it to you. Was going to give it to you just now." Chen Lang took the storage bag and found that this storage bag was beautifully crafted, and his divine sense probed into the interior of the storage bag and found that there was actually 10 cubic meters of space inside, which was considered a fine product among the storage bags. "How much is this storage bag? I'll buy it." Chen Lang blurted out unexpectedly. Li Kinking was annoyed and glared at Chen Lang. Chen Lang sensed his slip of the tongue and hastily remedied the situation. "It's not polite to come without a gift. Since you gave me such a good storage bag, then naturally I can't be petty," Chen Lang said, taking out a small brown vial. "This Kai condensation pill, it's yours." Li Kinking's eyes widened. She instinctively wanted to refuse, but the lure of the Kai condensation Dan was too great for her. The day of the year-end examination was coming up, and she was in dire need of a Kai condensation Dan to impact the 6th level of the Kai refining stage. In the end, the desire for the Kai condensation pill overcame her face. Li Kinking took the porcelain bottle containing the Kai condensation pill from Chen Lang's hands, her mind's thoughts spinning rapidly. "He clearly spent 40 spirit stones to buy away my Kai condensation pills only last night. And today he found an excuse to give me one. He doesn't lack Kai condensation Dan at all, but why is he doing this? Could this all be an excuse for him to get close to himself? He's so generous. Could it be that he's the son of some hidden great clan who came to Ling Yun sect to experience life? Is he having thoughts about me?" Chen Lang could not have imagined that Li Kinking could have so much inner drama, and left after seeing her collect the Kai condensation Dan. He hadn't eaten enough just now, and was going to go eat a few more bites, while the cafeteria was still closed. When Li Kinking came back to her senses, she realized that Chen Lang had already walked away, looking at Chen Lang's departing back. Li Kinking's eyes flickered in her beautiful eyes, and she suddenly felt that Chen Lang was easy on the eyes. Even if it was just a back shadow, it seemed to have some handsome and extraordinary flavor. Returning to the cafeteria, Chen Lang grabbed the time to dry up his meal. Tan Fei was looking dumbfounded at the side. He was originally worried about Chen Lang, but he didn't want Chen Lang to not only come back safe and sound, but even had a huge increase in appetite. That Li King Han in the outer sect, but is notorious fierce. Strong strength not to mention, or a complete and utter protection of the sister of the devil. Any mess with Li Kinking outer sect disciples will be his ruthless beating. Although Chen Lang had not been beaten physically, he had suffered a severe beating mentally. The terrifying sense of oppression on Li Kingen's body had galvanized the ruthlessness within Chen Lang. I, Chen Lang, am not only a traveler, but I am also a man of destiny who has awakened the system. Li King, in you wait for me. After gifting Li Kinking a Kai condensation dan, the Kai condensation dan in Chen Lang's system backpack reached 18. As soon as he returned to his dormitory, Chen Lang took out 10 Kai condensation dan and gave them to Tan Fei. Chen Lang said with bravado, Tan Fei, eat them openly. I, Chen Lang, said that the Kai condensation dan is enough. Chen Lang ignored Tan Fei's shocked expression as he climbed straight onto his bed and started practicing. At this moment, he simply couldn't use up his Kai condensation dan after gifting Tan Fei 10 Kai cultivation dan. The Kai condensation dan in the system's backpack had reached a staggering 108. Chen Lang, who possessed so many Kai condensation pills, could completely eat Kai condensation pills as if they were food. And his cultivation speed was growing by leaps and bounds, what was originally expected to impact the third level of the Kai refining stage only after 3 days. With the help of Chen Lang's dozen or so Kai condensation dan, the impact began in 2 days in a dormitory room in the Ding district. 4 teenagers were sitting around a table. One of them was a lanky, horse-faced teenager who was currently covering one of his highly swollen cheeks with an ice pack. None other than Ding Zan, the lean teenager Zhu Ming. Hao was also there, arching his body, the only way to relieve the severe pain in his abdomen. As for the other 2 teenagers, they were Ding Zan's followers, who were currently talking about the information about Chen Lang. Chen Lang actually didn't take a beating and even got entangled with Li Kinking after Ding Zan heard his followers' statement. His eyes revealed a look of incredulity. Zhu Ming, Hao said angrily, "Damn it, the 2 of us have been matching up for that kid." Now that Li Kinking and that Chen Lang, they are probably getting it on. When Ding Zan heard this, he stood up with a miso sound and said angrily, "What the hell? I can kill that punk Chen Lang with a single punch. Damn it, I can't stand this. Li Kinking is my person. Who the hell is Chen Lang?" After Ding Zan said that, he was about to go out to find Chen Lang's trouble. Zhu Ming, Hao hurriedly pulled Ding Zan back and said, "Don't be so reckless, okay? In case Chen Lang is really hooking up with Li Kinking, what if we beat up Chen Lang now and then lure Li Kinking here?" When Ding Zan heard this, his face suddenly turned gloomy, walked to the table, and slapped the table, saying angrily, "Then what do you say? I really can't swallow this breath." Zhu Ming Hao's eyes flickered for a moment and said, "My brother Zhu Mingxin is a disciple of Region and has some friendship with Li Kinghun. So let my brother go and say hello to Li Kinghun first. That Chen Lang is just a waste of 1 level of Kai refining stage, as long as Li Kinghun doesn't protect him. We will step in and teach him a lesson." Chen Lang practiced extremely hard these 2 days, resting for only 2 hours a day, and basically staying out of the house except for morning exercises. All 3 meals a day were brought back by Tan Fei from the cafeteria. At this moment, Chen Lang's cultivation had reached a critical juncture, and there was only a thin layer of spiritual power barrier left at the 3rd level of Kai refining stage. Chen Lang was drenched in sweat and his clothes were soaked through. The current him was only 1 step away from the 3rd level of the Kai refining stage. Chen Lang opened his eyes and with a thought, a Kai condensation pill appeared in his palm. Fight. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Chen Lang's eyes as he swallowed the Kai condensation pill in 1 gulp. The elixir melted in his mouth and immediately transformed into a warm current that quickly flowed towards all his limbs and bones. Chen Lang activated the Lingyun technique. The spiritual energy in his body began to boil up at this moment, and then rapidly converged towards the Danshan. Within a short time, Chen Lang's entire body's spiritual energy converged into a huge ball of Kai at his Danshan, then violently rushed towards the 3rd layer of the spiritual power barrier. With a rumbling sound, the spiritual power barrier shattered in response, and that Kai mass suddenly entered a blank space and began to disperse in all directions. filling the newly emerged space in the blink of an eye. At this point, 30% of the area within Chen Lang's dantian had already been filled with gas, like spiritual energy. Third level of Kai refining stage, breakthrough successful. Right at this moment, the door to the dormitory was violently kicked open from the outside, and a figure fell into the dormitory. Chen Lang's eyes snapped open, and he saw Tan Fei falling to the ground. Beaten up and swollen, Chen Lang, run, where can he run to, immediately after a burly figure entered the dormitory. It was none other than Ding Zan, and after him, 3 more people. Zhu Minghao fishtailed into the room. Chen Lang got out of bed to help Tan Fei up, and while helping Tan Fei up, he quickly took out the sound transmission jade slip from his storage bag and used his divine sense to ask for help from Li Kinking. Li Kinking, quickly come to the dormitory room number 19 in District D. Reward, 50 spirit stones, after sending a message to Li Kinking. Chen Lang turned to Ding Zan and questioned, Ding Zan, what do you want? Ding Zan walked a few steps, one leg on the bench, and laughed at Chen Lang. I don't have anything to do. I just don't like you, Chen Lang. I just want to beat you up, haha. Are you still satisfied with this answer? Chen Lang sneered, since we want to fight. Let's go out and fight. I'm afraid we can't exert ourselves here, Chen Lang said, and took the lead to walk outside the room. Outside the dormitory was an open space, as big as half a basketball court. Tan Fei gritted his teeth and similarly walked outside the house. Even though he was injured, he still stood firmly beside Chen Lang. At this moment, 2 against 4. Both sides had their swords drawn. Ding Zan licked his lips, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. This kid actually wanted to fight 2 against 4. And this hitting a stone with an egg. Not only was there a gap in numbers, the gap in cultivation was even greater. He was already at the 4th level of the Kai refining stage, and he had even practiced the body refining technique. Even if he was allowed to fight 2 against 2 alone, he could easily win. Chen Lang, start the fight. Wait. Chen Lang's gaze landed on Ding Zan's 2 followers. These 2 teenagers he recognized. One was called Han Cheng and the other Huang Fei. Both of them were at the 3rd level of the Kai refining stage. Han Cheng, Huang Fei, I'll grant you 10 spirit stones each. Come to my side. Chen Lang finished speaking and took out 20 spirit stones from his storage bag and placed them on the ground, dividing them into 2 piles of 10 spirit stones each. Ding Zan froze. What kind of mysterious operation was Chen Lang doing? Where did he get so many spirit stones, 10 spirit stones, even for Ding Zan? It would take 2.5 months to save up. 10 spirit stones were a huge sum of money for any outer disciple, and Chen Lang had actually taken out 20 spirit stones at once. Han Cheng and Huang Fei's faces changed color. Their hearts were at war. Huang Fei was the first to lose his composure and asked out loud, Is it true that you sent me 10 spirit stones? Chen Lang laughed. There's still a fake. The spirit stones are right here. You can come and get them anytime, as long as you promise to help me deal with Ding Zan. Huang Fei glanced at Ding Zan, ignoring the latter's iron face. I'm sorry, Brother Nan. It's not that I'm not righteous. It's really that he's giving too much. Huang Fei no longer hesitated as he finished speaking, walking across the room to pocket the 10 spirit stones. Ding Zan laughed. You're really something. Huang Fei, remember, from today onwards, you Huang Fei are no longer my brother. Ding Zan, just as Ding Zan finished speaking, he realized that Han Cheng had also walked across the room without saying a word, and neatly collected the remaining 10 spirit stones. Ding Zan's eyes widened with incredulity. Han Cheng, have you forgotten what you said when you followed me in the beginning? Just a mere 10 spirit stones bought you off? Han Cheng sighed and said, Brother Nan, I'm sorry. It's me who went back on my word. But these 10 spirit stones are really important to me. I want to buy a Kai condensation pill to impact the 4th level of the Kai refining stage. Only then will I be able to successfully enter Area C and cultivate the Tao arts. Good, good, good. Ding Zan laughed in anger and said 3 good things in a row before he finally looked at Chen Lang. Chen Lang, you're really big. I have another person here. Why don't you turn him over as well? Is there not enough spirit stones? Don't you have money? Come on, take another 10 spirit stones out, turn Zhu Ming Hao over as well. Chen Lang laughed, his gaze looking towards Zhu Minghao and finding the latter with a haughty look on his face, as if saying, I am not something that can be bribed with a mere 10 spirit stones. Zhu Minghao, I'll give you 20 spirit stones. Come over and help me deal with Ding Zan. As soon as Chen Lang said this, the breaths of everyone present stuttered. Originally, Ding Zan had enough confidence that Zhu Minghao was his iron buddy and would never turn his back on him just because of a mere 10 spirit stones. He had asked Chen Lang to turn against Zhu Minghao, but it was just a trap in order to hit Chen Lang in the face. Who knew that Chen Lang had backhanded him with a super double? Ding Zan looked nervously at Zhu Minghao, saying in his heart, Zhu Minghao, you can't succumb to the spirit stones. Zhu Minghao took a deep breath and gave Ding Zan a reassuring look before saying to Chen Lang, I, Zhu Minghao, am not. Zhu Minghao was interrupted by Chen Lang before he could finish his sentence. 40 spirit stones. Chen Lang finished speaking and directly took out 40 spirit stones from his storage bag and placed them on the ground. The spirit stones are right here. Come and get them if you want them. Zhu Minghao's mouth opened wide, his eyes filled with shock. 40 spirit stones, after only thinking for a split second. Zhu Minghao made his choice. I'm sorry, Ding Zan. He gave too much. Ding Zan laughed coldly in his heart as he watched his former friend, who had all succumbed to the spirit stones, to stand against him at the moment. Good. That's really good. Let me see your true colors, but do you guys think you can beat me with this? Zhu Minghao's heart sank as he voiced a reminder. Ding Zan has already cultivated the body refining technique, Barbarian Bull Transformation, to the 2nd layer. And he has infinite strength, so he should not be underestimated, seeing that his bottom line had been demolished by his former friend. Ding Zan was instantly enraged and roared, Come on together. I'm going to teach you bastards a good lesson today. Seeing that the battle was about to start, Chen Lang pulled Tan Fei back into the distance. Zhu Minghao and the 3 of them were all stunned. Chen Lang said, Take someone's money, take away someone's disaster. If you are timid, return the spirit stones to me. How could it be so easy to take out a spirit stone that had been pocketed? What's more, the 3 of them. Zhu Minghao had already made a complete break with Ding Zan, even if they returned the spirit stones. It was unlikely that Ding Zan's character would forgive them. Zhu Minghao figured it out in an instant, and gave a low shout to Han Cheng and the 2 of them. Go. Immediately, the 3 of them, Zhu Minghao, battled with Ding Zan. Chen Lang pulled Tan Fei to sit on the threshold and became a spectator. In the outer sect of Lingyun sect, only those who had broken through to the 4th level of the Kai refining stage were qualified to enter the canonical collection Pavilion to select combat techniques. Before the 4th level of the Kai refining stage, the outer sect disciples could only learn some unusual fighting techniques. Therefore, the difference in combat power between the 3rd level of the Kai refining stage and the 4th level of the Kai refining stage was very large. Zhu Minghao's 3 men were all at the 3rd level of the Kai refining stage, occupying a huge advantage in terms of numbers. They were able to secure the upper hand at first, but after Ding Zan began to execute the body refining technique. Barbarian Bull Transformation, the battle situation reversed. Ding Zan already had a sturdy figure, and after executing the Barbarian Bull Transformation, his entire body grew even stronger, resembling a raging brute bull, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression all over his body. Try to avoid his attacks, and don't fight him hard. The Barbarian Bull Transformation has a time limit, and in at most 1 incense stick of time, Ding Zan's spiritual energy will run out. Zhu Minghao avoided Ding Zan's powerful punch, and did not forget to take the time to remind the remaining 2. Han Cheng Huang Fei's 2 eyes flashed as they coincidentally pulled some distance away from Ding Zan, trying their best to avoid a head-on battle with him and turn to roaming fighting tactics. Zhu Minghao's reminder immediately made the battle situation reversed again. Ding Zan was like a trapped beast at the moment, being led by the three people by the nose. Ding Zannen's face was gloomy. His barbarian bull transformation had only been cultivated to the second layer, and the power boost only lasted for one incense stick of time. Once the time was up, he would enter a period of weakness. And at that time, he would by no means be a match for those three assholes. Ding Zannen's eyes were red at the moment, and his gaze locked onto Zhu Minghao, revealing a violent color. Brute bull charge, Ding Zannen mumbled in his heart. And in a blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Zhu Minghao. His left hand grabbed Zhu Minghao's collar, and his right hand clenched his fist high in the air and slammed it fiercely towards Zhu Minghao's cheek. Eat my fist. Ding Zannen's sudden advance was so fast that Zhu Minghao could not react in time before he was sent flying out with a punch, landing in the distance with a bang and fainting. Having resolved Zhu Minghao in an instant, Ding Zannen turned to look at the remaining two and grinned. In the next instant, Ding Zannen once again surged in front of Huang Fei and punched the latter in the abdomen. Before Huang Fei's miserable scream could ring out, Ding Zannen had already rushed in front of Han Cheng and kicked him away. All of this was complicated to say the least, but in fact, it only happened in a moment, in just a few moments. Ding Zannen had completely defeated the three opponents at the third level of the Kai refining stage. The battle power of a person who was at the fourth level of the Kai refining stage and had cultivated a combat technique was this powerful. Chen Lang stood up and applauded. That was awesome, worthy of being a strong person at the fourth level of the Kai refining stage. Ding Zannen turned his head towards Chen Lang and laughed fiercely. Those few losers were all taken care of by me. Now it's your turn. Seeing that Ding Zannen was about to strike at Chen Lang, Tan Fei wanted to stand up and fight, but was pressed back by Chen Lang, only to hear Chen Lang shout loudly, "How much longer are you going to watch the show?" Ding Zannen froze and followed Chen Lang's gaze, and a green-colored silhouette instantly came into view. Li Kinking. Ding Zannen's eyes rounded up in disbelief. Li Kinking, you are also here to help Chen Lang against me. Li Kinking nodded her head lightly and returned. Yes. Ding Zannen's fists clenched tightly, his eyes wide with rage. Why? Why are you all helping Chen Lang? Huang Fei betrayed me. Han Cheng betrayed me. Zhu Minghao betrayed me. And even you, Li Kinking, are helping him. Why? Why in the world? Ding Zannen roared lowly, his eyes filled with resignation. Li Kinking was the leader of the Ding District's martial arts competition last month, with a cultivation of the fifth level of the Kai refining stage. Even if he was as proud as Ding Zannen, he had to recognize Li Kinking's formidable strength. Li Kinking walked over to Chen Lang's side, her beautiful eyes looking at Ding Zannen, and said, "Why do you always have to put the blame on others? Can't you think about your own reasons? Where did Chen Lang offend you? Do you have to deal with him? It was you who had to bully Chen Lang on the basis of your high cultivation level. Is Chen Lang not allowed to turn on your friends on the basis of his wealth?" Ding Zannen sniffed and said unconvincingly, "Can you do whatever you want just because you have money? Li Kinking, you like Chen Lang just because he's rich." Being said so by Ding Zannen, Li Kinking instantly became a bit annoyed and huffed. "What are you talking nonsense? Who likes him?" Chen Lang wasn't interested in listening to their sniping and reached out to point at Ding Zannen. "Li Kinking, take someone's money and do something for them. Now please, help me beat him up." Li Kinking's complexion corrected, narrowing her eyes as she looked towards Ding Zannen, her figure suddenly moving. Ding Zannen had used the brute bull charge 3 times before, using up a large amount of spiritual energy, and it didn't take long for him to enter a weakened stage. Facing Li Kinking's overwhelming attack, Ding Zannen did not even have the strength to fight, and in a short while, he was beaten into a pig's head by Li Kinking. Let's see how you dare to talk nonsense in the future. After cleaning up Ding Zannen, Li Kinking clapped her hands and showed an expression to Chen Lang as if inviting credit. Chen Lang laughed and did not spare any praise, worthy of being our Ding District's competition champion. Come in and get your spirit stones. 50 spirit stones were quite a lot, and piled up into a small mountain on the table. Li Kinking saw the small mountain of spirit stones as soon as she entered the door, and her heart was overjoyed. She had figured out the day before that guessing Chen Lang's purpose for approaching her did not make the slightest bit of sense. As long as Chen Lang could continuously allow her to have the benefit of spirit stones, who cared what it was for? Who would turn down sparkling spirit stones after she put away the spirit stones? She smiled and said to Chen Lang, "If there are any more good things like this in the future, feel free to call me, definitely." Only after Li Kinking left did Chen Lang sit on his butt on the bed couch and exhale a long breath of turbid air. Lingyun sect did not have a rule that prohibited outer disciples from fighting each other, as long as no one was killed. The sect would generally not care. Whoever was beaten up could only recognize their own bad luck. If he hadn't asked Li Kinking for help today, he would never have escaped this beating today. Damn, it's still the reason why his cultivation level is too low. Anyone could come and bully him a bit in order to stall for time. Chen Lang did not hesitate to expose his financial power to turn against the 3 Zhu Minghao. Ding Zan has suffered such a big loss today. He will definitely spread the rumor about me carrying a large amount of spirit stones, and it might even attract the attention of the sect. He'll have to make up an identity out of it. Chen Lang had not guessed wrongly. The next day during the morning practice, many outer disciples were pointing their fingers at Chen Lang. The words were all speculations about Chen Lang's source of spirit stones. There were positive guesses, but more malicious speculations. Some even said that Chen Lang's spirit stones were the proceeds of theft. Only halfway through the morning exercise, Chen Lang was taken away by the sect's law enforcement hall, disciples in full view of everyone. This scene immediately caused a commotion. Ding Zan sneered and gloated. On the other hand, Zhu Minghao and the 3 of them were anxious in their hearts. In case Chen Lang's spirit stones were truly illegally obtained, then they would have lost a lot of money. Not only had they completely offended Ding Zan, who was at the 4th level of Kai refining stage, but they would also have to spit out all the spirit stones they had obtained. Li Kinking was quite frank. In her opinion, Chen Lang must be a son of a great clan who had hidden his identity to enter the Ling Yun sect to cultivate, and she was not worried at all that Chen Lang would be punished by the sect, although Tan Fei was a little worried. He was only a little worried. Chen Lang's means of taking out spirit stones and Kai condensation pills out of thin air was hard evidence that he was a descendant of a great family. An ordinary person would be lucky to have a storage bag. How could they have the means to store things in space? Chen Lang was escorted up the mountain by 2 law enforcement hall disciples, and instead of heading to the law enforcement hall, he arrived at the Yuanbao Hall, which was under the command of Wu Zhengwei. Chen Lang immediately had some speculations in his heart. He had only exposed about 100 spirit stones of wealth before, and this amount was simply unable to draw the attention of the sect. This time, the one who wanted to find him in trouble was probably Wu Justice, a money grubber, who wanted to scavenge some oil and water from him. Before long, Chen Lang was brought to the inner hall of Yuanbao Hall. In the inner hall, Wu Justice was sitting on a chair with a tea in his hand, sipping it carefully with his eyes closed. Noticing the movement at the doorway, Wu Zhengyi raised an eyebrow and opened a pair of soybean-sized eyes to look at Chen Lang. You 2 step back. After Wu Justice said that, 2 spirit stones immediately appeared in his hand and with a flick of his wrist. The spirit stones in his hand flew towards the 2 law enforcement hall disciples respectively. The 2 law enforcement hall disciples steadily caught the spirit stones. Their faces revealed joy, and then they respectfully retreated and left. After the 2 law enforcement hall disciples left, Wu Justice stood up and walked to Chen Lang's side, carefully sizing him up. He stroked his beard and walked around Chen Lang, a surprised expression gradually appearing on his face. You are the Chen Lang who honored me with a spirit stone 2 days ago. Wu Justice tesked, and under a sweep of his divine sense. A stunned expression appeared on his face again. In just a few days, you actually managed to break through to the third level of the Kai refining stage. Associated with the news handed up by the outer disciple Ding Zan, this kid had 110 spirit stones in one shot. And even Li Kinking was willing to be driven by him. Wu Zhaizheng's brows gradually furrowed, and it was at this moment that his eyes caught a glimpse of the storage bag at Chen Lang's waist. He stepped forward and ripped off Chen Lang's storage bag. Chen Lang's divine sense imprint was easily removed by Justice Wu, who then poured out as much as he could from the storage bag. A sparse clanking sound rang out, and 10 or so spirit stones appeared on the ground. As well as some daily miscellaneous items, Wu Justice's frown deepened as he opened his mouth and asked, "Is this all the spirit stones you have on you?" Chen Lang didn't answer, and only looked at Justice Wu blandly, without the slightest bit of fear on his face. When Wu Justice saw Chen Lang's oily and saltless appearance, a trace of ruthlessness crossed his eyes as he angrily questioned, "Outer disciple Chen Lang, stealing 200 spirit stones from Yuanbao Hall. Do you plead guilty?" Chen Lang laughed coldly in his heart, knowing that Justice Wu was trying to find a name to frame himself, and in the process pocket the spirit stones he had given to Zhu Ming housed several people. "Elder Wu, you don't have to go to such great lengths. You want my spirit stones, it's not that simple." "Oh," Wu Justice's voice tone rose, a look of interest appearing on his cross-fleshed face as he said, "What do you mean by that?" Chen Lang carried his hands behind his back, and with a thought, a pile of spirit stones appeared on the ground. "These 500 spirit stones are a meeting gift for you, Elder Wu." When Wu Justice saw this sudden scene, his pupils contracted violently with a look of disbelief. Chen Lang's storage bag was clearly taken away by him. Where did he take out so many spirit stones from? Could it be the means of spatial storage? What exactly is he? Countless speculations instantly rose in Wu Justice's mind. He vigorously wiped his eyes and looked towards the small mountainous pile of spirit stones. And his breath caught. This is so many spirit stones. Could it be an illusion? Wu Justice's eyes flashed as he sprinted forward and grabbed a piece of spirit stone and put it in front of his eyes to scrutinize it. "This piece is real." After checking one piece, Wu Justice hurriedly picked up another piece. He checked a dozen pieces in one breath. All of them were genuine spirit stones. This time, Wu Justice was completely nonplussed. This was 500 pieces of spirit stones. It was actually easily taken out by this teenager in front of him, and he even threatened to say that it was a meet and great gift for him. He served as a deacon elder in the Lingyun sect, and his salary was only 100 or so a year. 500 spirit stones was undoubtedly a huge sum of money for him. "These spirit stones, are they really for me?" Wu Zhaizheng looked at Chen Lang with a face of disbelief, his heart always feeling like he was dreaming. Chen Lang smiled indifferently and said, "Elder Wu, feel free to accept it." Wu Justice hurriedly accepted the spirit stone, piled up a smile on his face, and laughed out loud after making a respectful bow towards Chen Lang. "Ha ha, my name is Wu Justice. I have met Mr. Chen." The moment Wu Justice received the spirit stone, a system beep sounded in Chen Lang's mind. Detected that the host gifted Wu Justice with 500 spirit stones. The system rewarded 5,000 spirit stones. The reward has been issued to the system backpack. Chen Lang was overjoyed in his heart, but on the surface, he did not move, looking at Wu Justice's appearance of arrogance. A teasing smile appeared on his face. "What, now you don't say that I stole your Yuanbao Tang's spirit stones?" Wu Justice continuously confessed and gave himself 2 slaps in a row. "It's my fault. Earlier, it was my fault for intentionally falsely accusing your excellency. I really deserved to die. I also ask your excellency to be lenient with me. Please don't see eye to eye with me." Chen Lang waved his hand and said, "All right, it's just a small matter. Can I leave now?" Wu Zhengyi hurriedly picked up the things in Chen Lang's storage bag one by one and put them into the storage bag before respectfully handing them back to Chen Lang. Mr. Chen, I have a matter to ask for. What is it? Wu Zhengyi gave a sarcastic smile and said, Can you please ask the gentlemen to leave each other a sound transmission brand, or to facilitate contact, but whenever the gentleman commands, the little one will do his best. Chen Lang smiled, and instantly looked at Wu Zhaizheng with a high regard. This person can bend and stretch, but also can come to things. Seeing that I took out 500 spirit stones and gifted them to him at once, he immediately changed his face. The Hall Foundation stage cultivator, actually to me, a refining stage cultivator, nodded and hailed. But as a shrewd person, after exchanging voice seals, Chen Lang left in style. Wu Justice looked at Chen Lang's back. His heart suddenly surged. This teenager, he was so generous. He took out 500 spirit stones when he said he would. No, I have to check him out. The matter of Chen Lang being taken away by the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall was known to the outer disciples of the Ding district. But the morning practice had only just ended when they saw Chen Lang return to the square of the Ding district unharmed, and then waved at Tan Fei. Chen Lang had gone and returned, during which it was only half an hour's work. Seeing Chen Lang return so quickly, even the elder in charge of overseeing the morning cultivation showed a look of surprise. Ding Zan was shocked and furious in his heart when he saw Chen Lang return. It was him who had reported Chen Lang to Justice Wu. It was said that Chen Lang's huge amount of spirit stones came from an unknown source, who among the outer disciples knew what kind of virtue Wu Justice had. Actually so easily let Chen Lang back. There must be something fishy in this. Zhu Minghao, on the other hand. The three of them were greatly relieved. Chen Lang's safe return meant that his spirit stones came from a normal source, and they didn't have to spit out their spirit stones, but at the same time, they were also tremendously interested in Chen Lang's identity as well. Chen Lang, this guy who was usually unassuming, was actually so rich, it seems like we'll have to flatter him in the future. Li Kinking ended her morning cultivation and saw Chen Lang in the crowd at a glance. Then, with a light lotus step, she came to Chen Lang 1 step earlier than Tan Fei, smiling like a flower. Chen Lang, let's go have breakfast together. Li Kinking, such a big beauty, actually invited Chen Lang to have breakfast together in public. This scene immediately caused a commotion at the scene. Did this Chen Lang save the world in his previous life? Damn it, it was too detestable. That was the goddess Li Kinking. Many young female disciples all cast curious gazes at Chen Lang, constantly searching for flashes of light on Chen Lang's body, secretly thinking in their hearts that a man who could be favored by Li Kinking could definitely not be an ordinary person. Chen Lang's mouth revealed a smile as he looked at the once unattainable beauty of the young girl, and calmly returned. Yes, in the cafeteria of District D, today's atmosphere was particularly odd, as almost all of the disciples' gazes, consciously or unconsciously, glanced in the same direction. Following their gazes, one could see a stunningly beautiful green-clothed young girl. Just like a stunning landscape, the green-clothed girl was eating her breakfast while chatting with the young man next to her, from time to time letting out laughter like silver bells. The two who were chatting happily were none other than Chen Lang and Li Kinking. At the moment, they were chatting in whispers about what had happened in the inner hall of Yuanbao Hall. There was no need for Chen Lang to hide the matter of gifting Wu Zhaizheng with 500 spirit stones from Li Kinking and Tan Fei. After Li Kinking learned of this matter, her evaluation of Chen Lang was once again raised a notch. Chen Lang, who could casually take out 500 spirit stones to give away, was definitely someone she needed to befriend. After finishing breakfast, Li Kinking tentatively asked, Chen Lang, do you still have Kai condensation pills there? I would like to buy one. The price is whatever you want, as long as it's not too outrageous. Li Kinking blushed a little when she finished speaking. One had to know that the Kai condensation pill she had sold to Chen Lang before. She had charged Chen Lang 40 spirit stones. When she impacted the 6th level of the Kai refining stage yesterday, She used up the Kai condensation pill that Chen Lang had sent her 2 days ago, but in the end, she still failed in her impact, so she wanted to find Chen Lang to buy another Kai condensation Dan and go back to try to impact the 6th level of the Kai refining stage again. Chen Lang smiled with a straightened expression and said, "Li Kinking, you probably don't know me very well." I, Chen Lang, never sell anything. Hearing this, Li Kinking's heart tightened, thinking that Chen Lang did not intend to sell the Kai condensation Dan to her. Seeing the disappointment on Li Kinking's face, Chen Lang smiled, and with a thought, a porcelain bottle appeared in his hand. Kai condensation pill. Li Kinking's beautiful eyes lit up. Chen Lang shoved the porcelain bottle into Li Kinking's hands and laughed. I, Chen Lang, do not sell things. I only give them away. This Kai condensation pill. I'm giving it to you. Don't take a penny. Li Kinking's beautiful eyes were colorful, and after a moment of hesitation, she still put the Kai condensation Dan into her storage bag. A person who could casually give away 500 spirit stones would not care about a single Kai condensation Dan. Chen Lang said goodbye to Li Kinking and returned to his dormitory room, noticing that Tan Fei's state was a bit off. Tan Fei, what's wrong with you? Tan Fei revealed a forced smile and replied back, "No, it's just that I feel that you've changed so much in the past few days. I feel like I don't recognize you a bit, a goddess of Li Kinking's level. I don't even have the courage to talk to her." While you can talk and laugh with her, Chen Lang was silent. He felt a sour flavor from Tan Fei's tone. After a moment of silence, Chen Lang said, "Tan Fei, do you know why you feel this way? It's because you subconsciously believe that you're not worthy of talking to Li Kinking. You have low self-esteem, so you're cowardly. Li Kinking has a good family background. She's beautiful and has a high cultivation level. She's the goddess of our Ding district. But this is only temporary. We have enough spirit stones and Kai condensation pills that can be eaten for food. So why worry about not being able to surpass her?" Speaking of this, Chen Lang's eyes revealed a hint of essence. Sprinting a few steps to lift Tan Fei's bedding, 10 porcelain bottles were lying there peacefully and quietly. With no signs of the corks being loosened, anger immediately surged in Chen Lang's eyes. This Tan Fei actually couldn't afford to use the Kai condensation pill to cultivate. "Tan Fei, you better give me a reasonable explanation." Feeling Chen Lang's anger, Tan Fei immediately tensed up and coyly said, "Chen Lang, I was trying to save a little." Chen Lang grabbed Tan Fei's lapel and angrily said, "In this world, it's cultivation that speaks. I've told you that I have plenty of Kai condensation pills. Why can't you listen?" Chen Lang pushed Tan Fei onto the bed, and with a thought, 100 bottles of Kai condensation Dan suddenly appeared on the table. "From now until the end of the year, you must finish these Kai condensation Dan for me, all along." Tan Fei had never seen Chen Lang angry. Today was the first time he had seen it, and he then realized that Chen Lang was so terrifying when he was angry. He didn't dare to retort and silently put away the Kai condensation Dan on the table. He knew that Chen Lang was doing it for his own good. It was true that he was also at fault and shouldn't have saved the elixir. "Chen Lang, I'm sorry. I know I'm wrong." Chen Lang sighed. His expression eased and said, "All right, it's good that you know you're wrong. I'm going to cultivate." Chen Lang sat cross-legged on the bed, and after waiting for his mood to calm down, he swallowed a Kai condensation Dan and began to practice. The reason why the Kai condensation Dan was regarded as a treasure by Kai refining stage cultivators was because not only did it contain pure spiritual energy in itself, it could also help the taker condense the spiritual energy within their body, greatly increasing the power of the spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in the body of a Kai refining stage cultivator is gaseous spiritual energy, which is limited in power and very ineffective in impacting the spiritual power barrier. When Chen Lang had previously impacted the second layer of the spiritual power barrier, he had failed to succeed after grinding for 3 months. Every impact on the spiritual power barrier was a huge drain on the spiritual power in the body. It was necessary to replenish enough spiritual energy before continuing the impact. There were 3 ways to replenish spiritual energy. One was to absorb spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, which was the most time-consuming and inefficient. The second was absorbing spiritual energy from spirit stones, which was moderately efficient. The third was taking pills. Pills contained pure spiritual energy, which could be quickly replenished into the body after a little refining. So with the Kai condensation Dan, the speed at which a cultivator could cultivate at the Kai refining stage could almost be said to be like riding a rocket. Several days had passed since Chen Lang gifted Tan Fei with the Kai condensation Dan, and Tan Fei surprisingly still hadn't been able to break through to the 4th level of the Kai refining stage, which made Chen Lang suspicious. In Lingyun sect, only after breaking through to the 4th level of the Kai refining stage could one apply for practicing combat techniques. Only after practicing combat techniques would one have the power to defend oneself in the outer sect. But Tan Fei actually took the initiative to delay breaking through to the 4th level of the Kai refining stage because he wanted to save on pills, which was undoubtedly a very foolish behavior. This was the reason why Chen Lang was furious. Chen Lang had crossed over and awakened the system, and was destined to soar in the future. If Tan Fei can't change his mindset in time to become a strong person, it's impossible for him to keep up with Chen Lang's footsteps. I hope Tan Fei can understand my good intentions. In the following days, Chen Lang immersed himself in cultivation, cherishing every second of time. He needed to break through to the 4th level of the Kai refining stage as soon as possible and cultivate the combat technique. Only then would he have the power to fight back when facing someone like Ding Zan instead of like before. He needed to rely on spirit stones to turn on his opponents in order to avoid being beaten. Li Kinking had eaten breakfast with Chen Lang since that day, and every day after that, she would take the initiative to find Chen Lang after morning practice and then share breakfast together. This made countless male outer sect disciples in the Ding district furious, calling out that Li Kinking. A cabbage had let Chen Lang, a smelly pig, get the better of her. Chen Lang, of course, did not care about what these people thought. In his exchange with Li Kinking, he had probed many useful things. For example, where was the nearest workshop market to the Lingyun sect? And what things were for sale? For example, what were the nearby immortal cultivation sect forces? For example, the insider rumors on Lingyun Peak and so on. It was worth mentioning that after the year-end examination at the end of the month, there was also a big competition jointly organized by the 3 sects, which only disciples above the 4th level of the Kai refining stage and who had cultivated combat techniques could participate in. What surprised Chen Lang even more was that the victory or defeat of this grand tournament actually determined the mining rights of a spirit stone vein for the next year. The Lingyun sect had not won in 10 years, and if they still could not win the grand competition this year, the sect would fall into a financial crisis and might have to fall apart one day. After Li Kinking finished talking about the grand competition, she blinked her big, bright, and beautiful eyes, looked at Chen Lang with a burning gaze, and posed with her mouth in a pitiful manner. Tan Fei's mouth was so wide open that it could be stuffed with an egg. His face was shocked, and a gust of thunder resounded in his mind. The once high and mighty Li Kinking, who was like a goddess, actually pampered Chen Lang with a pouty and cute look. Chen Lang's heart was clear, knowing that this little ninny had failed to impact the 6th layer of the Kai refining stage and had come to beg for the Kai condensation pill. Here, after Li Kinking put the porcelain bottle containing the Kai condensation Dan into her storage bag, she still looked at Chen Lang with baited eyes. Chen Lang raised his eyebrows and asked, "Not enough?" Li Kinking nodded her head like garlic, her appearance indescribably delicate and cute. Chen Lang, however, did not eat this. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Go to my dormitory to discuss in detail. Chen Lang led Li Kinking back to her dorm room and poured her a cup of water. Say it. Want a few Kai condensation pills? Li Kinking took the teacup but quickly put it down, looking a little nervous, after brewing her emotions. She said, I need 100 Kai condensation pills. Chen Lang was stunned. Li Kinking's appetite was a bit too big. Right, he gave Li Kinking a meaningful look and asked, then what can I get? Chen Lang poured himself a cup of water as well and drank it unhurriedly. Waiting for Li Kinking's reply, the luster in Li Kinking's beautiful eyes kept flickering, and after a moment, she took a deep breath and gathered her courage to say, You can get me, PFFD. The tea that Chen Lang had been drinking up to the mouth of his throat suddenly spewed out, choking him and causing him to turn red in the face as he coughed repeatedly. After a long time, Chen Lang was better. Looking at the pretty red face of Li Kinking trembled. What did you say? Li Kinking lightly hummed. Change the expression. As long as you can give me 100 Kai condensation, Dan, I will marry you. With a gulp, Chen Lang swallowed his saliva with a shocked expression. Not to play so big, but it's just 100 Kai condensation, Dan. And you want to give your body to me. Chen Lang did not know what to say for a moment. His eyes were filled with shock. Although Chen Lang was not clear about Li Kinking's detailed family history, he knew that Li Kinking's true identity must be either rich or noble. This was almost the consensus of all Ding District's outer disciples, but now, Li Kinking was actually going to give her body for the sake of obtaining 100 Kai condensation pills. Chen Lang's gaze swept back and forth across Li Kinking's face, wanting to screen the authenticity of the latter's words. Looking at Li Kinking's serious expression, Chen Lang's heart was moved. This little nymph was 80% sincere. 100 Kai condensation, Dan, could exchange for such a flowery daughter-in-law. Wasn't this a good thing that fell from the sky? To say that Chen Lang didn't have any thoughts about Li Kinking at all, that would definitely be a lie. Who would reject a daughter-in-law like Li Kinking, who was beautiful and had a good temperament and a high cultivation level? Thinking of this, Chen Lang's heart was pounding. His heart was moved. He was moved, although his heart was already pounding in his heart. Chen Lang still had a calm demeanor on the surface. He pondered for a long time before he spoke. Words are not proof. Evidence is proof. Seeing Chen Lang agree, Li Kinking's taut heartstrings only loosened, a conspiratorial smile appearing on her face. She took out the paper and pen that she had prepared long ago, swish, swish, swish wrote a contract of sale, and pressed a big red handprint. Here, Chen Lang took the contract and scanned it. I, Li Kinking, hereby make a note. If Chen Lang is willing to offer 100 Kai condensation pills as a bride price, I will marry him as my wife. There was no problem with the contract note, and with a movement of Chen Lang's mind, 100 Kai condensation Dan appeared on the table. Li Kinking showed a happy face and put all the Kai condensation Dan into her storage bag, then bent down towards Chen Lang's side and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Thank you, husband. Li Kinking let out a playful laugh and left, a trace of cunning color crossing the corners of her eyes. Leaving Chen Lang alone, stumped in place for a long time, Tan Fei knew that Li Kinking and Chen Lang had something to talk about. So he left the dormitory to the two of them. At this moment, seeing Li Kinking leave, he then entered the dormitory. And as soon as he entered the door, he saw the bright red lipstick on one of Chen Lang's cheeks, and was immediately petrified in place. Noticing Tan Fei enter the room, only then did Chen Lang come back to his senses. What's wrong with you? Tan Fei stretched out his trembling hand towards Chen Lang's face. Chen Lang found the mirror, and only then did he realize that there was a bright red lipstick imprinted on his face. And he was instantly shocked. He hurriedly picked up a towel and wanted to wipe the lip print away. But just as he picked up the towel, he was a bit unable to bear it. In his previous life, the first time he was kissed by a girl. This kind of taste, a little bit wonderful, made him not bear to wipe it away, after scrutinizing in front of the mirror for a long time. Only then did Chen Lang fondly wipe away the lip print. Turning around, Chen Lang saw Tan Fei sitting at the table with a disheveled face. Unable to stop sighing, Chen Lang coughed, somewhat embarrassed. Tan Fei looked up at Chen Lang. The corner of his eyes actually flickered with a hint of tears. He choked. Chen Lang, my youth, it's over. Chen Lang walked over and patted Tan Fei's back, comforting him. It's just a red powder and skeleton. Tan Fei, as long as you cultivate well, you deserve better in the future. Tan Fei whimpered and finally gave a heavy hem. And suddenly, there was something more in his eyes, which was the desire to be powerful. The sky and the earth are very big. Li Kinking is just a corner of the beautiful scenery. The future, he will encounter more and more beautiful scenery. Unique to his beautiful scenery, after Tan Fei figured it out, he stopped being sad and started practicing harder. He was only a hair's breadth away from the 4th level of the Kai refining stage. After breaking through to the 4th level of the Kai refining stage, he would be able to apply to learn combat techniques, and he had been looking forward to this for a long time. Chen Lang saw that Tan Fei had come out of his sadness so quickly, and was deeply gratified in his heart. As the goddess of the Ding district, Li Kinking was the crush of almost every male disciple in the Ding district. Chen Lang also knew that Tan Fei was in love with Li Kinking, but how to say it? The matter of feelings is about a love between you and me. It was just that when Chen Lang calmed down, he suddenly had a vague feeling that he seemed to have fallen into Li Kinking's trap. At the end of the next day's morning practice, Li Kinking actually held Chen Lang's hand in public, as if declaring sovereignty, attracting countless female disciples to cover their mouths and exclaim. This scene of Li Kinking holding Chen Lang's hand was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, instantly causing all the male disciples of the Ding district to be in a state of envy and jealousy. They almost coincidentally heard the sound of their own hearts breaking, and their gazes towards Chen Lang were filled with envy and jealousy. If gazes could kill at this moment, Chen Lang had already been broken into pieces. Too much, too damn outrageous. Outrageous, outrageous, how can this be? Chen Lang, you bastard. Li Kinking is my goddess, Wuo. Chen Lang, you let go of your pig's hooves. There were even quite a few male disciples with reckless personalities who couldn't swallow the vicious anger in their hearts and blocked Chen Lang and Li Kinking's path. I, Zhu Huangshan, am not convinced. Li Kinking's willow eyebrows rose up. Her whole body's cultivation exploded, and she spoke in a domineering manner. Whoever doesn't submit, ill fight until he does. Zhu Huangshan's eyes widened in horror. 6th level of Kai refining stage, Zhu Huangshan was only at the 4th level of the Kai refining stage, and was immediately overwhelmed by Li Kinking's Kai refining stage 6th level aura and fled. Facing Li Kinking at the 6th level of the Kai refining stage, Zhu Huangshan did not even have the courage to fight against him. Chen Lang laughed bitterly in his heart. He was considered to have incurred the wrath of the people, and would surely be in constant trouble in the future. However, Chen Lang did not worry too much. He had already managed to break through to the 4th level of the Kai refining stage last night, and today he would go to the collection pavilion to select a combat technique. When he comprehended the combat technique, he would let these people who dared to come to provoke him know how powerful they were, and beat them up, which was the proper stance of a man, instead of needing to rely on Li Kinking's might to deter the crowd like today. Although there was no official announcement of Chen Lang and Li Kinking being together, the two of them had proved their relationship as a couple with their actions. Chen Lang's true financial strength was known to only a few people in the Lingyun sect. Even the 3 people, Zhu Minghao, who had been turned by Chen Lang's spirit stones, only thought that Chen Lang probably had a bit of financial power, but not too much. Therefore, many people did not understand why Li Kinking would go along with Chen Lang. There were some disciples with keen senses who even sensed a hint of ingratiation in Li Kinking's knitted brows and smile. This could not help but appall them in their hearts. In their hearts, Li Kinking was a towering goddess. What kind of mesmerizing soup had this Chen Lang given Li Kinking? A thick layer of fog immediately enveloped the hearts of all the disciples in the Ding district, and even the elders who saw this scene felt unable to comprehend it. In the eyes of the elders, Li Kinking was the leading outer disciple of this term of the Ding district. A genius girl, was she blind to be able to look at Chen Lang, who was at the bottom of the cultivation ladder? The news of Li Kinking holding hands with Chen Lang in Area D was like it had grown wings, and quickly spread to Area A. The reason why this news had spread so quickly was because it was the first time that Li Kinking and Chen Lang had ever met. The reason why this news spread so quickly was naturally because there was someone pushing it. This person was none other than Ding Zan. In his mind, he had long since regarded Li Kinking as a forbidden domain. What was Chen Lang? He only had a few dollars and was worthy of being with Li Kinking. But with Li Kinking around, he couldn't clean up Chen Lang. But there was someone in District A who could. Ding Zan rushed to a cafeteria without having breakfast, found Li Kinking, and told Li Kinking about the scene of Li Kinking holding Chen Lang's hand just now. What? After hearing Ding Zan's little report, Li Kinking immediately burst into a rage and directly pinched the chopsticks in his hand into two halves. Go to the Ding district. Ding Zan followed Li Kinking step by step, a sinister smile on his face. Secretly thinking in his heart, Chen Lang, you're just waiting for a beating, hehe, the woman that I. Ding Zan can't get, what makes you a punk, get it, soon. The furious Li Kinking arrived at the Ding district cafeteria, causing a sensation among the outer disciples, who didn't know that Li Kinking was a sister protector. Chen Lang was nothing more than a small Karamundi in the eyes of the Ding district disciples, and was simply not worthy of a goddess-level beauty like Li Kinking. Even they felt that way, not to mention Li Kinking, who had her eyes set high. Chen Lang, such a mediocre teenager in everyone's eyes, actually dared to be with Li Kinking openly. Wasn't this looking for death? Li King's brother-in-law was not something a punk like Chen Lang could be. A gloating expression appeared on the faces of the many male disciples in the Ding district. Hey. It looks like Chen Lang is going to have to eat his words. It really deserved it. Chen Lang. Li Kinking let out a furious shout as soon as he entered the Ding district cafeteria. His gaze sweeping through the crowd of disciples, and with a single glance, he found Chen Lang beside Li Kinking. There was no other reason. Li Kinking's dress was very different from the other disciples, as the genius girl of the Ding district. She was given special permission by the sect to wear her own clothes. Therefore, the Li Kinking with a green dress was a crane-like existence amongst the crowd of teenagers. Extremely conspicuous, Li Kinking walked briskly to Chen Lang's side, grabbed Chen Lang's lapel, and carried Chen Lang out of the cafeteria like a chicken. No matter how Li Kinking blocked him, Li Kinking ignored him. Tan Fei didn't even think about it and opened his arms to stop Li Kinking in front of him. A hint of annoyance flashed in Li King's eyes. Get out of the way. Li Kinking kicked Tan Fei out, then clamped Chen Lang under his armpits, leaped, and flew out of sight. Li Kinking anxiously called out to Li Kinking, but did not get the slightest response, so she could only chase after Li Kinking in the direction he left. Chen Lang was deadlocked in his armpit by Li King's strong arm, unable to move, in front of Li Kinking. Chen Lang did not have the slightest power to fight back. It felt like a 3-year-old child facing an adult. The huge gap in cultivation had turned Chen Lang into a lamb to be slaughtered, and any struggle was futile. Not long after, Chen Lang was thrown by Li Kinking to a forest where people were rare. Chen Lang climbed up from the ground, raised his head and looked directly at Li Kinking in his rage without fear. Today, he did not intend to give in. A trace of surprise flashed through Li King's eyes. This kid was actually so tough today. It has only been a few days since he has seen him. He has actually reached the 4th level of the Kai refining stage. This kid, noticing Chen Lang's cultivation change. Even with Li King's eyesight, he was taken aback, but even so, this brat is still not worthy of his little sister. Li Kinking grimaced and said in a commanding tone, "Cut ties with my sister." Chen Lang laughed coldly in his heart and looked at Li Kinking with a burning gaze. When a scholar parted for 3 days, he should be impressed, even if you are Li Kinking. Don't think you can make me submit again today. Impossible. The anger in Li Kinging's eyes spewed out. You kid toasted the wine but refused to eat it. Right, looking for death. But just as Li Kinging's fist was about to hit the bridge of Chen Lang's nose, a contract note was taken out by Chen Lang. Chen Lang only felt a terrifying fist wind coming towards his face, forcing him to unconsciously close his eyes. However, the imagined severe pain did not come, and when Chen Lang opened his eyes, he realized that Li Kinking was looking at the deed, written by Li Kinking's own hand, with a face full of shock. Chen Lang took a step back, and the note in his hand was snatched over by Li Kinking, who then tore it to pieces. At this moment, Li Kinking was completely enraged. His eyes were red as he stared at Chen Lang, and his originally handsome face gradually distorted. His fists were clenched tightly, making creaking sounds, and there were veins rippling on his neck and forehead. This state of Li Kinking exuded a terrifying aura all over his body, like a volcano about to erupt, causing the hairs on Chen Lang's entire body to stand up, his heart incomparably tense, in Li Kinging's body. Chen Lang felt a strong killing intent. Chen Lang's heart thumped up as he stared at Li Kinking. At this moment, he clearly felt a threat of death. How could this happen? Chen Lang suddenly somewhat regretted taking out that contract. How could he not expect to enrage Li Kinking to this extent? At this moment, there was only less than a meter between the two. Such a close distance. If Li Kinking was determined to kill Chen Lang simply did not have the ability to resist. In the next moment, Li Kinking roared and slammed his fist into the ground. There was a loud rumble. The power of this punch was exceptionally terrifying. Even the earth shook violently. Just the aftermath lifted Chen Lang more than 10 meters, crashing into the trunk of a large tree, and then slowly landed on the ground. PFF Chen Lang spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood, his chest heaving violently, his eyes filled with horror. Just the aftershocks alone had nearly shattered his dantian. If Li Kinking had smashed his body with that punch, Chen Lang would have been beaten into a ball of mush. After Li Kinking smashed out a punch, a trace of clarity returned to his reddened eyes as he walked slowly to Chen Lang and spoke hoarsely. 100 Kai condensation pills. I will find a way to gather them together and return them to you. And the contract between you and Li Kinking is null and void if I hear you entangling with Kinking again. That punch just now was on your head. After finishing her sentence, Kingen Li turned around to leave, and after taking a few steps, she turned her back to Chen Lang and said, "Goods like you don't deserve my sister at all." Chen Lang glanced at the huge pit not far away, and then at Li Kinghen's lofty back as she slowly left, his fists gradually clenching. It's not up to you to say whether or not you're worthy, Li Kinghen. Today's shame will be repaid on the day I come. Shortly after Li Kinking left, Chen Lang also left that forest. Before he could walk far, Chen Lang saw a green-colored silhouette from afar. At the same time, Chen Lang saw Li Kinking. Li Kinking also saw Chen Lang, looking at Li Kinking, who darted towards him. Chen Lang slowed down his pace, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Li Kinking rushed to Chen Lang with an anxious face, and at a glance she saw the bloodstains on Chen Lang's gray robe, and after her line of sight shifted upwards, she saw the bloodstains that had not been wiped clean from the corner of Chen Lang's mouth, and her heart immediately tightened. "Chen Lang, are you all right?" Li Kinking said as she took out a handkerchief from her storage bag and wiped away the blood at the corner of Chen Lang's mouth. "I'm fine." After Chen Lang finished speaking, he grabbed Li Kinking's hand with his right hand and wrapped his left hand around Li Kinking's waist, stepped forward and swept Li Kinking into his arms. Li Kinking let out a cry of surprise as her body involuntarily pressed up against Chen Lang's chest, and her pretty face instantly turned red. She tried to break free, but she was held in Chen Lang's arms with force. And for a moment, she was ashamed and angry with her cultivation at the 6th level of Kai refining stage. She could naturally break free, but she let Chen Lang hold her, only skimming her head to look away. She was about the same height as Chen Lang, and with such a close distance, she would be able to kiss Chen Lang as soon as she turned her head. Feeling Chen Lang's burning breath, Li Kinking's heart was in her throat. Li Kinking, Chen Lang gently called out. Li Kinking instinctively turned her head, falling right into Chen Lang's trap, feeling the soft touch between Chen Lang's lips. Her whole body was like an electric shock. Her brain went blank. When they looked at each other, Chen Lang had a smile in his eyes. Li Kinking came back to her senses. A trace of panic flashed in her eyes, and she hurriedly pushed Chen Lang away. Her pretty face covered with redness, Chen Lang, right at this moment, Tan Fei's voice came from the distance. Chen Lang took Li Kinking's hand and softly said, "Let's go." Li Kinking obediently followed behind Chen Lang. Her head lowered like a child who had made a mistake. Although Chen Lang did not say anything, Li Kinking could probably guess what Chen Lang had just experienced. Li Kinghin's state in the Ding district cafeteria just now was clearly on the verge of going berserk. Chen Lang must have faced unprecedented pressure when facing Li Kinghin in the midst of his rage alone. Fortunately, Chen Lang appeared to be only slightly injured and was not in any serious condition, which made her heart feel a little more at ease. As she searched for Chen Lang, she was terrified in her heart. She was really afraid that Li Kinghin would do something out of the ordinary to Chen Lang in a fit of rage. At the same time, she secretly regretted in her heart if it wasn't for her holding Chen Lang's hand in public this morning. It wouldn't have attracted Li Kinghin to make a move against Chen Lang. Thinking of this, Li Kinking wanted to break free from Chen Lang's hand. Sensing that Li Kinking wanted to draw her hand back, Chen Lang raised his eyebrows and held Li Kinking's hand hard to prevent her from drawing it back. Chen Lang, let's still keep a low profile. I'm afraid that my brother will take another shot at you. Chen Lang let out a light laugh and held Li Kinking's hand tightly as he walked towards the Ding district in large strides. When Chen Lang's trio returned to the Ding district, the outer disciples of the Ding district had just finished their breakfast and left the cafeteria. They saw Chen Lang, who was holding Li Kinking's small hand, at a glance, and all of them had an incredulous look in their eyes. After being pulled out by Li Kinghin to give him a lesson, he actually dared to be with Li Kinking openly. He even held hands unashamedly for us to see. Is this asshole's brain kicked by a donkey? He doesn't want to die. Ding Zan, who had been waiting outside the cafeteria to see Chen Lang make a fool of himself, saw this scene and was suddenly enraged. His eyes burning with jealousy, Ding Zan gritted his teeth in hatred and quietly retreated after snorting coldly. Running towards Area A, Chen Lang caught a glimpse of Ding Zan's departing figure and sneered in his heart. Unimpressed, the uneasy look on Li Kinking's face was getting stronger and stronger. Chen Lang, being so reckless, would definitely draw Li Kinghin here again. At that time, Chen Lang was afraid that he would be in dire straits. Chen Lang, don't be like this. You will only enrage my brother. Li Kinking tried to break free from Chen Lang's hand, but was held by the latter in a death grip. The crowd of teenagers who had originally finished their breakfast and were preparing to go back to their dormitories saw this scene and stopped in their tracks, gathering in 2s and 3s ready to watch the show. They all smelled a hint of a storm coming. It didn't take long for an incomparably fierce figure to arrive at the scene, and it was none other than Li Kinghin. In his deep eyes, killing intent shot out without a care in the world, and he squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Chen Lang, you seek death, without the slightest bit of nonsense. Li Kinghin utilized his entire body's cultivation, and the terrifying aura of the great perfection of the Kai refining stage erupted. His figure transformed into a trail of residual shadows, appearing in front of Chen Lang in an instant. blasting out a fist towards Chen Lang's chest with an incomparably horrifying punch. The crowd of onlookers could not help but exclaim in shock. Many female disciples closed their eyes, unable to bear to see the next scene. If he was hit in the chest by this punch, Chen Lang would surely die. This was an anger-laden strike from a Kai refining stage grand circle. Li Kinking was standing right next to Chen Lang and had the most intuitive feeling of the terrifying power of Li Kinghen's punch. Even she was powerless against this punch. What should be done? The divine light in Li Kinking's beautiful eyes flickered rapidly. Her mind turning rapidly, this Chen Lang didn't know what he was thinking. What good would provoking Li Kinghen do him? Damn, Li Kinking made a choice in the nick of time. She moved one step sideways and opened her hands to protect Chen Lang behind her. She bet that Li Kinghen would not harm her, as she expected. Li Kinghen forcefully retracted his stance, and an unhealthy reddish color appeared on his face. Obviously, the forceful retraction of his stance had brought about a backlash to him. He swallowed the blood that surged to the back of his throat and said angrily, "Little sister, get out of the way. This bastard is not worth it." Li Kinking raised her head, a resolute look on her face. "I don't, brother. This is my business. There's no need for you to care." Li Kinghen was so angry that he was trembling. He had a change of heart and shouted in a loud voice, "Chen Lang, is kinking the bottom line of your defiance of me? Do you want to stand behind a woman as a coward for the rest of your life? You punk. You really make me look down on you." These words of Li Kinghen almost spoke the hearts of everyone present. A manly man who only dared to hide behind a woman was truly ridiculous and pathetic. Immediately, there were quite a few people casting contemptuous glances at Chen Lang. Chen Lang smiled blandly and walked to the front past Li Kinking. Facing Li Kinghen directly, "I'm standing right here today. Try touching a single finger of mine," as soon as Chen Lang said this. An intake of breath rang out from the scene. This brat was truly crazy. Was he in a hurry to reincarnate when he provoked Li Kinghen like this? Even Li Kinking's eyes widened, her head full of question marks. What was wrong with Chen Lang? Does he really not want to live? Good. Li Kinghen laughed back in anger and said 3 good things in a row. Have a backbone. Then you go to hell. A dense murderous aura erupted from Li Kinghen's body. This time, he had truly moved to kill. As the strongest person among the outer disciples of the Lingyun sect, even if he killed Chen Lang. The sect would not chastise him too much, not to mention that he still had a great backstage on Lingyun Peak. He, Kingen Li, could afford the consequences of killing Chen Lang. Therefore, he did not hold back at all and slammed his fist fiercely into Chen Lang's head. His fist was swung with the intention to kill. He had absolute confidence that he could kill Chen Lang. At this distance, even if Li Kinking wanted to block, it was too late to react. Li Kinghen's face revealed a hideous color. Chen Lang's annoying face, he did not want to see it for a moment, in the face of a life and death crisis. Chen Lang's face was unperturbed, his mouth held a faint smile, and his eyes flashed with a teasing color. This time there is no accident. Li Kinking fist blasted to Chen Lang's face, but imagine the picture of blood and flesh did not appear. His fist seems to be smashed in a hard copper wall above the iron wall. Issued dong a loud sound. Li Kinghen's eyes revealed a look of disbelief, and a feeling of soreness and numbness came from his arm. He had done his best with this strike, but Chen Lang was unharmed. This is impossible. Not only was Li Kinking, everyone present was shocked by this bizarre scene. Li Kinking was the #1 powerhouse of the outer sect. With a long-standing reputation, Chen Lang was just a little karami with no name. How could he possibly be able to block Li Kinghen's attack? Right at this moment, a bloated figure came with the wind and landed beside Chen Lang. The crowd exclaimed in shock. It was Justice Wu. Could it be that Li Kinghen's attack just now was blocked by Justice Wu? It should be so. Only a strong person of the Foundation establishment stage would have the ability to block Li Kinghen's attack without moving. "Have you made enough noise?" Wu Zhengyi reprimanded Li Kinghen. Li Kinghen looked at the visitor with a surprised face. Unable to figure out why Wu Justice was helping Chen Lang, Wu Justice was the elder in charge of Yuanbao Hall. And logically speaking, he would not take part in the fights between the outer disciples. Even the deacon elders at the foot of the mountain held a laissez faire attitude towards the fights between disciples, which was why he dared to lay a hand on Chen Lang. Li Kinking, Chen Lang is not someone you can mess with. Stop! Wu Justice's words set off monstrous waves in Li Kinghen's heart, and before he could respond, he heard Chen Lang say, "Elder Wu, please also teach Li Kinghen a little, so that he can also learn from his mistakes and not come back to trouble me in the future." Chen Lang's plain words were like a flat thunderbolt that immediately resounded in the hearts of everyone at the scene. What exactly was the origin of this Chen Lang? Listening to his tone, there was actually a hint of commanding intent contained within. Being bossed around by an outer disciple, Elder Wu actually didn't get angry at all, but instead looked as if he was willing to do so. That was a Foundation establishment stage elder. In the next moment, Wu Zhengyi's face sank, and a terrifying pressure of the Foundation establishment stage emanated from his body. Enveloping it towards Li Kinking, Li Kinking stifled a snort as blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, as if a small mountain was pressed on his body to suppress him to the ground. Damn it! Li Kinking gritted his teeth and stared angrily at Wu Justice, frantically running his cultivation to fight back. His body, bent by the pressure, gradually straightened up amidst the trembling, and he squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. "Wu Justice, I am also someone you can't afford to mess with." A look of contempt appeared on Wu Justice's face as he said, "Today, even if you're the king of heaven, y'all have to kneel on the ground and submit to me. Kneel down for me." Wu Justice let out a low shout, and the force of his pressure steeply doubled. With a bang, Li Kinking could no longer withstand it and instantly fell to both knees. At this moment, Li Kinking let out a cry of sorrow in his heart, feeling a strong sense of humiliation, a feeling that was unfamiliar to him, very unfamiliar. As proud as Li Kinking, when had he ever endured such a strange humiliation? At this moment, he only felt a rush of hot blood rushing up to the sky. He violently tilted his head up and shouted out a name. Li Chenged. Hearing this name, the crowd was dumbfounded. Who was Li Chenged? Never heard of it. Wu Justice sneered in his heart. Playing tricks, the force in his hand was 1 point heavier, and he immediately pressed Li Kinking to prostrate on the ground. The crowd did not know what the 3 words Li Chenged stood for, but Li Kinking knew it by heart. And with an anxious face, she tugged at Chen Lang's sleeve, pleading, "Chen Lang, you should quickly ask Elder Wu to stop. Don't make things worse." Chen Lang raised an eyebrow and looked at Li Kinking. At this moment, Li Kinking was lying on the ground like a dead dog, not moving at all. He had already exhausted his spiritual energy from his previous confrontation with Justice Wu's spiritual pressure, and at this moment, he had completely fallen into a period of weakness. Chen Lang nodded slightly and spoke. "All right, Elder Wu, please withdraw your hand." Wu Justice withdrew his spiritual pressure and reprimanded the crowd of disciples who had gathered around. "The year-end examination is just around the corner, and you guys still have the time to watch the fun here. None of you need to cultivate, do you?" The crowd of disciples saw that the big picture had been settled, and all the hilarity that they should be watching was over, so they dispersed in a flurry of activity. This good show today is already exciting enough. Chen Lang walked to Li Kinghen's side, squatted down, and said in a serious tone, "You give me a year's time. After a year, I will personally trample you under my feet." Li Kinghen climbed up from the ground with great difficulty. No words, just a sneer. Seeing this, Li Kinking hurriedly went up to assist. "Chen Lang, I'll send my brother back to his dormitory." Looking at the departing backs of Li Kinghen's siblings, a touch of coldness surfaced in Chen Lang's eyes. Where in this world was there a good thing that fell from the sky? 100 Kai condensation pills were worth just 1,000 spirit stones at best. With Li Kinking's family lineage, there was no way she would commit herself to him just because of this value of Kai condensation Dan. The reason why he took the initiative to provoke Li Kinking was to verify Li Kinking's true feelings. Li Kinking knew that she had a brother who was nicknamed a sister protector, yet she still made intimate gestures with him in public. This was undoubtedly a deliberate attempt to lure Li Kinking to take a shot at me, and judging from Li Kinging's reaction to seeing the deed, he shouldn't know the calculations in Li Kinking's mind. When Li Kinking struck out at me just now, Li Kinking sacrificed her life to save me. So it seems that Li Kinking did not want to put me to death. But why did she deliberately lure Li Kinking here? Was it to test my bottom line, or did she have some other purpose? Also, who was Li Chenged? Why would Li Kinking call out that name in that situation? And Li Kinking obviously knew who Li Chenged was. For a while, Chen Lang's mind was a mess, unable to make sense of it. The current him did not know what mindset to use to face Li Kinking. It was better to calm down for a while first, putting aside these cluttered thoughts. Chen Lang arched his hand at Wu Zhaizheng. Many thanks to Elder Wu for his help, some small gifts. Please accept them with smiles. Chen Lang took out a sack from his storage bag, and with a thought, 200 spirit stones instantly filled the sack. Wu Justice received the sack of spirit stones with a smile on his face, and with a sweep of his divine sense into the sack, his heart was instantly blossomed with joy. This Chen Lang is really rich and generous. Casually out is hundreds of spirit stones. This is not faster than him digging his way through the outer disciples to scavenge for money. Immediately, Wu Zhengyi made up his mind to follow Chen Lang in the future. This kid is really rich. In the past few days, Wu Justice investigated Chen Lang's identity through various channels, but did not have the slightest clue. His heart only felt that Chen Lang's identity was becoming more and more mysterious and unpredictable. His divine sense is just a casual sweep. Will perceive Chen Lang is now the 4th layer of Kai refining stage cultivation. His heart is more and more certain that Chen Lang must be a big family children in just a few days' time. He had rushed from the 1st level of the Kai refining stage to the 4th level of the Kai refining stage. This kind of cultivation speed, was it something that an ordinary person could do? Mr. Chen is worthy of being a dragon and phoenix amongst men. In just a few days, he has reached the 4th level of the Kai refining stage. You haven't practiced any combat techniques yet. Have you? I happen to be free at this moment. Why don't you let me take you to the Canonical Collection Pavilion to help you pick a combat technique? Chen Lang nodded. That was exactly what he intended to do, with Justice Wu accompanying him. His selection of merit techniques would go much smoother. Wu Justice was at the Foundation establishment stage cultivation, so he might be able to give some advice. Chen Lang greeted Tan Fei, and the 3 of them headed to the Canonical Collection Pavilion to pick a combat technique together. Elder Wu, do you mind helping my friend pick out a merit law as well? Wu Justice laughed and said, small matter. Small matter. Elder Chen's friend is my Wu Justice's friend. I will do my best when no one was around. Wu Justice stopped putting on his elder stance and acted as if he was the only one who looked up to Chen Lang. Making Tan Fei look at him in a daze, that is a foundation stage elder actually so harmful. Chen Lang is really awesome. Chen Lang and Tan Fei had already successively broken through to the 4th level of the Kai refining stage, and had already reached the conditions for practicing combat feats, for the legendary combat techniques. Chen Lang and Tan Fei have been looking forward to for a long time the Lingyun Sect's Trophy Pavilion. Like the Yuanbao Hall, was situated at the mountainside location of Lingyun Peak, just seeing Wu Zhengguo's hands strangling. A soft spiritual power wrapped Chen Lang and the 2 of them, and in the next moment, the 3 of them rose up on the wind and flew towards the mountainside. Tan Fei's eyes were full of wonder and excitement as he flew in the wind for the first time, and he couldn't help but fantasize in his heart how cool it would be if he could ride the wind by virtue of being able to do the same. Chen Lang was equally excited in his heart, but on the surface, he was extremely calm in front of outsiders. He had to maintain a sense of inscrutability from the Ding district at the foot of the mountain to the Pavilion of Canonical Collections. One would originally need to walk up to the pavilion for half an hour, but with the help of Wu Zhaizheng, one arrived in just half an incense burner's time. The Lingyuan sect's Pavilion of Canonical Collections was a small 3-story building, and at the moment the gate was tightly closed. Outside the gate there stood 2 youths dressed in black, both with a white cloud embroidered on the left chest position of their tops, and they were clearly 2 inner disciples of the Lingyuan sect. In the Lingyuan sect, only those who had completed foundation establishment before the age of 30 were qualified to enter the inner sect for cultivation. Once they exceeded this age, even if they succeeded in building the foundation, they could only serve as deacon elders in the outer sect, and could not come into contact with the center of power of the sect at all. Therefore, after these 2 inner sect disciples saw Justice Wu, there wasn't much respect between their expressions, and one of them even had a trace of contempt on his face. It seemed that Wu Justice's reputation in the inner sect wasn't great either. "Elder Wu, you are a master of no profit. How come you are free to bring outer disciples to choose a merit law today?" Zhao Qianlong said in a conspiratorial manner. When Zhao Qianlong was in the outer sect, he hadn't been deducted spirit stones by Wu Justice, so whenever he caught a chance, he would disgust Wu Justice. Wu Justice's face instantly turned ugly. He was afraid that he hadn't read the yellow calendar. But he had encountered Zhao Qianlong on duty. The collection pavilion was an important place in the sect, and generally speaking, only qualified outer disciples were allowed to enter the collection pavilion by themselves to select a technique. If it was someone else on duty today, Wu Zhengyi would have spent 1 or 2 spirit stones to get accommodated and accompanied Chen Lang and the 2 of them in. But it was Zhao Qianlong. Wu Justice had already promised Chen Lang that he would help him select a technique, so at this moment he could only go forward and negotiate. A smile piled up on his face as he took out 2 spirit stones and tried to stuff them into Zhao Qianlong's hands, only to have the latter mercilessly slap them away with me. "Zhao Qianlong, here today, you won't be able to step into the Pavilion of Canonical Collections." Zhao Qianlong crossed his eyebrows and didn't give any face. Another inner sect disciple guarding the Pavilion of Canonical Collections let out a slight sigh, his gaze falling to the spirit stones that had fallen to the ground, and his eyes were filled with a color of regret. "Why do you have to be so upset with the spirit stones? Watching over the Pavilion of Collections was a hard job. Only when the outer sect elders helped the disciples to select their techniques could they get some benefits. But Zhao Qianlong was known for his stubbornness. He would rather not have the oil and water, but also to give Wu Justice trips. Wu Justice picked up the spirit stone and placed it on his robe and wiped it before storing it in his storage bag, a helpless look on his face as he turned to Chen Lang to say something. Chen Lang waved his hand, then glanced meaningfully at Zhao Qianlong and asked, "This senior brother, is it possible to make things easier?" Zhao Qianlong had his arms wrapped around his chest with a cold face. "There's no negotiation." Zhao Qianlong finished and glanced coldly at Chen Lang. "What, just have to have someone else help you choose your technique? You don't have a brain yourself, do you? Can't you go in and choose it yourself?" Chen Lang was exasperated and laughed. He was a Kai refining stage outer disciple. How could he be as experienced as a foundation establishment stage elder? And with Justice Wu accompanying him, he would naturally have a better chance of choosing a merit law that matched his own. So Chen Lang took out a sack from his storage bag and walked to Zhao Qianlong. "What if I have to let Elder Wu go in today to help me choose a merit law?" Zhao Qianlong froze and then frowned. "What, you're an outer disciple who wants to use a sack over my head to beat me up?" Chen Lang opened the mouth of the sack, and with a clatter, 10 spirit stones fell into the bottom of the sack, which directly froze Zhao Qianlong. "So this kid is trying to buy me with spirit stones, but I, Zhao Qianlong, am I something that can be bought with 10 spirit stones?" Zhao Qianlong snorted coldly and averted his eyes. His meaning couldn't be more obvious. Chen Lang's mind moved. Another clatter. Zhao Qianlong remained indifferent. Chen Lang laughed coldly in his heart. Once again, his mind moved. Clatter, clatter. The spirit stones were instantly filled with sacks. Chen Lang raised the sack filled with spirit stones to Zhao Qianlong's eyes. Is that enough? Zhao Qianlong instinctively glanced at the sack. And at a glance, his eyes almost stared out. This sack full of spirit stones, there were at least 100 or 200 pieces. As for the other inner disciple, he was almost suffocating at this moment. He had grown up so much. But he had never seen someone who was so generous. He shouted madly in his heart, Zhao Qianlong, you son of a bitch. Don't be stubborn, you don't want it. I still want it. Zhao Qianlong froze for several seconds, his throat a little dry. Enough, enough, are you kidding? How could it not be enough? His divine thoughts had already swept through. But the sack was full of 200 spirit stones, until Chen Lang's trio entered the trophy pavilion. Zhao Qianlong still hadn't come back to his senses. He had never dreamt that guarding the collection pavilion could actually lead to such a monstrous fortune. After successfully entering the pavilion of treasures, Wu Zhengyi couldn't help but sigh, unable to calm his heart for a long time. Nowadays, he was considered to be a rich man with 1,000 spirit stones, but he was far from being able to casually give away 200 spirit stones like Chen Lang. One must know that the 2 spirit stones he had given away before were already his limit. Damn it! How rich was this Chen Lang to be able to give away spirit stones like this? Chen Lang didn't think as much as Justice Wu did. He simply wanted Justice Wu to come in and help him and Tan Fei pick out a merit law. Having an experienced foundation, establishment stage cultivator next to him would help him in selecting the techniques. In his opinion, anything that could be resolved with the delivery of a spirit stone was no big deal. Unlike the outside world, the temperature in the tutelary pavilion was a bit cooler, and the air was filled with a faint scent of ink. In front of Chen Lang's eyes, there were 10 or so bookshelves neatly arranged, each with 3 layers, and a paper book was placed on each layer. Wu Zhengyi snapped back from his feelings and walked to the front to make an introduction for Chen Lang and the 2 of them. The first floor of the Paragon Collection Pavilion is all about Kai refining stage techniques, with a wide variety of categories. There are roughly series of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, thunder, light, darkness, and so on. Do you 2 gentlemen have a direction for your cultivation? While Chen Lang was still pondering, Tan Fei's eyes glittered as he blurted out, Is there a wood-based technique? Wu Justice laughed. Naturally there is. Your Excellency, please follow me this way. Wu Justice was extremely familiar with the placement of merit laws in the Paragon Pavilion, and soon led Chen Lang and the 2 of them to a bookshelf, picked up a merit law and began to introduce it. Sir Tan Fei, please take a look at this wood shadow technique. Not only is it less difficult to cultivate, but it is also quite powerful. Cultivate it to the grand completion, and you'll be able to manifest 3 wooden shadows to aid in battle. It's extremely not bad. Tan Fei took over the wooden shadow art and carefully examined it. Chen Lang casually picked up a gong Fu called explosive wood technique and flipped through it, and after reading it for a while, he felt a lack of interest in it. After reading a few more wood-based techniques, Chen Lang felt that none of them were quite suitable for him. Elder Wu, you helped Tan Fei choose a gongfu. I'll casually look at it myself first. Chen Lang walked a few steps and found that each bookshelf was labeled with the system category of the gongfu. Each bookshelf had 3 levels, and all the gongfu were placed on the upper, middle, and lower levels according to the difficulty of cultivation, with the gongfu on the upper level being the most difficult to cultivate, and at the same time the most powerful. Chen Lang circled around and eventually came to the bookshelf of water system techniques. He had the word wave in his name, and had some distinct favoritism towards the water system. Chen Lang knew that his cultivation qualifications were limited, so he was the first to look through the lower tier of the gongfu. Looking at it, his brows furrowed. Most of the gongfu in this lower tier were some very weak gongfu. He had set a 1-year contract with Li Kinking and must not cultivate this quality of combat techniques. Chen Lang began to look through the middle-tier water system merit laws. After a moment, Chen Lang shook his head. The power was still too weak. I'm afraid that the power of the middle-tier water system technique could only be comparable to Ding Zan's barbarian bull transformation. It was fine to fight weaklings, but when it came to the kind of powerhouse that Li Kinking was, he could not defeat them at all. Finally, Chen Lang's gaze fell to the upper layer. The upper tier of the technique was obviously much deeper than the middle and lower tiers. Chen Lang often had to study for quite a while before he could figure out what was written in the book. After half an hour, Chen Lang was slightly disappointed in his heart. Not only were these upper-tier techniques complicated and difficult to understand, but their power was also not particularly impressive. Right at this moment, Chen Lang glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw that there was actually a merit law sitting on top of the upper shelf. So he stood on his tiptoes and removed it. The surface of this gongfu was covered by a thick layer of dust, making it impossible to read the title on the cover. Chen Lang turned the book over and shook it vigorously a few times, and the thick dust rustled down. After shaking the dust off the merit law, Chen Lang flipped the merit law back over and saw the name of the merit law. The water and Zephyr spirit armor. Flipping through the water and Zephyr spirit armor, 4 words were written on the first page. Don't look at it if you are poor. Chen Lang froze. His complexion instantly became odd. His heart became even more interested in this gongfu. And he quickly turned over the second page. Water and Zephyr heavenly descent is with the body of the machine. The sky is bright and broad, from the order of the qualitative, the second and even the third page. Told about the origin of the creativity of the author of the gongfu to create this gongfu and the concept of its creation, which facilitated the practitioner to better understand the vein of the gongfu. It was only on the 4th page that the author of the gongfu began to talk about the specific cultivation methods, the trajectory of the spiritual energy, and the description of the power of the art. This was a gongfu that externalized spiritual energy and condensed it into a full body armor. And the creator's thoughts were simply a bit heavenly, generally speaking. The spiritual energy of a Kai refining stage cultivator was in a gaseous state, and could not be cohesively molded after it was released, and would even quickly dissipate into the heavens and earth. Only when the cultivation level reaches the foundation establishment stage, and the spiritual energy in the body is refined into liquid spiritual energy, can it be cohesively molded after being released. However, this genius creator had thought of using formations plus the aid of spirit stones to enable cultivators to condense spiritual armor at the Kai refining stage. Just coagulating spiritual armor, this creator could not be called a genius. What made Chen Lang marvel was that this spiritual armor also added a great degree to the caster's speed, damage, and defense. The wind attribute spirit power increased speed. The metallic spirit power increased damage. The earth attribute increased defense, and the water attribute was used to build frames and construct formations. In order to increase the duration and power of the spirit armor, the cultivator also needed to inscribe a layer of overbearing spirit devouring formation on the surface of the spirit armor, which could absorb all the spiritual energy that could be absorbed from the outside world, of course. This spirit-devouring formation was mainly convenient for the caster to increase the power of the spirit armor by investing spirit stones themselves. For the consumption of spirit stones, the creator had also made a detailed estimate. The initial form of the water and Zephyr spirit armor could only exist for 10 breaths. For every breath of existence after that, 10 spirit stones would need to be consumed. If one were to open the second form of the water's Zephyr spirit armor, 100 spirit stones would need to be consumed for every breath. There was also the third form, which required 1,000 spirit stones per breath. Even if he was as wealthy as Chen Lang, he could not help but suck in a breath of cool air when he saw this. He had thought that he was already rich enough to be sitting on a 5-digit number of spirit stones right now. But after looking at the spirit stones consumed by this gongfu, he suddenly felt that his little bit of spirit stones was not a lot of spirit stones either. No wonder the author of the merit law had to write those 4 words in the opening of the merit law. This small gong method skillfully combined formation, spirit stones, wind attribute spirit power, metallic spirit power, earth attribute spirit power, and water attribute spirit power together, which ultimately pushed this gong method to an extremely high level. When cultivators first started cultivating, most of them practiced basic techniques, and all that was produced in their bodies was pure spiritual energy, which did not come with any attributes. If one wanted to transform it into other attributes, one would need to slowly transform it by practicing the relevant attributes gong methods. Generally speaking, Kai refining stage combat techniques would only involve one attribute, whereas this water swamp spirit armor involved 4 combat attributes and did not conflict with each other. Once one managed to cultivate the water swamp spirit armor to its grand completion, one would be completely able to fight against a foundation establishment stage powerhouse with a cultivation of the Kai refining stage. Chen Lang was a little hesitant for a moment. He could only choose one combat technique this time when he entered the Paragon Pavilion. The cultivation of the water and Zephyr spirit armor was extremely difficult. Not only did it require the simultaneous transformation of 4 types of spiritual energy, but it also required a deep plunge into formation techniques, which was time-consuming and labor-intensive. However, its power was truly tantalizing. There was a vast difference between the battle power of the Kai refining stage and the foundation establishment stage. How could gaseous spiritual power be a match for liquid spiritual power? However, after practicing the water and Zephyr spirit armor, one could create miracles and truly match the foundation establishment stage with the Kai refining stage. In the end, Chen Lang still fell under the mighty power of the water swamp spirit armor. Damn it, just pick it. When Chen Lang chose his technique and came over to Tan Fei's side, Tan Fei just happened to have also decided on the combat technique he wanted to practice. Seeing Chen Lang walking over, Wu Zhengyi casually asked, "Did Mr. Chen find the combat technique of his choice?" Chen Lang nodded and turned the cover of the Shui Z spiritual armor towards Justice Wu. When Wu Justice saw the title of the book on the cover, his complexion changed drastically and he lost his voice. "Your Excellency must not." Chen Lang frowned. "Why not?" Wu Justice revealed the reason. "Although the power of this technique is fantastically great, the difficulty of cultivating it is so great that no one has been able to cultivate it successfully so far. It is really inappropriate for you, Sir Chen, to choose the water swamp spirit armor for your first combat technique." Chen Lang considered it over and over again, but still did not replace the water swamp spirit armor. The water shedding spirit armor could bring his advantage of having a large number of spirit stones into full play. So even if it was more difficult, he must still cultivate it successfully. Seeing Chen Lang's insistence, Wu Zhengyi could only helplessly shake his head, thinking that not listening to the old man's words would result in a loss. After leaving a record of receiving it, the 3 of them walked out of the Paragon Pavilion. Wu Justice admonished, "There is a time limit of 3 months for the outer disciples to receive the gongfu. Once the time is up, they must return it, or else they will be chastised by the sect." Chen Lang and his duo nodded their heads. This was the sect's rule, and they would naturally abide by it. Wu Zhengyi glanced at the sky. It was already noon. So he suggested, "Mr. Chen, you come here once in a while. Why don't you go to my place for a casual meal?" Chen Lang laughed. "Good. I've long heard that Yuan Bao Hall's meals are the best in Ling Yun sect, so we'll both be blessed today." Not long after, a table of colorful and fragrant meals was placed on the table in the inner hall of Yuan Bao Hall. "Please eat." Tan Fei swallowed and looked at Chen Lang, seeing him move his chopsticks before he began to clip the food. Chen Lang pinched a piece of braised pork into his mouth, slowly chewed it, and then swallowed it, a smile on his face as he exclaimed, "Worthy of being Yuanbao Hall, it is far from being comparable to the food in the Ding District cafeteria." Wu Zhengyi laughed so hard that his face was churning with fat, politely greeting, "Eat more if it's delicious." "It's enough." Chen Lang, however, put down his chopsticks and looked towards Justice Wu. He had come to Yuanbao Tang, not really coveting Yuanbao Tang's delicious dishes. "Elder Wu, can you tell us about the three-sect joint grand competition?" When Wu Justice heard this, the smile on his face faded a lot, and there was more worry in his eyes. The three-sect joint grand competition is held once a year, and the winning sect can obtain the right to mine a spirit stone vein in the south for the next year. Our Lingyun sect hasn't won in 10 years. If we can't win again this year, alas, saying this, Wu Justice smothered the wine in his cup in one gulp. Then continued, in these 10 years, our Lingyun sect has absorbed less and less fresh blood due to financial constraints. Although the number of disciples recruited at the beginning of this year was large, the quality was mixed, and it would be good to have half of them stay after the year, end assessment, of these disciples who have reached the standard of staying in the sect. Only those who have broken through to the 4th level of the Kai refining stage and have practiced combat techniques are qualified to participate in the three-sect joint grand competition. Chen Lang secretly nodded. He was a part of the Ding district, and there were only 10 people above the 4th level of the Kai refining stage in the Ding district. Together with him and Tan Fei, what is the great competition? Is it catching and killing each other? Chen Lang asked. Wu Justice shook his head and sighed. It would be good if it was a match. The grand competition is about teams. And every year, the program is different. Last year, the program was to hunt and kill the Phaeton wolf. The team that kills the most Phaeton wolves within the stipulated time wins. Chen Lang could not help but ask, how many eligible disciples from each of the 3 sects participated in the competition last year? Wu Zhengyi said, Qingyuan sect had 31, Falling Maple sect had 28, and Lingyun sect had 13. Chen Lang was stunned. This gap was a bit too big this year. Even if Chen Lang and Tan Fei were added, there were only 10 people qualified to compete. Then aren't we bound to lose again this year? Wu Justice sighed and said, Pretty much, but it's not like we don't have a chance. As long as Li Kinking is able to advance to the 7th level of the Kai refining stage, she will have a slight chance of winning. Chen Lang asked in disbelief. Can Li Kinking make up for the huge disparity in numbers if she manages to advance to the 7th level of the Kai refining stage? Wu Justice laughed. As we all know, one can only open a danshan to cultivate when one reaches the age of 16. And those who can cultivate to the 4th level of the Kai refining stage in a year's time are already considered to be exceptionally gifted. Those who can cultivate to the 5th level of the Kai refining stage belong to those with outstanding natural talent. Those who could cultivate to the 6th level of the Kai refining stage were already considered rare. If one can cultivate to the 7th level of the Kai refining stage, they belong to the absolute geniuses and have absolute dominance among their peers in previous years. The highest cultivation level of the disciples who participated in the 3-sect joint grand competition was just the 6th level of the Kai refining stage. In addition, in the grand competition, it may not be forbidden for the disciples of the 3 sects to fight with each other to grab the loot. Once Li Kinking breaks through to the 7th level of the Kai refining stage, it is a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Hearing this, Chen Lang's eyes flashed with a color of realization, and he now somewhat understood why Li Kinking so desperately needed the Kai condensation Dan. She was trying to lead the disciples of Lingyun sect to win this year's 3-sect joint grand competition, thus allowing Lingyun sect to obtain the right to mine the spirit veins for the next year. There was still more than a month to go before the day of the 3-sect joint grand competition. Li Kinking should still have more than 90 Kai condensation pills by now, and it shouldn't be difficult for her to break through to the 7th level of the Kai refining stage. But why was she so obsessed with this? She even went so far as to sign a contract of sale in order to obtain the Kai condensation pill. She was only a newcomer who had been practicing in the Lingyun sect for less than a year. Did she have such a strong sense of belonging to the sect? Not really, anyway. Chen Lang was not very concerned about whether or not the sect would win the grand competition. If the Lingyun sect fell, the big deal was to join another sect instead. Chen Lang and his duo left after having lunch at Yuanbao Hall, and Wu Zhengyi offered to send them down the mountain, which was politely refused by Chen Lang after Chen Lang left Yuanbao Hall. He did not go down the mountain directly, but once again came to the canonization pavilion, Lingyun sect. The collection pavilion, Zhao Qianlong was guarding in front of the door of the pavilion. His body was straight as a gun. His face was serious and he looked like a stranger, but in fact, in his heart, it was far from being as calm as it appeared. Although several hours have passed since he received the spirit stones, he still has the feeling of dreaming. And his divine sense has probed into his storage bag more than once, looking at the pile of small mountains of spirit stones. The corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted up. The financial situation of the Lingyun sect was already showing signs of collapse. As an inner disciple, he should have had a decent income from spirit stones, but the sect's economy was in the doldrums. So along with that, the treatment of their inner disciples had been slashed again and again. To this day, he was only able to receive 20 spirit stones per month, which was simply not enough to fulfill his daily cultivation needs. That was why the sudden receipt of 100 spirit stones had caused his mind to fluctuate so greatly. Arriving at the canonization pavilion once again, Chen Lang clearly felt that the two disciples manning the canonization pavilion were looking at him differently. Chen Lang smiled and walked straight towards Zhao Qianlong. "Senior brother Zhao, I have known you since we first met. Can we leave a mutual contact?" Although Zhao Qianlong's face remained serious, his body was honest, and he quickly took out his own voice transmission jade slip. When another inner disciple, Tushan, saw this scene, his eyes flickered, and surprisingly, he also took out his own voice transmission jade slip and came up. "Senior brother, if you don't mind, why don't the two of us leave a divine sense imprint as well?" Zhao Qianlong glared at Tushan, who smiled sardonically. Chen Lang laughed. "It's an honor for me, Chen Lang, to be able to add my senior brother's contact information. So how would I mind soon?" The three of them branded their divine sense on the sound transmission jade slip. Chen Lang did not stay too long and waved goodbye to the two inner disciples, watching Chen Lang and the two of them walk away. Tushan couldn't help but ask, "Qianlong, what do you think this senior disciple Chen is from? The handout is actually so generous." Zhao Qianlong shook his head and voiced his thoughts. "I'm not sure, whatever he's from, but since this person is interested in befriending the two of us, there will be a day in the future when the truth will come out." Chen Lang picked his way down. He had already walked this green stone trestle many times, but the feeling of walking this trestle today was very different from the past. Once upon a time, he was just an inconspicuous little person in Lingyun sect, not recognizing anyone. And anyone could step on him twice, but now, the deacon elders invited him to dinner. The inner disciples took the initiative to befriend him. And Li Kinking also suffered defeat at his hands. The situation before and after was like mud. Chen Lang raised his eyes and looked into the distance. Feeling the vastness of the sky and the earth, and a strong ambition arose in his chest. "I, Chen Lang, once I ride the wind, will be able to rise 90,000 miles. However, soon enough, this grandeur of his was consumed in the failure of cultivation over and over again. As the night ended and the sky dawned, the morning practice bell rang out, and it was time for the daily morning practice again. Tan Fei had similarly practiced all night, and at this moment, he opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with an excited and thrilled light. His night's cultivation had been quite fruitful, but as soon as he turned his head, he saw Chen Lang with two deep dark circles under his eyes. Sitting on the bed couch with a disheveled face, his eyes looking straight ahead with a dull gaze. Tan Fei was startled and hurriedly jumped off the bed to inquire up. "Chen Lang, what's wrong with you?" Chen Lang came back to his senses, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "I'm fine. No need to worry about me. How are you doing? How is the cultivation of the 9-flare wood spirit technique going?" Like all outer disciples who had just received their combat techniques, Chen Lang and Tan Fei couldn't wait to start practicing as soon as they returned to their dormitory. Tan Fei truthfully said, "I've already figured out the veins and will be able to start trying to transform my spiritual energy after my morning practice in a while." Chen Lang sniffed, and the bitterness in his heart increased. He had researched until now, and he had yet to sort out even the most basic trajectory of spiritual power operation. The operation of the spiritual energy of the water and Zephyr's spiritual armor was extremely complex and required the simultaneous transformation of 4 attributes of spiritual energy if the trajectory of spiritual power operation was not straightened out. The future transformation of spiritual power would result in spiritual power chaos, causing unbearable evil consequences. Chen Lang sighed. "Let's go. It's time to go to morning practice." Daily morning practice was a mandatory requirement of the sect. Even if the spiritual energy gained from morning practice and exhaling was now unappealing to Chen Lang, he still had to go. Just after arriving at the square of the Ding district, Chen Lang felt a gaze toward him. And it was none other than Li Kinking. Li Kinking sent Chen Lang many sound transmissions yesterday. But Chen Lang's replies were all very perfunctory, all of which were replies such as "o." Chen Lang found a nearby futon and sat down. Tan Fei glanced at Li Kinking. His face revealed a complex color. In recent days, the 3 of them had gathered in one place for morning exercises. But today, Chen Lang did not go next to Li Kinking. This made Tan Fei instantly perceive a hint of something unusual. It was also true that yesterday's scene still seemed as if it had just happened. If he had been targeted by Li Kinking like that, he would have long since cleared the air with Li Kinking, feeling Chen Lang's detachment from himself. Li Kinking's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom, withdrew her gaze, and began her morning exhaling practice. Chen Lang had just closed his eyes when the image of him kissing Li Kinking yesterday appeared in his mind. And in the next instant, the image shifted and turned into the image of Li Kinking, defiantly standing in front of him. Chen Lang hurriedly recited in his mind, red pink skeleton, don't break my Taoist heart." It wasn't until after a dozen or so silent recitations that Chen Lang quieted his mind and began to exhale and cultivate. Time always passes quickly when practicing, and with a command from the elder, the morning practice ended. Li Kinking sprinted to catch up with Chen Lang, her shining big eyes filled with puzzlement. "Chen Lang, what's wrong with you? Why are you deliberately alienating me?" Chen Lang stopped his pace, met Li Kinking's gaze, and calmly said, "I think it's better for us to keep some distance at our age. It's the right time to cultivate desperately. Indulging in childish love will only waste our cultivation." Li Kinking looked at Chen Lang with wide eyes, and was actually speechless for a moment. After a few breaths of silence, Li Kinking said, "You're right." After she finished speaking, she turned to leave, but just as she turned around, she felt her nose turn sour and a glint of crystals flash through her bright eyes. She walked faster and faster, and finally simply ran. The direction she left was not the cafeteria, but straight to the dormitory. Looking at the back of Li Kinking's departure, Chen Lang only felt as if his heart had been hit hard with a hammer. His heart was a mixture of flavors, and he couldn't tell what it felt like, although Chen Lang went to the cafeteria to eat breakfast. The food tasted like chewing wax in his mouth and had to be swallowed in one gulp. Li Kinking had always been the center of attention among the outer disciples of the Ding district, and her every move was watched by everyone. The scene that had just occurred in the plaza had long been rumored by those who were interested to reach the ears of Li Kinking in Area A. A cold smile floated out from the corner of Li Kingen's mouth. Count him as sensible. Chen Lang did not know that after Li Kinking sent Li Kingen back to her dormitory yesterday, the two siblings had an extremely heated argument over Chen Lang. At the back of the argument, Li Kinking even wanted to sever the sibling relationship with Li Kingen for the sake of Chen Lang, almost making Li Kingen so angry that she fainted. At that moment, Li Kingen had made up his mind that if Chen Lang still acted in his own way and stayed with Li Kinking without any scruples, then he would have to kill Chen Lang even if he had to fight for his life. Therefore, he had asked Ding Zan to keep an eye on the two of them early this morning. And now that he had received Ding Zan's report, his heart was a little more at ease, and he had temporarily given up his intention of targeting Chen Lang. He had been preparing for foundation establishment for a long time, and it was time for him to attempt foundation establishment. Once he succeeded in building the foundation, he would return all of yesterday's shame to Wu Zhaizheng and Chen Lang. There were also 100 Kai condensation pills, and he had to find a way to gather them all to help his little sister return them to Chen Lang. I Li Kingen's sister. Naturally, I have Li Kingen to spoil. You, Chen Lang, are nothing. Do you deserve it? Back in the dormitory, as soon as Chen Lang closed his eyes, countless figures of Li Kinking would automatically appear in his mind. They were either laughing, angry, cold, or passionate, to name a few. The mind was unable to calm down for a long time. Without a way out, Chen Lang could only begin to silently recite red-pink skeleton, white bone, skin, and flesh once again. Red-pink skull, white bones, skin, and flesh, red powder, white bones, white flesh. It was only after a long time that Chen Lang's heart truly calmed down. Taking out the water and Zephyr spiritual armor and starting to study it intently, Chen Lang's pressure to study the water's Z-spirit armor was very great. As long as he was unable to condense his spirit armor, he would not have the means to fight for a single day. This was the drawback of picking a difficult combat technique. Before he had successfully cultivated the water swamp spirit armor, Chen Lang's combat power was only that much stronger than a cultivator at the 3rd level of the Kai refining stage. His current cultivation realm already met the criteria for staying in the sect, and he didn't need to worry about the end of the month assessment. But the sect would definitely send him out to fight in the joint competition of the 3 sects a month or so later. If he couldn't successfully cultivate the water swamp spirit armor during this period of time, he would be a liability by then, which was something he absolutely couldn't stand, especially in front of Li Kinking. Damn it, why did he think of Li Kinking again? Chen Lang had to once again begin to meditate red powder skeleton, white bone, skin, flesh. Time rushed by. Chen Lang's cultivation even more hard, deep living shallow, 3 meals a day by Tan Fei to bring back to the dormitory. Since that day, Li Kinking has never looked for Chen Lang again, and has never sent even a single word of sound transmission. Everything seems to have gone back to before they met. The entire Ding district had become quiet, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. The disciples were in a hurry, and apart from the meal and morning practice times, basically no one could be seen out loitering. Almost all of the disciples were practicing hard, making a final push for the year and examination. Some were desperately working hard to stay in the clan, while others were doing their best for the ranking of the year and examination. Chen Lang, on the other hand, was still fighting to the death with the water and Zephyr spirit armor. Wasting his sleep and food, not knowing what the days and months were like, even Tan Fei couldn't stand to watch anymore. Tan Fei, after a small half-month of cultivation, had already transformed all of his body's spiritual energy into wood, attribute spiritual energy, and was already able to perform combat daijutsu. Chen Lang, on the other hand, hadn't even begun to condense his spirit armor until now. Tan Fei had also looked at the water swamp spirit armor during this period, and with just a slight scan, he understood that this technique was not something he could learn at all. And in terms of cultivation talent, Chen Lang was still a bit weaker than him. How could this not make Tan Fei anxious in his heart? Chen Lang, why don't we go and talk to Elder Wu to see if we can exchange it for a combat feat to cultivate? Chen Lang looked up at Tan Fei. The dark circles under his eyes on his face looked like they had been drawn on with charcoal. But his eyes were exceptionally sparkling. Tan Fei, you don't have to persuade me anymore if I can't solve this difficulty. How can I soar above the 9 heavens? Tan Fei let out a dark sigh. These past few days, Chen Lang had spoken with Tan Fei about his ambition, that he wanted to ride the wind and soar 90,000 miles into the sky. But Tan Fei thought in his heart, it was good to have lofty ambitions, but one had to be down to earth as well. That's why he had been persuading Chen Lang to give up cultivating the water and Zephyr spirit armor. But Chen Lang could not listen to him, stubbornly insisting on his own, determined to fight against the water marsh spirit armor. Seeing that Chen Lang was about to start cultivating the water marsh spirit armor again, Tan Fei hurriedly stopped it. Today is the day of the year. End assessment. Time is almost up. Hurry up and follow me to the square. Chen Lang let out an ah, as if waking up from a dream. The year. End assessment is so soon. Tan Fei brought a basin and towel and poured hot water. Quickly wash your face. You don't even look in the mirror to see what you've become. Chen Lang washed his face, went to the mirror, and was immediately startled by himself in the mirror. The teenager in the mirror had dark and deep black circles under his eyes, a withered description, and a pale face, as if he was a person who had been sick for a long time, alas. Chen Lang sighed and walked towards the square with Tan Fei. Along the way, Chen Lang pondered if his cultivation method was wrong. For the past half a month, he had forced himself to die to the water swamp spirit armor and had pounced on it with all his heart. However, as he studied deeper and deeper, he felt more and more that the profound and mysterious nature of this technique was by no means something he could comprehend successfully in a short period of time. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. Instead of working behind closed doors, it would be better to ask someone else for advice. As soon as he thought of it, Chen Lang sent a voice transmission to Zhao Qianlong, senior brother Zhao. Can we meet after the year? End examination. Zhao Qianlong's reply was very fast, almost a second, May. A smile appeared on Chen Lang's face. To be able to become an inner disciple, his cultivation talent was bound to be far superior to others, and might be able to help him cultivate the water swamp spirit armor successfully. When Chen Lang and Tan Fei rushed to the square was already almost full. Chen Lang swept his eyes across the circle and only found a place where there were 2 positions adjacent to the futon, and immediately walked towards that side. But just as Chen Lang was about to sit down, a burly figure suddenly sprang out and sat on the futon 1 step ahead of him. Chen Lang's eyes instantly went cold. Get out of the way. The one who grabbed Chen Lang's futon was none other than Ding Zan, who straightened himself up and twisted his head to look at Chen Lang, the corner of his mouth revealing a contemptuous smile. Your name is engraved on this seat. Why should I give it to you? You also don't take a piss and look at yourself. Do you think you're worthy of grabbing a seat with me? As Ding Zan spoke, a strong cultivation aura erupted from his body. 5th level of the Kai refining stage. There was a gasp of surprise from the crowd. A cultivation at the 5th level of the Kai refining stage was enough to rank in the top 3 amongst the outer disciples of this session of the Ding district. Ding Zan smiled smugly, his gaze looking playfully at Chen Lang as he scolded, Don't get lost yet. If you don't get lost, beware of me slapping you to death. At this exact moment, Li Kinking also came to the square. At this moment, she had a weary look on her face. Her gaze glanced towards this side for a moment, and then she moved away, looking for an empty futon to sit down. Seeing that Li Kinking had no intention of taking care of this side, Ding Zan's words became even more reckless. Get lost, trash. Don't pestle here and dirty old man's eyes. Chen Lang coldly glanced at Ding Zan, then whirled around and sat down on the futon next to Ding Zan, then turned his head to the surprised Ding Zan and provoked him, I'll sit here. What can you do to me? You, the lines of sight met, and in an instant, sparks were rubbed and tit for tat. Chen Lang's move was undoubtedly taking the initiative to provoke Ding Zan, completely not taking the latter's threat to heart. The crowd of disciples all revealed stunned expressions. This Chen Lang was really bold. Wasn't he afraid that Ding Zan would make a move against him? He was a strong person at the 5th level of the Kai refining stage. Where on earth did he get the courage? He was already at war with Li Kinking. Li Kinking wouldn't help him out anymore. Ding Zan suddenly had a light in his eyes and laughed out loud. Haha, I know, you kid is really shameless. Knowing that today is the day of the year, end examination, you're sure that I don't dare to take a shot at you here. Right, you're really a waste. You can only shake this wit. It really makes me look down on you, idiot. Chen Lang cursed, then twisted his head to stop looking at Ding Zan and began to close his eyes to rest his mind. No longer paying attention to Ding Zan, no matter how much he shouted, seeing that there were no more empty futons around him. Tan Fei found an empty futon far away and sat down. From the beginning to the end, the color of worry did not appear on his face. Today was the day that would decide the fate of the outer disciples of the D region, the year-end examination. There were a total of 5 outer sect deacon elders in charge of the Ding district, and all of them were present at this moment. On top of that, there was also an inner sect elder in white robes. Anyone who dared to cause trouble at this juncture would absolutely suffer. Ding Zan gritted his teeth and glanced at Chen Lang on the side, and despite the hatred in his heart, he could not do anything about Chen Lang, this brat, who was born with a face that owed a beating. The more he looked at it, the more annoying it became. Ding Zan snorted coldly and looked away. At the same time, he opened himself up in his heart. Chen Lang, this punk was a notorious cultivation loser, and was still at the 1st level of the Kai refining stage at the end of the month assessment last month. At that time, he was met with a lot of ridicule after only a month's time, even if Chen Lang had some financial resources. He was at most at the 3rd level of the Kai refining stage. In his opinion, Chen Lang was not worthy of his attention at all. A piece of trash that he could press to death with one hand, of the more than 200 people in the entire square. There was only that green-colored silhouette that could make him feel threatened. Thinking of this, Ding Zan's gaze couldn't help but glance at Li Kinking. Even just seeing a side of her face caused Ding Zan's heart and mind to stir up. It's so beautiful, Li Kinking. I must have you soon. All of the outer disciples of the Ding district had arrived. At the very front of the square, there was a 1-meter-high platform, and today, a brand new red carpet was specially laid out. On top of the platform, there was a black stone 1 person high, named Spirit Measuring Stone, which could accurately measure the cultivation realm of Kai refining stage practitioners. Under the nod of the inner sect elders, an outer sect deacon elder struck a gong and loudly announced, "The year-end examination now begins." After that elder finished speaking, he took out a list and continued, "Those whose names are read, come up to test their cultivation, Hunanmin, immediately." A thin young girl dressed in gray robes then stood up. Her face was a bit pale, even her steps on the stage were a bit unsteady. Her cultivation did not reach the standard for staying in the sect, but she still walked up to the high stage with a stiff upper hand, and placed her hand on top of the spirit measuring stone. The next moment, the spirit measuring stone shot out 2 black auras, 2nd level of Kai refining stage. Go down, the deacon elder made a record and waved his hand towards the young girl with a cold expression. Hunanmian's eyes were bleak as she silently stepped down from the stage, a forlorn look on her face. She came from a remote town with a poor family, and had thought that she would be able to make a name for herself in the sect. But she did not want to have mediocre qualifications. After being persuaded to leave the sect, she didn't even know where to go. And for a while, a sense of bewilderment rose in her heart. Disciples like Hunanmian were not few. For every 10 disciples tested, there were almost 5 disciples at the 2nd level of the Kai refining stage. There are even people who have been practicing for a whole year, or the first layer of the Kai refining stage. These disciples will be persuaded to leave the sect, seeing this situation. The inner sect elder sitting at the top of the platform frowned more and more deeply. The quality of the disciples in this term was a bit too poor at this moment. The deacon elder read out a name that instantly drew everyone's attention. Li Kinking. Only Li Kinking stood up. She was dressed in green with a slender figure, her long hair hanging down to her back, and she exuded a powerful confidence between her hands and feet, the sunlight sprinkled on her pretty face. Only making people feel beautiful, she slowly walked up to the high platform, stretching out her slender hand on the spirit measuring stone. Her body's cultivation roaring, the next moment, a black aura burst out from the spirit measuring stone one after another. A total of 7, the entire audience was in an uproar. Even the inner sect elder looked straight in the eyes and couldn't help but stand up with a face of amazement. He could be considered a senior inner sect elder in the Lingyun sect, having presided over the year and examination for more than 30 years. But he had never seen anyone break through to the 7th level of the Kai refining stage in the first year. After marveling, a cheerful smile appeared on the inner sect elder's face as he clapped his hands in unabashed praise. Good, good, our Lingyun sect has finally produced a decent and good seedling. Li Kinking bent down and bowed to the elders before walking off the high platform. Her expression always aloof, she didn't feel that she was that great as she stepped off the stage. Her gaze glanced in Chen Lang's direction without a trace, and realizing that the latter had a calm face, she could not help but feel a sense of disappointment in her heart. You were right when you said that now is the age when one should desperately cultivate. Now that I am already at the 7th level of the Kai refining stage. What about you? Ding Zan's gaze had always been firmly locked onto Li Kinking, and the latter's glance just now was keenly captured by Ding Zan, who was inwardly delighted. Was she looking at me? Yes, she must be looking at me at this moment. It was as if there was a small person screaming madly in Ding Zan's heart. Li Kinking is looking at me. See, Li Kinking is looking at me. She finally looked at me at that exact moment. The deacon elder read out Ding Zan's name. Ding Zan's demeanor suddenly corrected, and he jumped up like a spring, grinning from ear to ear as he walked towards the high platform in large strides. He strutted with his head held high and majestically. Like a proud rooster, Ding Zan's reputation in the Ding district was not small, and his cultivation realm had always been at the top of the list among the outer disciples of the Ding district. Seeing him on the stage, many of the deacon elders' faces showed a look of anticipation, only to see Ding Zan extend his large hand and slap it on the spirit measuring stone. In the next instant, a black aura shot out one after another, 5 in all. This scene immediately caused quite a commotion. He really is at the 5th level of the Kai refining stage. The examination had been conducted until now, and Ding Zan was the one with the highest cultivation level besides Li Kinking. Even the inner sect elder nodded and cast an approving gaze. Cultivating to the 5th level of the Kai refining stage in a year's time, his talent wasn't considered weak, and it was highly likely that he would advance to become an inner sect disciple in the future. After Ding Zan stepped down from the stage, he returned to his own position and sat down, realizing that Chen Lang's face actually did not have any ripples at all. His heart suddenly became furious. He clenched his right hand into a fist. The only thing he did was to raise his thumb and point at himself. Kid C.I. Ding Zan, 5th level of Kai refining stage. Chen Lang stopped paying attention to him with an O. In his heart and head at the moment, all he was thinking about was the water swamp spirit armor. Even Li Kinking's measured cultivation at the 7th level of the Kai refining stage did not make him stop thinking. Chen Lang's coldness instantly infuriated Ding Zan. Kakyu, pretending to be Nima, let's see what your cultivation level is in a moment. Don't fail to reach the 3rd level of the Kai refining stage. Seeing Chen Lang ignoring him, Ding Zan stopped making a fool of himself and shifted his attention to the high platform. At this moment, the one who was on the stage to test his cultivation was his former best friend, Zhu Minghao. Seeing the lean teenager on the stage, Ding Ming, Hao couldn't contain the rage that immediately emerged from the pupils of his eyes. Damned traitor! Watching the 4 black ons shoot out from the spirit measuring stone, Ding Zan was instantly shocked and enraged. This kid had actually broken through to the 4th level of the Kai refining stage. Immediately after that, Han Cheng and Huang Fei successively went up to the stage, and both measured their cultivation at the 4th level of the Kai refining stage. This caused Ding Zhangnin's brows to furrow deeply. Only feeling his heart clogging up, these 3 people, who had all betrayed him, had actually all broken through to the 4th level of the Kai refining stage. This made Ding Zhangnin's heart feel very bad. Next, there were a few more disciples who measured their cultivation at the 4th level of the Kai refining stage. But no more disciples at the 5th level of the Kai refining stage appeared. This made Ding Zhangnin feel slightly better in his heart. He was, right now, still the one with the highest cultivation level besides Li Kinking, Chen Lang. When the deacon elder shouted out Chen Lang's name, Ding Zhangnin's eyes instantly lit up and he turned his head to the side, only to find that Chen Lang was impassive. Chen Lang, come up for the test this time. The deacon elder increased the tone of his voice. With a hidden hint of dissatisfaction and impatience, Chen Lang's cultivation had always been at the bottom of the list amongst the outer disciples of the Ding district. Could it be that he was afraid of losing face and didn't dare to come up to test his cultivation? The deacon elder's thoughts were the same as what Ding Zhangnin had in mind. Chen Lang, the elders are calling out to you. You wouldn't be afraid to come up and test your cultivation because you're afraid of being discouraged by the sect. Right. Chen Lang's train of thought on studying the water swamp spirit armor was interrupted, frowning slightly. He looked up and found the deacon elder's gaze locked on him. He hurriedly got up and trotted onto the stage. Throughout the entire examination test, Chen Lang was the first to trot onto the stage, causing a burst of laughter. Even the inner sect elders frowned, not even a little bit of grooming poise, afraid that his cultivation would not be too high. Chen Lang didn't think about that much. He only wanted to quickly finish measuring his cultivation so that he could go down to continue studying the cultivation method of the water swamp spirit armor. He stretched out his hand and placed it on the spirit measuring stone, and a black aura instantly lit up, followed by the 2nd and 3rd in succession. A hint of surprise appeared in the eyes of the deacon elder in charge of recording. Chen Lang was an unquestionably poor student in his eyes, and being dissuaded from the sect was basically a foregone conclusion. However, he did not expect that he actually succeeded in his sprint to the 3rd level of the Kai refining stage in the last month. Ding Zhangnin saw this, heart-cold snort. Even if you can stay in the sect, so what? Still a waste. What's the point of passing the year-end examination? Disciples who can participate in the next 3 sects joint competition are considered truly outstanding disciples. Ding Zhangnin, at the 5th level of the Kai refining stage, is the highest cultivation level except for Li Kinking. Li Kinking was the captain, so the position of vice captain was his. Ding Zhangnin, however, as Chen Lang's spiritual energy continued to be inputted, the black ons on the spirit measuring stone rapidly rotated and shot out 2 more in succession, a total of 5 black ons. At this moment, the entire square suddenly fell silent, a gaze filled with amazement, disbelief, surprise. And doubt looked towards the teenager on the high platform. Ding Zhangnin's eyes widened in disbelief, and even his heartbeat slowed down by half a beat. How could this be possible? Not only Ding Zhangnin. Almost everyone who saw this scene revealed a shocked expression. One must know that Chen Lang, a month ago, was still a small karami at the 1st level of the Kai refining stage, the inner sect elder who presided over the year. and examination did not understand the shock of the crowd because he was unfamiliar with Chen Lang. So he spoke out to inquire. After receiving the answer, the inner sect elder's eyes narrowed as he looked at Chen Lang with some more deep colors in his gaze. In a month's time, accomplishing a huge jump from the first level of the Kai refining stage to the fifth level of the Kai refining stage was simply unbelievable. On this kid, there must be unknown secrets. Chen Lang stepped down from the stage after measuring his cultivation and returned to the futon that belonged to him. Realizing that Ding Zan beside him was staring at him with a shocked look on his face, Chen Lang's mouth revealed a teasing smile as he asked, "Fifth level of Kai refining stage, is that impressive? Fifth level of Kai refining stage, is it very powerful?" Being asked by Chen Lang, Ding Zan was suddenly speechless, and he could not find a reason to retort even after searching his intestines. The cultivation realm that he had always been proud of had become a joke at this moment. A month ago was the first layer of Kai refining stage of the small Karami. Now actually with him is the fifth layer of Kai refining stage of the strong man. Ding Zan could not accept this fact at all. However, the results of the spirit stone measurement had absolute authority. Watching Ding Zan's face turn green and white, Chen Lang only felt amused. In a month's time, he had already leveled up with Ding Zan's cultivation realm, and if a little more time passed, he would have completely thrown this man off. Ding Zan grunted and reassured himself in his heart. Even if he was at the fifth level of the Kai refining stage, so what, in such a short period of time? His comprehension of combat feats will definitely not be as good as mine. After all, cultivation realm does not represent true bat power. I still have the opportunity to be able to prove myself. The year and examination for the outer disciples of the Ding district lasted for 2 hours before it ended. The results of the assessment were quickly tallied. Kai refining stage 7th layer, 1 person. Kai refining stage 6th layer, none. Kai refining stage 5th layer, 2 people. Kai refining stage 4th layer, 10 people. Kai refining stage 3rd layer, 88 people. There were a total of 210 outer disciples in this term of the Ding district, and in the end, only 101 of them reached the standard for staying in the sect. The inner sect elders had mixed feelings on their faces, happy that a good seedling at the 7th level of the Kai refining stage had come out, and sad that there were too few disciples who had reached the standard for staying in the sect this term. In the past 10 years, the Lingyuan sect had absorbed less and less fresh blood every year, which represented that the Lingyuan sect was gradually going into decline. The inner sect elder let out a dark sigh and steeled himself. He still had things to arrange, those with cultivation above the 4th level of the Kai refining stage. Come up to the stage, as for everyone else, disperse. Not long after, 13 teenagers stood on top of the high platform. The inner sect elder's gaze swept over the teenagers one by one, then spoke. "I'm sure you all have heard some rumors that half a month from now, there will be a great competition jointly organized by the 3 sects. The winner or loser of this match will determine the ownership of the mining rights of the Sun and mining vein for a year. You people will represent our Lingyuan sect in the battle." Hearing the inner sect elder say this, excitement appeared in the eyes of most of the teenagers. In their eyes, it was their honor to fight for the sect. The inner sect elder smiled gently and continued to strike while the iron was hot. "As long as you are able to win, each of you will be rewarded with 100 spirit stones, 300 spirit stones for the captain, 200 for the vice captain." Not only did the crowd suck in a breath of cool air, even Ding Zan was no exception. This spirit stone reward was too tempting. Even if they didn't serve as captain and vice captain, there was still a reward of 100 spirit stones. This was undoubtedly a huge sum of money for them. The inner sect elder was satisfied with the reaction of the crowd of teenagers, and his gaze fell towards Li Kinking. "Since this grand competition is a team battle, I will now appoint Li Kinking as the captain. And as for the vice captains," seeing the inner sect elder's gaze sweeping towards him, Ding Zan instantly tensed up. However, the next moment, Ding Zan realized that the elder's gaze was looking towards Chen Lang. He immediately panicked and blurted out, "Elder, please allow me to have a public match with Chen Lang." With the winner assuming the position of vice captain, the inner sect elder's gaze returned to Ding Zan. A hint of displeasure flashed vaguely in the depths of his eye pupils, belaboring the thought that the old man needs your brat to teach me how to do things. But on second thought, there was some truth to it. The position of vice captain, it was still better for those with strong battle power to hold it. "Chen Lang, do you have any objections?" Chen Lang raised his eyes to meet the gaze of the inner sect elder and spoke out what was in his heart. "Reporting to the elder, I have no intention of taking up the position of vice captain." Ding Zan was first stunned at his words, and then suddenly realized this Chen Lang's cultivation advancement was too fast. He must not have had the time to comprehend the combat technique. "HMPH, he is fearing me. That's why he chose to avoid battle. Oh, such a good opportunity. How can I miss it? Today, I, Ding Zan, will ruthlessly punch you, Chen Lang, in front of Li Kinking, thinking of this." Ding Zan took a step forward and said with an air of awe, "Elder, the position of vice captain should be held by a person with a high level of combat power." "If I don't fight Chen Lang, I will definitely not be able to convince the public," Ding Zan said, intentionally or unintentionally sweeping Zhu Minghao and the others. The inner sect elder pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. That's how it should be. Seeing the inner sect elder's promise, Ding Zan was overjoyed, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "Chen Lang, come and have a painful battle. Bring out your full strength." Chen Lang's brows were furrowed. The most important thing he wanted to do in his mind at the moment was to go back and study the water swamp spirit armor. He didn't care at all about what vice captain he was. The 200 spirit stones were even less enticing to him. He was the one who could give away sacks of spirit stones with his hands. Moreover, he knew the inside story and knew that the Lingyun sect's hope of winning the 3-sect joint grand competition was too slim. If the sect could authorize him not to participate in this grand competition, he wouldn't even want to go. Ding Zan didn't know what was in Chen Lang's mind, and when he saw Chen Lang frowning, he thought that he was fearing him. And in his heart, he was even more certain that the other party was a flamboyant actor with an empty realm. Only to see him leap off the high platform and come to the square, hooking his index finger at Chen Lang. Provocative, although Chen Lang did not want to waste time here. There was no other way. The clan elders were here watching. So, he couldn't afford to dismiss his face, so he stepped off the high platform and traveled towards Ding Zan. Li Kinking stood on the high platform, her beautiful eyes gazing at Chen Lang. On the surface, she looked cloudy and calm. However, inwardly, she could not help but worry for Chen Lang. She was also surprised that Chen Lang was able to break through to the 5th level of the Kai refining stage. However, Chen Lang's cultivation advancement was too fast, so he must not have had much time to study combat techniques. On the other hand, Ding Zan had been practicing the barbarian bull transformation for 3 months, and was already extremely familiar with the use of combat feats. Comparing the two, Chen Lang's chances of winning were quite slim. Unlike Li Kinking, Tan Fei's worries were all written on his face. As Chen Lang's roommate, he was well aware that Chen Lang had not successfully cultivated the water swamp spirit armor at all. How could a 5th level Kai refining stage without a combat technique beat Ding Zan, who was skilled in the savage bull transformation? A fierce smile appeared on Ding Zan's face. "Kid, if you kneel down and beg for forgiveness now, perhaps I can strike a little lighter." Chen Lang lightly glanced at Ding Zan. "Idiot." Ding Zan instantly became furious. His entire body's cultivation exploded, his figure swelled up, his already stout body was now like a small mountain. Emitting a strong aura, surprisingly, the first strike was the barbarian bull transformation. Chen Lang's heart was flabbergasted as he revolved his spiritual energy, and his figure retreated violently. Ding Zan, who had executed the savage bull transformation, possessed terrifying strength, and it was irrational to fight hard. This transformation type of combat technique was very consuming of spiritual energy, and when Ding Zannen's spiritual energy was exhausted, he would be a lamb to the slaughter. Watching Chen Lang dodging, Ding Zanen angrily shouted, "Are you only capable of running away? Dare to fight me head-on?" Chen Lang pursed his lips and avoided Ding Zanen's attacks time and time again. While paying close attention to Ding Zanen's state, he had seen Ding Zanen's battles and knew that he had a brute bull charge that could instantly rush to his opponent's body. A few breaths later, before Ding Zanen could touch Chen Lang's corner, he only saw his gaze flash and his figure suddenly changed into a stump. "It's now." Chen Lang quickly pinched his knuckles, and his entire person seemed to have transformed into a wind, brushing past Ding Zanen, who was sprinting over. As Ding Zanen pounced, a trace of consternation flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by ruthlessness, brute bull sprint, savage bull charge, savage bull dash. 3 times in a row, the savage bull dash past Chen Lang. Ding Zanen stopped, panting heavily, looking at Chen Lang with a gaze filled with astonishment. "How is he so fast every time? He manages to dodge my sudden advances." Chen Lang laughed and hooked his finger at Ding Zanen. Again, he had recently been frantically studying the water and Z spirit armor. And although he hadn't coalesced the spirit armor, he had already successfully transformed 3 different attributes of spirit power within his body. What he was utilizing at this moment was the wind attribute spiritual energy, light as an arrow and bright as the wind. Ding Zanen was provoked by Chen Lang. His eyes instantly turned red, only to see him let out a low roar. Barbarian bull intent. Chen Lang's eyelids jumped. This state of Ding Zanen gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. In the next instant, Ding Zanen rushed towards Chen Lang. His speed was more than twice as fast as the previous barbarian bull dash. Chen Lang used his wind attribute spiritual power to dodge it, but he was shocked to find that Ding Zanen's figure stopped violently and then transformed into a phantom to attack towards him again. He had the intention of not stopping until he reached his goal. At this moment, Ding Zanen was like a ray-dyed mad cow, constantly chasing after Chen Lang. Fine beads of sweat began to appear on Chen Lang's forehead, and his converted wind attribute spiritual energy had already bottomed out. He could only take this punch from him hard. Earth spiritual power, a layer of earth. Colored spiritual energy appeared on Chen Lang's body surface, and he crossed his arms in front of his chest. With a bang, Ding Zanen's punch solidly struck Chen Lang's arm. The 2 tit-for-tat spiritual energies collided together with a bang, triggering a terrifying wave of spiritual force that swept out in all directions. Chen Lang was sent flying more than 10 meters and fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Before Chen Lang could catch his breath, Ding Zanen's figure came again, a bloodthirsty light flashing in his eyes as he grabbed Chen Lang's lapel. Watching Ding Zanen's fist gradually enlarging in his pupils, Chen Lang panicked when his blessed spiritual heart arrived. The spiritual power transformation puzzle that had been troubling Chen Lang was solved at this moment. Earth spiritual power transform. In the next instant, the yellowish spiritual energy immediately transformed into wind spiritual energy, carrying Chen Lang to float away from his original position like a gust of wind. With a rumble, the ground of the plaza was smashed out of a deep pit by Ding Zanen's fist. Raising countless amounts of dust, the smoke and dust cleared, revealing Ding Zanen's figure. At this moment, he was slightly bowed, blood dripping from his right fist as he panted heavily. His original ferocious aura was gone. Chen Lang's heart snowballed. Ding Zanen had exhausted his spiritual energy and entered a period of weakness. "It's my turn to attack." Chen Lang's figure was ghostly, like a gust of wind, arriving in front of Ding Zanen in an instant. At this moment, the wind attribute spiritual energy was rapidly transformed into metallic spiritual energy, making Chen Lang's fists look like gold and stone. With a bang, Chen Lang's fist struck Ding Zan's chest. Instantly, denting the latter's chest, Ding Zan spewed out a mouthful of blood, his body falling into the distance like a kite with broken strings. Unable to move for a long time, the battle had already been divided into winners and losers by this point. The crowd of teenagers watching the battle on the stage were stunned by this scene, at first, when they saw Chen Lang dodging. They thought that Chen Lang was a silver spear candle head, empty of a cultivation realm at the 5th level of the Kai refining stage. But without the battle power to match it, however, in the latter part of the fight, Chen Lang not only resisted Ding Zan's punch, but also dodged Ding Zan's final blow that was enough to seal the victory. What was even more amazing was that Chen Lang's final punch was too fast. It was so fast that Ding Zan did not even react to it, and it was so powerful that it directly knocked Ding Zan out of the fight. In this battle, Chen Lang had actually used 3 different spiritual powers. This was simply a bit unbelievable and unimaginable in their eyes. One must know that an ordinary Kai refining stage cultivator would only choose one attribute of spirit power to cultivate. If one cultivated multiple spiritual forces at the same time, they would clash with each other, and it would be very easy for them to cause a backlash on the cultivator. However, in Chen Lang's battle, there was not a single sign of being backfired by his own spiritual energy. This meant that Chen Lang had already skillfully mastered at least 3 types of spiritual power: attack, defense, and speed, all of them. This was too cool at the end of this battle. Even the inner sect elder was impressed with Chen Lang, his cloudy pupils flowing with awe. This brat. He really is a bit of a surprise. Now I announce that Chen Lang will be the vice captain. I hope that you will work together, in good faith, to obtain victory in the grand competition for my Lingyun sect. Chen Lang's battle with Ding Zan had given the teenagers a clear perception of Chen Lang's battle power in their hearts. From before, the little Karami who had been in obscurity, after this battle, had leapt to become the number 2 among the outer disciples of the Ding district. This more or less created an unreal feeling in the hearts of the teenagers. At the moment, there was more or less some scorn and awe in their gazes towards Chen Lang. No one raised any more objections to Chen Lang serving as the vice captain of the squad. Although Chen Lang had the intention to refuse, he had no choice but to swallow his words after seeing the gaze of the inner sect elders. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Chen Lang's battle prowess was stronger than Ding Zan's, so how could the sect possibly allow him to paddle in the grand competition? Afterward, the inner sect elder smiled as he came to Chen Lang's side and reached out to press his hand onto his back. Chen Lang's body instantly stiffened. There is no need to be nervous. I will heal your injuries. Chen Lang's body relaxed and felt a soft, warm, and vibrant spiritual energy flow throughout his body. This inner sect elder was actually a wood attribute healing cultivator. He had just resisted Ding Zan's strike, and although he was protected by the earth attribute spiritual energy, his right arm was still lightly injured. With an injury of this magnitude, it would take at least a week of recuperation before it could be completely healed. However, under the treatment of the inner sect elder, it only took a few breaths of time for it to be completely healed. This caused Chen Lang to be surprised and delighted, inwardly crying out for magic. "Thank you, elder." Chen Lang bowed respectfully to the inner sect elder. The inner sect elder smiled as he stroked his beard and said, "No need to be polite." After he finished speaking, he gazed at the high stage and said, "Old me, Mu King Yang, is the inner sect elder in charge of the matters of the grand competition. You all can mention to me whenever you have any needs." The crowd respectfully said, "Yes, you all disperse. That kid over there is more seriously injured. You'll bring him back to the mountain for treatment." The crowd of teenagers excused themselves. It was only until all the teenagers left that Mu King Yang snorted coldly, "How much longer do you have to play dead? Get up and follow me up the mountain." Hearing Mu King Yang's words, Ding Nan's body trembled as he climbed up from the ground, staggering towards Mu King Yang. Seeing this wretched appearance of Ding Zan, Kingen was furious and snorted angrily. How useless! Ding Zan's eyes were bleak, but he still kept his mouth shut. Grandmaster, it was my barbarian bull transformation that was restrained by his wind spirit power. Otherwise, he would never be my opponent. Foolish. Kingen glared at Ding Zan without any good reason. Then, with a wave of his hand, a powerful spiritual force covered the two of them, transforming them into a recluse light that shot straight into the clouds. Just now, Kingen used the excuse of helping Chen Lang heal his wounds to probe Chen Lang's cultivation base. Within Chen Lang's danshan, there were 4 different attributes of spiritual energy, namely wind, earth, gold, and water. This caused Kingen to be truly taken aback. What was even more remarkable was that these 4 attributes of spiritual energy were clearly separated within Chen Lang's danshan, not interfering with each other, while an ordinary Kai refining stage cultivator would only choose to transform the spiritual energy of one attribute. Chen Lang had transformed the spiritual energy of 4 attributes, although it was extremely difficult to transform 4 types of spiritual energy at the same time. The benefits were even greater, with the 4 types of spiritual energy cooperating with each other. The efficiency of impacting the spiritual barriers would reach a very terrifying level in the future. Chen Lang's cultivation speed would only grow faster and faster, gradually closing the gap with his peers. It was ridiculous that his own grandson actually naively thought that he had lost to Chen Lang because he had been restrained by Wind's spiritual power. Just after leaving the Ding District Square, Chen Lang saw a black figure standing straight beside the road. Precisely Zhao Qianlong had come down from the mountain after receiving Chen Lang's voice transmission, and saw that the year-end examination was being conducted in the square, so he waited to the side. He had watched the battle between Chen Lang and Ding Zan in its entirety just now, and his heart was extremely unsettled, as the inner disciple on duty at the canonical collection pavilion. He naturally knew which combat technique Chen Lang had picked. At first, he thought that Chen Lang was too overambitious, and in his heart, he was certain that Chen Lang would ask Elder Wu to plead for leniency in exchange for a combat technique to practice. However, after witnessing Chen Lang's battle with Ding Zan today, Chen Lang's impression in Zhao Qianlong's mind changed drastically. Originally, he had only thought that Chen Lang was a son of a wealthy family with a bit of money. It wasn't until now that he realized that Chen Lang, by no means, was a very human being. In just a dozen days, he had comprehended the mutual transformation of the 3 types of spiritual energy, and had learned to use it to win in battle. Senior brother Zhao, Chen Lang waved his hand and greeted Zhao Qianlong enthusiastically. Zhao Qianlong smiled in response, his expression no longer cold. Senior brother summoned me here. What is it about? Chen Lang laughed. Let's walk and talk. Back in the dormitory, Tian Fei went inside to cultivate, while Chen Lang and Zhao Qianlong stopped outside the house to discuss the water swamp spirit armor. Zhao Qianlong's brows were deeply furrowed. Even he had a major headache after reading the water slayed spirit armor. This water swamp spirit armor, I only heard earlier that it was extremely difficult to cultivate, but I didn't expect it to be this difficult. Zhao Qianlong rubbed his temples vigorously, put down the gongfu, and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Senior brother, you are now able to do the free transformation of the 4 types of spiritual energy. Even I am unable to penetrate the mysteries of it in a short period of time. What is troubling you now is the formation technique. As long as you penetrate the spirit-devouring formation, you will basically be able to cultivate the water swamp spirit armor successfully. It's a pity that I am not good at the formation method and cannot give you any effective advice. A look of disappointment appeared in Chen Lang's eyes as he tentatively asked, Senior brother Zhao, do you have someone familiar who can teach me formation techniques? Zhao Qianlong thought for a while and said, There is, but this person easily refuses to come down from the mountain. Chen Lang hurriedly asked, Why? Zhao Qianlong said, She is the first disciple of the patriarch and has a high position of power in the inner sect. All day long, She locks herself in her room to study the formation path, living in deep seclusion. Even I have only seen her once. And she has a very bad temper. No matter who disturbs her cultivation, they will be taught a hard lesson. There was once an inner disciple who coveted her beauty and came to her door to harass her. As a result, he was locked up by her in a formation for a full 3 months. And by the time that person was released by eldest senior sister, he was already weak and unrecognizable. Speaking of this, Zhao Qianlong's eyes showed deep awe. Chen Lang smacked his lips. Somewhat speechless, could it be that he had to delve into the Tao of formation on his own? This was not something that could be done overnight. He had been laboring for more than 10 days and had only just transformed his spiritual energy. Even the method of transforming spiritual forces into each other had only just been realized in a flash of light. If he were to study formations on his own, how long would it take for him to realize the spirit-devouring formation? Senior Brother Zhao, you're very knowledgeable. Do you have a method to enhance your enlightenment? Zhao Qianlong pondered for a long time, and suddenly his eyes lit up. There is, Senior Brother Chen. Have you heard of the heart nurturing soul marrow? Chen Lang froze. What was the nurturing heart soul marrow? He had never heard of it. Zhao Qianlong said, Heart nurturing soul marrow is an extremely high-grade spiritual substance. After taking it, it can not only strengthen the heart power, but also grow the divine sense, and it has a great enhancement to the cultivator's enlightenment. When Chen Lang heard this, his eyes immediately exploded with brightness. From where can I buy the heart nurturing soul marrow? Zhao Qianlong stroked his chin and pondered for a moment, not immediately giving Chen Lang a definite answer. Heart nurturing soul marrow is extremely rare. Wait for me for a few days. I will go outside and ask around for you. Chen Lang gave a hum and took out 2 empty sacks. Zhao Qianlong's breath stuttered and suddenly thought of something. Sure enough, the next moment, with Chen Lang's mind moving, the 2 sacks were instantly filled with sparkling spirit stones. Senior Brother Zhao, a small token of appreciation, no honor after the end of year, end assessment. The entire Ding district was filled with a faint layer of depression. It was winter, and the temperature of the weather was gradually dropping to freezing point. The wind blew on the face with a subtle grin. All the disciples who did not pass the year end examination were ordered to leave the sect. One by one, ashen-looking teenagers carrying their bags, lined up with their heads hanging down, under the arrangement of the deacon elders. They would embark on the road back home. At the mountain gate of the Lingyun sect, Wu Zhengyi took out a set of tables and chairs from his storage bag, and then sat down on the chairs with his butt. He then took out a list, a brush, and bags of copper coins and began to get busy. He was responsible for distributing the return journey money to the returning disciples. Immortals and mortals were different. Just like clouds and mud, the common currency used by immortal cultivators was spirit stones, while the currency of mortals was gold, silver, and copper money. The dissuaded teenagers all coincidentally had faint bewilderment on their faces after receiving the copper money. The teenagers turned around and took one last look at the towering Lingyun peak, and after a helpless sigh, they turned around and set foot on the road back to their hometown. Lingyun sect, goodbye. Chen Lang stood not far from the mountain gate, looking at this scene from afar with mixed feelings in his heart. This scene made one too sad. If he had not awakened the system in time, he would have been one of them. He had traveled across the world and spiritually penetrated into this body. All alone, he didn't know who his parents were in this world. No relatives, no friends, by chance. He was bumped into by an elder of the Lingyun sect who was recruiting disciples and brought back to the sect. If he was dissuaded by the Lingyun sect, he had no idea where to go from here, putting away these complicated thoughts. Chen Lang took a deep breath of fresh air, a look of determination gradually appearing in his eyes. He wanted to become stronger, to soar above the 9 heavens, to look down upon the earth with pride. Suddenly, a green-colored silhouette appeared in his mind. Chen Lang let out a deep sigh. his fists slowly clenching. Without strength, one did not even have the qualifications to like someone. Chen Lang turned around and walked towards Area C. After the year-end examination, the sect had arranged a new dormitory for him, a separate dormitory. As for his original dormitory, it needed to be left empty for the new disciples to live in the following year. Just after returning to the dormitory, Chen Lang's voice transmission Jade Slip lit up. Chen Lang's divine sense probed into the voice transmission Jade Slip, and joy immediately appeared on his face. "Senior brother Chen, where are you now? I've inquired about the heart nurturing soul marrow." Chen Lang stood waiting outside the door of his dormitory, his heart filled with anticipation. Soon, a figure flew in from the distance, and it was none other than Zhao Qianlong. Zhao Qianlong landed on the ground, his tone somewhat anxious. "Senior brother Chen, I've inquired that there is a heart-nurturing soul marrow being auctioned at the auction in Fanchang. Let's hurry over there if we miss it. We don't know when we'll have to wait." Chen Lang knew that time was running out, and after reporting with the sect, he rushed towards Fanchang with Zhao Qianlong. Fanchang was the closest large city to the Lingyun sect, with a population of millions, and most of the disciples of the Lingyun sect came from there. Zhao Qianlong stepped on a black longsword, and along the way, he didn't hesitate to use up his spiritual energy, leading Chen Lang to fly at a rapid pace. Even though they were rushing, the sky was still dark when they arrived at Fanchang. The auction had already begun. This auction was held at the largest chamber of commerce in Fanchang, the Heavenly Dragon Chamber of Commerce, with extremely high specifications. Even the guards stationed at the gate of the auction were immortal cultivators, with a cultivation at the 7th level of the Kai refining stage. The 2 Kai refining stage 7th level guards glanced at Chen Lang and the two of them, both showing a look of contempt in their eyes as they spoke coldly. "The auction has begun. Both of you please return." If it wasn't for the fact that there was a foundation establishment stage cultivator amongst the visitors, this guard would have wanted to just kick them out. These two people, a youth and a teenager wearing gray robes. That gray robes are washed faded, really shabby and hairstyle messy, faces also stained with a thick layer of gray. If not to feel some of his cultivation, the guards almost thought to run into a beggar. The other youth was wearing a decent black robe. Extraordinary temperament, but his face was equally dusty and wretched. Zhao Qianlong stepped forward and piled a far-fetched smile on his face. He was an inner disciple of the Lingyun sect, and he usually stood tall, but at this moment he had to bow down to a Kai refining stage guard. This made him feel very awkward in his heart. However, in order to help Chen Lang successfully auction the heart-nourishing soul marrow, he put his face on the line. "Brother, could you please be accommodating? There is an auction item inside that is very important to us." The guards slatted their faces. The specifications of this auction are extremely high, and it is organized by the Heavenly Dragon Chamber of Commerce's Dragon President himself. Once the auction starts, no further entry is allowed. Are you going to break the rules towards the end? The guard narrowed his eyes with a slight threatening intent. When Zhao Qianlong heard President Long's name, his heart snapped. This Heavenly Dragon Chamber of Commerce's President Long was a Jai Dan realm powerhouse, single-handedly founding the Heavenly Dragon Chamber of Commerce, and had a considerable amount of power in Fanchang. It was an existence that he could not afford to offend from afar. Zhao Qianlong retreated back with a bitter look on his face, and when he turned his head, he saw Chen Lang skillfully take out 2 sacks. In the next moment, both sacks were filled with spirit stones. Chen Lang unhurriedly took out the hemp rope and tied the mouth of the sacks tightly, leaving the 2 guards dumbfounded. Subsequently, under the shocked gazes of the 2 guards, Chen Lang threw the 2 sacks of spirit stones towards them. 1 sack of spirit stones for 1 person, with his hands behind his back. Chen Lang slowly walked over to the 2 stupefied guards and blandly asked, "Now can we go in?" The 2 guards, each holding a sack of spirit stones, were a bit dazed and confused for a moment. After reacting, their eyes towards Chen Lang instantly changed. The two guards immediately changed their faces overflowing with flattering smiles. The way they looked at Chen Lang was the same as seeing their own father. Ha ha ha, this gentleman, you please. I will definitely arrange it properly for you, and keep you satisfied. Zhao Qianlong watched this scene dumbfounded from the back, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's so nice to be rich. Under the leadership of a beautiful maid, Chen Lang and the two of them arrived at an extremely luxuriously decorated box. The box was decorated with spiritual fruits of spiritual kai, and the tables and chairs were all clear 10,000-year-old yellow pear wood, emitting a faint pear fragrance that smelled very good. On the inside of the box, there was a huge transparent floor-to-ceiling window, through which one could see the items being auctioned on the stage below. At this moment, the auction had already begun for a long time, and the bids on the scene were coming in and out, clearly having passed the stage of warming up. Chen Lang's gaze flickered as he asked the maid, "When will the heart-nurturing soul marrow begin to be auctioned?" The beautiful maid owed a slight bow and replied, "Sir, the nurturing heart soul marrow is the grand finale of this auction and is scheduled for the end of the auction." As the maid spoke, she took out a booklet from her bosom and handed it to Chen Lang. Chen Lang nodded and took the booklet and carefully examined it. And sure enough, the heart-nurturing soul marrow was placed in the last column. In the Lingyun sect, outer disciples in Zone D were forbidden to go out, so even if Chen Lang had spirit stones, he could not buy what he wanted to buy. Only after being promoted to Zone C could a disciple apply to go out. Chen Lang looked through the catalog of auction items, and the divine light in his eyes couldn't stop flashing up. So many good things behind the catalog of the lots. There was also a brief introduction of the lots, which would allow Chen Lang to better understand the efficacy and value of the lots. However, soon after, a look of regret appeared on Chen Lang's face, the heart-nourishing soul marrow that was the goal of his trip. Something that could be treated as the finale lot by the Heavenly Dragon Chamber of Commerce was definitely worth a lot. Although he was carrying a 5-digit number of spirit stones, fanchang was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. So even he might not be able to successfully auction it off, there were 130 lots in this auction. And there was still quite a bit of time before the grand finale of the heart-nurturing soul marrow appeared. Chen Lang picked up the spirit fruit in his hand, checking the catalog of lots while nibbling on the fruit. Looking through the floor-to-ceiling window at the auction site below with great interest, presiding over this auction was a white-haired old man named Han Kishin. With a cultivation of the middle stage of foundation, establishment, and quite a reputation in fanchang. Under his presidency, the auction climaxed with a heated atmosphere, and many of the auction items fetched a hefty price. Zhao Qianlong wasn't interested in the auction and closed his eyes on the bed on the side to cultivate and recover his spiritual energy. From Lingyun sect to fanchang, it was more than 1,000 miles, but it had exhausted him. The spirit fruits in the box changed 5 times before the finale of this auction slowly made its appearance, only to see a tall and beautiful maid, flavorfully striding her slender thighs, step by step up to the high platform. She held a wooden tray in her hands. On top of the tray, a palm-sized transparent ice box was placed. Emitting an astonishingly cold aura through the ice box, a black soul jade the size of a fingernail cap could be seen inside. Gazing at it, one could see a white silk thread, like things slowly flowing in the black soul jade. These white threads were so thin that they couldn't be seen at all without looking at them attentively, and they were intertwined at times and dispersed at times, which was quite magical. Is this the heart-nurturing soul marrow? It is truly magical and extraordinary. Chen Lang could not help but marvel in his heart. Han Kishin carefully received the wooden tray from the maid's hands, then slowly walked to the front of the stage. This careful appearance of his instantly lifted everyone's hearts. Previously, even when auctioning off high, Grade spirit pills worth thousands of spirit stones. He hadn't seen Han Kishin look so solemn. It was enough to see that the value of this heart-nurturing soul marrow was extremely high. Everyone. What I'm holding in my hands at the moment is the grand finale of this auction, the heart-nurturing soul marrow. This item can not only nourish the heart and soul, it can also strengthen the divine sense, and it can even enhance the cultivator's ability to perceive. As we all know, the road to immortal cultivation is long and difficult, so if you can take a piece of heart-nourishing soul marrow, you will definitely be able to remove a lot of difficulties and obstacles on the road to cultivation. When Han Kishin said this, greed appeared in everyone's eyes, their sights locking onto the heart-nurturing soul marrow on the tray. No longer able to move away, most of the immortal cultivators who could appear here were financially strong and worth a lot of money. They did not lack spirit stones, but their cultivation progression remained slow. There was no other reason for this. It was limited by their natural talent. The so-called natural talent is enlightenment for the same combat technique. A cultivator with high enlightenment might be able to cultivate it successfully in 10 days and fully comprehend all the details of the technique. Maximizing its power, on the other hand, a cultivator with a low level of enlightenment might have to spend 10 times, or even 100 times, as much time studying the technique, and might not necessarily be able to cultivate it successfully. Even if they succeeded in cultivating it, they would still be unable to do their best in some of the details, and would not be able to utilize the full power of the technique. Comparing the two, one could see how important enlightenment was to a cultivator, and by taking the heart-nurturing soul marrow, one could greatly increase a cultivator's enlightenment. With such a powerful effect, it was definitely an extreme treasure that all cultivators could only dream of. Just as the crowd marveled at the powerful effects of the heart-nurturing soul marrow, an old voice came out from the box on the second floor. How much enlightenment can a mere piece of heart-nurturing soul marrow the size of a fingernail cap enhance? There was a vague dissatisfaction with Han Kishin's deliberate concealment of the heart-nurturing soul marrow's true utility in this voice, but it was more of a regret. As soon as these words came out, the crowd snapped out of it, their eyes no longer blazing and becoming clear. Han Kishin looked up to the second-floor box, a trace of resentment flashing through the depths of his pupils. He didn't expect to run into someone who knew what he was talking about, dousing the crowd's enthusiasm for the heart-nurturing soul marrow with a single word. This was not good news for him. Han Kishin had lived for a long time and had long since managed to keep his joy and anger out of his eyes, and would not show the resentment in his heart. Only a smile appeared on his face as he continued to say to the crowd, "All of you are unaware that the heart-nurturing soul marrow is a divine object of heaven and earth. It was conceived by heaven and earth, and is a rare thing that can be encountered but not sought, this small piece of heart-nurturing soul marrow. Although it is said that the enhancement of enlightenment is not obvious, but the repair of the heart and mind is a remarkable healing effect. Everyone here, I'm sure you're all from powerful families or clans. You should all have friends and family who practice formation techniques. Right, the cultivation of the Tao of formation is extremely mind-consuming. It's easy to heal injuries to the physical body, but it's extremely difficult to treat injuries to the mind, soul, and spirit. That's why most cultivators who practice formation cultivation have extremely short lifespans. There is no other reason. It is the injury to the mind and soul, and this tiny piece of heart-nourishing soul marrow in front of you. Once you take it, it will allow all injuries to the heart and mind to be healed. Han Kishin was worthy of being an experienced auction host, and with just a few words, he caused the eyes of the audience to become fiery once again, even fervor. Even if he couldn't use it himself, giving it to a formation master was still a good choice. You have to know that the cultivator of the formation method is the meat and potatoes in the eyes of all the forces, the kind that has to be offered up. Now, the heart-soul marrow auction begins. Reserve price, 1,000 spirit stones. Han Kishin quoted the reserve price, and the scene fell into a brief moment of silence. 1,000 spirit stones was not a small amount. Although all the people present were either rich or noble, none of them were fools. The starting price was 1,000 spirit stones. So how much would the final price be? With their wealth, they simply couldn't afford it, so they didn't bother bidding. But soon, a voice came out from the private room on the second floor. 10,000 spirit stones. The crowd's breaths stuttered as they followed the source of the voice. And even Han Kishin's eyes flickered with a strange aura. Box number 13. Why didn't I know there was a guest there? It also offered 10,000 spirit stones right out of the gate. The person who made the bid was none other than Chen Lang. Zhao Qianlong had already ended his cultivation and was currently standing beside Chen Lang with an extremely wonderful look on his face. He knew that Chen Lang had some family money, but did not know that he was so rich. The auction was a place where you couldn't bid recklessly, and once discovered, the consequences would be very serious. He had already reminded Chen Lang on the way here. But at this moment, my God, Chen senior brother, you are really too fierce, Zhao Qianlong shouted madly in his heart. Chen Lang's hand directly scared off some people who wanted to bid. The base price of 1,000. Directly bid 10,000. Do you have to play like this? Do you really think that spirit stones come from the wind? Those who were able to be in the second floor box were all not people with great wealth. At this moment, their eyes were slightly sunken, and they all looked towards box number 13 with some suspicion in their gazes. The bidding voice is a little tender, should be a teenager, do not know which family's son, even so generous. Just as most people were dissuaded by Chen Lang's bid, a somewhat gloomy voice came out from the third box on the second floor. 11,000 spirit stones. The voice of the person who made the bid was also somewhat childish and not very old. Many people's minds began to come alive. There was a good show to watch. The battle between the two sons of the magnificent clan was about to begin. I just don't know who will be able to hold out until the end. It's really something to look forward to. Chen Lang bid again, his tone flat. 20,000 spirit stones. The entire audience was in an uproar, followed by a sound of inhaling. Damn, today was really the right day to come. The owner of box number 13 was truly magnificent. This is also too bullish. He directly raised the price to $20,000. Let's see how box 3 responds. It's a bit petty to raise it by 1. 0, 0, 0. 0, 0, 0. Haha, hearing Chen Lang's bid. The face of the teenager bidding in box 3 suddenly became gloomy. The box is not soundproof, and you can hear the chatter from below. What an abomination. Actually saying that his bidding increase of 1,000 was too petty. If you have the ability, come and bid, damn it. Look at the asshole who is watching. He gritted his teeth and called out the bidding price. 2,000 spirit stones. Hearing the offer from box number 3, the scene burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this teenager in box number 3 was afraid to be a fledgling. 1,000 into 2,000. Can you have some male blood? Hearing the comments from below. The teenager in box number 3 was so angry that his face turned green. Doesn't he want to raise the price like crazy? That's spirit stones, assholes. You guys think that's a stone from the side of the road. Pissed me off hearing the offer from the opposite side. Chen Lang guffawed and immediately raised the price again. 30,000 spirit stones. Box 3 is 35,000. Chen Lang 40,000. Box no. 3 45,000. Chen Lang 50,000. The bidding reached this point, and the murmur of the scene completely disappeared. The entire venue was quiet, leaving only the sound of two teenagers shouting prices at each other. The teenager who could bid to this price was definitely an existence they couldn't afford to mess with. The eyes of the teenager in box number 3 were red, his gaze dead set on box number 13, his 10 fingers gripping the armrests of his chair slightly whitening. 45,000 spirit stones was already his limit. Damn it, Uncle Zhang, help me find out what is the origin of the teenager in box number 13. After the teenager finished speaking, A hint of killing intent crossed his eyes if he found out that it was a rash young man. He wouldn't mind killing people. This heart-nurturing soul marrow was something he must obtain, since he couldn't obtain it through the regular way. He could only find another way after Chen Lang shouted out a shocking offer of 50,000 spirit stones. The entire auction venue fell into an eerie silence. Even Han Kishin, who was presiding over the auction, felt a little breathless for a moment. According to his estimation, although the heart-nourishing soul marrow was rare, it was after all only a small piece with limited value, although it had a miraculous effect on the treatment of heart and soul injuries. The heart-nurturing soul marrow was only a one-time consumable after taking it, although it could completely heal the injuries to the heart and soul in one go. The heart and soul would still be damaged unless it stopped performing formations in the future. Taking the heart-nourishing soul marrow would treat the symptoms, but not the root cause. Therefore, according to his expectation, this fingernail-sized piece of nurturing heart soul marrow could be auctioned for 30,000 spirit stones, and that would already be the limit. How do you know that the 13th box of the young man came out of nowhere? A shot is 10,000 spirit stones. And finally even reported 50,000 spirit stones of the horror of the high price. At this point, no one in the entire auction site dared to compete with him. 50,000 spirit stones once, 50,000 spirit stones twice, 50,000 spirit stones 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to the VIP of Box 13 for winning the heart-nurturing soul marrow, as Han Kishin finalized the ownership of the heart-nurturing soul marrow. The crowd couldn't help but sigh in their hearts, even with their stature. They couldn't help but admire the owner of Box 13. At such a young age, he was actually so trenchant in his outbursts. 50,000 spirit stones was basically an entire year's income for a medium-sized family. The crowd looked at me, I looked at you, exchanging words. They were speculating about what kind of god the owner of Box 13 was. This auction ended here, but the crowd did not leave. The curiosity of the heart grows savagely. Want to catch a glimpse of the master of the 13th box style. At this moment, in box number 13, Chen Lang had his hands behind his back, his gaze falling towards box number 3. Somewhat deep beside him, Zhao Kainlong's brows were knitted into a ball, worry written all over his face. How could he not have expected that such a small piece of heart-nurturing soul marrow would actually fetch a high price of 50,000 spirit stones? The key was that it was also auctioned by Chen Lang, even with his eyesight. His heart could not stop thumping wildly. That was 50,000 spirit stones. He had never seen so many spirit stones in his life. It would have been fine if there was no one else to compete. But the teenager in box number 3 had also shown signs of being determined to win in the bidding just now. Although Chen Lang managed to win the heart-nurturing soul marrow, it was not a good thing in his opinion. In the world of immortal cultivators, it was not a matter of who had the money or who had the say. Rather, they relied on their fists and their strength to cultivate. They had come in a hurry on this trip, and Chen Lang had only his one early foundation establishment stage cultivator by his side. Fanchang was more than 1,000 miles away from Lingyun's sect. They were afraid that their return to the sect this time was going to be a bad one. Thinking of this, Zhao Kainlong felt his scalp tingle. The other party could offer up to 45,000 spirit stones. How could they be generalized? Zhao Kainlong was all anxious like an ant on a hot pan. But he realized that Chen Lang was not anxious at all and had a calm face. Senior brother, Zhao Kainlong wanted to speak. Chen Lang turned his head to look at Zhao Kainlong and smiled faintly. Senior brother Zhao doesn't need to worry. Senior brother, I have my own plans. At this exact moment, a knock sounded at the door under the signal of Chen Lang's eyes. The beautiful maid obediently went forward to open the door. The doorway opened, and in walked a middle-aged man with a refined temperament and a gentle smile on his face. After him, Han Kishin, his hands holding a tray with a black wooden box on it, also walked in. The middle-aged man had a straight figure. His face was like a crown of jade, and he was wearing a bright yellow robe, which was glittering with golden light, and was embroidered with a marvelous golden dragon by a golden thread, and exuded a sense of splendor when he lifted his hands and feet. My humble self, Long Jinping, for taking the liberty of visiting. I hope your guest will not mind. After Long Jinping finished speaking, he slightly owed a bow to Chen Lang, a gentle smile always hanging on his face, making people feel as if they were in the spring breeze. Chen Lang had his hands behind his back and stopped where he was, smiling at Long Jinping without saying a word. Seeing this scene, Han Kishan frowned and voiced out a reminder. Honorable VIP number 13. This is the president of our Heavenly Dragon Chamber of Commerce, Long Jinping. A surprised expression appeared on Chen Lang's face. Oh, it's actually President Long. It's a pleasure to meet you. I didn't expect Chairman Long to personally deliver the goods. Han Kishan glared and was about to voice out a rebuke to Chen Lang, but was stopped by Long Jinping. Long Jinping laughed and took the tray from Han Kishan's hands and personally served it to Chen Lang. Since it is an honored guest coming, naturally, it is necessary for me to personally receive him. Chen Lang smiled and took the tray from Long Jinping's hands. And then, with a thought, a small mountain of spirit stones immediately appeared in the box. The originally spacious and incomparable box immediately became somewhat crowded. Chen Lang's hand, even if it was as knowledgeable as Long Jinping, also could not help but freeze. His heart was shocked. In fanchang, which person carried so many spirit stones with them, generally for large transactions of spirit stones. Traders would use spirit tickets. Storage space has always been limited. Ordinary storage bags, generally only 10 cubic meters of storage space. These 0 spirit stones took up more than 20 cubic meters of space, and Chen Lang's waist was just an unusual storage bag. Yet he was able to take out so many spirit stones. Could it be the legendary spatial storage means? Thinking of this, the smile on Long Jinping's face increased, and as his divine thoughts swept towards the small mountain of spirit stones, his smile suddenly stagnated, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. Han Kishan sensed the change in the president's expression and hurriedly asked, "President, but the number of spirit stones is incorrect." Long Jinping nodded and shook his head again. Looking at Han Kishan with a confused expression, Long Jinping turned to look at Chen Lang and realized that the latter had already put the heart, nurturing soul marrow into his storage bag. Little brother, the auction price for the heart, nurturing soul marrow was 50,000 spirit stones. Why did you give 5,000? Chen Lang smiled faintly and said, "This extra 5,000 spirit stones is because I wanted to make a friend with President Long." Long Jinping laughed out loud at his words. Han Kishan, on the other hand, was frozen in place with a shocked expression. This teenager, who looked ordinary and even a bit downtrodden, not only bid 0 spirit stones to auction off the heart nurturing soul marrow, but also casually gave away 5,000 spirit stones to Long Jinping, wanting to make a friend, this teenager's spirit stones. Did he come from the wind? Why don't you make friends with me too? Is this the world of the rich? Outrageous. Little brother, after talking for so long, I still don't know your name. How can we be friends? Long Jinping smiled and did not pocket the spirit stones in the house, but enthusiastically pulled Chen Lang to sit down and talk. When Chen Lang sat down, he personally poured Chen Lang a cup of tea. Chen Lang took the cup of tea and smiled lightly as he returned. "My name is Chen Lang. As for my family's situation, forgive me for not being able to inform President Long." Long Jinping's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He was well informed. His business was spread throughout the lower reaches of the Heavenly River. Even the middle reaches of the Heavenly River had some connections. He knew that there were many hidden families and powerful clans in this world, and even if there were disciples who walked the world, they would keep their own family power a secret. From his observation of Chen Lang, this Chen Lang was the disciple of a hidden great family on the board, and his status in the family was not ordinary. Thinking of this, the enthusiastic smile on Long Jinping's face increased. And he took one bite of old brother Chen. Elder brother Chen, it's getting late. Why don't you come to my heavenly dragon pavilion for a night's rest? And then set off back to the clan early tomorrow morning. I see that the manpower you brought with you this time out is somewhat insufficient. Am afraid that the road is not too safe. In this case, tomorrow I will send my strong men to escort you back to the sect. How Long Jinping was worthy of being a man of 8 sides, and had considered every aspect extremely well. Regarding Long Jinping's offer, Chen Lang chose to accept it openly. He had intentionally given away 5,000 spirit stones earlier just to obtain Long Jinping's shelter. Otherwise, there was no way for him and Zhao Qianlong to safely return to the sect, under Long Jinping's arrangement. Chen Lang and his duo traveled from the secret passage to the heavenly dragon pavilion next door. The crowd at the auction site, who were ready to catch a glimpse of the owner of Box 13, waited for a long time without seeing anyone come out. So they had no choice but to return disappointed. A teenager with this kind of wealth, if he were to make friends, it would be of great benefit to his own family and power. It's a pity, in box number 3, the middle-aged man who had gone out to poke around had already returned, and was now reporting the findings to the teenager, young master. In box number 13 are people from the Lingyun sect. 1 Kai refining stage, 1 foundation establishment stage. The exact identity is unknown. It was deliberately concealed by Long Jinping. Even I can't probe more than that. The corners of the teenager's mouth lifted slightly. A look of contempt surfaced in his eyes. Lingyun sect. It's just a clan that's on the verge of closing down, Uncle Zhang. You keep an eye on them here. I'll arrange for someone to intercept them on the way. The top floor of the Sky Dragon Pavilion. Chen Lang pounced on a large soft bed. This large bed was soft and comfortable, and the bedding on the bed was made from the finest silk, and it was also scented with incense. Emitting a faint fragrance, although it was winter, the room was as warm as spring, extremely comfortable. Compared to here, the conditions of the Lingyun sect's Ding district dormitory were really a bit grueling. Chen Lang let out a slight sigh, really wanting to stay here for the rest of his life. With his ability, he could definitely live an extremely extravagant life in fanchang. Beautiful cars, beautiful women, waving money like dirt, enjoy all the prosperity of the world. However, this is a world of immortal cultivation. Mortal life without disease or disaster, but also 100 years of life once the lifespan comes to an end. The lights go out and nothing can be taken away. No, my ambition shouldn't be so narrow. I want to live for 1,000 years and 10,000 years. I want to cultivate longevity. Thinking of this, Chen Lang stood up from the bed with a carp. At this time, a knock sounded at the door. Chen Lang opened the door and saw a beautiful young girl like a flower standing in the pavilion. 8 years of age, with a faint shyness hanging on her face. After seeing Chen Lang, the young girl's pretty face thumped red and said weakly, "Sir, the slave has come to serve you to rest." The young girl's voice was soft and sticky, sounding a little tingly in her ears. Her eyebrows were shy. She was dressed in a revealing outfit. A large portion of her chest was exposed in the air. Looking at Chen Lang's breath stagnated, the young girl stood there playfully, like a delicate flower. Emitting a tantalizing flavor, Chen Lang had never seen this kind of scene in his past life and present life combined, and only felt a fire in his belly. He instinctively wanted to get out of the way to allow the young girl to enter the house. But just at this moment, a flash of green-colored silhouette appeared in his mind, instantly clearing his eyes. Chen Lang refused. "Thank President Long for me. I appreciate the kindness. I have to catch up tomorrow. So I won't bother the girl to serve me." Rejected by Chen Lang, the young girl looked gloomy and lowered her head. "Then the slave will not disturb the gentleman." The young girl took 1 step and turned back 3 times. "Sir, do you really not need a slave to serve you?" The young girl blinked her big, beautiful eyes and looked at Chen Lang with an expectant face. Chen Lang waved his hand and firmly refused. "No need," closing the door. Chen Lang leaned his back against the doorway. His heart pounding at the current moment of beauty, he unexpectedly could not hold on a little. Chen Lang, you're such a loser, red powder, white bones and flesh, if you can't withstand this little temptation. How can you live forever? Just as Chen Lang was engaging in self-criticism, a knock sounded at the door once again. Immediately startling Chen Lang opened the door and said, "I've said I don't have to. Ah, what don't need to?" The person who came turned out to be Zhao Qianlong with a stunned face. Chen Lang was awkwardly in place. "It's nothing." After Zhao Qianlong entered the room, Chen Lang couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother Zhao came to find me so late. Is there something wrong?" Zhao Qianlong found a futon and sat down, his face suddenly serious and indignant. "What does this Long Jinpeng mean? Actually arranging a teenage girl for me to sleep with me? Darn it. Am I, Zhao Qianlong, that kind of person, we cultivators? Are we not the kind of shallow people who covet beauty and indulge in tenderness? Senior brother, if there is a beautiful woman throwing herself at you in a moment, you must hold on and not be seduced by beauty." Only after hearing Zhao Qianlong's words did Chen Lang understand. Dare I say that Zhao Qianlong was worried that he had fallen into Long Jinpeng's gentle trap, and had specially come over to remind himself. Chen Lang laughed and said, "Senior brother Zhao, you are overly concerned. Although I, Chen Lang, am not very old, I am also a person with a firm Taoist heart. How can I be seduced by a mere beauty?" Hearing Chen Lang say this, Zhao Qianlong nodded his head slightly, but he had no intention of leaving, and began to meditate and cultivate with his eyes closed. Chen Lang couldn't help but stare and couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother Zhao, are you planning to stay here with me tonight?" Zhao Qianlong opened his eyes and said, "Senior brother, you should sit down and cultivate. Cultivators of my generation should cultivate from morning to night and not slack off for a day." Chen Lang opened his mouth wide with a surprised expression. "Not so much, running to my room in the middle of the night to urge me to cultivate. Is it really not because you are afraid of not being able to withstand the temptation of beauty and dare not leave alone?" A night without words. Chen Lang and Zhao Qianlong live in the same room. Quiet cultivation. After that, no one came to disturb. It was Long Jinpeng's idea to send a beautiful woman to accompany him, after realizing that Chen Lang and Zhao Qianlong both refused. He couldn't help but think highly of them. Cultivation of people, when the heart of the road, if indulging in beauty, will only call people look down on. Early the next morning, at the entrance of the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion, Long Jinpeng personally escorted them. "This is my Heavenly Dragon Chamber's heavenly protector, Jai Dan Realm Powerhouse Gu King Duan." With him escorting elder brother Chen, it's absolutely foolproof. Chen Lang arched his hand at Gu Light Dust. Gu Light Dust was a young man in his 30s with a cold face. Even though he knew that Chen Lang was a valued guest of the Heavenly Dragon Chamber of Commerce, he only nodded as a return greeting. Long Jinpeng laughed and explained, "Protector Gu is such an aloof nature. I hope that old brother Chen does not mind. He is not good with words, but his strength is nothing to write home about." Chen Lang laughed. Chen Lang here thanks President Long. Long Jinpeng boarded up his face. "Why are you still calling me President Long?" "It's too much of a stranger, Chen Lang. Many thanks, elder brother Long." Only then did Long Jinpeng smile cheerfully. "Old brother Chen, farewell to this. We will meet again. Chen Lang, see you again," as soon as Gu Kingdon raised his hand. An incomparably strong spiritual energy wrapped the two of them. Chen Lang, the trio transformed into a stream of light and flew into the sky in the blink of an eye. Long Jinpeng watched the trio go far away, the smile on his face disappearing as he inquired to Han Kishin at the side. "Where is that Zhongwu fellow now?" Han Kishin replied back, "I just received news that Zhongwu has left." Precisely in the direction of Ling Yun sect. Long Jinpeng's gaze flickered, and with a wave of his sleeve, his entire body transformed into a golden stream of light. The direction that the golden stream of light headed to was clearly also the Ling Yun sect. Being in the recluse, Chen Lang's heart was extremely shocked. Kai refining stage cultivators can only rely on their legs to run. Even with the help of wind power, the speed is just like that, foundation establishment stage cultivators. Able to fly with a sword, speed has a qualitative improvement, but cannot withstand the wash of air currents. Once the speed was too fast, the wind would be lost and the image would be extremely wretched. The Jai Dan realm cultivator's recluse is not the same. The hedging airflow is completely isolated by the recluse. The cultivator in the recluse can be calm, extremely safe. This feeling is just like Chen Lang's previous life on an airplane. Only the feeling of being in the transported light is more exciting and fresh. The speed of the recluse is very fast, several times faster than the speed of an airplane. Watching the mountains below recede quickly. Chen Lang couldn't help but feel a sense of longing in his heart. This feeling, it was too cool. Zhao Qianlong took him on an imperial sword flight from Lingyun's sect to fanchang, which took a full day, starting in the morning and arriving at night. During that time, he also ate a lot of dust. But with Gu Kingdon, a Jai Dan realm cultivator, for a distance of more than 1,000 miles, he could reach his destination in at most 2 hours. In the reclining light, Gu Kingdon had a cold face and didn't say a word along the way, only giving Chen Lang and the two of them a haughty back. Knowing that Gu Kingdon's character is like this, Chen Lang two people naturally will not be stupid to stick up and make a fool of themselves. So they sat down in the recluse and began to cultivate and exhale. Cultivators, especially clan disciples. Cultivation are extremely hard, but whenever they catch the opportunity to cultivate, they will seize the time to cultivate. Longevity was the goal of every cultivator, but it was not something that could be achieved just by talking about it, but needed to be put into action, noticing that the two behind them were cultivating in their own recluse. Gu Kingdon was not displeased and instead showed a hint of appreciation in his eyes, just after Chen Lang had quietly cultivated for about an hour. The recluse light suddenly shook, waking him up from his cultivation. Senior Gu, what's wrong? Before Gu Lightning could answer, the recluse light shook again, its frequency getting faster and faster. Bang, 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 Gu Kingdon snorted coldly, and the speed of the recluse light steeply accelerated. Through the recluse light, Chen Lang saw two recluse lights, one green and one yellow, chasing after him. Chen Lang's eyes instantly changed. Surprisingly, there are two Jai Dan realm powerhouses chasing after them. He had previously anticipated that there would be a strong ambush on his way back to the clan. But how could he not have expected that the other party would actually be able to send out two Jai Dan realm? Right at this moment, Chen Lang was surprised to see a recluse light directly in front of him, shooting rapidly towards them. And in a blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. With a rumble, Gu Kingdon's recluse light shook violently and was forced to stop by the other party. Immediately afterward, two more recluse lights came roaring behind them. Surprisingly, they were three Jai Dan realm powerhouses. Ancient Lightning Dust's face was as calm as water, and battle intent flickered vaguely in the depths of his pupils. It seems that today, it's impossible to avoid a big battle. Gu Kingdon's eyes flashed as he drove the recluse straight to the ground. The three Jai Dan realm powerhouses followed closely and similarly landed on the ground. This place was an empty wilderness. 100 miles in every direction was a patch of yellowish weeds, with a few wild beasts weaving in and out. Three Jai Dan realm powerhouses were in a triangular position, firmly surrounding the three of them in the center. All three of them were dressed in black, wearing black face scarves that covered their faces, revealing only a pair of eyes outside. One of the black-clothed men was the first to speak. Gu Kingdon, hand these two over to us, and we can spare you from death. Gu Kingdon pulled the corners of his mouth. His eyes leapt up with vigorous battle intent, without words. He directly attacked the person who spoke. At this moment, Gu Kingdon was like a sword unsheathed, sharp and unrivaled. The black-clothed man's face changed drastically, and he retreated frantically, while a silver shield appeared in front of him. Gu Kingdon stretched out his index finger and middle finger, using his finger as a sword, and just as soon as it made contact, it pierced through the silver shield, and the terrifying sword Kai instantly exploded, drilling towards the black-clothed man's chest. The black-clothed man's eyes were rounded, feeling a death threat coming his way, and his soul was in danger. Wind Spirit Flash, the man in black let out a low shout. His figure suddenly shifted 10 feet horizontally. As soon as he had recovered from his shock, he felt a coolness coming from his back with a PFFD sound. He only felt a coldness in his chest, and when he looked down, he saw a sharp sword, which flashed with a blinding light under the sunlight. A sword through the heart. Gu Kingdon drew back his sword, a bloodthirsty smile at the corner of his mouth. An excitement gradually appeared in his eyes. He looked towards the 2 remaining men in black. The remaining 2 black-clothed men only felt a coldness rise in the bottom of their hearts when they were given such a look by Gu Kingdon. This Gu Kingdon was also too strong, in just one look. He had slaughtered their mid-Jai-Dan stage boss. This Gu Kingdon was clearly only at the early stage of Jiden cultivation. Is this the battle power of a Jai-Dan realm sword cultivator? It was also too terrifying. At this moment, the 2 black-clothed men had already begun to retreat. They were just collecting money to do a job, although the price of this order was not expensive. One had to have a life to spend it. After thinking it through, the 2 men in black hurriedly pulled out their legs and ran away. This Gu Kingdon's strength was too powerful. It was by no means something they could afford to mess with. When Gu Kingdon saw the 2 who fled, he couldn't help but show a look of regret in his eyes, although he wanted to kill those 2 ungrateful trash. Right now, escorting Chen Lang and his duo back to the clan was the right thing to do. Gu Kingdon skillfully removed the black-clothed man's storage bag and pocketed it, then sat down and waited with his eyes closed. Just as Chen Lang was feeling puzzled, he heard a gust of broken wind sound ensue. More than a dozen figures suddenly appeared on the field, all wearing similar styles of clothing, with a flaming red maple leaf embroidered on their left chest. What surprised Chen Lang even more was that the 2 black-clothed men who had escaped earlier had also turned back. Zhao Kainlong's heart sank when he saw this scene, and he warned out loud, "They are from the falling maple sect." Ancient Lightning Dust opened his eyes, swept over the crowd, and said indifferently, "Is this all there is?" An old man from the fallen maple sect with white hair and beard stroked his beard and laughed. "It's not good for young people to be too arrogant." After the old man finished speaking, his eyes fell on Chen Lang, old man Hong Kai, this young friend of the Lingyun sect. "Can you part with the heart-nurturing soul marrow in your hand?" Before Chen Lang could reply, Gu Lightning Dust rose with a long body and blocked in front of Chen Lang. "With me here, you can't take the heart-nurturing soul marrow." Gu Kingdon raised the longsword in his hand, pointing it at Hong Kai of the fallen maple sect in a domineering manner, even though he was surrounded by strong enemies. Gu Kingdon still did not change his face, giving Chen Lang enough security. Hong Kai let out a cold laugh and glanced at Gu Kingdon. "You're taking yourself too seriously. Do you think that with your early-stage Jai-Dan cultivation, you can beat so many of us?" Gu Kingdon's gaze was cold as he faintly returned, "I definitely can't beat them, but killing 5, 6, 7 or 8 of you, I can still do it." After Gu Kingdon finished speaking, he intentionally glanced at the 2 black-robed men who had gone and returned. The threatening implication couldn't be more obvious. Although Gu Kingdon's voice was not loud, it was like thunder in the ears of everyone present. The powerful confidence in his words caused Hong Kai to frown. Gu Kingdon's combat prowess was extremely strong, and although he was at the early stage of the Jai-Dan realm, he cultivated the sword Dao that had great killing power. He had just killed an intermediate Jai-Dan realm powerhouse in just one look. Facing such a madman as Gu Kingdon, who wanted to be the unlucky one to be killed, the scene was at a standstill for a while. A moment later, the 2 black-clothed men's gazes flickered, and after hesitating for a while, they both cupped their fists and bowed to Hong Kai. Elder Hong Kai, the two of us are of low strength, so I'm afraid that we can't play much of a role by staying here. Let's just take our leave first." After the two men in black finished speaking, they didn't wait for Hong Kai to reply, and directly retreated as a recluse. The black, clothed men's clinical retreat infuriated Hong Kai to the point of turning blue. Gu Kinkan's gaze swept towards the crowd and coldly said, "If you all retreat now, I can pretend that nothing has happened." Hong Kai laughed back in anger. "What a big mouth. Do you really think that my Fall Maple sect's powerhouses are intimidated?" At this moment, the atmosphere was already tense to the extreme. The people of the Fallen Maple sect were only waiting for Hong Kai to give the order. Ancient Lightning Dust had a calm, razor-sharp face. Chen Lang stood behind Gu Kingdon, his eyes flickering. Although Gu Kingdon's combat strength was outstanding, the other side had a lot of people, so once they fought, it was definitely their side that suffered. If the immortals fought, the fish in the pond would be affected, and his and Zhao Qianlong's safety would not be guaranteed at all. Moreover, the other party was not masked, and was bound to come with the intention of eliminating the root and branch, although the heart-nurturing soul marrow was precious. It wasn't worth risking one's life for. Although Gu Kingdon was cold in nature, Chen Lang could tell that he was a man of great commitment. In order to escort him safely back to the clan, he could hand over his life, but Chen Lang did not want to do this. He did not want to die, nor did he want Zhao Qianlong and Gu Kingduan to die, so he walked out from behind Gu Kingdon. Seeing Chen Lang step out from behind Gu Kinkan, Hong Kai knew that it was the other party who had given in and could not help but smile slightly. "I, the Falling Maple sect, am willing to bid 20,000 spirit stones for the heart-nurturing soul marrow in your hands." Zhao Qianlong was furious at his words. "The heart-nurturing soul marrow is something we spent 50,000 spirit stones to auction off. You want to buy it away for 20,000 spirit stones? Are you Fall Maple sect poor and crazy?" Hong Kai's face remained unchanged, and he didn't even look at Zhao Qianlong. He knew that the one who could truly decide the change in the situation at this moment was that teenager named Chen Lang. Chen Lang had a faint smile on his lips as he calmly spoke. "I, Chen Lang, never sell anything." Hearing this, Hong Kai's face changed slightly. Could it be that this brat was also a tough guy? Does he have to go to war? Or does he think that the price I offered is too low if it really came to war? Although he was certain that he could kill all three of them, there would definitely be losses on his side. The battle power of this madman, Gu Kingdon, was too strong. Thinking of this, a kind smile spread across Hong Kai's face. "Little friend Chen Lang, if you feel that the price given by me just now is not suitable, we can talk again." Chen Lang shook his head and said, "Even though the heart-nurturing soul marrow is precious, in my eyes, it is far less important than the lives of Senior Gu and Senior Brother. This heart-nurturing soul marrow, I will gift it to the Fallen Maple sect today, and I also hope to make a good karma with all of you from the Fallen Maple sect." The moment Chen Lang said this, everyone present revealed a stunned expression. Ancient Lightning Dust hummed and did not speak. Zhao Qianlong opened his mouth to say something, but the words reached his lips and swallowed back. Hong Kai's face revealed a look of surprise as he looked deeply at Chen Lang. This kid, his temperament was surprisingly so great. This was something that he had spent 50,000 spirit stones to auction for, and at this moment, he actually lightly wanted to give it to the Falling Maple sect. That was the heart-nourishing soul marrow, not a random stone on the side of the road, not only Hong Kai, but the other strongest members of the Fallen Maple sect all looked at Chen Lang with admiration in their gazes. Chen Lang's side had the backing of such a powerful person as Gu Kingdon, and he could completely use this to demand more spirit stones from the Fallen Maple sect. Even if they couldn't get 50,000 spirit stones, 30,000 to 40,000 spirit stones would still be possible. It was possible to minimize losses. However, Chen Lang did not do so, and instead directly gave away the heart-nurturing soul marrow. With this kind of magnanimity, Even they could not help but feel admiration for Chen Lang. This Chen Lang was definitely a character in the future. Chen Lang took the heart-nurturing soul marrow out of his storage bag after he finished speaking, and a ball of wind attribute spiritual energy wrapped it and sent it to Hong Kai. Hong Kai received the heart-nurturing soul marrow, and after his divine sense swept through it to make sure that it was really the heart-nurturing soul marrow, a dreamlike feeling arose in his heart. Hong Kai cupped his fists at Chen Lang and said, "Little friend Chen's great magnanimity is something that I have only seen in my life. Welcome to the Fallen Maple Sect as a guest when you have time. So farewell." After the people of the Falling Maple Sect left, Chen Lang cupped his fists and bowed to Ancient Lightning. "It was hard for Senior to send the two of us back to the sect." Ancient Light Dust looked deeply at Chen Lang, and without a word, he set up a recluse light, wrapped Chen Lang and the two of them in it, and shot over in the direction of the Lingyun sect. An hour later, Chen Lang safely returned to Lingyun sect and took out 2 empty sacks. Zhao Kainlong's eyes flickered, guessing Chen Lang's later move. Sure enough, the next moment, sparkling spirit stones appeared in the 2 sacks. "Senior Gu, it's been a hard journey. A small token of appreciation. No honor." Unexpectedly, Gu Kingen gave a cold snort, turned around and took 2 steps, turning into streams of light and flying away rapidly. Sensing that Gu Light Dust seemed to be angry, Chen Lang hurriedly shouted, "Senior Gu, I truly want to thank you." Without the slightest pause, Gu Lightning's reclining light disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Chen Lang's face revealed a look of loss. It wouldn't really make Senior Gu angry, would it? I really want to thank him. If it wasn't for him, Senior Brother Zhao and I definitely wouldn't have been able to return to Ling Yun sect. Zhao Qianlong walked over and comforted. "Senior Gu thought it was because of guilt and wasn't really angry with you. After all, his mission was to safely escort us and the nurturing heart soul marrow to the Ling Yun sect. And now that we are safely back, but the nurturing heart soul marrow," Chen Lang nodded, his gaze looking towards Zhao Qianlong, and stuffed 2 sacks of spirit stones into the latter's hands. Senior Brother Zhao also worked hard. "This bit of intention, please accept it. I can't take it." Chen Lang glared, annoyed. "Senior Brother Zhao doesn't give me face either." Sensing that Chen Lang was truly a bit angry, Zhao Qianlong had no choice but to take the spirit stone. A satisfied smile appeared on Chen Lang's face as he hummed a small tune and walked towards the mountain gate of the Lingyun sect in a good mood. To him, this trip was also considered to be a scare. It was fortunate that Gu Kingdon was there. Otherwise, even if he had given away the heart-nourishing soul marrow, he was afraid that he would not be able to save his life. Good Falling Maple Sect, when you, Master Wave. I develop, I will uproot you all. After Gu Kingken left the Lingyun sect, he didn't return to fanchang, but came to the Falling Maple Sect alone, with just 1 sword. The mountain gate of the Fallen Maple Sect collapsed. The entire Fallen Maple Sect shook and alarm bells rang. Not long after, Hong Kai flew down from the mountain at the head of more than 10 Jai Dan elders. "Gu Lightning, what are you doing?" Gu Kingken leered and directly struck out, "Killing the people of the Fallen Maple Sect, you madman." The great battle started immediately, hitting everyone in the Falling Maple Sect's disciples. Terrifying sword Kai poured out crazily. Even if it only took a hit, it could easily take a disciple's life. Hong Kai was cloaked in hair, his robes shattered and stained with blood, and his gaze towards Gu Kingdon was filled with horror. In just the time it took to burn incense, 4 early Jai Dan realm elders of the Fallen Maple Sect had fallen. Ancient Lightning Dust was a complete madman, sparing his injuries to complete the kills. Quickly go report to the sect leader. But in the next moment, he caught a glimpse of Gu Kingken's figure flashing behind a Falling Maple Sect elder. Hong Kai's heart thumped as his figure rushed towards Gu Kingdon, but he was still a step too late. Gu Kingdon's long sword had already pierced through the heart of that early Jai Dan realm elder, and had also fished away that elder's storage bag. Hong Kai caught the fellow elder who had fallen from the sky and realized that the elder's breath had already been severed, and he was too dead to die. Ancient lightning dust. Hong Kai was instantly enraged and roared. Gu Kingdon shook the storage bag in his hand towards Hong Kai, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. "See you later." Saying this, he turned around and turned into a stream of light. Rushing away in this battle, Gu Lightning killed 5 early Jai Dan realm elders of the falling Maple sect, and only then did the fire in his heart subside. But the price for obtaining such a battle result was that his Jindan shattered and his cultivation fell to foundation establishment. Shortly after he left, his recluse light dissipated and he fell to the ground, completely fainting. He cultivated the sword Dao, and his sword heart was clear, and when his heart was upset, he would strike his sword. Though he died with no regrets, at this time, a gold-robed man appeared and took Gu Qingduan away before him. This person was none other than Long Jinping, who had arrived late. He should have arrived a long time ago. But he was intercepted by Zhang Wu. He was doing business. Zhang Wu was from the falling Maple sect, and although his cultivation was higher than Zhang Wu's, he couldn't kill him once he killed Zhang Wu. It would mean that the Heavenly Dragon Chamber of Commerce and the fallen Maple sect were completely at war, which was a situation he did not want to see. That is why he was obstructed by Zhang Wu for so long. Looking at the fainting Gu Qingduan in his arms, Long Jinping sighed, and a faint sadness appeared on his face. Gu Qingduan was happy to kill, but the Heavenly Dragon Chamber of Commerce was going to suffer. I hope that this investment can be exchanged for a greater return. Chen Lang, who had returned to the sect, knew nothing about what had happened in the fallen Maple sect. He was currently immersed in endless joy. The heart-nourishing soul marrow was truly worthy of being a divine product of heaven and earth. He only took one piece of it and felt that his entire being was permeable. Some of the complicated and hard-to-understand problems in the water and swamp spirit armor had all become easy to understand at this moment. Refining the water swamp spirit armor was just around the corner after returning to the sect. Chen Lang once again immersed himself in the cultivation of the water and zephyr spirit armor and wasted his sleep and food. Tan Fei specially picked a room adjacent to Chen Lang's in Area C, so that he could conveniently take care of Chen Lang's food and living. Chen Lang then teased Tan Fei, "Sometimes it really feels like you're like an old mom, haha, Tan Fei." However, laughed and was unimpressed. Get used to it, although he didn't say it on his lips. The help that Chen Lang had given him in recent times was something Tan Fei had kept in his heart. He now had an endless supply of Kai condensation pills and endless spirit stones to spend. The progress of his cultivation could be said to have increased by leaps and bounds compared to before. All of this was because of Chen Lang. In Tan Fei's heart, the kindness of a drop of water should be repaid by a spring, and the favor given by Chen Lang was too great, so not to mention taking care of Chen Lang's food and living. Even if he was asked to hand over his life, he would never hesitate, especially recently. Chen Lang began to frequently send him a kind of black stuff. Eat into the mouth like jelly. It was ice cold in the mouth and had a hint of sweetness to it. Chen Lang said that this thing was called heart-nourishing soul marrow, and that he could eat a piece of it when practicing combat techniques, and that it would help. Tan Fei followed what Chen Lang said and ate a piece of heart-nourishing soul marrow while practicing the 9-flare wood spirit technique, and was instantly overjoyed. The originally complicated veins of the gong method became organized and clear at this moment, and after a little bit of thinking, he was able to integrate them. This is too amazing. Chen Lang smiled faintly and solemnly warned Tan Fei that he must pay attention to confidentiality, or else he would surely be in great trouble. Tan Fei was not stupid, knowing that once outsiders knew that he possessed such divine objects, he would surely be in trouble immediately. He nodded his head vigorously and swore that he would never divulge the slightest bit. Chen Lang nodded and immediately began to study the spirit-devouring formation, as long as he consumed this spirit-devouring formation. His water swamp spirit armor would not be far from success. only to Chen Lang's surprise. The difficulty of studying the spirit-devouring formation was far greater than he had imagined. He had been studying for 3 days, but he still didn't have a clue. Moreover, the spirit-devouring formation needed to be constructed with 4 different attributes of spiritual energy. So the difficulty factor had skyrocketed. Chen Lang did not have a foundation in formations before, and even with the help of the heart-nourishing soul marrow, his progress was still extremely slow. I can't do it. If things continue like this, it will definitely be impossible to successfully cultivate the water swamp spirit armor before the grand competition. We need to find a formation master to help us out. Thinking of this, Chen Lang couldn't help but think of the senior sister that Zhao Qianlong had mentioned. So he immediately sent a voice transmission to Zhao Qianlong. Senior sister Zhao, do you have time? Come and meet me at Area C. Zhao Qianlong replied back in seconds. Yes, not long after, next to a small pond in Area C. Chen Lang met Zhao Qianlong. Chen Lang handed Zhao Qianlong a letter. Senior brother Zhao, please help me give this letter to senior sister. Zhao Qianlong's movement of receiving the envelope stalled, a look of difficulty appearing on his face. This, senior brother Chen, you are not pushing senior brother into the fire pit, Zhao Qianlong said. The hand that received the envelope suddenly shrunk back, saying nothing. Chen Lang had no choice but to assure Zhao Qianlong that senior sister would never make things difficult for you as long as she read the letter. But no matter how Chen Lang assured him, Zhao Qianlong was dead set against it. Senior brother Zhao, you are not aware that big senior sister can be too scary. It's not that senior brother isn't willing to help you with this favor. It's really that I don't dare, seeing Zhao Qianlong's oil and salt. Chen Lang could do nothing. He also couldn't use a knife on Zhao Qianlong's neck to force him to deliver the letter. Right in desperation, Chen Lang could only find another way. Senior brother Zhao, do you have a way to help me sneak into the inner sect? Zhao Qianlong's eyes widened in surprise. Senior brother, you want. Be going to find eldest senior sister yourself. Listen to senior brother's advice, don't go, really don't go. Chen Lang was so angry that he almost rolled his eyes. It wasn't like he could explicitly say that he was going to send the heart-nurturing soul marrow to eldest senior sister. After all, the heart-nurturing soul essence that he had won from the auction was given to the falling maple sect in the open. And he couldn't explain it to Zhao Qianlong if he took out the heart-nurturing soul essence again at this moment. Senior brother Zhao, just say if there's a way. There's no need to say anything else, seeing that Chen Lang had become truly angry. Zhao Qianlong could only let out a deep sigh and stopped dissuading him. According to the sect rules, outer disciples are not allowed to enter the inner sect area, and it's too risky to bring you to blend into the inner sect. Once you are discovered, you will be expelled from the sect. Even I will be punished by the sect, unless there is an inner sect elder's leadership. By the way, aren't you going to participate in the 3-sect joint grand competition, senior brother? Maybe we can ask Elder Mu-King-Yang for help. Hearing Zhao Qianlong say this, Chen Lang's eyes lit up. All right, let's do it. Not long after, Mu-King-Yang arrived at the outer gate, and after hearing Chen Lang's request, his entire body froze in place. What? You're going to ask Du Fei to teach you about formations? Chen Lang nodded his head. His heart stirred, so it turned out that eldest senior sister's name was Du Fei, listening to the name. It didn't seem like a grumpy person. Mu-King-Yang's complexion straightened and admonished. This favor old man can help you. But bear the consequences. After Mu-King-Yang finished speaking, he glanced at Zhao Qianlong with a slightly deeper meaning. Zhao Qianlong was a disciple of the inner sect and had a good friendship with Chen Lang. So he must have told Chen Lang about Du Fei's temperament. Du Fei's reputation in the inner sect was so great that even he, Mu-King-Yang, had to avoid him. Chen Lang, Elder Mu can take me there. Any consequences will be borne by the disciple. Mu-King-Yang nodded and said no more. With a wave of his big sleeve, a recluse light wrapped the 3 of them and rushed straight into the clouds. When the recluse light dispersed, The three of them appeared in front of a small, quiet courtyard. This place was extremely quiet. Not even the sound of birds chirping and insects chirping. Chen Lang could hear his own breathing, although he had enough backbone to know that no formation Tao cultivator would be able to refuse the heart-nurturing soul marrow. He still couldn't help but drum in his heart when he actually came to the residence of the legendary eldest sister. Right at this moment, Chen Lang realized that the two peers beside him had suddenly retreated in their bodies. All the way back to 30 paces away, seeing Chen Lang's face stunned, his heart became even more nervous for a moment. "I shit, you guys are really unrighteous, ah." Mu Qingyang waved his hand towards Chen Lang, signaling him to go ahead and knock on the door. Chen Lang helplessly rolled his eyes, turned back and took a deep breath, taking steps towards the small courtyard. The small courtyard did not cover a large area, almost as big as a basketball court, with a wooden fence surrounding it. At the end of the stone path, there was an extremely delicate wooden door. The wooden door was engraved with extremely complicated patterns. And after looking at it for a long time, one would have a feeling of dizziness. Chen Lang summoned all his courage and reached out to knock on the wooden door. But just as his hand touched the wooden door, he retracted it like lightning. On the wooden door, it actually contained the power of lightning. The light in Chen Lang's eyes flickered on this wooden door. There was actually a small lightning formation engraved on it. The owner of the small courtyard engraved a lightning formation on the wooden door. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. "Don't come to disturb me, knocking on your sister's door. Knock and ill electrocute you. Get lost." Chen Lang was speechless. A man's name is a tree's shadow. No wonder even someone like Zhao Qianlong was as fearful of Big Sister as a tiger. But what did Chen Lang have to fear? He had the heart-nurturing soul marrow in his hands, and he was not afraid that eldest senior sister would not be moved. Thinking of this, Chen Lang yelled out at the top of his voice, "Eldest senior sister, I'm looking for you for something. Come out quickly to meet me." Seeing Chen Lang shouting at the top of his voice, his tone was still so tugging. Zhao Qianlong even looked dumbfounded and slapped his thigh violently. "I forgot to tell senior sister that senior sister hates it when someone yells outside her courtyard." Mu Qingyang sighed. "This kid is going to suffer." Sure enough, the next moment, a muffled thunder rang out, and a large black cloud suddenly coalesced in the sky above the small courtyard, between the black clouds rolling around. They were constantly gulping down electric awnings. Their aura was horrifying. The eyes of the Zhao Qianlong duo jumped as they watched. Chen Lang was only a small Kai refining stage cultivator who had seen such a battle and was immediately scared out of his wits. At this moment, the hairs on his entire body stood up, and there was a tingling sensation on his skin. "This situation in the sky is to split me to death. Escape." Chen Lang pulled his legs and ran, but how could he outrun the thunder? Only to hear a stabbing sound, a thunderbolt came down from the black clouds and instantly struck Chen Lang. Chen Lang's running figure instantly stagnated, and his entire body emitted black smoke as his vitality rapidly drained away. Quickly go and save him at this moment. Mu Qingyang could no longer care about being afraid of Du Fei Fei and quickly rushed to Chen Lang's side to treat him. "Senior brother, how are you doing?" Zhao Qianlong ran over with an anxious face, his heart filled with guilt. "It was all because of his negligence that his senior brother was seriously injured. Mu Qingyang majored in the medical path." And at this moment, his brows were locked as he continuously injected Chen Lang with wood, attribute spiritual energy. With the infusion of vibrant wood spiritual energy, Chen Lang's charred and blackened skin began to rapidly heal. Shed and regenerate new skin, Chen Lang's originally weak breath also began to recover under Mu Qingyang's treatment. Cough, cough, Chen Lang coughed violently, continuously spitting out black smoke rings, slowly opening his eyes. He had the feeling of dreaming. I actually didn't die. That thunder just now was like the might of heaven. It only felt irresistible. He had thought that this life was going to be accounted for here, at this moment. Seeing the anxious Zhao Qianlong and the obviously relieved Elder Mu, Chen Lang had a feeling of new life. It was so good to be alive, taking a breath of fresh air. Chen Lang could not help but give birth to such feelings. Right at this moment, a light eek sound came out from the small courtyard. A plain-colored figure slowly walked out from the wooden house, and it was none other than Du Fei. Chen Lang inclined his head to look and saw a beautiful woman with a petite figure. Delicate features, fair skin, about 20 years old. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and her eyes like autumn water looked here with a faint worry. Her cherry-like red lips were slightly open at the moment, showing her surprised state of mind. Elder Mu, "What are you guys?" The woman's voice was soft and sticky, very gentle, and contained a faint suspicion. She opened the doorway and came forward briskly, her surprise even greater in her heart. Why is there a Kai refining stage disciple in the inner sect? The formations around Du Fei's small courtyard were all set up to teach the foundation, establishment stage disciples a lesson. Elder Mu sighed and informed Du Fei of what happened. After Du Fei heard it, her jade hand covered her chest and she celebrated. It's good that Elder Mu is here, or else Fei would have gotten into serious trouble, this senior brother. How do you feel, listening to Du Fei's concerned words? Chen Lang's thoughts were somewhat turned around for a moment. Wasn't it said that eldest senior sister was ferocious and feared by everyone? What was going on here? Eldest senior sister was clearly a delicate and lovely great beauty. Chen Lang said, "Eldest senior sister." Fine. Luckily, Elder Mu is here, by the way. Eldest senior sister. This is a letter I wrote to you. Du Fei was a bit puzzled. This young senior brother was the first time she had seen him. So why was he writing a letter to her? Is there anything that can't be said in person, probably out of guilt towards Chen Lang? Du Fei ghostly took the envelope handed by Chen Lang. Opening the envelope, Du Fei's expression gradually changed from puzzlement to surprise, and when she saw it at the end, her entire being was nonchalant. She asked in surprise, "Senior brother Chen, what you said in your letter is all true?" Chen Lang nodded his head. "Quickly follow me into the house. Let's have a good chat." Thus, Chen Lang was pulled into her small courtyard by Du Fei under the shocked gazes of Zhao Qianlong and Mu Qingyong. Zhao Qianlong looked directly dumbfounded, rubbing his eyes vigorously with a look of disbelief. Elder Mu, am I reading this right? Eldest sister actually let senior brother go to her small courtyard. That's a forbidden place for all male disciples of the Lingyun sect. How is this possible? Mu Qingyong stroked his snow-white beard, his heart equally unsettled. He couldn't be more clear about what kind of person Du Fei was. If he were to be mesmerized by her soft appearance, he would have to suffer a great loss. Ever since the patriarch brought her back to the sect back then, this place had become a forbidden place. Any male disciple who approached this place would be severely punished. On the contrary, the patriarch even deliberately condoned it. As long as no one was killed, let her toss and turn. So for so many years, no one from Lingyun's sect had ever entered Du Fei's small courtyard. Even the sovereign lord had never gone in. Chen Lang this brat. In the small courtyard was a duplex wooden house with an extremely plain tone. On the table, on the bench, and on the floor, there were all spread out formation drawings. Du Fei somewhat awkwardly packed up all the drawings, then greeted Chen Lang and sat down. "Senior brother, do you really have the heart-nurturing soul marrow in your hands?" Chen Lang nodded his head and took out a piece of black soul jade from his storage bag and placed it in his palm. Upon seeing this piece of black soul jade, Du Fei's breath hitched. "Senior brother, could you show it to me?" This was meant to be given to eldest sister. Here, Du Fei carefully received the heart-nurturing soul marrow, her chest constantly heaving with excitement. It was the first time she had seen the legendary heart-nurturing soul marrow, and she looked at it very carefully, corroborating the descriptions on the books one by one. This really is the heart-nurturing soul marrow. "Senior brother, where did you get it?" Chen Lang smiled mysteriously. Eldest senior sister, this is something I'm not quite comfortable informing you of. So please forgive me. Du Fei nodded in understanding. She took out an ice box from her storage bag and solemnly placed the heart, nurturing soul marrow into it. This nurturing heart soul marrow was like a second life to a cultivator like her who majored in the array course, and was extremely important after storing the heart nurturing soul marrow. Du Fei looked towards Chen Lang and asked with a smile, "Senior brother gave me such an expensive gift. Is it because he wants to get something from me?" Du Fei's mood was a little apprehensive. The heart-nurturing soul marrow was extremely valuable, and she did not know what to return Chen Lang with for a moment. Chen Lang took out the water swamp spirit armor from his storage bag. "Eldest senior sister, I would like to ask you to take a look at the spirit-devouring formation in this for me. My knowledge in formations is too scanty, and I need a formation tutor to clear up my confusion. I hope eldest senior sister can fulfill that." Du Fei received the water swamp spirit armor and opened it before scanning it twice, a look of astonishment appearing on her face. "Senior brother, where did you find this feat from?" Chen Lang stared blankly and returned. "The clan's canonization pavilion." "Ah, what's wrong with it?" Du Fei took a cursory look at the entire merit law, and her expression became solemn all of a sudden. "Senior brother, show me the 4 spiritual powers you have comprehended." Chen Lang did as he was told, and a ball of 4 colored spiritual power appeared in his hand, wrapped within the water spiritual force. There were gold, wind, and earth, 3 kinds of spiritual force, seeing this ball of spiritual power. Du Fei instantly sat back and lost her voice. Someone actually did it. Chen Lang did not expect Du Fei to have such a big reaction, which instantly confused him. "Eldest senior sister, is this hard to do, looking at this mass of 4 colored spiritual energy in his hand?" Chen Lang was slightly surprised. It was only by chance that he had comprehended the method of transforming different attributes of spiritual energy into each other. Du Fei grabbed Chen Lang's arm and said excitedly, "It's difficult. This technique was created by Master Teacher, but even he himself did not succeed in cultivating it." The amount of information in Du Fei's words was a bit large. Chen Lang opened his mouth wide. To think that even the creator didn't succeed in cultivating it. Moreover, the author of the water swamp spirit armor was eldest sister's senior sister's elder sister. Doesn't that mean that the water swamp spirit armor was created by the sovereign lord? After studying the water swamp spirit armor, Chen Lang's heart gave birth to infinite admiration for the author. He was eager to see with his own eyes what a character who could create such a miraculous feat looked like. Thinking of this, Chen Lang felt some inexplicable excitement in his heart. "Eldest senior sister, can you take me to meet Lord Sovereign?" Du Fei pursed her lips and smiled. "Of course you can. Master Sovereign must be eager to meet you as well." The fact that you were able to cultivate the water swamp spirit armor to this level with your own talent has greatly exceeded his old man's expectations. With you as an example of success, there is a possibility of continuing to extrapolate that peerless technique that has been on his mind for so long. Chen Lang couldn't help but feel a slight shock in his heart when he heard this. There was a follow-up technique to the water swamp spirit armor. After successfully cultivating the water swamp spirit armor, the Kai refining stage would be able to battle the foundation establishment stage, but it would only stop there. Once Chen Lang had cultivated to the foundation establishment stage, the power of the water swamp spirit armor would no longer be so astounding. And when Chen Lang managed to break through to the Jai Dan stage, the water and Zephyr spirit armor would fall into an extremely awkward situation. Just like a chicken rib, it was tasteless to eat and a pity to discard, originally. Chen Lang was still worried that the water swamp spirit armor could only be used up to the foundation establishment stage. But now that he heard that there was a follow-up, his heart immediately surged. "Eldest senior sister. Then, when are we going to meet the Sovereign Lord?" Du Fei's face revealed a look of regret. Senior Master. He is in closed door cultivation. I'm afraid we won't be able to see him in a short period of time when he comes out of seclusion. I'll inform you first. Hearing Du Fei say this, Chen Lang's face revealed a look of disappointment. That's such a shame, then, senior sister. Why don't you teach me the spirit-devouring formation first now? I've been studying it myself for several days, and I still don't have a clue. Du Fei guffawed. How can an array formation be that simple? I will first teach you the basic principles of an array formation. Once you have solidified the foundation of the Tao of formation, it will be simple when you study the spirit-devouring formation. Chen Lang tentatively asked, eldest sister, how long does it take to study the foundation of formation techniques roughly? Du Fei thought for a moment and replied, about 3 months. If you have a very high talent for the Tao of formation, it is possible to finish learning in a month. Back then, I just spent a month eating through the formation Tao in situ, and at that time, Master Zun praised me fiercely, saying that I was the only formation Tao genius he had ever seen in his life. Chen Lang's expression collapsed as he looked at Du Fei's proud face. It's going to take so long. Even an array Tao genius like Du Fei would need a month to be able to penetrate the basic principles of an array formation. Then wouldn't it take him even longer, and it would be too late for him to successfully cultivate the water swamp spirit armor before the grand competition. Du Fei glared and said in the tone of an elder, do you think the Tao of formation is that easy to learn? If the foundation is not solid, all sorts of troubles will occur when fighting. If it is light, you will lose the battle. And if it is heavy, you will lose your life. You are still young. Do not be overly ambitious. Chen Lang drooped his head, still holding a hint of luck, and asked, can I just learn the basics related to the spirit-devouring formation? Du Fei crossed her arms and slammed her face, seriously rebuffing, no way. Chen Lang had no choice but to agree to learn the basic theory of formations first. Next, Du Fei carried out a large pile of information and piled it on the table like a small mountain. Once you have memorized all of this information, you can start studying the spirit-devouring formation. Chen Lang's entire body went numb when he saw a table full of books and materials. So many. How long will it take me to finish reading it? Suddenly, Chen Lang had a flash of light. I can use the heart, nurturing soul marrow to aid in my studies. How did I forget about this, eldest sister? I'll take these materials back first. I'll come back to you when I'm done learning. A satisfied smile appeared on Du Fei's face. That's only right. 10,000-foot-tall buildings rise from the ground. The cultivation of the Tao of formation must be gradual. Never be greedy and risky. Next, in the future. With this token, y'all be able to enter and exit the inner gate at will. The outside of my little courtyard is littered with formations. So remember to send me a transmission before you come next time, and I'll come out to pick you up. After Du Fei finished speaking, she threw Chen Lang a token, and at the same time took out her own voice transmission jade slip for Chen Lang to brand his divine sense. After branding each other's divine sense on the voice transmission jade slip, Chen Lang put all the books and materials on the table into his storage bag and waved goodbye to Du Fei. Du Fei sent Chen Lang to the outside of the small courtyard and watched Chen Lang leave. Seeing Chen Lang come out of Du Fei's small courtyard, Zhao Qianlong, who had been waiting outside, hurriedly greeted him. Senior brother Chen, eldest sister didn't do anything to you. Did she? Chen Lang revealed a stunned expression. No, how could that be? Eldest senior sister is quite nice. She even gave me a token. In the future, I can go in and out of the inner sect as I please with this token. Saying that, Chen Lang took out the token that Du Fei gave him and waved it in front of Zhao Qianlong's eyes. It was a silver-colored token, the size of a palm, with the word Yun engraved on it. Seeing this token, Zhao Qianlong immediately widened his eyes and lost his voice. Sovereign's order. A puzzled look appeared in Chen Lang's eyes. Sovereign's order, is it of any use? Zhao Qianlong explained. Seeing the sovereign's order is like seeing the sovereign. It is of great use. You can even mobilize the inner sect elders to follow your orders with this order. Chen Lang was stunned. The token that Du Fei Fei had casually thrown to him was actually so useful. However, Chen Lang didn't think anything more about it. With this token, he wouldn't need to trouble Elder Mu in the future. Senior brother Zhao, you can send me down the mountain. Zhao Qianlong was instantly speechless and said in a good-natured manner, You have the sovereign's token now. Why do you still need me to send you down the mountain? Ah, you try probing your divine sense into the token. Chen Lang did as he was told, and his eyes snapped round in front of his eyes. A microscopic map of the entire Lingyun Peak appeared, and as long as he moved his mind, he could immediately reach any location. Extremely divine. Chen Lang pressed down the ecstasy in his heart and bid farewell to Zhao Qianlong. Farewell, senior brother Zhao. Before Chen Lang's words left his mouth, his figure disappeared into thin air. Zhao Qianlong bitterly smiled and shook his head. This brat. The next moment, Chen Lang appeared in his dormitory room. Chen Lang's eyes lit up. This feeling, it was too amazing. Is this the power of formations? This Lord Sovereign, worthy of being a genius, had actually incorporated the entire mountain peak into the formation, after waiting for his excitement to calm down. Chen Lang took out all the information from the books on the fundamentals of formations, and then took out a piece of heart, nurturing soul marrow, and threw it into his mouth. With the assistance of the nurturing heart soul pith, the speed at which he could learn these basic materials would reach an exceptionally astonishing level. The nurturing heart soul marrow was worthy of being a divine object of heaven and earth. It was truly marvelous. After eating a piece of heart nurturing soul marrow, Chen Lang instantly felt that his thoughts were incomparably enlightened, falling into an incomparably magical state. If one must use a word to describe this state, it would be epiphany. In this state, the basic knowledge of those formations was like drops of water flowing into a river, which were instantly absorbed and integrated by Chen Lang. Unfortunately, this state of epiphany could only last for 10 breaths. Once that time passed, Chen Lang would be knocked back to his original form. Fortunately, Chen Lang still had hundreds of pieces of heart nourishing soul marrow in his system backpack, enough to support him in eating through all of the formation information in front of him, despite the help of the nurturing heart soul marrow. It still took Chen Lang a week before he was able to comprehend all of the formation, Tao, basic information that was like a small mountain. Chen Lang slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath and couldn't wait to take the sound transmission jade slip out of his storage bag. Eldest senior sister, I've gotten through all the basic information. I'm coming to you now in the next moment. Chen Lang's figure appeared outside Du Fei Fei's small courtyard. Du Fei Fei walked out of the wooden hut, her delicate little face covered in skepticism. After receiving Chen Lang into the hut, Du Fei Fei couldn't help but ask, Senior brother, did you really eat it all? Don't swindle senior sister. Chen Lang revealed a confident smile. Eldest senior sister, feel free to test it. Half an hour later, Du Fei Fei's eyes widened, her jade hand covering her cherry mouth. Her face shocked. Senior brother, you actually really ate through all of it. My God, it's only been 7 days. With a qualification like yours, it's not too much to call it a demon. Chen Lang coughed, sweating a bit. He was merely taking advantage of the heart-nurturing soul marrow. Eldest senior sister, the reason I was able to eat through this information so quickly is because you organized it well. Although the subjects of these materials are complicated, they have all been categorized by eldest senior sister, and they have been divided in an extremely detailed manner. Otherwise, I would never have been able to figure it all out so quickly. Du Fei Fei looked at Chen Lang with a strange color in her eyes, even though he possesses astounding qualifications. He doesn't have the slightest hint of arrogance, and heaps the credit on me. This kind of heart, this kind of natural talent, is truly breathtaking. Senior sister will definitely like him. Eldest sister, since I've already laid the foundation of the Tao of formation. Then start teaching me to study the spirit-devouring formation now. Du Fei Fei came back to her senses and laughed. Senior brother, don't call me senior sister. It seems to be a stranger. Chen Lang hemmed and hawed and blurted out. Then I'll call you senior sister Fei Fei from now on. Du Fei Fei nodded with a smile. That's fine. Come over with me. I've already disassembled the spirit-devouring formation in these few days to make it easier for you to study. Du Fei Fei brought Chen Lang to a small room on the second floor. A long table was placed in the small room, and a sheet of formation drawings was spread on the tabletop. Chen Lang gazed at it and realized that it was indeed a disassembled spirit-devouring formation. Chen Lang saw the drawings from the left-hand side, all the way to the right-hand side, after reading it. A deep sense of shock could not help but rise in his heart. This spirit-devouring formation actually covered more than 30 types of small formations, which had been disassembled by Du Fei Fei at this moment. Chen Lang was no longer a white man who knew nothing about formations. He knew that Du Fei Fei must have spent a lot of energy to dismantle the spirit-devouring formation to such a detailed degree. Chen Lang's heart warmed. Thank you, senior sister Fei Fei. Du Fei Fei smiled gently. This is what senior sister should do. What's the point of being polite? Let's start now. Chen Lang nodded heavily. With Du Fei Fei's help, Chen Lang began to follow the small formations that were disassembled from the drawings. And one by one, he used his spiritual energy to diffuse the formations. The process of diffusing the formations was extremely long, very consuming of spiritual energy and mind power, and could fail if one was not careful, making the process very slow. Fortunately, there was Du Fei Fei guiding him from the side, allowing Chen Lang to take many fewer detours. After an hour, Chen Lang exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath as he finally diffused the first formation with his spiritual energy. Du Fei Fei revealed a look of appreciation. Senior brother is truly astonishingly talented. The speed of diffusing formations is even faster than senior sister expected. Chen Lang wiped the sweat from his forehead and swallowed 2 Kai condensation pills to recover his spiritual energy. Elder sister, let's take a rest first and come back when I've recovered my spiritual energy. Du Fei Fei was a bit surprised and couldn't help but advise. Senior brother, you mustn't be hasty. You've consumed too much. It's more prudent to rest for half a day before continuing. Chen Lang's eyes firmly shook his head. His time was running out. He must succeed in cultivating the water swamp spirit armor before the grand competition. Seeing Chen Lang's insistence, Du Fei Fei did not say anything more and looked at Chen Lang with a trace of admiration in her eyes. Senior brother's natural talent is already so high, and he actually cultivates so diligently. I am far inferior compared to it. For the next few days, Chen Lang had been cultivating the water swamp spirit armor in Du Fei Fei's small courtyard, and from time to time, he also secretly ate 2 pieces of heart-nourishing soul marrow. Finally, Chen Lang managed to successfully condense the water Zephyr spirit armor on the night before the grand competition. Water Zephyr spirit armor, condensed, feeling a terrifying power that far exceeded the Kai refining stage. Chen Lang's pale face revealed a pleased smile, his eyes glittering with excitement. It had been more than a month since he had obtained the Shui Z spirit armor, overcoming all sorts of difficulties during that time and finally succeeding today. All the effort he had put in was not in vain after all. At this moment, he really wanted to raise his voice to the sky to express the joy in his heart. However, he was in Du Fei Fei's small courtyard at the moment, so he could only stop helplessly. Du Fei Fei likes to be quiet. Even if she favors herself, Chen Lang can't be so reckless. Chen Lang still understood things, putting away the water Zephyr spirit armor. Chen Lang quietly went downstairs and found Du Fei Fei asleep on the table. The way she quietly slept. She looked like a cute kitten. It was close to midnight, and there was an oil lamp lit on the table, the firelight swaying and illuminating half of Du Fei Fei's delicate cheeks. Du Fei Fei hadn't worried much for Chen Lang in the past few days. Chen Lang had several accidents with his diffraction formation, and it was only because Du Fei Fei had stepped in that Chen Lang did not suffer from the backlash of the formation. For Chen Lang to be able to successfully cultivate the water swamp spirit armor so quickly, Du Fei Fei deserved all the credit. "Thank you, senior sister Fei Fei," Chen Lang said silently in his heart. Afterward, Chen Lang took out 10 pieces of heart-nurturing soul marrow and quietly placed them on the table. Then his divine sense probed into the sovereign's order and returned to his chambers. After returning to his chambers, Chen Lang comfortably took a hot bath. The water swamp spirit armor had been successfully cultivated, and the boulder weighing on his heart had finally fallen, so he was ready to take a good rest tonight. Tomorrow, it would be the day of the 3-sect joint grand competition. In his sleep, a green-colored silhouette broke into Chen Lang's dreamland from time to time. Either laughing or angry, bang, 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 Chen Lang, wake up, bang, 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 Chen Lang. A sharp knock sounded on the door. Chen Lang slowly opened his eyes, suddenly startled, and bounced up from the bed. Oh no, overslept. Chen Lang didn't even have time to put on his shoes before he went to open the door. Just as Chen Lang opened the door, Tan Fei shoved a set of clothes into his hands. "Chen Lang, it's going to be too late. Quickly change into the clothes. I'll go prepare hot water for you to wash up." By the time Chen Lang and his duo arrived at the mountain gate, they only felt that the atmosphere was a bit depressing. Ding Zan said in a conspiratorial manner, "Vice Captain is so big, actually making so many of us wait for you alone." Chen Lang skimmed his mouth and ignored him. At a glance, the disciples who had reached the 4th level of the Kai refining stage in the year-end examination were all there. Clearly black practicing clothes, similar in style to the inner disciples' attire, with a white cloud embroidered on the left chest position of all of them. Even Li Kinking had changed into a uniform outfit. Her long hair was tied behind her head by a red ribbon. With a hint of valor, she glared at Chen Lang with a stern face, although she did not say anything. Chen Lang could feel her dissatisfaction. Chen Lang smiled awkwardly. "You all have waited for a long time." Much apologized. Mu Qingyang glanced at Chen Lang and did not blame Chen Lang for being late. "All right. Since everyone has arrived, let's set off this time for the 3-sect joint grand competition." The Lingyan sect had a total of 13 disciples to fight. Led by 3 Jai Dan realm elders, they flew towards the destination of this grand competition. Other than Mu Qingyang, the remaining 2 inner sect elders were each leading 5 disciples. Mu Qingyang, on the other hand, was leading the 3 strongest disciples, Li Kinking, Chen Lang, and Ding Zan, in the Green Recluse. Mu Qingyang commanded. Li Kinking, Chen Lang was absent from the pre-war mobilization meeting. Come and give him a lecture on the specifics of the grand competition. Li Kinking was cold and somewhat reluctant, but as it was a matter of winning or losing the grand competition, she still patiently introduced the situation with Chen Lang. "Chen Lang, you can perk up your ears and listen well. This grand competition, we are only allowed to win, not to lose." Chen Lang obediently let out an "oh." His heart slandering, "Hey, you're still angry. If it wasn't for you having to break into my dream last night, how could I be late this morning?" Next, Li Kinking began to introduce the situation of this grand competition in detail. This time, the venue for the 3-sect joint competition is the Pine Moon Dense Forest, which is located 500 miles north of the Lingyan sect. There are an extremely large number of gray-backed wild boars growing in the Pine Moon Dense Forest. Our target this time is the tusks of the adult gray-backed boars. The battle power of each adult gray-backed boar is equivalent to a human's battle power at the 7th level or above of the Kai refining stage. That's why it requires all of us to work together in good faith in order to be able to kill more gray-backed boars and obtain its tusks. The time limit for the competition is 1 month. Once the time is up, whichever team obtains the most number of tusks will be the winner of this grand competition. Chen Lang was a little surprised to hear this. They were only disciples at the Kai refining stage, and they simply could not manage to dispel the fangs. And to live in the wild for a month, food, shelter, he hadn't prepared anything yet, seemingly seeing through what Chen Lang had in mind. Li Kinking hummed and threw him a storage bag. Inside here are the supplies distributed by the clan. You weren't here yesterday, so I claimed them for you. Chen Lang took the storage bag and gave a simple smile. Many thanks, Li Kinking grunted and turned around, no longer looking at him. When Ding Zan saw this scene, he was a bit tasty and couldn't help but start conspiring. Someone as a vice captain, yet he doesn't come to the pre-war mobilization meeting. Just how busy is he? Is it that he simply doesn't care about winning or losing this grand competition? Chen Lang glared at Ding Zan and threatened, if you keep talking too much, believe it or not, I'll pull your tongue out. Ding Zan put on a look of being so scared, so scared yo, so scared that y'all pull my tongue out. After saying that, he didn't forget to stick his tongue out at Chen Lang. The gesture was extremely arrogant. Just as Chen Lang wanted to teach Ding Zan a lesson, Mu Qingyang shouted angrily, enough, is there an end to this? You're going to implode before the grand competition even begins, aren't you? Ding Zan, if you say one more word. I don't need Chen Lang, I'll pull out your tongue. Ding Zan was taught such a lesson by Mu Qingyang. He hastily shrunk his neck and no longer dared to be reckless. Chen Lang, Ding Zan is my grandson. He's a bit naughty, so bear with me. After entering the Pine Moon dense forest, I still hope that y'all take care of him more. Mu Qingyang, as an inner sect elder, actually spoke to Chen Lang in a tone that carried an undertone of consultation. This caused the other two people in the recluse to simultaneously cast a surprised look at Chen Lang. Ding Zan couldn't bear it at once and shouted, Outer Master, what are you talking about? I, Ding Zan, would need his help. What a joke. I don't want his help even if I die. Mu Qingyang's face snapped as he rebuked. Shut up. Chen Lang exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and obliged, although he hated Ding Zan. Mu Qingyang had healed him, so this face still had to be given. In fact, Chen Lang was also muttering in his heart, Mu Qingyang, this old fox. 80% has guessed that I have succeeded in cultivating the water, Z spirit armor. When the Lingyuan sect's group arrived at their destination, Chen Lang realized that the people from the other two sects had already set up a temporary camp. Because the participants of this grand competition were all Kai refining stage disciples, wisps of cooking smoke had risen from both camps at this moment. Under Mu Qingyang's command, the Lingyuan sect's side also quickly set up a temporary campsite and began to build a fire to cook. After flying for nearly 3 hours, all the disciples were famished, although everyone was immersed in cultivation during the year in the Lingyuan sect and did not have time to cook for themselves. Most of the disciples were poor children before entering the Lingyuan sect, and such things as building fires and cooking were not worth mentioning to them. In a short while, 3 cauldrons were set up, and the curling smoke slowly rose. The disciples all had their own division of labor and began to get busy. Chen Lang was assigned the task of picking up dead branches. Not long after picking them up, Chen Lang felt a darkness in front of him. Lifting his head, he saw an unfamiliar teenager. This teenager was dressed in white with a fiery red maple leaf embroidered on his chest. Born with a handsome and long figure, his expression was arrogant, and he was now condescendingly looking down at Chen Lang. You are Chen Lang. Chen Lang looked puzzled. You are, hearing Chen Lang's voice. A bright color lit up in the teenager's eyes. It really is you. Chen Lang slowly stood up, always feeling that this teenager's voice sounded somewhat familiar. A moment later, Chen Lang remembered. It's you. This person was the teenager who had bid against him at the auction. The owner of box number 3. The teenager held his head high and pointed his nose at Chen Lang, pulling out a bunch of spirit tickets and handing them out alms, like, I am Gu Shuatong of the Fallen Maple Sect. Here is a spirit ticket of 50. 0 spirit stones. My Fallen Maple Sect is unwilling to owe you a favor. Chen Lang narrowed his eyes while smiling and did not take the spirit ticket. What I, Chen Lang, give away is like water that is spilled. There is never a time to take it back. Not to mention that what you're giving me at this moment is the heart-nurturing soul marrow. Take the spirit ticket back. I don't need it. Seeing Chen Lang's unwillingness to accept the spirit ticket, Gu Shutong's face instantly darkened. Today, you have to accept it even if you don't. After saying that, Gu Shutong's body emitted the cultivation fluctuations of the 6th level of the Kai refining stage. Chen Lang raised his eyes to Gu Shutong and only felt a little amused. You made your move near my Lingyun sect's camp. Have you considered the consequences clearly? Gu Shutong grunted and had to withdraw her breath as she grimly asked. What do you have to do to accept the spirit ticket? Chen Lang had a look of interest on his face. Why must you return my favor? Because I, Gu Shutong, make a clear distinction between favor and grudge. Chen Lang looked deeply at Gu Shutong. I'm not interested in whether your grudges are clear or not. I only know that what I, Chen Lang, give away. There is no taking it back. Get out of the way. Don't get in the way of me picking up dead branches. Gu Shutong was angry and furious, but he had no way to do anything about Chen Lang. HMPH, you wait for me. Even if you don't collect the spirit ticket, I will never show you any mercy during the grand competition. Seeing Chen Lang's lack of respect and oil, Gu Shutong was not willing to waste his time here, dropping a harsh sentence and turning around to leave. The reason he had come to return Chen Lang's spirit tick, it was merely to give himself a psychological comfort. Feeling Gu Shutong leave, Chen Lang looked up at his back, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Ever since taking a large amount of heart-nourishing soul marrow, he clearly felt that his mind had improved to a great extent. Through his observation just now, Chen Lang clearly sensed that Gu Shutong was emanating a murderous aura, if nothing else. This grand competition, I'm afraid it's not simple. Chen Lang's mood was a bit heavy when he returned to the Lingyun sect's camp. He had just taken a slight glance. The difference in numbers between the 3 sects' outgoing disciples was really a bit large. The other 2 sects' outgoing disciples were at least 3 times as many as the Lingyun sect. The other disciples of the Lingyun sect had similarly discovered the disparity in numbers between the 3 parties, and their originally joyful moods suddenly became low, and they all drooped their heads. After lunch, the crowd began to rest and recuperate, making final preparations for the next grand competition. It was almost noon when the disciples of the 3 sects all converged together. Lin Kong, the leading elder of the Falling Maple sect, glanced at the Lingyun sect's crowd and taunted. Old Mu, I'm afraid your Lingyun sect is going to lose big again this year. On the other hand, the Kingen sect's group of people each wore a look of contempt. As if they were watching the fun in the last 10 years, the victory of the grand competition had been won by Kingen sect and Falling Maple sect in turn. The disciples of the Lingyun sect, in their opinion, they were merely here to accompany the runners. They didn't give it a second thought. Mu Qingyong sneered. It's not certain who will have the last laugh in this year's grand tournament. Lin Kong laughed. Let's wait and see then. Soon, the time came to noon, with a command from the leading elders of each clan. The great competition officially began. The disciples of the 3 sects wore 3 colors of practice clothes, green, white, and black, respectively, and split into 3 directions as they began to advance towards the Pine Moon dense forest. Li Kinking's eyes sank slightly. The burden on her was heavy. The Lingyun sect's numerical disadvantage was too great, and if they wanted to win this grand competition, they had to rely on her to fight to the death. She had a cultivation level of the 7th level of the Kai refining stage and possessed the strength to fight against an adult gray, backed boar alone. As long as the other disciples completed their supporting work, their efficiency in killing the gray, backed boar would not be much lower than the other 2 clans. Of course, this was the ideal situation. The grand competition did not prohibit the participating disciples from fighting each other. Once the other 2 clans joined forces to deliberately target her, the Lingyun sect's hopes of winning would become slim. The outskirts of the Pine Moon dense forest were extremely barren, with withered grass and trees everywhere. And it was obvious that there would be no gray-backed wild boar present in order to find the gray-back wild boar. One would have to go even deeper into the dense forest. Half an hour later, Li Kinking's face sank as she raised her right hand high. Signaling the team to stop. "What's wrong?" Ding Zan asked out loud. Li Kinking said, "There is a situation." Following Li Kinking's gaze, the crowd discovered the presence of a streak of blood in the pile of withered grass in front of them. Immediately, a disciple went forward to check it out. That disciple dipped his finger into some blood and put it in front of his nose and smelled it. And his face instantly showed joy, reporting to the captain, "It's the smell of the gray-backed boar's blood." With a command, Li Kinking immediately led the disciples of the Lingyun sect to follow the blood trail. Gradually, the bloodstains on the ground became denser and more numerous. The joy in the hearts of the crowd grew stronger. They might have encountered a heavily injured gray-backed boar. This was simply an open door, not long after. When the crowd peeled back a layer of one-person high grass, a huge gray-backed boar appeared in the crowd's line of sight. At this moment, the gray-backed boar was lying on the ground, the pig's eyes were lax, and the pig's mouth couldn't stop spitting blood outward. Its breath withered to the extreme. It had already reached the dying stage. "I'm going to give him a fatal blow." Ding Zan stepped out beyond the crowd, his face covered in great joy, only to see his figure suddenly skyrocket by 1 point. He directly used the brute bull transformation and swung his fist towards the gray-backed boar's head. Sensing the threat of death, the gray-backed boar's pig eyes steeply condensed and let out an angry hiss. Afterwards, all 4 hooves exerted force at the same time and miraculously stood up, using its entire body to slam into Ding Zan. This was an adult gray-backed boar, with a combat strength equivalent to the 7th level of the human Kai refining stage, and its counterattack before death was by no means something that the 5th level of the Kai refining stage. Ding Zan could resist. Not good. Li Kinking's face changed as she condensed 3 pieces of ice cream in her hands. Shooting them quickly towards the gray-backed boar's pig's eyes, the 3 pieces of ice cream carried a strong force and successively pierced into the pig's eye, causing the gray-backed boar to wail and scream in pain, and its attack was steeply weakened. At this time, Ding Zan's fist also smashed down, smashing the gray-backed boar's head into a dent with a single punch. After scoring a victory, Ding Zan retreated quickly, shocked. It was his first time facing the gray-backed boar, and his judgment was a bit off. If it wasn't for Li Kinking's timely strike, he would have definitely suffered a big loss. The gray-backed boar was already in a dying state, and the death-defying counter-attack just now had already used up its last strength. And now it had been hit one after another. After hissing in despair, its huge body collapsed to the ground. Completely losing its life, seeing this scene, the crowd then completely let go of their hearts. Observe for a while longer to make sure that it is completely dead. Then go pull off the gray-backed boar's tusks, Li Kinking commanded cautiously. The people present were all out for their first experience. So it was always right to be careful, but right at this moment, an abrupt laughter suddenly sounded. In the next moment, a green-colored figure quickly swept from a short distance away, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived beside the corpse of the gray-backed boar, using his hand as a knife. He plunged into the mouth of the gray-backed boar and pulled out 2 large boar tusks in one go. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water, without the slightest delay. With a smile on his face, the green-clothed teenager slowly took out his handkerchief and wiped the blood off the tusk. Then, in full view of everyone, he collected the boar tusk into his storage bag. "My name is Hu Fan of the Kingen sect." "Thank you, Miss Kinking, for leading the way." Hu Fan smiled faintly at Li Kinking, looking like a modest gentleman. As if the robber act just now was not his doing, Ding Zan immediately cursed angrily, "Dog, how dare you rob our Lingyun sect's trophies?" "You seek death." The smile on Hu Fan's face remained unchanged. completely ignoring Ding Zan as his gaze looked towards Li Kinking. Among the Ling Yun sect's group, only Li Kinking was worthy of his attention. Was the 7th level of the Kai refining stage very powerful? He, Hu Fan, was going to have a good discussion today. Li Kinking's face was frosty. This person actually dared to come to the tiger's mouth to take the food. He was really bold. Leave the boar tusks. I can pretend that nothing has happened otherwise. I don't mind beating you half to death and getting it back myself. Hu Fan laughed out loud at his words. Miss King has such a big mouth. I advise you to look at the situation clearly before saying anything. Right at this moment, a loud noise came from behind Hu Fan. A few breaths later, dozens of figures appeared through the withered grass. Hu Fan's original situation of being alone was instantly reversed, turning into a party with many people. Li Kinking's heart sank. The other party's numbers were 3 times greater than her own. Once there was an all-out firefight. The one who would suffer would definitely be the Lingyun sect. Thinking of this, her beautiful eyes flashed. Her figure suddenly moved. 3 pieces of ice cream appeared in her hand, which she threw at Hu Fan. Capturing the thief first, Hu Fan must be defeated in the shortest possible time to retrieve the boar tusk. When Hu Fan saw Li Kinking attacking, he raised an eyebrow, and while his figure stormed back, more than a dozen wind blades appeared around him. More than a dozen wind blades strangled towards Ice Ling. The battle between the 2 powerhouses was instantaneous. The ice sling easily penetrated the first wind blade, but it was blocked by the second, and was finally shredded by the third. The 3 pieces of Ice Ling's attack were dissolved by the wind blades as much as possible. The name of Lingyun sect's Li Kinking is nothing more than that. After dissolving Li Kinking's ice attack, Hu Fan didn't forget to make a mocking remark. Li Kinking's gaze flickered, and with a cold snort, she once again condensed 3 pieces of ice cream. Let's see how much spiritual energy you can use to defuse my attack. Chen Lang stared unseeingly at the battlefield with a calm expression. His perception was extremely powerful, and he had already determined that Hu Fan was no match for Li Kinking. Hu Fan was at the 6th level of the Kai refining stage, and his total amount of spiritual energy was inferior to Li Kinking, although he had used his wind blade to defuse Li Kinking's Ice Ling attack. He had consumed several times his spiritual energy. However, because he practiced Win, Dat, tribute spiritual energy, and was extremely fast, he was able to deal with Li Kinking's attack with ease. But in the long run, once Hu Fan's spiritual energy was depleted, he would be easily defeated by Li Kinking. Hu Fan was not stupid, and after fighting for a while, he sensed the difference in strength between the 2 sides. If they fought any longer, it would definitely be him who would lose. Mengbei Shangdei Qinyun. Come over and help me. On the Kingyun sect's side, 3 people instantly stepped out to join the fight. Taking on 4 against 1, Chen Lang frowned. This Kingyun sect was a little too shameless. The 3 people who joined the battle later were all at the 6th level of Kai refining stage cultivation. And as soon as they joined the battle, they instantly flipped the situation and pressed Li Kinking to fight. Hu Fan, are you bullying my Lingyun sect? Ding Zan cursed angrily and was about to go forward to help in the battle. Back off, don't come and add to my chaos, Li Kinking bellowed, repelling Ding Zan. These 4 people were all at the 6th level of the Kai refining stage, so not only would Ding Zan not be able to play any role in joining the battle, he would also become a burden to her. When Ding Zan was rebuked by Li Kinking, his face turned ugly. He also knew that there was a huge gap between his strength and the other parties, but he couldn't just stand by and watch the other party bully Li Kinking like that. Could he, bastards of the Kingyun sect? All you guys can do is bully the few with the many. What a waste. 4 big men ganging up on a woman. Do you have any shame at all? Do you still have any shame? Are your skins made of iron? Why are they so thick? Ding Zan had no qualifications to join the fight, so he had no choice but to turn on the verbal attack from the sidelines. and began to frantically yell and curse in an attempt to disrupt the other party's mind through his words. Hu Fan glanced at Ding Zan. His face was horribly gloomy. Was this guy crawling out of a latrine? Cursing was so unpleasant. You three pester Li Kinking. I'll go shut that guy up. High and the three of them nodded their heads. They were also disgusted with Ding Zan. As Hu Fan broke away from the battle, Li Kinking instantly felt the pressure plummet and got a moment's respite. Li Kinking's eyes flashed, and she immediately made a killing move. Cold ice arrow rain. In the next instant, the temperature around them dropped precipitously, and countless ice arrows appeared in the sky, pouring over towards High's trio like a downpour. Hu Fan, who was halfway there, instantly changed in color and couldn't wait to attack Ding Zan. Returning back to rescue his companions, trash talk attack is effective. Ding Zan's spirit lifted. His eyes brightened greatly, and his mouth was filled with a stream of profanity, even bringing along the other party's ancestors. Hu Fan hated Ding Zan with a passion, but Li Kinking's strength was not to be underestimated, and once he left, the remaining three would be in a disadvantageous position. He hadn't planned to start a war with the Lingyun sect so early. But as Ding Zan cursed harder and harder, he couldn't stand it any longer. Kingyun sect disciples listened to the order. Beat that foul, mouth fellow to death for me. The Kingyun sect's crowd had long been enraged. That Lingyun sect fellow's mouth was full of feces. It was truly detestable at this moment. They had received the captain's order, and each of them scrambled towards Ding Zan to attack. Ding Zan was firmly locked in by the gazes of the Kingyun sect's 20 odd people, his eyelids jumping wildly as he pulled out his legs and ran. If he was caught up, he wouldn't be beaten to death, would he? The rest of the Lingyun sect was also stunned by this scene. The Kingyun sect was coming in strong. They only had 12 people, while the other side had nearly 30. This was still a fight at the moment. Li Kinking was being pestered by the 4 people from the Kingyun sect. They could only look towards Chen Lang, vice captain. What should we do? Chen Lang smiled blandly. You guys back off and listen to my arrangements. Immediately afterward, Chen Lang walked to the front of the crowd, facing the other party's 20 odd people directly. There was a great sense of a situation where Tarzan collapsed in front of him, yet he was razor, sharp and unafraid. The corners of Chen Lang's mouth lifted slightly as he quickly pinched his hands together, then violently pressed onto the ground. Earth Dragon formation, rise only to see a yellow light rise up into the sky, enveloping most of the Kingyun sect. Chen Lang's eyes flickered. The Kingyun sect, who were still outside the formation at the moment, other than the 4 who were fighting with Li Kinking. There were also 5 strong people at the 5th level of the Kai refining stage. All 5 of them were not weak and had a stronger than average perception of danger, which was why they were not trapped by Chen Lang's formation. Those 5 people, I'll leave it to you. Beat them to death for me. The Lingyun sect's crowd was instantly energized. Fighting the few with the many is not exclusive to your Kingyun sect. Charge, beat these shameless people of the Kingyun sect to death. Ding Zan didn't know when he had folded back, leading the charge towards those 5 Kingyun sect disciples. At this moment, the battlefield was divided into 3 battle groups. Li Kinking was in a disadvantageous position as she fought alone against 4 strong people at the 6th level of the Kai refining stage. Chen Lang used a formation to trap 23 people. Ding Zan led the remaining 10 Lingyun sect disciples and beat the 5 Kingyun sect disciples at the 5th level of the Kai refining stage to a standstill. The battle was caught in a scorching heat for a while. How could Hu Fan not have expected that the Lingyun sect only had 13 people? Yet they were hard-pressed to fight a tie with their team of 33 people. In his scenario, their Kingyun sect should have been rubbing the Lingyun sect's crowd on the ground. The root cause of all this was that brat. Hu Fan detached a sliver of his mind to focus on Chen Lang. This kid not only had his cultivation broken through to the 5th level of the Kai refining stage, he had also practiced formation on the side, and his formation attainments were not low, Surprisingly, he was able to trap 23 disciples of the Kingen sect at once. But soon, he thought of the key to break the situation. Kingen sect disciples listened to the order. Give me a frantic attack on the formation. Let's see how much spiritual energy he has to be able to maintain the formation. The eyes of the Kingen sect disciples, trapped in the formation, lit up, and they began to frantically attack the formation. The sound of rumbling continued, quickly blasting a crack through the walls of the formation. When the Kingen sect disciples trapped in the formation saw this scene, their spirits lifted and they struck with 3 times more force. Everyone, work harder. We'll soon be able to break the formation. When we break the formation, we will definitely let the people of the Lingyun sect know how powerful we are. It was Chen Lang's first time using a formation against the enemy, and he was still a bit rusty, and the power of the Earth Dragon formation was not very strong. Seeing that the other party thought of a way to break the formation so quickly, Chen Lang was a little surprised. It seemed that the other party was not all fools. His spirit power was limited and could not support the formation for too long. This, coupled with the other party's unbridled attacks in the formation, caused the spiritual energy in Chen Lang's body to decrease at a rate that was wildly visible to the naked eye. A smile appeared on Chen Lang's face. It was true that he did not have enough spiritual energy of his own, but he had more than enough spirit stones, as Chen Lang threw a large amount of spirit stones into the formation. The cracks on the formation quickly disappeared and once again became very sturdy. The Kingen sect disciples trapped in the formation saw the scene of Chen Lang throwing in the spirit stones, and their eyes went wide in just a few breaths. That fellow had invested hundreds of spirit stones in the formation. Did this guy's spirit stones come from the wind, squandering them like stones? Brothers, keep attacking me. I don't believe that he doesn't have a heartache for spirit stones. Unfortunately, Chen Lang was destined to disappoint them. How could Chen Lang be heartbroken about spirit stones? The spirit stones in his system backpack had already reached 6 figures. A few thousand or a few hundred spirit stones in the area were just a sprinkle to him. Time passed by, and the Kingen sect disciples trapped in the formation gradually began to show fatigue. The disciples at the Kai refining stage had extremely limited spiritual energy in their bodies. After a quarter of an hour of full-force bombardment, they could no longer sustain themselves and began to sit on the ground, panting heavily. There were a few smart ones that began to take out spirit stones to replenish their spiritual energy. When Chen Lang saw this scene, an aura flashed through his mind. He began to pinch his fingers and covered the interior of the Earth Dragon formation with another layer of spirit-devouring formation. Soon, the screams of the Kingen sect's disciples came out from the formation. Oh my God, the spiritual energy in my body is disappearing. What's going on here? The spiritual energy in the spirit stones is rapidly dissipating as well. Some of the Kingen sect disciples, who were still attacking the formation, also realized that something was wrong. The spiritual energy in their bodies was rapidly draining away, causing their attacks to become soft and less powerful as well. It was simply impossible to break the formation at this rate. A look of despair appeared on everyone's faces. Not only was this formation extremely sturdy, it could also absorb their spiritual energy. How can they break the formation? Hu Fan had been paying attention to Chen Lang's side of the situation, and at this moment, when he saw the state of his fellow disciples in the formation, his face changed dramatically. What kind of formation was this? It could still absorb the spiritual energy within the cultivator's body. If this continued, the spiritual energy within the fellow disciples within the formation would be sucked dry. Hu Fan's gaze glanced towards the third battle group and saw that the 5 disciples of the Kingen sect, who were at the 5th level of the Kai refining stage, were already battered and bruised, and could only passively defend themselves, falling into an absolute disadvantage. Looking at Li Kinking again, she was getting more and more courageous and had already fought with real fire. Even if there were 4 of them, they would not be able to take down Li Kinking in a short period of time. the light in Hu Fan's eyes kept changing. And in the end, he clenched his teeth and took out the boar tusk and threw it into the distance. Li Kinking, I don't want the boar tusk. Unfortunately, Li Kinking was a little carried away from the fight and ignored the boar tusk. Rain of ice arrows. Another round of ice arrows was ready to fire. Damn, what a crazy woman, Hu Fan cursed, and after combining forces with the other three to block this wave of arrows, they rushed towards Chen Lang's large formation in unison. Chen Lang retreated far away and allowed them to shatter the formation. The Earth Dragon formation was a trap formation. It was difficult to break it from the inside, but it was much easier to attack from the outside, adding to the fact that Hu Fan's 4 were at the 6th level of the Kai refining stage. After using their killing moves together, they easily shattered the barriers of the formation. After shattering the formation, Hu Fan quickly went to support the third battle group, knocking back Ding Zan with a palm strike and bringing the 5 Kai refining stage 5th level disciples out of the encirclement. The remaining 3 Kai refining stage 6th level powerhouses covered the slow retreat of the people trapped in the formation. These Kingen sect disciples trapped in the formation were in the worst state. Their spiritual energy had basically dried up, and they could only move with each other's help. Li Kinking picked up the boar tusk and came to Chen Lang's side. Seeing Hu Fan coming to his aid, Ding Zan did not continue to chase after him, and instead approached Li's side. The first battle between the Lingyun sect and the Kingen sect ended with the Kingen sect's defeat. The Lingyun sect's crowd couldn't help but cheer. Ding Zan was even more excited as he shouted towards the defeated Kingen sect disciples, "Get lost, losers. More than 30 people can't beat 13 people. Go home to your mother for milk." Chen Lang was undoubtedly the biggest contributor to the victory of the Lingyun sect disciples in this battle. Crowd couldn't help but add a trace of admiration to their gazes towards Chen Lang. This vice captain was true to his name. Even Ding Zan was no longer shady towards Chen Lang. If it wasn't for Chen Lang's use of a formation to trap the 23 people on the other side, he would probably have been killed by the Kingen sect's people, having just experienced a great battle. King Li ordered to rest in place to prepare for the battle afterward. She had just faced a siege of 4 strong people at the 6th level of the Kai refining stage alone. And although her injuries weren't very serious, her spiritual energy consumption was very high. She was the explicitly strongest person in the Lingyun sect, and had to maintain her best fighting condition at all times. The grand competition had only just begun, and there were still more battles to be fought later, taking advantage of the time when the entire team was resting. Some disciples who were not injured took the initiative to take on the task of cleaning up the gray-backed boar's carcass. Night quickly descended, and in a more open clearing in the pine moon dense forest, 3 bonfires were lit. The crowd was all in an extremely good mood, munching on the fragrant wild boar meat and talking about the great battle with the Kingen sect during the day with fluttering brows. Chen Lang sat on a piece of rotten wood, his gaze passing through the dancing flames and landing on Li Kinking. Li Kinking seemed to sense something and raised her head, just in time to meet Chen Lang's gaze. Chen Lang stood up and came to Li Kinking's side. Li Kinking turned her face away, not wanting to talk to Chen Lang. Chen Lang didn't care about that. Sitting on his butt beside Li Kinking, he spoke softly, "Can you tell me why you must win the grand competition?" Li Kinking stood up, pulling away from Chen Lang, and said with a cold face, "It's up to you. Didn't you want to keep your distance?" Chen Lang let out a sarcastic smile and explained somewhat aggressively, "Isn't that because your brother wants to beat me up? I can't beat him, and I can't always call the elders to help me." Li Kinking's willow eyebrows rose up as she glared at Chen Lang. "Now you're not afraid of my brother beating you up, are you?" The corner of Chen Lang's mouth lifted as he proudly said, "If he comes over now, you'll give him a beating on the ground." Saying that, Chen Lang even raised his fist. Li Kinking grunted, obviously not believing it. Chen Lang couldn't care less. getting up and pulling Li Kinking back. The delicate body into the arms, 4 eyes relative, Chen Lang said with a serious expression, "Do you know why I was late this morning? Because you broke into my dream. That's why I was unwilling to wake up." After Li Kinking heard this, her small face brushed red and she hurriedly pushed Chen Lang away. "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll ignore you." Chen Lang stood up and held Li Kinking's hand close to her ear and softly asked, "The contract you signed that day, does it still count?" Li Kinking bowed her head in silence, her face reddening to the base of her ears. A deer in the headlights in her heart, she knew that the contract had already been torn up by Li Kinking. But after all, Li Kinking had not yet returned the 100 Kai condensation dan to Chen Lang. Then the contract naturally still counted. Thinking of this, Li Kinking's voice was as thin as a mosquito as she returned, "It counts." Chen Lang revealed a smile, pulled Li Kinking to a secluded place, and once again asked, "My future maiden, can you tell me why you must win the grand competition?" A hint of gloom flashed across Li Kinking's eyes, and after a long period of silence, she slowly said, "Chen Lang, let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a man and woman who loved each other. The woman was the noble daughter of heaven with an unattainable status, but she fell in love with a man from a lowly background. They met, got to know each other, and then fell in love because their status was too different. Their love was not tolerated by the world. So they decided to go far away from the world and live a life of idleness. But the woman's family was too powerful and eventually found them. The woman was taken back, together with a pair of children, after the woman was brought back by the family. She still had no change of heart and refused to obey the family's arrangements. So the woman's family could only imprison the woman, hoping that she would one day come to her senses. The woman's sons and daughters grew up in the family. Because there was no parental shelter, they suffered a lot of cold eyes, tasted all the pain. Eventually, they decided to run away from that family to find their father. After going through thousands of hardships, they finally found their father's whereabouts. The clan where their father was from was facing a financial crisis, and if they couldn't get the right to mine the spirit stone veins again, they would fall apart, with no possibility of turning around. "Now do you understand?" Li Kinking looked towards Chen Lang, with tears faintly flashing in her eyes. Chen Lang faced Li Kinking and held her gently, saying solemnly in her ear, "I will help you." Hearing Chen Lang's words, Li Kinking's tears could no longer be restrained and ran down like a flood that broke the dike. All these years of heartache and bitterness and commiseration were released at this moment. She hugged Chen Lang tightly and choked in a small voice. At this moment, she took off her mask of strength and completely exposed her softness in front of Chen Lang. It was only after a long time that Li Kinking regained her composure and pulled Chen Lang to sit on the edge of the creek. Looking at the moon's reflection in the creek, Li Kinking slowly said, "Chen Lang, thank you for helping me." Regardless of the outcome, Chen Lang exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. "There's nothing to thank you for. Who let you steal my heart? You're so good looking, and I happen to have never seen the world. I've decided on you in my life." "It has to be you." Li Kinking punched Chen Lang's chest with a pink fist and pouted. "How did you become oily?" "Why, after seeing the world, you can't see me anymore." Chen Lang smiled sarcastically and swept Li Kinking into his arms, raising his right hand to his ear as a swear. "I, Chen Lang, like Li Kinking, and would like to be serious and wimpy from the beginning." After Li Kinking made up with Chen Lang, there were more smiles on her face, and she was no longer as cold as before. Along the way, she talked and laughed with Chen Lang, as if she had come here for an outing. The crowd didn't dare to say much about this. After all, these two had been rumored to be a young couple before. Even Ding Zan, at this moment, did not say anything. The strength of the formation that Chen Lang had exerted yesterday did not allow him to provoke any further. He did not want to be drained of his spiritual energy by Chen Lang's formations like the Kingen sect disciples. After yesterday's battle with the Kingen sect's disciples, it made Ding Zan and the others clearly realize that if they wanted to win the grand competition, they had to rely on both Li Kinking and Chen Lang soon enough. The Lingyan sect squad found the footprints of the gray, backed boar once again. Footprints were imprinted in the dirt and were still fresh, clearly a gray, backed boar had just walked by not long ago. From the size of the footprints, one could tell that it was an adult gray, backed boar. Li Kinking and Chen Lang stopped joking and began to seriously explore the trail of the gray, backed boar, because Chen Lang had taken a large amount of heart-nourishing soul marrow. His divine sense was much stronger than the average person, and he was the first to probe the location of the gray, backed boar not long after King I found the gray, backed boar. But not one, but two. Both adult boars. Li Kinking was pleasantly surprised. 2. I'll hold back one and you guys deal with one. Just right. Chen Lang's face was a bit less natural as he stammered. The 2 gray-backed boars are a male and a female. Li Kinking looked puzzled. What's wrong with one male and one female? Chen Lang, you quickly say it. What's wrong? Being glared at by Li Kinking. Chen Lang could only tell the truth. They are doing the heirloom thing. Li Kinking froze, and then her cheeks were instantly covered with a reddish haze. The crowd behind them who heard the conversation between the two were all petrified in place as well. If they attacked at this time, they were afraid that they would be attacked by the boar in a frenzy, and the losses would outweigh the gains. Chen Lang said, let's wait in place for now, and when they are done, well, move forward to attack. At that time, I will use the formation to trap the boars, and you guys will quickly kill the sows before coming over to help me. Among the gray-backed boars, the boars were generally stronger than the sows in terms of attack power. Everyone had no objections to Chen Lang's arrangement. Li Kinking asked with an odd face, Chen Lang, how did you know that they are that? Chen Lang coughed dryly and said awkwardly, naturally. I observed it with my divine sense. Right at this moment, Chen Lang suddenly changed his face and said, they are done. Get ready to move. The Lingyan sect's group of 13 people, following Chen Lang's instructions, quietly moved forward, and after traversing through a dense jungle, the sight in front of them opened up. In front of them was a piece of loose mud, which was currently tossed about by 2 huge gray-backed boars in a messy manner. A smaller gray-backed boar was lying on its back in the mud, its eyes confused and gasping for breath. On its back lay another gray-backed boar. This gray-backed boar was a bit larger in size, and its large pig eyes were half squinted, flowing with a color of satisfaction. As soon as Chen Lang and his party appeared, the 2 gray-backed boars immediately became alert, their pig eyes revealing a strong color of vigilance. Chen Lang grasped the stone that had been prepared long ago in his hand, and with wind spirit power injected, he aimed at the boar's pig's eye and smashed it with the wind spirit power. The speed of the stone was very fast and arrived in an instant. The boar was so immersed in the pleasure it had just experienced that it did not have time to react, and was smashed squarely by the stone, although Chen Lang's attack did not cause any substantial damage to it. It managed to enrage it. I'll lure the boar away, and leave the remaining sow to you, Chen Lang said. Fully utilizing his wind spirit power, he fled elsewhere. The boar revealed a scarlet color in its eyes. Locking Chen Lang's figure firmly in place, it jumped down from the sow's back, its 4 hooves violently stomping on the ground, transforming into a black shadow as it fiercely chased after Chen Lang. The sow also wanted to chase after him, but was stopped in its path by 3 pieces of ice cream. Li Kinking took the lead and led the remaining 11 disciples to surround the sow. It did not take long for a heartbreaking howl to resound from the sow. The boar that was chasing Chen Lang heard the sow's cry, and its fierce charge stopped, dragging out 4 long muddy ditches on the ground. It grunted angrily, turned around and ran back. It wanted to go back to support the sow. Chen Lang's eyes flashed. How could he let the gray-backed boar have its way? The seals in his hands kept changing, and the spiritual power seals he had set up on the road earlier suddenly lit up. A large earth-colored formation rose up from the ground, enveloping the boar in an instant. It was none other than the Earth Dragon formation. Sensing that he had been tricked, the scarlet color in the boar's eyes became even more intense, and after taking a few steps back, he violently crashed into the formation barrier with a loud rumble. The formation barrier cracked in response. One more blow and the formation would shatter completely. Chen Lang was shocked in his heart. The power of this gray-backed boar was actually this strong. Chen Lang hurriedly took out a large number of spirit stones and put them into the formation. The formation barrier instantly closed as before. The gray-backed boar repeated the same technique, and once again charged towards the formation barrier. Chen Lang's eyes flickered. Sooner or later, the boar would be able to break through the formation, and since the boar was a power demonic beast, the spirit-devouring formation would have little effect. Try the Golden Tao formation as soon as he thought of it. Chen Lang invested spirit stones while strangling his spell. The next moment, countless golden lights appeared within the earth-colored formation. These golden lights slowly converged together, and in a moment's time, they transformed into a dozen or so spiritual power arrows. A hint of sternness flashed in Chen Lang's eyes, and the golden arrows shot towards the gray-backed boar's head. Sensing the danger, the gray-backed boar's forward posture steeply changed, using its hard back to stiffly resist the arrow's attack. HMPH, there is some spirit, but an animal is an animal after all. Chen Lang snorted coldly as golden arrows once again condensed within the large formation. Twice as many as before, the golden arrows were like a rain of arrows, shooting rapidly towards the gray-backed boar. With such a large number of golden arrows, the coverage area was extremely large, and with Chen Lang's mind manipulating it, the gray-backed boar was simply unable to block all of the attacks with its back, and for a time, the pain caused it to wail and howl madly. At the same time, the mournful howls of the sow also came from not far away. This caused the boar to bump around in a hurry. Because of the threat of the golden arrow, the boar did not have the chance to build up its strength, and the power of its charge was cut by a large portion, again, because it was preoccupied with the sow's safety. Its strength was gradually exhausted by the meaningless charging. Its speed slowed down with a poof sound. The boar was unable to dodge, and a golden arrow shot into its eye, and blood burst out. The boar wailed, its breath instantly becoming manic. However, it was in the middle of a large formation, with hard formation barriers on all sides, and it crashed its head but still had no way to break out of the formation. Swish, 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 another wave of golden arrows arrived. The only remaining pig eye of the gray-backed boar showed a look of despair, and after letting out an earth-shattering wail, its huge body collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. Chen Lang had no intention of saving the spirit stones, and even after the gray-backed boar fell to the ground with serious injuries, he still did not remove the formation, but instead invested another handful of spirit stones. Another wave of golden arrows appeared within the formation, shooting towards the location of the pig's brain. After this wave of golden arrows, the gray-backed boar's head was pierced through by the spiritual arrows. Its brain matter splattered wildly, and its vitality was completely severed. Chen Lang sensed the vitality of the gray-backed boar once more, and determined that it was completely dead before removing the formation. Walking over to the gray-backed boar's corpse, he pulled off the boar tusk and wiped it clean. The boar tusk was the quest item for this grand competition, and needed to be handed over to Captain Li Kinking for safekeeping. When Chen Lang returned to the team, the crowd was still combining their efforts to round up the sow, and when they saw Chen Lang return, they all revealed surprised expressions. Li Kinking was still holding the sow as the main force, and seeing Chen Lang return, she couldn't help but ask out loud, "How did you come back so fast? Did the boar get away?" Chen Lang took out 2 boar tusks from his storage bag and shook them towards Li Kinking. "Already slaughtered by me. That beast, more or less, can't be beaten." Chen Lang revealed a look of regret, hearing Chen Lang's words. The eyes of the crowd towards Chen Lang instantly changed. They had intended to quickly finish off the So, and then go together to help Chen Lang deal with the boar. But before they could finish off the So, Chen Lang actually finished off the boar alone. One must know that the boar was a bit more powerful than the So's combat strength. Chen Lang's strength, had it become this strong, a single person's battle power was actually higher than all of them combined. This was more or less unbelievable. Even Li Kinking's eyes were filled with a strong look of shock. As she was the main force in dealing with the So, she was well aware of the horror of the gray-backed boar. Once one was slightly inadvertently charged by the boar, even if they did not die, they would be seriously injured. Soon, they knew why Chen Lang was able to kill the boar so quickly, seeing that the So still had quite a bit of strength left. Chen Lang quietly laid down a formation to help the crowd quickly kill the So, when the earth-colored light lit up. The pressure facing the crowd suddenly loosened. It was the formation next. It was up to Chen Lang. The gray-backed So was already exhausted and battered at this moment. It was trapped by Chen Lang's formation and could not support itself after only 3 arrow showers. The pig's head was pierced through by the spiritual power arrows, and its vitality was completely cut off. With a bang, the gray-backed So's body collapsed to the ground, and the crowd immediately cheered. The joy of victory caused the crowd's spirits to be extremely exhilarated, and their gazes towards Chen Lang were filled with admiration. Chen Lang was truly too fierce on only the second day. They had seized 6 boar tusks. With the presence of such a powerful formation master like Chen Lang, they were filled with confidence in gaining victory in this grand competition. Although the number of gray-backed boars living in the Pine Moon dense forest was large, most of them moved together. The number was between 4 and 10. The battle strength of an adult gray-backed boar was comparable to a human at the 7th level of the Kai refining stage. And although it lacked spiritual intelligence, once the numbers stacked up, it would not be a match for Chen Lang and the others. Although Chen Lang's formation could trap and kill an adult gray-backed boar, it could not do so by trapping 2 at the same time. 2 adult gray-backed boars attacking the formation barriers at the same time would be able to break through the formation in a single instant. Chen Lang had tried this in the past few days, and the result was woeful. It was not easy to escape safely. The Lingyun sect squad had not encountered a suitable target to start with for 7 days in a row after the previous 2 days of great success. The gray-backed boars we've found in the past few days are all above 5. The point is really backward. Ding Zan sat in the temporary camp and threw stones in anger. Li Kinking didn't look very good either. A third of the time of the grand competition had already passed, and they had only harvested 6 boar tusks. The mood of the crowd was a bit low. Chen Lang swept a glance over the crowd and threw out a bold suggestion. We have now reached the depths of the Pine Moon dense forest. Most of the gray-backed boars here are in groups, and it is very difficult to come across a single one. Since we can't kill the grayback boars, why don't we think of a way on the human cultivators? Hearing Chen Lang's words, the eyes of the crowd lit up. You mean grabbing the boar tusks from the disciples of the other 2 clans? Chen Lang nodded, a stern look appearing in his eyes. Are they the only ones allowed to rob us, and we are not allowed to rob them? Hearing this, the faces of the crowd revealed a deep thought. The battle with the Kingen sect's disciples on the first day was still fresh in their minds. A cold smile appeared on Chen Lang's face as he said, then let's take Kingen sect first, so for a few days after that. The Lingyun sect's small team stopped searching for traces of the gray-backed boar and instead began to explore the footprints of the Kingen sect's disciples. 3 days later, outside a valley, the Lingyun sect's people quietly poked their heads out to watch the battle in the valley. Ding Zan muttered in a low voice, they are lucky to have come across a herd of 3 gray-backed boars. Chen Lang's cold sight immediately swept towards Ding Zan. Shut up. Ding Zan hurriedly silenced his voice. The powerful strength Chen Lang had shown these days had already convinced him of Chen Lang. At this moment in the valley, The Kingen sect's crowd was in the middle of a fierce battle with 3 gray-backed boars. Hu Fan was alone against an adult gray-backed boar. And with the wind's spirit power, his speed was extremely fast. He enraged the gray-backed boar while escaping as fast as he could. The pig slipping technique was extremely skillful. The remaining 3 Kai refining stage 6th level powerhouses attacked one head with all their might. As for the last head, the remaining 20 odd Kingen sect disciples were responsible for surrounding it. Further away, there were still 3 injured Kingen sect disciples sitting against the stone wall, watching the battle from afar at this moment. The gray-backed boar that was surrounded by more than 20 Kingen sect disciples let out a mournful wail before collapsing to the ground with a loud bang. The gray-backed boar that had been chasing Hu Fan heard this wail and turned around abruptly, charging in the direction of his companion's corpse. Hu Fan hurriedly said, "Be careful." The gray-backed boar sprinted at an extremely fast speed and arrived almost instantly, knocking the 2 slower, reacting Kingen sect disciples off in an instant. This gray-backed boar scored a hit. Puffing and panting, guarding in front of his companion's corpses and staring angrily at the crowd, Hu Fan immediately came to support him. While ordering the 2 injured disciples to be brought to a safe location, Hu Fan stared at the gray-backed boar. "A vicious look in his eyes, bastard. How dare you injure my Kingen sect disciples? Go to hell." More than a dozen wind blades instantly took shape and twisted towards the gray-backed boar. Under Hu Fan's organization, the spirit of the Kingen sect disciples was greatly boosted, and their attacks were even sharper than before. In the end, the gray-backed boar wailed unwillingly, and its vitality completely dissipated. The situation of this battle was already clear, with the Kingen sect's side holding an absolute advantage, now that there was only 1 gray-backed boar left. Its death was only a matter of time. Just then, Chen Lang gave the order, "Strike." The 3-sect joint grand competition had a stipulation that disciples were allowed to fight with each other, but they were not allowed to lay their hands on each other. Thus, under Chen Lang's arrangement, the Lingyan sect's crowd quietly felt their way into the valley and took control of the Kingen sect's 5 wounded, all of whom were tied up. They then slowly approached towards the valley battle group, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Hu Fan, who was fighting the last gray-backed boar soundly, was keenly aware that something was wrong, and turned back with a sudden shock and anger. "Watch your back." A sinister smile appeared on Chen Lang's face. Only realizing us now, too late, a huge earth dragon formation instantly rose up from the ground, wrapping the entire battlefield in it. Chen Lang's use of formations had made great strides in the past few days, and only Hu Fan and 3 other Kingen sect disciples at the 6th level of the Kai refining stage had escaped the formation. Hu Fan, who had escaped from the formation's shrouded area, turned wildly pale and greeted the other 3 fellow disciples at the 6th level of the Kai refining stage as they attacked Chen Lang together. "Your opponent is me." Li Kinking stepped out, stopping the attack of the 4 by herself. The remaining Lingyan sect disciples surrounded Chen Lang in layers to protect him. "Hu Fan, do you guess that your Kingen sect's disciples can beat that gray-backed boar?" Hu Fan snorted coldly. Unimpressed, that gray-backed boar was not lightly injured, and with more than 20 Kingen sect disciples in the formation, it was not a problem at all to pack up a heavily injured gray-backed boar. However, in the next instant, he suddenly thought of something and instantly turned ashen. Chen Lang hemmed and hawed as the spirit-devouring formation opened. The attacks of the Kingen sect disciples gradually weakened, while the gray-backed boar was unaffected. The balance of victory and defeat gradually tilted towards the gray-backed boar as time passed. The Kingen sect disciple's life would be in danger once his spiritual energy ran out. "Chen Lang, what on earth are you doing? The grand competition does not allow for the loss of life. Are you out of your mind?" "Quickly stop!" Hu Fan yelled frantically, his heart racing. Chen Lang glanced at Hu Fan and said in disbelief, Your Kingen sect disciples were killed by the gray, backed boar. What's it got to do with me? Hu Fan was so infuriated that his face twisted. And after dodging one of Li Kinking's ice creams, his tone turned pleading. Chen Lang, I can give you whatever you want. Please let them go. Oh, Chen Lang's voice tone rose. Really, seriously, naturally, Chen Lang said. Then hand over all the boar tusks you harvested. Hu Fan's breath stuttered when he heard Chen Lang's demand, and anger exploded in his eyes. You're robbing while the fire is burning. Chen Lang smiled faintly. So robbing while the fire is burning. So what? Hu Fan was so enraged that his face turned green. And in a moment of inattention, his chest was scratched by an icy glaze, and he fell heavily to the ground. Glancing at the Kingen sect's disciples who were precariously in the formation, Hu Fan clenched his teeth fiercely and shouted. I'll hand it over. In the next moment, Hu Fan took out 6 boar tusks from his storage bag and threw them to Chen Lang. Chen Lang frowned slightly. So few, is it really all of them? Hu Fan was so exasperated that he rolled his eyes and gritted his teeth. Do you think that gray-backed boars are easy to kill? Quickly release my Kingen sect disciples. Chen Lang waved his hand and dispersed the spirit-devouring formation in the large formation. And the Kingen sect disciples in the formation were instantly relieved. The spiritual energy in their bodies finally stopped draining away. They thought Chen Lang was going to let them out. However, Chen Lang said indifferently, if you guys put in some effort and kill this gray-backed boar, I will let you out. When the Kingen sect disciples who were trapped in the formation heard Chen Lang's words, they were almost exasperated to the point of vomiting blood. Not only had this bastard Chen Lang robbed them of all their harvest over the past 10 days, but he also wanted them to use the little spiritual energy they had left to deal with the gray-backed boar. This fellow's heart was black, right? How in heaven's name could there be such a shameless person who would give an inch? Chen Lang, don't go too far. All of our boar tusks are given to you. What more do you want? I'm warning you. Do as you're told, and we'll meet again in the future. My fellow disciples don't have much fighting power left. If you don't let them out, once there are any casualties, I, Hu Fan, will definitely fight you to the death. Hu Fan's fists were clenched tightly, and his back teeth were about to be clenched. The disciples who were trapped in the formation were all trained by Kingen sect with all their resources. And once there was a casualty, he, as the captain of the team, would not be able to escape the sect's chastisement. At this time, within the formation, the disciples of Kingen sect at the 4th level of Kai refining stage already had no combat power. Relying on a few disciples at the 5th level of Kai refining stage to desperately fend off the attacks of the gray-backed boar. With the gray-backed boar's formidable combat power, the slightest mishap could easily take a disciple's life. Chen Lang, however, was unmoved, his voice indifferent. You guys still have the time to glare at me. Take out spirit stones to replenish if your spirit power is insufficient. Are all of you Kingen sect disciples so stupid? Hearing Chen Lang's words, intense hatred appeared in the eyes of those Kingen sect disciples who had run out of spiritual energy. This damn Chen Lang is determined to refuse to let us leave. Don't we know that we can use spirit stones to replenish our spiritual energy? But do you know how precious spirit stones are to us? We usually can't even afford to use spirit stones in our cultivation. Only when we are striking a higher level, seeing that some of his fellow disciples were still hesitant to take out spirit stones to replenish their spiritual energy, Hu Fan instantly became angry. Idiots. It's already that time, and you're still hurting for spirit stones. Is it spirit stones, or lives that matter? Hu Fan's words completely woke up the Kingen sect disciples who were aching for spirit stones, and they all took out their spirit stones to replenish their spiritual energy, under the desperate resistance of the disciples at the 5th level of the Kai refining stage. The disciples at the 4th level of the Kai refining stage took the opportunity to take out spirit stones to replenish their spiritual energy. and subsequently recovered some of their fighting strength, with the support of the many 4th-level Kai refining stage disciples. The 5th-level Kai refining stage disciples at the front instantly felt the pressure loosen up and began to take the time to take out spirit stones to replenish their spiritual energy. Under the desperate efforts of the Kingen sect disciples, the balance of victory slowly tilted towards the Kingen sect disciples. As the gray, backed boar's huge body fell to the ground with a loud crash, the disciples of the Kingen sect all went limp on the ground. Gasping for air, they had finally won. Winning was so hard, there were more than 20 of them, and they were almost unable to defeat a single gray, backed boar. It was all because of that damned Chen Lang. If it wasn't for him devouring their spiritual energy with his formation, how could they have won so hard? The gray, backed boar's death, defying counter attack had even seriously injured a few of the strongest Kai refining stage level 5 members who were at the front, and they would definitely not be able to recover their fighting strength without 10 days and half a month. Seeing the dust settle from the battle in the formation, Chen Lang slowly withdrew the formation, under the gaze of the Kingen sect's disciples who looked like they were about to eat someone. He slowly and methodically pulled off the gray, backed boar's tusks, many thanks to the brothers of the Kingen sect. You will definitely be rewarded for being so helpful. Chen Lang had a smile on his lips, and with a wave of his hand, he led the disciples of the Lingyun sect away, leaving behind the crowd of Kingen sect disciples to gnash their teeth and stare dryly at the spot. The hatred in the hearts of the Kingen sect disciples was like a torrential river, unceasing. The efforts of the entire 10 days had gone up in smoke at this moment, all of which had been used as a graft for the Lingyun sect's squad, originally, after killing the 3 gray, backed boars. They had 12 boar tusks, and had a very high possibility of winning the grand competition. After all, the great competition was not only about strength, but also luck. Gray, backed boars were mostly grouped together, mostly 4 to 10 in a pile, and the probability of encountering 3 in a pile was very small. They were lucky to have encountered it. But damn Ling Yunzong, damn Chen Lang, you will definitely pay for your behavior today. Looking at Chen Lang's departing back, Hu Fan was filled with rage, hating that he could not cut Chen Lang into 1,000 pieces, although there were still 20 days until the end of the grand competition. Their 10 days of gains had been snatched away by Chen Lang, and they no longer had the qualifications to compete with the Lingyun sect. It can be said that the Kingen sect has already exited this 3-sects joint grand tournament in advance. Even if our Kingen sect has no hope of winning, the one who wins in the end must not be the Lingyun sect. Chen Lang, you wait for me. Unlike the disheartened anger of the Kingen sect's disciples, the atmosphere of the Lingyun sect squad was extremely pleasant and cheerful. They had already harvested 6 boar tusks, and now that they had robbed the Kingen sect of 6, they had harvested another 6 from the 3 gray, backed boars in the valley. At this point, they had harvested a full 18 boar tusks. Chen Lang, how energizing. I want to laugh when I think of the faces of those grandsons from the Kingen sect, all pissed off to the color of pig's liver. Ha ha ha. Ding Zan had been completely convinced by Chen Lang's tactics at this moment and laughed openly. Chen Lang smiled faintly. In this world, strength is always honored. If you don't have enough strength, you can only be bullied. This is an ironclad fact. The crowd nodded their heads, deeply convinced. If they did not have Chen Lang, they would have been robbed of 2 boar tusks by the Kingen sect on the first day, although he had already obtained 18 boar tusks. Chen Lang did not relax and was still constantly looking for opportunities. By this time, he had already seen that this great competition did not only require strength, but also luck. Because of the gray, backed boars' living habits, it resulted in them rarely moving alone. This greatly increased the difficulty of hunting. Time quickly passed for another 10 days, and the Lingyun sect squad still came up empty-handed. With the least number of wild boar herds they came across being 4-headed. Why don't we go back to the outskirts and try our luck again? Li Kinking suggested. Chen Lang pondered for a moment and finally agreed. They had already reached the depths of the pine moon dense forest at this point, and the gray-backed wild boars here were basically in groups, so it would be futile to continue searching. However, right at this moment, Chen Lang's expression abruptly froze, his body suddenly freezing in place. Li Kinking quickly realized Chen Lang's abnormality. Chen Lang, what's wrong? Chen Lang raised his right hand, signaling everyone to stop. There is a situation. There is good news and bad news. The good news is that my divine sense sensed a single gray-backed boar nearby. Li Kinking was overjoyed at the news and eagerly asked, "And what's the bad news?" Chen Lang's face became grave as he slowly said, "That gray-backed boar is a bit different. Its aura is more than 10 times more powerful than an ordinary gray-backed boar. Infinitely close to the aura of a human foundation establishment stage cultivator." When the crowd heard this, they were shocked in their hearts. This didn't match with the elder's introduction of the gray-backed boar. The gray-backed boar, there was only a difference between juvenile and adult. A juvenile gray-backed boar's strength would slowly grow from the first layer of Kai refining stage battle power to the 7th layer of Kai refining stage. Once it becomes an adult, its strength won't grow anymore. Instead, it will gradually weaken with age. There was simply no way to reach a strength that was infinitely close to that of a human's foundation establishment stage. Li Kinking's beautiful eyebrows were tightly locked as she guessed. Could it be a mutated gray-backed boar? Some lucky beasts will eat some heavenly treasures and thus mutate. Ding Zan concurred. I've also heard my grandpa talk about it. And this kind of mutated beasts are collectively known as foreign beasts by cultivators. Those who are able to become foreign beasts are all blessed with deep fortune, favored by the heavens, and have outstanding combat strength. It's not something we can match, in my opinion. We'd better not provoke it. Chen Lang's eyes shifted in his perception. The mutated gray-backed boar was in a critical period of metamorphosis. This was the best time to kill it. Once it successfully metamorphosed, its strength would be extremely terrifying. And Chen Lang did not have enough certainty to kill it even after refining the water swamp spirit armor. Moreover, in Chen Lang's perception, within the body of this gray-backed boar, there existed a mysterious and unpredictable energy source. Chen Lang guessed that this mysterious energy source was the root cause of the mutation of this gray-backed boar. Once this gray-backed boar was killed, not only would he be able to obtain 2 boar tusks, he would also be able to obtain that mysterious energy source. Thinking of this, Chen Lang's heartbeat accelerated. This mutated gray-backed boar must be killed. It might be able to obtain a chance. However, he could not bring the Lingyun sect's crowd along to take the risk, even though the mutated gray-backed boar was in the weak stage of metamorphosis. It possessed a terrifying strength that was infinitely close to that of a human foundation establishment cultivator. Once it went berserk, even Chen Lang could not guarantee everyone's safety. Kinking, take the others and wait for me at the outskirts of the pine moon dense forest. A trace of worry flashed through Li Kinking's beautiful eyes. What about you? I'll think of a way to see if I can slaughter that beast. A surprised expression appeared on Li Kinking's face. You've said that the mutated gray-backed boar has a combat power infinitely close to that of a human foundation establishment stage cultivator. Can you go alone? Can you do it? Chen Lang let out a light laugh. A man cannot say no. Don't worry, I have it in my heart. I'm sure of it. You lead the others to retreat to the periphery of the dense forest first. Make sure to be careful of the disciples of the Kingen sect coming to retaliate. Li Kinking looked at Chen Lang's face, and after hesitating for a moment, she finally chose to trust Chen Lang. Then I will wait for you at the periphery. You must be careful. Come back safely. Chen Lang nodded heavily, then burrowed into the dense forest and ran wildly towards the mutated gray-backed boar. The divine sense of an ordinary Kai refining stage cultivator could only perceive movements within a 100-meter radius. However, Chen Lang's divine sense had been strengthened by the nurturing heart's soul marrow, and was already able to cover a radius of 1,000 meters. The location of the mutated gray, backed boar was just at the edge of Chen Lang's perception range. Even if Chen Lang took one less step forward, he would lose sight of the mutant gray, backed boar. This mutant gray, backed boar was extremely smart, choosing to hide in the deepest part of the Pine Moon dense forest to undergo metamorphosis. The surrounding area was dotted with dense forests and was extremely hidden. Chen wasted a great deal of effort before he was able to feel his way to the vicinity of the mutated gray, backed boar. The mutant grayback boar's senses were extremely sharp. Chen Lang was still 100 meters away from it, and its ears stood up high, sensing the danger. Ouch! An earth-shaking hissing sound rang out, and it did not take long for the earth to begin to have a slight vibration, and there was a response drifting in from the distance. Chen Lang's heart skipped a beat, knowing that this beast was calling out to its companions. Soldiers were precious and quick. Water and Zephyr spirit armor condense. Chen Lang's hands quickly pinched, and his entire body's spiritual energy was pushed out as much as it could, transforming into an icy blue armor that covered Chen Lang's entire body. There was only 10 breaths of time. Chen Lang's gaze condensed, firmly locking that gray, backed boar that was in the process of metamorphosis, and his body suddenly moved, leaving a residual shadow in its place after putting on the water and Zephyr spirit armor. Chen Lang's speed had a qualitative increase, 3 times faster than the speed of an ordinary foundation establishment stage cultivator. Across a distance of 100 meters, Chen Lang only used one breath, sensing the danger. The mutated gray, backed boar could only temporarily interrupt its metamorphosis, and its body violently rolled to the side. Only then did it avoid Chen Lang's attack, after missing with a single strike. Chen Lang was slightly surprised, and immediately rushed towards the mutant gray, backed boar again. The mutant gray, backed boar let out an angry grunt, and the ferocious intent shot out from its eyes. Surprisingly, it did not choose to dodge, only to see its hind hooves violently stamping on the ground. Then charging towards Chen Lang snorted coldly, "Want to exchange wounds for life with me? Dream on." Chen Lang slammed his palm on the ground and flipped his body high into the air, barely escaping the mutant gray, backed boar's charge. When he landed, Chen Lang grabbed the tail of the mutant gray, backed boar and yanked it fiercely. The huge body of the mutant gray, backed boar stagnated and tumbled to the ground. Chen Lang, who was covered by the water and Zephyr spirit armor, temporarily possessed the strength of a foundation stage cultivator. With time running out, Chen Lang used his hand as a blade, quickly walked to the pig's head position, and sliced to the upper part of the center of the 2 pigs' eyes. This was the gray, backed boar's weak point. The center of the eyebrows, the pained mutant gray, backed boar struggled madly, its 2 front hooves kicking madly at Chen Lang. Chen Lang's eyes revealed a fierce look, and even at the risk of being injured, he used his hand knife to ruthlessly plunge into the mutant gray, backed boar's skull, only to hear an earth-shaking wail resounding through the heavens and the earth. Chen Lang's body was kicked away, and then fell into the distance like a kite with broken strings. Looking at the mutated gray, backed boar again, it wailed mournfully and staggered to its feet. The 2 pig eyes were covered in scarlet blood, staring at Chen Lang. But before it could take 2 steps, the wound in the center of its eyebrow exploded with a rumble. The huge body of the mutated gray, backed boar fell to the ground with a sound. Dying of gas, its pig eyes stared roundly in disbelief. Chen Lang coughed out a mouthful of blood, wobbling to the side of the mutant grayback boar and pulled off its tusks. Subsequently, Chen Lang covered his right hand with golden spiritual energy and slashed open the belly of the mutant gray, backed boar. After a moment of groping, Chen Lang felt a bone in the mutant grayback boar's stomach. This bone was golden in color, engraved with profound runes, emitting an astonishing fluctuation. The earth trembled violently, and the clansmen summoned by the mutated gray, backed boar had already rushed over. As many as 20 to 30 of them. At this time, it was already less than 100 meters away from Chen Lang. Chen Lang only glanced at it. His eyelids jumped wildly, and he felt his scalp go numb after putting that mysterious bone into his storage bag. Chen Lang no longer dared to linger, pulling his legs and running. It was only after 3 days and 3 nights of fleeing that Chen Lang completely shook off that group of crazy gray, backed boars. Chen Lang leaned his back against a large tree and slowly slid down from the trunk after swallowing 2 Kai condensation pills and sat on the ground. His chest was heaving violently with a palpitating look, and his face was filled with exhaustion after escaping from the gray, backed boar's pursuit. Chen Lang's brain spun rapidly as his gaze gradually became deep and ghostly. That mutated gray, backed boar had yet to completely complete its metamorphosis, and should not have the ability to summon so many gray, backed boars to chase me. The reason why those gray, backed boars were so frantic should be because the aura emanating from that piece of bone deeply attracted them. Wild beasts have low intelligence and just instinctively chase what attracts them. When he thought of that mysterious bone, Chen Lang felt his heart on fire. That was a divine object that could allow a low-grade beast like the gray, backed boar to break through the shackles of battle power. I just don't know where it came from and if it can be used for my benefit. Just as Chen Lang's thoughts were drifting, the sound transmission jade slip in his storage bag vibrated wildly. Chen Lang's heart thumped with a hint of a bad premonition. After listening to the news from the voice transmission, jade slip, as expected, something had happened on Li Kinking's side. He couldn't care less about resting anymore, dragging his tired body towards the outskirts of the dense forest and running wildly. Hu Fan's entire being was dominated by hatred ever since he was robbed of the boar tusk by Chen Lang in the valley that day. He had been given high hopes by the clan elders for leading the team to participate in the grand competition this time. The lineup of their Kingen sect squad was already strong enough. 4 Kai refining stage 6th layer, 7 Kai refining stage 5th layer, and 2 Kai refining stage 4th layer, such a powerful lineup. Yet they were robbed of all their harvest midway. This was simply a strange shame for Hu Fan. Not only that, when the great competition was over, he would definitely be severely chastised after returning to the sect. He was originally from a humble background, and with this loss, his future in the sect would definitely be bleak. Thinking of this, the hatred towards Chen Lang in his heart grew stronger. It must not be left like this. Thus, after ordering the Kingen sect disciples to rest in place for 3 days, he began to look for traces of the Falling Maple sect disciples. He would unite with the Falling Maple sect to take revenge on Chen Lang, as well as the disciples of the Lingyun sect. Since the Kingen sect was unable to gain victory, Lingyun sect would never think of it either. After 7 days of searching in the Pine Moon dense forest, he finally found the trail of the Falling Maple sect's disciples. Seeing Hu Fan leading the team, Gu Shutong's brows instantly furrowed while ordering the entire team to be on alert. Gu Shutong, I've finally found you. Don't be nervous. I have no ill intentions. I've brought you a message that I'm sure y'all be interested in, Hu Fan said, ordering the rest of the Kingen sect to stay put while he himself traveled alone to the Falling Maple sect squad's camp. Seeing Hu Fan come alone, Gu Shutong's tightly furrowed brows relaxed. But there was still some hidden displeasure. There were only 10 days left until the end of the grand competition, and the Fallen Maple sect hadn't been very lucky, only collecting 14 boar tusks so far. This was far below his expectations at this moment, when he saw that his competitor had taken the initiative to come. He naturally did not have a good face. What news? Have a fart and let it go. The smile on Hu Fan's face instantly froze. Gu Shutong's tone was extremely impatient, which made him feel uncomfortable in his heart. But at this moment, he could only unite with the Falling Maple sect in order to complete his revenge against the Lingyun sect. So Hu Fan directly told the matter of Kingen sect being robbed of boar tusks by Lingyun sect. After Gu Shatong heard it, a skeptical look appeared on his face. There are so many people in your Kingen sect. It can be plundered by the Lingyun sect. Are you not joking? Seeing Gu Shatong's disbelief, Hu Fan became a bit anxious. Gu Shatong, is it necessary for me to lie to you? When the time comes, we'll find the people from the Lingyun sect, and we'll know if it's true or not once we ask them. Gu Shatong pondered, and after a moment, slowly spoke. Are you saying that the Lingyun sect already has at least 14 boar tusks at this point? Hu Fan nodded. That's still 14 as far as I know. However, according to my estimation, they have the help of Chen Lang, a formation master. There is no way that they only have 14 boar tusks in their hands. It's very likely that it's already close to 20. Gu Shatong, if you don't go looking for trouble from the Lingyun sect, the odds are that the victor of this grand competition will be the Lingyun sect squad. Gu Shatong had her hands behind her back, her gaze looking into the distance as if she was weighing the pros and cons of this matter. In terms of strength, the Falling Maple Sect squad was the strongest. It was just that they weren't very lucky, which was why they only harvested 14 boar tusks. However, the Kingen sect's team was not much weaker than the Fallen Maple sect. So once they joined forces and successfully plundered the Lingyun sect's boar tusks, how should the proceeds be distributed? What's more, Gu Shatong couldn't trust Hu Fan. What if after defeating the Lingyun sect's squad, the Kingen sect squad turned their backs on the alliance and made a move against the Fallen Maple sect? When Hu Fan saw that Gu Shatong didn't say anything, he felt a bit anxious in his heart at this moment. There was not much time left until the end of the grand competition, and it would take a lot of effort to find the Lingyun sect's team in the Pine Moon dense forest. Gu Shatong, once we start a war with the Lingyun sect squad, my Kingen sect disciples are willing to charge ahead. Also, how about we split the harvested boar tusks in half between our two squads? I, Hu Fan, don't need to win this grand competition. I just need to have an explanation after returning to the sect. The conditions Hu Fan proposed were extremely favorable to the Fallen Maple sect. Even if he could only share half of the boar tusks from the Lingyun sect squad, his Fallen Maple sect squad would still be able to secure a victory in the grand competition. Gu Shatong agreed after only a moment of thought, a smile on his face as he patted Hu Fan's shoulder and said enthusiastically, Brother who is truly a good spirit, then I, Gu Shatong, will cooperate with you once. There's no time to lose. Let's set off in search of the Lingyun sect squad. Gu Shatong changed his face a little too quickly, making Hu Fan a little uncomfortable. Hu Fan was bitter in his heart. He had also put forward the conditions of the profitable Fall Maple sect squad out of desperation. The Lingyun sect team had Li Kinking and Chen Lang. Hu Fan could not take revenge on his own. It could only unite with the Falling Maple sect. But as long as they could take revenge, everything was worth it. It only took a day for the Alliance squad to discover the footprints of the Lingyun sect squad deep within the Pine Moon dense forest. They actually went towards the outskirts of the dense forest. Hu Fan concluded after studying the footprints. Gu Shatong pondered for a moment and suddenly thought of something. What if they end their hunt early and return to the camp? Hu Fan, with the strength of our Alliance squad, we can fight even a herd of 6 gray-backed boars. Hu Fan's eyes flickered as he heard Gu Shatong's implication, his brows instantly twisting into a lump. Gu Shatong was trying to utilize the Alliance squad's formidable battle power to ensure that he, the Fall Maple sect, would be able to win the grand competition. Once the Lingyun sect squad chose to return directly to the campsite, their calculations of plundering the Lingyun sect squad would fall completely flat. If they chose to pursue the Lingyun sect team at this time, there was a great possibility that not only would the Kingen sect team not be able to avenge their loss, but the Fallen Maple sect team would not be able to win either. Hu Fan laughed coldly in his heart. The reason why I joined forces with your Fallen Maple sect team and offered such generous conditions is to take revenge. If we can't take revenge, is there any need for the alliance of these two squads to exist? Gu Xiaotong. You don't have to say anything. Our Kingyuan sect has joined forces with your Falling Maple sect in order to avenge an arrow. If we can't avenge it, this alliance of ours, let's just disband. Hearing Hu Fan's tone so resolute, a hint of huffiness flashed in Gu Xiaotong's eyes. But he quickly calmed down once the squad alliance was disbanded. It would be difficult to make gains in the depths of the dense forest, relying solely on the strength of his fallen Maple Sect's squad. At this moment, only pursuing the Lingyun Sect's team with all their might would be in the common interest of the two sects' teams. Thinking clearly about the key point, Gu Xiaotong no longer hesitated and ordered, Fallen Maple Sect's squad, listen to the order, follow the tracks, and pursue the Lingyun Sect squad with full force. Hu Fan hummed, thinking, count on your kids' understanding because of Chen Lang's lone army. The Lingyun Sect squad was not traveling fast to the outskirts of the dense forest. While they were scouting for traces of the gray-backed boar, they thought of waiting for Chen Lang to facilitate his rendezvous with the squad. Although there was no Chen Lang, the formation master, present, with the strength of the Lingyun Sect's squad, they were still able to kill one or two gray-backed boars. Moreover, the Lingyun Sect squad had been in a very full state for the past 20 days. With not a single casualty, this greatly increased their confidence in searching for a single gray-backed boar. However, they searched for many days in a row with no luck. Not only did they fail to find the single gray-backed boar, but they also encountered the joint squad of the Falling Maple Sect and the Kingyuan Sect. Li Kinking stood at the front of the Lingyun Sect's squad. Shielding the crowd behind her, Tan Fei sent a transmission to Chen Lang after the Kingyuan Sect and the Falling Maple Sect joined forces. The two squads added up to 70 people, and at this moment, they swept towards the Lingyun Sect's squad quickly with a great momentum. The hearts of the Lingyun Sect disciples immediately sank to the bottom. It was over. This was almost the heartbeat of all the Lingyun Sect disciples. Li Kinking's face was as heavy as water, and her heart was cold. How could she not expect that Hu Fan had actually joined forces with Gu Xiaotong? Soon, the joint squad surrounded the Lingyun Sect crowd. Hu Fan stepped forward and laughed recklessly. Haha, grandsons of the Lingyun Sect. You didn't think you'd have this day. They were previously worried that the Lingyun Sect squad would just end their hunt and return to the camp. But they didn't know that the other party was actually foolishly searching for a single gray-backed boar in the periphery. Truly the heavens had eyes. Gu Xiaotong was also secretly relieved. If they couldn't find the Lingyun Sect squad, the Fallen Maple Sect would have lost out on the championship of the grand competition. In the joint squad, the Kingyuan Sect disciples were in the most relaxed mood, and their gazes towards the Lingyun Sect disciples were filled with the excitement of a great revenge about to be avenged. Gu Xiaotong looked at Li Kinking and persuaded, Li Kinking, don't think of resisting with this number of you. You won't be a match for us. Be a good boy and hand over the boar tusks. Save us the trouble. Before Li Kinking could reply, Hu Fan jumped ahead and said, Gu Xiaotong, each of the Lingyun Sect disciples is a first-rate iron-blooded good man. How could they possibly surrender without a fight? Let's just do it directly. We Kingyuan Sect disciples have been looking forward to this day for a long time. Gu Xiaotong glanced at Hu Fan, displeased in his heart, but still smiling on his face. Then I, Gu, will plunder the battlefield for Brother Hu, and invite the Kingyuan Sect disciples to take revenge to their heart's content, Falling Maple Sect disciples. Back up 20 meters and plunder the line for the brothers of the Kingyuan Sect. The disciples of the Falling Maple Sect quickly retreated 20 meters, leaving room for the Kingyuan Sect disciples to fight. Hu Fan's face was unsightly, but there was no way to say anything. After all, this was something he himself brought up. Kingyuan Sect disciples, listen to the order. The chance to avenge our hatred has come. Go. After saying that, Hu Fan led the charge towards Li Kinking. with the other 3 strong people at the 6th level of the Kai refining stage following closely behind. The rest of the disciples also began to move, instantly battling with the Ling Yun sect disciples. Gu Shutong stood calmly not far away. The 2 sides fighting desperately in the battlefield looked like clowns to him. The snipers and muscles are fighting. And the fisherman, let's fight, it's only exciting if you fight to the death. Haha, Li Kinking and those 4 Kai refining stage 6th level powerhouses were old rivals, and were very familiar with the means of both sides, and for a while, they fought back and forth, unable to tell the winner from the loser in a short period of time. However, in the other battle group, the Lingyun sect disciples were in a very bad situation without Chen Lang. Only Ding Zan and Tan Fei remained at the 5th level of Kai refining stage, struggling to hold on. Many of the disciples had colors on their bodies, if it wasn't for the rules of the grand competition that no one was allowed to injure anyone's life. At this moment, they were afraid that they would have already been killed in the fight. The Kingyuan sect disciples had an absolute advantage, and it didn't take long for them to defeat all of the Lingyun sect disciples. How can defeating them be enough? The resentment that the Kingyuan sect disciples had accumulated in their hearts over the past few days needed to be vented. The way they could think of to vent it out was to humiliate the disciples of the Lingyun sect. The sounds of insults, wailing, and begging for mercy were endless, because Ding Zan had pulled a lot of hatred earlier. He was doubly taken care of by the Kingyuan sect disciples. At the moment, there wasn't a single piece of intact flesh on his entire body, and his face had been slapped into a saucy red color. Li Kinking's beautiful eyes contained fury as she angrily shouted, "Hu Fan, don't go too far." Hu Fan snorted, "How is this going too far? Wasn't it too much when you guys robbed my boar tusks? If it wasn't for the great competition's rule that no one can be killed, do you think they would still be alive?" Li Kinking, don't be too naive. Besides, it's going to be your turn soon. A lewd smile appeared on Hu Fan's face. I wonder how my slap would feel on this pretty face of yours. It's really something to look forward to. After saying that, Hu Fan shouted at Gu Shutong, "Gu Shutong, the big picture has been settled. Come quickly and help me finish off Li Kinking." Li Kinking was at the 7th level of the Kai refining stage, with a strong spiritual energy. The 4 Hu Fans alone could not help her at all. Gu Shutong's eyes flashed, no longer watching the battle, and called on the remaining 5 Kai refining stage 6th layer powerhouses from the fallen Maple sect to join him in the battle. At this moment, Li Kinking was facing 10 Kai refining stage level 6 powerhouses alone, instantly falling into an absolute disadvantage. Cold Ice Arrow Rain, Li Kinking used her killing move, but it was easily neutralized by the other party. Her face suddenly turned white right at this moment. Hu Fan fully utilized his wind spirit power, flashed to Li Kinking's back, and printed a palm on top of Li Kinking's back. This palm contained most of Hu Fan's spiritual energy, and was extremely powerful, instantly sending Li Kinking flying. Li Kinking spat out a large mouthful of blood. Her breath instantly wilted. She was not lightly injured. Just as Li Kinking stood up, she was hit by several more spiritual attacks in succession. Her robes shattered and a large amount of blood seeped out. Li Kinking was seriously injured and fell to the ground on her back. Without the strength to fight again, Gu Shutong's gaze flickered as he raised his right hand. Enough. The people of the Falling Maple sect immediately stopped fighting. Hu Fan laughed as he arrived in front of Li Kinking, crouched down, pinched her neck with his left hand, and drank. Li Kinking, did you ever think that there would be today? Are the things of my Kingyuan sect that easy to take? Speak, mute. Hu Fan shouted angrily and raised his right hand to slap Li Kinking across the face. Li Kinking stared angrily at Hu Fan, but there was no way to resist. Her neck was held down by Hu Fan to death. She spoke with difficulty. Chen Lang will not let you go. Hu Fan laughed out loud at his words and said disdainfully, Chen Lang is nothing as long as he dares to come today. I'll dare to get him killed, speaking of which. This little face of yours is really pretty, especially the side that I slapped, red and flushed, it's very pretty. If it were redder, it would look even better. Hu Fan Jie laughed strangely and raised his right hand high, ready to slap Li Kinking again. The resentment in his heart needed to be vented. It needed to be vented ruthlessly. In his opinion, slapping Li Kinking's stunningly beautiful cheeks was the best way to vent it. But just at this moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the distance. Only an icy blue stream of light swiftly swept in with an extremely horrifying sound. The crowd retreated one after another. Hu Fan's eyes widened as he could sense that this icy blue stream of light was aimed precisely at him, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Hell, what is this thing? If I get hit by it, do I still have a life? Hu Fan hurriedly stood up, frantically operating the wind attribute spiritual energy in his body. Escape. This was the only thought in his mind, but the speed of the ice, blue stream of light was too fast, and Hu Fan was caught up with it before he had the chance to run far. There was a loud bang in the crowd's shocked gazes. Hu Fan's entire body was smashed into pieces. Flesh and blood flew and turned into a rain of blood, slowly falling and staining the ground red. The smell of blood that filled the air wildly stimulated the nerves of the crowd. The blood mist dispersed, and a figure covered in ice-blue armor appeared. It was none other than Chen Lang. Gu Shaotong's pupils shook. His face was covered in shock, and his entire body was in a daze. This scene was too shocking. It was too bloody. How did he? Hu Fan was the captain of the Kingyuan sect squad, but he was blown to pieces by Chen Lang with a single blow right in front of him. The Kingyuan sect disciples stopped the movements in their hands and stared blankly at the icy blue figure. There was fear spreading wildly in their hearts. Their captain, dead. Not even a complete body was left behind. The Lingyuan sect crowd took the opportunity to break free from the Kingyuan sect disciples and ran towards that icy blue figure. Their savior had come. Chen Lang at this moment, in their hearts, was like a savior, a forceful, thunderous strike that shocked the group. After Chen Lang shattered the Hu Fan with a single blow, he immediately came to Li Kinking's side, and when he saw the right side of Li Kinking's reddish face, fire of anger instantly blazed. Kinking, I'm sorry, I'm late. Tears slipped from the corners of Li Kinking's eyes as she reached out to stroke Chen Lang's cheeks. Sobbing uncontrollably, I thought that I wouldn't be able to wait for you. Chen Lang helped Li Kinking up, fed her a healing elixir, and summoned Tan Fei to help Li Kinking heal her injuries. Chen Lang, you actually dared to kill someone in the grand competition. I'm telling you, you're in big trouble. Chen Lang frowned as his figure instantly arrived in front of the person who spoke, grabbed him by the neck and slapped him hard. Chen Lang's gaze swept over the crowd as he spoke coldly. Tell me, who told you all to come and plunder the Lingyuan sect? The crowd looked towards Gu Shatong. Chen Lang then looked at Gu Shatong as well. Gu Shatong's pupils shrunk violently, and she felt her scalp go numb. Chen Lang's strength was too terrifying, and he had actually exploded Hu Fan with a single strike. The image of Hu Fan's death flashed in his mind, and the air was still thick with the smell of blood. Gu Shatong was scared. He did not want to end up in the same situation as Hu Fan at all. Chen Lang listened to my explanation. All of this was led by Hu Fan. He was the one who came to me to join forces. Wanting to turn against you, I was under his compulsion. You must believe me. Chen Lang laughed coldly. Insightful to the situation, since the falling Maple Sect squad had appeared here, they were definitely trying to snatch the Lingyuan Sect squad's boar tusks. Hand over the boar tusks and get lost. Gu Shatong's heart was relieved when he heard this, and he hurriedly took out all the boar tusks and handed them over to Chen Lang. Falling Maple Sect disciples, withdraw. The fallen Maple Sect squad fled. After the falling Maple Sect disciples retreated, Chen Lang's icy gaze swept towards the Kingyuan sect crowd. At this moment, the Kingyuan sect disciples, with the exception of the one controlled by Chen Lang, were all gathered together, staring at Chen Lang with guarded faces. In the face of Chen Lang, who had crushed them in terms of combat power, they could not muster the slightest bit of courage to confront him. Chen Lang's gaze shifted, in the end. He released the Kingen sect disciple in his hands, get lost. That Kingen sect disciple was like an amnesty and fled in the direction of the camp with the other fellow disciples. Chen Lang's strength was too terrifying. Hu Fan had been killed. There was no use for them to stay here. The nature of this grand competition had changed, and the situation was no longer something that the Kai refining stage disciples, could sway. They could only wait for the sect elders to come and make a decision for them. After the disciples from the other two sects had all left, Chen Lang withdrew his water zephyr spirit armor, and his entire body went limp. He had experienced 3 days and 3 nights of fleeing before, and was already extremely tired later. He had rushed to this place to save the day despite everything, and by this moment, he was already close to his limit. But he couldn't rest yet. He strengthened his spirit and sent a voice transmission to Mu Kingen, Elder Mu. Come here quickly, soon enough. Mu Kingyong brought 2 other elders to find Chen Lang and the others. Seeing the crowd, Mu Kingyong's heart sank as he hurriedly inquired. Chen Lang interrupted him and took out the sovereign order. Return to the sect immediately. Although Mu Kingyong and the others were doubtful, at this moment, Chen Lang took out the sovereign's order, and they could only comply. Seeing the sovereign order was like seeing the sovereign. The 3 recluse lights wrapped all the people of the Lingyun sect and sped off in the direction of the sect. Not long after, the disciples of the falling maple sect and the disciples of the Kingen sect returned to the camp successively. The crowd of the falling maple sect soon left as well. This matter was of great importance and needed to be reported to the sect before making plans. Immediately after the Kingen sect disciples returned to the camp, a shocking roar was heard. A white-haired old man angrily barged into the Lingyun sect's camp, only to find that the Lingyun sect's people had long since left. After a flurry of evil fire, he could only bring his disciples back to the sect first before making plans. The disciples of the Lingyun sect had done something so unethical, clearly wanting to provoke a war between the 2 sects. If Chen Lang did not die, he could not extinguish the anger of Kingen sect. In the green-colored recluse, Mu Kingyong's face was very ugly. Chen Lang was sleeping in Li Kinking's arms. Li Kinking was covered in blood. But she didn't use her energy to heal her wounds. She just froze. No matter how Mu Kingyong asked, she did not open her mouth. Mu Kingyong had no choice but to ask his untalented grandson. Ding Zan's situation was not good at the moment. A horse face had swollen into a bun face, and the eye socket was black and blue. There were also many bruises on his exposed skin. At a glance, he had been severely beaten, and his injuries were not light. Xiang Nan, tell Grandmaster what's going on. The journey back to the clan was nearly 3 hours, enough time for Ding Zan to make things clear. After hearing Ding Zan's account, Mu Kingen's face became even more ugly in all the years of the grand competition. There had never been a record of a disciple dying. Chen Lang killing Hu Fan this time was like stirring up a hornet's nest, and would surely be met with frantic retaliation from the Kingen sect, standing from the perspective of an onlooker. It was indeed Chen Lang who had broken the rules, should not have killed anyone, and should be severely punished. However, from the perspective of the Lingyun sect's squad, if a fellow disciple was humiliated in such a manner, if they didn't have some semblance of fire, could they still be called human? Not to mention, the one who was humiliated the most was Li Kinking. It could be said that Chen Lang blowing up Hu Fan with a single strike was a matter of great joy. Moreover, if he didn't kill Hu Fan with a thunderous blow, given Chen Lang's state at that time, how would he be able to withstand the pressure from the entire alliance squad? Chen Lang was only one person, while the other side had nearly 70 people. Chen Lang, what's wrong with that? This year's 3-sect joint grand competition ended hastily. There was no winner, after the Kingen sect's group returned to the sect. They immediately reported the details of the grand competition to the top management of the Kingen sect. The senior management of the Kingen sect was immediately enraged. The patriarch of the Kingen sect personally wrote a letter of inquiry, demanding that the Lingyun sect hand over Chen Lang, in addition to compensating the Kingen sect with 300,000 spirit stones, and withdrawing from the competition for the right to exploit the spirit stone veins forever. The falling maple sect remained silent. As long as the results of the great competition were not out, the mining rights of the spirit stone vein would remain in the hands of the fall maple sect. Happy to see it, sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. It's not a matter of concern, besides. The fallen maple sect still had things to do. Gu Qingduan, who killed 5 Jai Dan realm elders, had yet to be found, and the dispute with the Tianlong Chamber of Commerce was still ongoing, so there was simply no time to pay attention to the feud between the two clans. After the Kingen sect patriarch sent the letter of inquisition, he sent another letter to the Fall Maple sect patriarch. He wanted to have the Falling Maple sect join him in questioning the Lingyun sect. The Fallen Maple sect's patriarch wrote back, "My clan has reservations about the grand competition incident. On one hand, it was your Kingen sect disciple who insulted others first. On the other hand, the Lingyun sect disciple who rose up and killed someone was also not right. Both parties are at fault. Therefore, our clan will not help each other, so you can do it yourselves." The reply from the fallen Maple sect's sect leader exasperated the Kingen sect's sect leader, but there was nothing he could do about it. This old man clearly wanted to sit back and watch the tigers fight. Abominable, soon after, the Lingyun sect received a letter of inquiry from the Kingen sect, and the person who delivered the letter was a disciple of the Kingen sect, who was currently standing tall and proud in the Lingyun sect's main hall. The main seat of the hall was empty. The name of the person who sent the letter was Han Beam, with a cultivation level of late foundation establishment, and the word arrogance written all over his face in the entire Lingyun sect. Isn't there anyone who can make decisions? Mu Qingyong compensated with a smile. My sect's patriarch is in seclusion. Please wait for a moment, messenger. I've already ordered someone to go and report. Hanbeam snorted coldly and waited with his eyes closed. This wait was a whole day. Hanbeam's legs were numb from standing, but he didn't wait for the Ling Yun sect patriarch. Your Lingyun sect is determined to go to war with our sect, isn't it? Mu Qingyong was about to explain when he heard a sound of footsteps coming from outside the hall. The person who came was dressed in plain clothes, with a petite and delicate figure and a delicate and soft face. It was none other than Du Fei. Han Beam glanced at Du Fei, and a hint of amazement flashed through his eyes. Who are you? Du Fei crossed over Han Beam and sat on top of the main seat of the great hall, looking down at Han Beam disdainfully. Bring me the letter, and I'll take a look. Mu Qingyong took the letter from Han Beam's hand and respectfully stepped forward to hand it to Du Fei. During the patriarch's seclusion, all affairs of the Lingyun sect, both large and small, were decided by Du Fei. This was what the patriarch had informed the elders before he went into seclusion. Du Fei opened the epistle, slightly scanned the contents of the epistle, and her face instantly sank. She put down the epistle and looked at messenger Han Beam, speaking in a chilling voice. I've finished reading the letter. You can get lost. Han Beam was instantly furious at the words. Where did you come from, yellow-haired girl? Are you the Lingyun sect sovereign? What qualifications do you have to tell me to get lost? Du Fei's beautiful eyes swept over a cold light. Since you don't want to leave, then don't leave suddenly. The sound of thunder rose in the great hall, and a thunder formation descended with a bang. The power of thunder and lightning gulping above the formation was enough to kill all foundation, establishment stage cultivators in seconds. Han Beam's eyelids jumped as he forced himself to calm down. You dare to touch me? What answered him was a terrifying thunderbolt. With a loud boom, Han Beam was split into flying ashes by the terrifying thunder, his soul destroyed. Du Fei grunted and ordered, Pass on the order of the Patriarch. From today onwards, close the mountain gate and open the Patriarchal Grand Formation with full force. Wait for the Master to come out of the gate and exterminate the Qingyuan sect, hearing Du Fei's order. Mu Qingyong's entire body froze in place. The Lingyun sect had been weak for a long time, so once the war started, how could it be a match for the Qingyuan sect? However, he didn't dare to disobey the sovereign's order, so he could only do as he was told. The news of Han Beam's murder quickly reached Qingyuan sect. The Qingyuan sect's patriarch was furious. Good for you, Lingyun sect, since you want to fight. Then let's fight. The Qingyuan sect began to frantically prepare for war, not only mobilizing their disciples, but even issuing a bounty. Anyone who kills a disciple of the Lingyun sect, regardless of where they come from, will be rewarded with a spirit stone from the Qingyuan sect. The first to third level of the Kai refining stage was rewarded with 10 spirit stones. The fourth to sixth level of the Kai refining stage rewarded with 20 spirit stones. Kai refining stage 7th layer to great perfection, rewarded with 40 spirit stones. Foundation, establishment stage, cultivators, 10 times as many as Kai refining stage. 100 times more for Jai Dan realm cultivators than Kai refining stage. For a time, the entire southern loose realm was in flames. Countless scattered cultivators, devil cultivators, evil cultivators, and cultivators who lacked money came to the vicinity of Lingyun Peak, waiting for an opportunity to move, forced a lot of Lingyun sect disciples who had strayed outside, had to hide their identities far away, did not dare to return to the sect, and at this moment, the Lingyun Peak. Because of the opening of the clan protection array, the entire peak was covered by a thick fog. There were quite a few bold wild cultivators who broke in and instantly lost their voices. The power of the Lingyun sect's protective array was evident. Inside the Lingyun sect, people were on edge at the moment. The sudden opening of the sect protector formation made them smell a storm coming. However, when Du Fei gathered all the disciples and elders together and told them the whole story, they all became agitated. The son of a bitch Qingyuan sect, it's actually so overbearing. Is this forcing us to die? And compensating 300. 000 spirit stones. Compensation my ass, when Lord Sovereign comes out of the gate. We'll go together to destroy the Qingyuan sect. Du Fei raised her hand and pressed it in vain, signaling the crowd to be quiet. There's still a year to go before Master Sect Leader leaves the gate. As soon as Du Fei said this, an uproar immediately resounded from below. An elder asked out loud, Fei, the spirit stone stored in our clan can at most support the full operation of the clan protection array for half a month. How can this allow us to hold out until the sect master emerges from the gate? Du Fei lightly laughed. Elder Qin doesn't need to worry about the spirit stones. My Lingyun sect has already received the support of the mysterious Gold Master. So the problem of spirit stones is not enough to worry about. In addition, during the closure of the mountain gate, all disciples and elders' monthly spirit stones will be distributed in 10 times the amount, pills, refining materials, and other supplies, as long as the Lingyun sect has them. They will all be supplied without limit. The moment Du Fei said this, the entire scene instantly boiled over. The Gold Master behind this Lingyun sect. Just what was the origin of it? This was to use one's own strength to feed an entire sect. This was also too bullish. Fellow disciples of the Lingyun sect, in this year, please raise your cultivation battle power as much as possible. 1 year from now, we'll head out and destroy the Qingyuan sect. The injuries that Chen Lang had sustained in the Pine Moon dense forest were not serious, and it was only because of the physical and mental overload that he ended up in a coma. When he awoke from his coma, just as he opened his eyes, he saw a cheek filled with concern. It was Li Kinking. She had been guarding Chen Lang's side the entire time, not even scrubbing the blood from her cheeks. The wounds on her body had only been treated briefly as well, and the spiritual pressure of the Fei's spiritual energy still remained on the wounds. Chen Lang only felt that his heart had been heavily whacked by something.
How could you be so stupid? How could you not know to go and heal your wounds first after receiving such a serious injury?
Chen Lang grabbed Li Kinking's cold little hand, his eyes full of heartache, yet he couldn't bear to really blame her. Li Kinking silently looked at Chen Lang, blame and sorrow surfacing in her eyes, her voice hoarse as she said, "It's all because I didn't protect myself and gave Hu Fan the opportunity to humiliate me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have." Before Li Kinking could finish her words, Chen Lang's index finger was pressed against her lips. "Don't say it. I don't regret killing Hu Fan at all. If he dares to bully my Chen Lang's woman, he deserves to die. I only hate that I let him die too painfully. I should have flayed his skin and drawn his tendons, cut him by 1,000 cuts, let him suffer a painful death." Chen Lang's gnashing of teeth made Li Kinking both angry and amused. "Do you know the consequences of killing Hu Fan?" "I'm telling you, the consequences are serious. If we kill Hu Fan this time, not only will we not be able to obtain the right to mine that spirit stone vein for the next year, we will also be pursued by the Kingyuan sect. Once the Kingyuan sect sends someone to hold us accountable and demand that the sect hand over the murderer. How are we going to respond?" Looking at Li Kinking's worried face, Chen Lang became even more distressed. He gently hugged Li Kinking and softly said, "Don't worry about me. I have my own way to solve this matter. The ship will naturally straighten out. There will definitely be a solution to the trouble. You quickly go back to heal your wounds now. Look at your dirty appearance. You don't look good at all anymore." Li Kinking pushed Chen Lang away and glared at him in exasperation. "What, now you're starting to dislike me for not looking good?" Chen Lang smiled. "I was just joking. Why are you still serious?" "My King is the best looking. Listen, go back and heal your wounds." Li Kinking hummed and made sure that Chen Lang was not in any serious trouble before choosing to go back to heal her wounds. After guarding Chen Lang for a day and a night, she was physically and mentally exhausted, and although the injuries on her body were mostly healed after Mu Qingyang's treatment, she still needed time to carefully clean them up before they could be completely healed. After Li Kinking left, Chen Lang took out the sovereign's order, and under the perception of his divine sense, he found that a heated argument was taking place in the sect's council hall. Many elders were rebuking Chen Lang's reckless behavior and wanted to send Chen Lang to the Kingyuan sect as a way to quell the anger of the Kingyuan sect. However, there was also a portion of elders who believed that Chen Lang was not at fault in the face of that extreme situation. Chen Lang's failure to kill would not be enough to establish his authority. Was he going to stand by and watch his fellow disciples being humiliated without doing anything about it? There was also a portion of the elders who remained silent, not having a definite stance, feeling that both sides had some truth in what they said. But it was not enough to convince them. These elders discussed for a day and a night, arguing all the time, and ultimately did not come up with a conclusion when it came down to it. The patriarch was in seclusion, and there was no one who could make a final decision. In the council hall, Mu Qingyang looked at the group of elders who advocated handing over Chen Lang, and a cold smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth. An age to live to a dog, so timid and fearful. His heart is not as good as a brat in his teens. He slammed the table, signaling everyone to be quiet, and then threw out a heavy news. The sovereign order is in Chen Lang's hands. Seeing the sovereign order is like seeing the sovereign. As soon as Mu Qingyang said this, the council hall suddenly fell silent. Almost all the elders looked at Mu Qingyang with disbelief, especially the few elders who advocated handing over Chen Lang at the moment. They looked like they had eaten a fly. Their faces hard to see. The two elders who had traveled with Mu Qingyang to the Pine Moon dense forest spoke up to testify. The sovereign order is indeed in Chen Lang's hands. Now all the elders were convinced, and they couldn't stop the look of shock from spreading in their eyes. Before the patriarch's seclusion, he had personally handed over the patriarch's order to Du Fei Fei, allowing her to manage the sect on his behalf.
However, at this moment, the patriarch's order appeared in Chen Lang's hands, and Chen Lang just happened to make a big mistake of killing someone. Was it really such a coincidence? Think carefully. Now Lingyun sect's finances are facing collapse, and they have not gotten the right to mine the spirit stone veins.
And they have also offended their strong enemy Kingyuan sect. It just so happens that the sovereign order is still in Chen Lang's hands.
Could Chen Lang still die in exchange for the Kingyuan sect's forgiveness? No one would be that stupid.
It's really a bad situation. Hey, it's just a matter of doing what you want. The council meeting ended unhappily. As they left, almost every elder had a look of sadness on their faces. The building was about to fall. Seeing this, the light in Chen Lang's eyes flickered uncertainly. And then his divine sense drove the sovereign's order to go outside Du Fei Fei's small courtyard. Du Fei Fei received Chen Lang's voice transmission and quickly came out to receive Chen Lang in. Chen Lang told Du Fei Fei about the fact that he had killed Hu Fan in the Pine Moon dense forest. After Du Fei Fei heard it, her eyes sank slightly and she only said 2 words, "deserve to be killed." Chen Lang then went on to tell what he had heard in the council hall. In addition, he also stated his intentions. He intended to fully invest in the sect and go to war with the Kingyuan sect. This was the best solution Chen Lang had come up with after much thought. After Du Fei Fei heard Chen Lang's plan, her cherry-like mouth couldn't help but open in shock. "Senior brother, are you saying that you want to invest in the sect and then go to war with the Kingyuan sect? I didn't hear you wrong." Chen Lang nodded his head, his eyes firm. Du Fei Fei was still in a bit of disbelief. "Do you know how many spirit stones you need to spend to start a war with Kingyuan sect?" Senior brother, Chen Lang, however, was unimpressed. "How many spirit stones are needed?" Senior sister Fei Fei. "Feel free to ask." Du Fei Fei thought for a moment and reported a figure. 5 million. Chen Lang's eyes flashed as he spoke in a domineering manner. Senior sister Fei Fei, "I'm investing 10 million spirit stones in the clan just to overthrow the Kingyuan sect." Even with Du Fei Fei's insight, she could not help but be dumbfounded. 10 million spirit stones, that was the total income of the Lingyun sect for 100 years. Senior brother couldn't be joking, right? I don't think so. A divine item like the heart-nourishing soul marrow. Senior brother was able to give away 10 of them in one breath. A glimpse of a leopard in a tube was enough to see how rich senior brother Chen Lang's fortune was. After thinking clearly, Du Fei Fei's eyes also became firm. "Senior brother, as long as you can really invest 10 million spirit stones in the sect, not to mention overthrowing a tiny Kingyuan sect, even if you were to dominate the entire realm of the Southern Luminary, it wouldn't be a problem." This was Chen Lang's turn to be surprised. Hegemony over the South Lu, were the Lingyun sect's plans so big? The realm of the Southern Lu was located in the lower reaches of the Heavenly River, and there were hundreds of clans the size of the Lingyun sect. Wanting to dominate the Southern Lu was tantamount to a fool's dream. What's more, there was also a well-deserved hegemon in the realm of the Southern Lu, the Cinnabar rank sect. The Senluo sect. Seeing her senior brother's surprised expression, Du Fei Fei pursed her lips and guessed what was going through Chen Lang's mind. "Senior brother, you must not think that senior sister is joking with senior's ambition. Dominating the Southern Lu is merely his first small goal. Hegemony over Southern Lu, and still just a small goal." Thinking back to the story that Li Kinking had told him in the Pine Moon dense forest, Chen Lang could not help but be shocked. Li Kinking's father. It couldn't be the Lingyun sect's patriarch. Chen Lang's mind spun rapidly, and the more he thought about it, the more likely he felt it was. Senior sister. Is the sovereign lord's surname Li? A trace of surprise swept across Du Fei Fei's eyes as she blurted out. How does senior sister know that? Chen Lang was even more certain in his heart that the lord sovereign of the Lingyun sect was Li Kinking's father. No wonder he had such ambitions in that case. Isn't the sovereign lord my future father-in-law with this relationship? It reinforced Chen Lang's thoughts of investing in the Lingyun sect. Right at this moment, Du Fei Fei received a voice transmission, and her brows suddenly furrowed slightly. Chen Lang asked, "Senior sister Fei Fei, what's wrong?" Du Fei Fei's frown quickly unfolded as she smiled.
Nothing. The Kingen sect sent a person to deliver a letter. I'm afraid that it's coming from a bad place.
Let him wait first. Let's continue chatting. After that, Du Fei Fei gave Chen Lang a brief explanation of the sect's equal rank system.
The sect's equal rank was divided into a total of 12. The fourth rank of heaven, earth, Xu and Huang,
Belong to the first-class sects, possessing the qualifications to open a sect in the upper reaches of the heavenly river. Cosmic flood fourth rank, belonging to second-rate sects, with the qualification of opening a sect in the middle reaches of the heaven river.
The sun, moon, and stars fourth rank belong to a third-rate sect, possessing the qualifications to open a sect in the lower reaches of the heavenly river.
For all the sects that possess the rank, there would be a sect war every 10 years. The victorious clan would have the possibility of advancing in rank. While defeat would depend on the ranking to retain the rank or drop the rank, Chen Lang couldn't help but smack his lips after hearing this.
In the entire South Lu realm, there was only one Eon-ranked sect, the Senliu sect, which was at the bottom of the list.
Compared to the Lingyun sect, it was even more of a difference. I also don't know where Li Kinking's mother's clan is located in the Heavenly River.
If it is located in the upper reaches of the Heavenly River, senior brother, after hearing about the clan's equilibrium ranking system, doesn't it feel like it's very far away from us?
Chen Lang nodded and lamented. Yes, to obtain the equal ranks, one must first defeat the Senliu sect.
And we, Lingyun sect, are just one of the hundreds of small and unimpressive sects in South Lu. Du Fei Fei pursed her lips and laughed. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. How do we know how far we can go if we don't try? Let's talk about the specifics of investing in the sect next. This chat went on for most of the day. After everything was settled, Hu Fei Fei brought Chen Lang to the Lingyun sect storehouse that specialized in storing spirit stones.
The warehouse was located halfway up the mountainside of Lingyun Peak, and countless precise and arcane runes were engraved on the door of the warehouse. A tunnel of less than 100 meters had 10 gates. Not only did it require the entrant to hold the sovereign's order, but it also required the matching of the corresponding magic skill to open the gate. Each gate required a different magic skill.
This gave Chen Lang a blank stare. With such a well-guarded design, could it be that the Lingyun sect had a very large amount of spirit stones within its spirit stone storehouse? Opening the last door, a huge space appeared in front of him that could not be seen at a glance. The spirit stone storehouse was very large.
Located within the mountain, with a space as large as 10 large gymnasiums combined, Chen Lang walked in and swept his gaze around.
The corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. The entire storehouse was empty. Only a corner on the left-hand side of the door stored a pile of spirit stones.
About 100,000 or so spirit stones. This feeling, what to say, it made Chen Lang feel a bit absurd. It's like when you only have a dime, but you put it in a mega safe that is only used by banks to store large amounts of gold.
Noticing the change in Chen Lang's expression, Du Fei Fei's face revealed a color of embarrassment as she explained. Because of Master's seclusion, many of the Lingyun sect's industries have been suppressed by the other two sects. So the income has been a bit low over the years. Chen Lang nodded, then with a thought. 100,000 spirit stones appeared in the treasury. Detected that the host gifted the Lingyun sect 100,000 spirit stones, rewarding the host with 1 million spirit stones. The reward has been released to the system backpack. Hearing the system voice prompt, Chen Lang smiled faintly and invoked his mind again.
1 million spirit stones appeared out of thin air. Detected the host gifting Lingyun sect 1 million spirit stones,
rewarding the host with 10 million spirit stones. The reward has been released to the system backpack.
1,100,000 spirit stones had filled a corner of the treasury. Du Fei Fei stood frozen in place.
A strong color of shock surfacing on her cute and soft little face. Chen Lang's actions had brought him a deep shock.
How rich was senior brother, taking out 1,100,000 spirit stones without even blinking. Moreover, to be able to take out so many spirit stones at once was not something that could be contained in an ordinary storage bag. Must have space storage means, and spatial storage means. Only deep-rooted ancient families are qualified to have. Chen Lang took a deep breath. There were still 9 million spirit stones, and his mind was once again induced. The entire treasury shook violently, and a bewildering number of spirit stones suddenly appeared, all of a sudden.
It filled up most of the space in the treasury. Du Fei was dumbfounded. She had been in charge of the treasury for many years.
How could she not expect that one day so many spirit stones could appear in the treasury? Senior sister Fei.
10 million spirit stones have been placed here for you. Count them. Du Fei opened her mouth and smiled bitterly.
Count? How long would it take to count so many spirit stones? Senior brother, there's no need to count.
Senior sister trusts you. Next. Du Fei led Chen Lang to the storehouse of cultivation resources.
There were a wide variety of potions of various efficacies stored here, ranging from the Kai refining stage to the Jai Dan stage. Chen Lang took a portion of each, preparing to take it back to Tan Fei for the purpose of doubling it.
In addition to pills, there were also some spirit weapons, spirit armor, talismans, and other resources needed for combat.
Chen Lang also took a copy of each. He had the powerful plugin of gifting items with a tenfold return.
So he had to make full use of it. The Lingyun sect's current strength was too weak, and its resources were very scarce. So he had to do everything he could to enhance the Lingyun sect's overall strength. Only then would he have enough backbone to go to war with the Kingyun sect. He had also figured out now that if he didn't have a powerful force to rely on, it would be difficult to move forward in this immortal cultivation world. For example, when he went to the fanchang auction to shoot a heart-nurturing soul marrow, he actually managed to run into more than 10 Jai Dan realms, blocking the road on his way back to the clan. If it wasn't for the presence of ancient lightning dust, he and Zhao Qianlong would have already been taken away from the auction and their bodies destroyed. Facing more than a dozen Jai Dan realm powerhouses, he and Zhao Qianlong had no power of resistance at all. Even if they gave away the heart-nurturing soul marrow, they wouldn't necessarily be able to save their lives. A weak person was only at the mercy of others. Besides, the matter of him killing Hu Fan in the Pine Moon Forest. If the Lingyun sect was much stronger than the Kingyun sect, Chen Lang killed only an outer disciple at the 6th level of the Kai refining stage. Would the Kingyun sect turn its back on the Lingyun sect for such an outer disciple? The Kingyun sect wouldn't even dare to let out a single fart. I'm afraid this was the rule of this world. The power of one person was ultimately limited, since Chen Lang had the ability to provide for a sect. What was the point of foolishly going solo? Kingyun sect, Great Virtue Hall at this moment. All of the Kingyun sect's top officials were present. Standing silently on top of the hall, the entire hall was silent, and the atmosphere was deeply oppressive. Everyone's gazes were directed towards a middle-aged man sitting high on the main seat of the hall. This middle-aged man had a majestic demeanor and a powerful and vast aura like the sea. It was the current patriarch of Kingyun sect, Li Huo, a Yuan Ying realm great cultivator. His sharp gaze swept over the people in the hall, and he spoke in a cold voice.
Gentlemen, the Lingyun sect killed my Kingyun sect's disciples in the grand competition in the first place,
and beheaded my Kingyun sect's messenger in the second place, so it's really bullying people too much. If we can't step on Lingyun Peak, how can we honor the departed souls of my Kingyun sect's disciples who died in vain? How can we calm our anger? Tell me, are you willing to follow me out to battle Lingyun sect? The moment Li Huo said this, it was like throwing a huge stone into a calm deep pool, instantly setting off 1,000 waves. All the people in the great hall were agitated. Their eyes lit up with blazing fury as they shouted, "We are willing, tread down Lingyun Peak. Kill all the disciples of the Lingyun sect. Make them pay the price."
Li Huo glanced at the crowd with satisfaction and waved his hand, "Follow me into battle," after 10 days of preparing for battle. All of the Kingen sect's combatants above the foundation establishment stage were ready, totaling over 3,000 people. Led by Patriarch Li Huo, they flew towards the direction of the Ling Yun sect with great vigor. Kingen sect and Ling Yun sect were thousands of miles apart, and 3 days later, the Kingen sect's army arrived at Ling Yun sect's boundary. Some of the loose cultivators who had long been hibernating in the vicinity, such as devil cultivators, had retreated. In the face of the Kingen sect's mighty battle, they only felt like a speck of dust. Inconspicuous, they were powerless against the Ling Yun sect's protective formation, and when they saw the Kingen sect's army approaching, a look of joy appeared in their eyes, just waiting for the Kingen sect to blast open the Ling Yun sect's protective formation. They can go in to fish in troubled waters, take advantage of the fire to rob, and in the process earn a little bit of the Kingen sect's bounty of spirit stones. Li Huo stood proudly in the celestial dome, ignoring those loose cultivators who wanted to pick up the pieces. His eyes looked towards the thick fog in front of him, and a sneer surfaced at the corner of his mouth. "Protector array, is this planning to be a shrunken head turtle, leaving fire sword?" Li Huo gulped softly and spat out a small sword with flames wrapped around it from his mouth. The small sword rose against the wind and instantly changed into a 3-foot-long sword, which was grasped in Li Huo's hand with ferocious might. The Li Huo sword contained an extremely strong pressure, and the sword body emitted a rich fire attribute spiritual energy. Even the surrounding temperature rose quite a bit all of a sudden. Seeing this scene, the scattered cultivators hiding in the distance and watching revealed envy in their eyes. Is this the legendary spiritual treasure? This was too handsome and cool. When the Kingen sect disciples saw their own sect leader sacrificing a spiritual treasure, their faces revealed colors of pride and fervor. In the realm of South Lu, there were only a handful of spiritual treasures, but they were rare items that money could not even buy. The difficulty of refining a spiritual treasure was very high. Not only were the materials for refining difficult to find, the success rate of refining was also very low. Therefore, the cost of any spiritual treasure was extremely high. In order to refine this spiritual treasure, Kingen sect had spent the accumulated wealth of 3 generations before they finally succeeded in refining the Riverside Fire Sword. The cost of a spiritual treasure was extremely high and would even drag the clan's finances into a quagmire, but each clan would still spare no effort in refining it, for no other reason. The effect of spiritual treasures on the increase of the cultivator's combat power is too terrifying. For example, the Kingen sect's patriarch was at the early stage of the Yuan Ying realm and possessed the spiritual treasure of the flame sword. Then, even if he faced an intermediate Yuan Ying realm cultivator who did not have a spiritual treasure, he would still be able to fight. The higher the cultivation realm, the less likely it would be to fight over the level. The frightening battle power of the mid-Yuan Ying realm was definitely 10 times that of the battle power of the early Yuan Ying realm. This huge gap between the two battle power could be bridged by a single spiritual treasure. Moreover, after cultivating to the level of Yuan Ying realm, it was harder than climbing up to the sky to go further. This was when the importance of spiritual treasures came to light, for Kingen sect to possess a spiritual treasure. Among the many small sects in the South LV realm, the sect's overall strength was enough to stand out. This was also the reason why the Kingen sect had the courage to go to war against the Kingen sect. In Li Huo's opinion, the Ling Yun sect's protective formation would never be able to stop him who possessed a spiritual treasure. A cold and arrogant color appeared in Li Huo's eyes, and his entire body's spiritual energy was poured into the Li Huo sword. Divine Flame Slash. Only seeing Li Huo holding the Li Huo sword, he swung it towards the Ling Yun sect's sect protector formation. The sword body flashed with red, bright-colored sword-ons, and there were countless black flames jumping in the sword-ons, carrying a horrifyingly terrifying pressure and blatantly chopping towards the front formation with a loud rumble. The crowd of onlookers only felt the earth violently shaking, and their eyes revealed a horrified look. A heat wave swept over. The crowd retreated to a farther distance, lest they be affected, looking back. Their pupils shook violently. The place that was affected by the heat wave was currently scorched black and dead. Seeing this scene, one could not help but make one's heart jump. The might of this spiritual treasure was truly appalling, especially in the hands of a Yuan-Ying realm cultivator. It was even more powerful and unrivaled, just like the might of the heavens. Looking at the Lingyun sect's formation, after suffering a forceful blow from the fire, the mist had dissipated, revealing the true face of Lingyun Peak. Many Lingyun sect disciples were looking at the scene outside the sect with horrified faces. That shocking strike by Li Huo just now had caused a huge uproar within the Lingyun sect, regardless of whether they were disciples or elders. They all walked out of their rooms at this moment, looking at the incoming enemy with nervous expressions. Du Fei walked out of the small courtyard and looked towards Li Huo, who stood proudly in the sky. Her gaze was quickly attracted by the leaving fire sword in leaving fire's hand, and her breath couldn't help but stutter. Spiritual treasure. She had seen a lot of the world in her early years, as she had followed her master and traveled around the world, and with a glance, she could tell the grade of the Li Huo sword. Du Fei's eyes sank slightly. Her divine sense probed into the sovereign's order, and her heart went cold. The strike that Li Huo had just made had broken all the external formations of the Lingyun sect's protective array. Even the core of the patriarchal formation had been affected. At this moment, Master was in a critical period of cultivation, and could not be disturbed for today's solution. Only if she personally manipulated the formation and sat at the main formation, could Lingyun Peak be safe and sound. The Lingyun sect's protector formation was extremely special, incorporating the entire mountain peak into the formation. As long as there were enough spirit stones to support the operation of the formation, the opponent would be able to fight against it even if they had spirit treasures. The color of determination appeared in Du Fei's eyes, and her divine sense probed into the sovereign's order. Coming to the Lingyun sect's spirit stone storehouse, that's right, this was where the core of the Lingyun sect's protective array was located. At this moment, she was sitting on 10 million spirit stones, even if the Kingyuan sect patriarch possessed a spirit treasure. So what? No need to panic. Everyone should do what they need to do with me here. They can't attack. Du Fei's voice traveled through the sovereign's order and reverberated in every corner of Lingyun Peak. Although Du Fei's voice was soft and sticky, those who were familiar with her knew that this woman who looked soft and cute on the outside was a real fourth-grade array master. She was the existence that could not be messed with in the Lingyun sect. Any formation practitioner was the meat and potatoes that all the forces competed for. Formation practitioners were not outstanding in their own right, but once they successfully laid down a formation, they were unrivaled in the same realm, although Du Fei's cultivation was only at the Jai Dan realm. Her attainments in formations had already broken through to the 4th grade, and she was able to skillfully master the offensive and defensive means of the 4th grade formations. And the Lingyun sect's protector formation was precisely a 4th grade high-grade formation. A 4th grade high-level formation was a counterpoint to the late Yuan-Ying realm. With Du Fei in charge of the sect protection formation, even if Li Huo possessed a spiritual treasure, there was no way to break it. The Lingyun sect elders who had figured out the key were instantly calm in their hearts. "Don't look, didn't you hear your eldest sister's words? All do what you need to do." The divine sense of a Yuan-Ying realm cultivator was extremely powerful, and even if there were formations blocking them, they could still sense everything in Lingyun Peak. Li Huo led the Kingyuan sect's disciples in an aggressive manner and even offered up spiritual treasures. However, they were still ignored by the Ling Yun sect's crowd. The high-minded and proud Lai Huo was immediately infuriated to the point of turning blue.
A yellow-haired girl, also presumptuously attempting to ride in a mantis, any clan protection array requires a massive amount of spirit stones to be used as a power source. How many spirit stones can you, a downtrodden clan that is about to go bankrupt, have to support the operation of a clan protection formation?
A hint of sternness flashed in Lai Huo's eyes as he fully activated the Lai Huo sword and slashed down once again at the Ling Yun sect's sect protector formation. There was a loud rumbling sound, the ground shook, and a terrifying wave of scorching heat swept out once again. This time, the range of the flame air wave was even larger, and the area of 100 miles in a radius was turned into a scorched earth. The crowd retreated again, fearing that they would be caught in the wave and perish if they were not careful.
Such a terrifying attack should be able to break through the Lingyun sect's protective array, right? The crowd couldn't help but think of this in their hearts, as the power of the spiritual treasure dissipated.
The crowd fixed their eyes on it, and their pupils shook violently as they froze in place. Lingyun Peak was unharmed,
still standing steadily on top of the earth. It was as if that shocking strike just now hadn't happened. Many people had rubbed their eyes, wondering if they had seen it wrong, but no matter how many times they looked, Ling Yunfeng was still standing steadily, unharmed. The crowd couldn't help but cast their eyes on Lai Huo.
Realizing that the face of this Yuan Ying Realm Grand Cultivator was horribly dark, soon after, Lai Huo swung his sword again.
The might of the third sword was even greater and more terrifying than the previous two swords. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectation. Ling Yunfeng still stood steadily. This caused many loose cultivators who wanted to take advantage of the fire to be instantly disappointed.
What is it? Even people cannot break the protective array, but also said that they want to destroy the whole clan. This is not funny, teasing us. Hey, let's go. It's a waste of time. This time is not as good as going to fanchang to get a job.
For a moment, words like these were all over the place at once.
There were quite a number of cultivators who had been attracted by the Kingyuan sect's high bounty to leave the field in disappointment. Originally, the morale of the Kingyuan sect's cultivators was high, but after the three swords were wielded and still didn't break through the big formation, they also quickly declined. The pride and fervor in the eyes of the disciples also turned into disappointment at this moment.
In their hearts, the sovereign lord, who should be invincible, actually couldn't even break through someone else's protective formation. So how could he still step on Ling Yun Peak? Sensing the change in the crowd's mentality, Lai Huo snorted coldly and transmitted the sound of heaven and earth with the power of his cultivation.
The Ling Yun sect's protective formation is extremely consuming of spirit stones. Receiving the three swords of my father,
I'm afraid that I've already consumed a lot of spirit stones. When the Lingyun sect runs out of spirit stones,
that will be the day we step on Lingyun Peak, Lai Huo said, in order to set up camp 300 miles away from Ling Yun sect.
At the same time, he arranged a large number of secret sentries within a 1,000-mile radius, cutting off the possibility of Ling Yun sect going out to ask for help, and was determined to make Ling Yun sect a trapped beast in this way, even if the Ling Yun sect has some spirit stone reserves.
It will run out one day, in his opinion. Sooner or later, the Ling Yun sect would perish. It was just a matter of time. Since he was unable to break through the Ling Yun sect's protective formation for a while, Lai Huo was prepared to take it slowly. Lai Huo had just swung his three swords with all his might, and had already used half of his spiritual energy. He also needed to replenish his spiritual energy and adjust his state. After half a day, he recovered his spiritual energy and flew out again. Swinging three swords in a row, boom, 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 Ling Yunfeng remained unharmed, not surprised by this result. Lai Huo returned to the camp and once again replenished his spiritual energy and adjusted his state.
Seeing Lai Huo break, the formation so steadily made many of the casual cultivators see hope.
and they looked for a safe place to wait and see what would happen.
Quietly waiting for the arrival of the day when the Lingyun sect's protective array would shatter. This wait was a month.
Lai Huo would swing a dozen or so swords every day. The rumbling sound was constant, and the power was horrifying.
But after seeing it more, it felt unusual at first. The disciples of Lingyun's sect were still scared every day, fearing that the sect's protective formation would not be able to support them. But the days are long.
We'll no longer take the fire attack seriously. It's been a month. Lingyun sect is still as stable as mutation,
and there is not the slightest sign that the protective array is going to be broken. Even some courageous cultivators,
but also deliberately came to the front of the protective array to the fire, then the middle finger. This gave Lai Huo angry in an instant. He slashed 7 or 8 swords in a row. The spiritual energy in Lai Huo's body was drained. But the Lingyun sect's clan protection formation still didn't move. Thus, Lai Huo's face became darker and darker every day.
Damn, just how many spirit stones does this Lingyun sect still have? At this moment, Lai Huo was no longer as spirited as he was a month ago.
And exhaustion was written all over his terribly dark face. He kept telling himself with his next sword,
he would definitely be able to break through the Lingyun sect's protective formation. Their spirit stones were about to be consumed cleanly. Thus, Lai Huo persisted for another month. In the beginning, he still retained half of his spirit energy.
But later on, every time he made a strike, he would consume 90% of his spirit energy before calling it quits.
He only hoped to quickly deplete the Lingyun sect's spirit stone reserves. However, 2 months had passed,
and the Lingyun sect was still standing steadily without the slightest damage. The spirit stones consumed by Lai Huo in these 2 months had amounted to more than 100,000. How could the Lingyun sect still be able to hold on? It was impossible after 2 months.
There were only a few scattered cultivators left around the Lingyun sect who were still holding on and watching.
In their hearts, they prayed for an eventuality. What if the Lingyun sect's protective formation broke open after sect leader Lai Huo's next sword swing?
Early that morning, Lai Huo once again flew to the front of the Lingyun sect's mountain gate. Is sect leader Lai Huo going to start another day of attack? A look of anticipation appeared in the eyes of the casual cultivators. Let's use the sword with this sword swing. It might be possible to break the formation. However, they waited for a long time but didn't see Lai Huo make his sword. After 2 consecutive months of all-out attacks, even if he was as strong as Lai Huo, he couldn't hold out any longer.
In these 2 months, the Kingen sect's consumption of spirit stones was very huge, even if the Kingen sect had accumulated a lot of family money over the years.
It couldn't withstand such consumption. Not only did Lai Huo need to replenish his spiritual energy every day,
the cultivators who went out to fight also needed spirit stones to cultivate every day, being out and about.
It was far less abundant than being in the sect's spiritual energy. Moreover, because of Lai Huo's attack,
the surrounding spiritual energy was extremely disorganized and could not be absorbed properly. This would require the consumption of even more spirit stones.
After deliberating for a while, he took a deep look at the Lingyun sect and then ordered, "Retreat," looking at the Kingen sect's crowd retreating in ashes.
The casual cultivators each had their mouths wide open with disbelief, departing from the great patriarch. You hold on a little longer. Can't let us wait here for 2 months in vain. You retreat at this time.
This is not purely make a big joke. We came here in force, but we didn't even break through the other side's protective formation. A full 2 months, once this matter has been rumored, will not be laughed off. Ever since Du Fei announced the closure of the mountain gate,
the entire Lingyun sect was caught in a cultivation frenzy. Not only were the monthly spirit stones issued 10 times as much as before, pills that aided in cultivation were even supplied in unlimited quantities. Such a good welfare.
In the past is not even dare to dream of, but now it was really happening in front of us. The disciples who received the spirit stones and elixirs were all stirred up,
grateful for the sect's generosity. although they all knew that there would be a life and death battle a year later.
There would be bloodshed and sacrifice, but it was also clear in their hearts that the path of cultivation was full of ruggedness. And if they couldn't even overcome this difficult and dangerous obstacle, how could they live forever? For the sake of today's plan, only by cultivating harder could they have one more possibility of surviving in the future battles.
Just when they were full of confidence and practicing hard, Kingyuan's sect came. There were more than 3,000 people in the center of the room.
Each one's aura was extremely powerful. On the contrary, in their Lingyun sect, there were only a few hundred cultivators above the foundation establishment stage.
The difference in strength between the two parties was too great, and their Kingyuan sect's patriarch, Li Huo, was even a Yuan Ying realm grand cultivator. He even pulled out a spiritual treasure, the leaving fire sword.
The monstrous sword power of the spiritual treasure, the leaving fire sword, was like the might of the heavens.
So strong that it made it impossible for people to put up the slightest bit of resistance. Fear in the heart, unlimited fermentation.
Breeding. Almost instantly dominated, with just one sword, the external formations of the sect protector formation were shattered. Regardless of whether it was a disciple or an elder, all of them were trembling with fear. As long as there was just one more sword, the protector formation might have to collapse at that time when the 3,000 Kingyuan sect disciples came in. How could they be a match? Not to mention, there were countless loose cultivators lurking in the shadows,
wanting to take advantage of the fire. As for the Lingyun sect at this moment, the patriarch is in seclusion,
and there is no one in the Lingyun sect who can block the Li Huo who possesses a spiritual treasure. Even if the patriarch forcibly came out of seclusion, I'm afraid that he would not be a match for Li Huo.
But just as they were despairing, a soft voice broke through the entire clan. It made their hearts and minds shake.
It was eldest sister Du Fei Fei, a 4th grade formation master. This sparked hope in their hearts. With Du Fei Fei sitting in the clan protection formation, it might really be able to block the off-flame sword's attack. Although the disciples obeyed the elder's arrangement and returned to their residence, they couldn't quiet their minds to cultivate, until they heard a loud roar and the earth shook violently. Li Huo had come out with his sword. The disciples ran out of the house one after another. Looking up at the sky and down at the ground, Lingyun Peak did not suffer the slightest damage. Hearts leapt overjoyed.
Eldest sister had blocked it at this moment. Infinite joy arose in their hearts, as well as a strong feeling of admiration for eldest sister.
Eldest sister was too fierce. Even the amazing attack of a Yuan Ying realm grand cultivator plus a spiritual treasure was able to withstand it. Handsome, too handsome, immediately afterward, the 3rd sword of Li Huo struck. The power of this sword was even more astounding. And the disciples of the Lingyun sect only felt that they were as small as a grain of dust and couldn't muster a trace of resistance. But when the sword power dissipated, they realized that Ling Yunfeng was actually still unharmed. Not even a blade of grass was harmed. Only then did they become completely convinced that the Kingyuan sect's people couldn't attack in, even if they had spirit treasures. At the same time, disdain slowly surfaced in their eyes as they looked at Li Huo. Cut, Li Huo, a Yuan Ying realm great cultivator. Sword of departing fire, a spiritual treasure, that's it. It's nothing more than that. Garbage, forget it. Let's not look at it. Let's go and practice. On the surface, the Lingyun sect's protective formation easily resisted the attack of the fire.
But in reality, it's not. After a month of intense defense, the spirit stones consumed by the protector formation alone amounted to more than 2 million.
Du Fei Fei, as the controller of the protector formation, had suffered an even greater loss of heart and mind. The power of the rivaling fire sword was very strong, and it wasn't true that it didn't do any damage to the patriarchal formation at all. On the contrary, every time the sword was used, dozens or even hundreds of formation bases would be damaged to varying degrees. Not only did Du Fei Fei have to constantly monitor each and every formation base of the protector formation, But she also had to spare her mind to repair the formation bases. The workload was simply too much.
And she was so tired that she almost fainted several times. Luckily, she had the 11 pieces of heart-nourishing soul marrow that Chen Lang had sent her.
Otherwise, she would not have been able to hold on for so long, but right now, the heart-nourishing soul marrow had all been consumed. If the departing fire continued to attack, she was afraid that she would not be able to hold on. Chen Lang then received a voice transmission from Du Fei Fei. "Senior brother, come and help me." Du Fei Fei's voice was filled with exhaustion and weakness. Chen Lang's heart skipped a beat. Knowing that Du Fei Fei was afraid that she had reached her limit and would most likely not be able to hold on. Immediately after Chen Lang replied to Du Fei Fei, he was moved by the great formation to the Spirit Stone Treasury. Seeing the pale and bloodless Du Fei Fei, Chen Lang inwardly thumped and felt bad. "Senior sister Fei Fei. How are you?" Du Fei Fei barely managed to squeeze out a smile as she weakly said, "I can still hold on." Chen Lang immediately saw that Du Fei Fei was so weak because her mind and spirit were severely fractured. If he was unable to repair the damage to his mind and spirit, Du Fei Fei would most likely perish as a result. He had previously sent Du Fei Fei 11 pieces of heart-nurturing soul marrow, and at this moment, he was afraid that they had all been used up. Chen Lang took out a cloth bag, and with a thought, 100 pieces of heart-nurturing soul marrow filled the bag. "Senior sister Fei Fei, here are 100 pieces of heart-nurturing soul marrow, so hurry up and eat some." Du Fei Fei received the cloth bag with a look of astonishment, her brain buzzing. 100 pieces of heart-nourishing soul marrow. "Do you know what you've said? Senior brother, think heart-nurturing soul medulla is a cabbage on the street." But when Du Fei Fei opened the cloth bag to see the objects inside, the whole person was instantly petrified, and the pupils of her eyes were filled with a thick color of shock. What was contained in this cloth bag was exactly full of heart-nurturing soul marrow. An extremely large amount, senior brother. Du Fei Fei opened her mouth and was shocked beyond words. Originally, she was prepared to die. A month of intense control of the sect protector formation had already caused her mind to be consumed to the limit. The heart-nourishing soul marrow that Chen Lang had given her earlier had already been consumed over the course of a month. She had already reached the point of running out of gas at this moment. She was already prepared to die. But now, Chen Lang actually took out another 100 pieces of heart-nurturing soul marrow, which made her so excited that she couldn't even speak. It felt like a person who was about to die of thirst in the desert suddenly getting a water reservoir. How could this not make her ecstatic? Du Fei Fei wept with joy and could not help but pounce on Chen Lang. Giving the latter a big hug, "Senior brother, thank you," Chen Lang gently patted Du Fei Fei's back, but his tone was somewhat reproachful. "Senior sister Fei Fei, why didn't you tell me earlier when you finished the heart-nourishing soul marrow? Since I can give you 10 pieces of heart-nourishing soul essence in one go, I can naturally give you 100 as well. Seeing you looking so haggard makes me want to slap myself twice. Why didn't I send you a few more pieces of heart-nurturing soul marrow in the first place?" Du Fei Fei let go of Chen Lang, sobbing slightly, and hearing Chen Lang's words that had some hint of reproach. She instantly broke into tears. "Senior brother, how can I blame you for this? The nurturing heart soul marrow is a divine object of heaven and earth. It is extremely precious. It's senior sister's pride that is to blame for not pulling off the face to ask you for it." Du Fei Fei took out her handkerchief and wiped away the tear tracks on her face as she swallowed a heart-nurturing soul marrow. "Senior brother, since you're here, wait for me for a moment." After half an incense stick of time, Du Fei Fei opened her eyes. At this moment, her face was rosy, her eyes were radiant, and the damage to her heart and soul was repaired as much as possible. "Senior brother, next, I will guide you in repairing the foundation of the sect protector formation. My sect's sect protector formation is a 4th grade high-level formation with extraordinary mysteries. The work of repairing the formation base will be very helpful to your cultivation in the Tao of formation.
Senior brother, are you willing? Upon hearing that Du Fei Fei wanted to guide him in repairing the foundation of the clan protection formation,
Chen Lang was first stunned, and then he was ecstatic. In this immortal cultivation world, there were tens of thousands of sects.
large and small. The cornerstone of a clan was the clan protection formation. Without the protector formation,
the safety of the sect could not be guaranteed and would face the crisis of annihilation at all times. The construction of a clan protection formation required at least a 4th grade formation master. In addition, formation masters also had a strong ability to kill in groups, attacking and destroying cities and territories with great lethality. This was also the reason why Du Fei Fei could be respected and even feared by all the elders of the Lingyun sect, even though she was only at the Jai Dan realm.
It was just that not just anyone could become a formation master. First and foremost, one would need to have an extremely high talent for formations. The cultivation of formations was extremely consuming in terms of mind power, and heart power affects the lifespan of the cultivator. Some people had mediocre formation talent, but they had to die trying to practice formations, and as a result,
they died of heart failure at less than 30 years of age. This made many people who attempted to cultivate formation techniques flinch.
Why do mortals cultivate? It is not for the sake of immortality. Only by constantly breaking through the realm of cultivation could one's lifespan be extended.
Cultivating formations, on the other hand, would not only delay the breakthrough of the cultivation realm,
but it would even cause life expectancy to be lost due to the exhaustion of one's mind with this kind of effort.
Naturally, not many people would be willing to cultivate formations, but Chen Lang was different. Although he had no talent for formations, he possessed an almost unlimited amount of heart-nurturing soul marrow. After eating the heart-nourishing soul marrow, he would enter a state of epiphany for 10 breaths of time, because he had enough nourishing heart-soul marrow.
Chen Lang could manage to stay in the state of epiphany for a long time while practicing formations.
In this way, his cultivation in formation techniques was simply as good as God's help, and he was even surprised by formation geniuses like Du Fei Fei.
Of course, formation techniques were extremely difficult to understand, even if Chen Lang could be in a state of epiphany for a long time. Without someone to lead the way and teach him, his progress would not be too fast. It was like a blind man crossing a river by touching a stone.
The speed was extremely slow, but now that Du Fei Fei had taken the initiative to guide Chen Lang in repairing the formation base of the clan protection formation,
it was like taking Chen Lang on a highway. Chen Lang's attainments in array formation would advance all the way at a very astonishing rate. How could this not surprise Chen Lang? Chen Lang agreed almost without even thinking. Subsequently, Chen Lang was moved by Du Fei Fei using the sovereign's order to move to the vicinity of the formation base that needed to be repaired.
The spirit-devouring formations used by Chen Lang to cultivate the water and Zephyr spirit armor were all composed of pure spiritual energy.
This kind of formations that were composed of pure spiritual energy had a great disadvantage, which was that once the spiritual energy was depleted, the formation would shatter. Moreover, the requirements for the caster's formation talent were extremely high. A spirit-devouring formation not only required the caster to use their own spiritual energy as a carrier,
but also needed to inscribe the formation with their spiritual energy. The difficulty was extremely great.
Compared to traditional formations, this kind of formation, constructed from pure spiritual energy, was somewhat flashy.
The formation base that Chen Lang was currently seeing belonged to the category of traditional formations.
This formation base was constructed using a 2nd grade formation, using the green light stone as a carrier.
Thousands of 2nd grade formation runes were inscribed. These 2nd grade formation runes formed a primary compound formation. which not only possessed a very strong defensive capability, but also possessed the magical utility of dividing attacks.
Chen Lang was deeply attracted by these second-grade formation runes after only taking a glance. It was too magical.
If he could learn all of these second-grade formation runes, even a foundation establishment stage cultivator wouldn't be able to hurt him a hair.
Soon, Du Fei's voice resounded in Chen Lang's mind and began to guide Chen Lang in repairing the crumbling second-grade formation runes. Although Chen Lang's formation foundation was extremely solid, at this moment, trying to repair the second-grade formation runes was still extremely strenuous.
Despite having Du Fei's guidance, Chen Lang's speed in repairing the formation base was still too slow and too slow. That guy, Li Huo, was still outside watching intently, and might come with a sword at some point. Time was extremely tight. Thus, Chen Lang's gaze flickered as he took out the heart-nourishing soul marrow and swallowed it in one gulp,
instantly entering the state of metaphysical epiphany. After consuming a heart-nourishing soul marrow, Chen Lang's entire being was permeable. The complex patterns that had previously left him deeply perplexed became crystal clear at this moment. In just a few moments, a brand new second-grade rune was carved out by Chen Lang. The changes on Chen Lang's side were known by Du Fei,
who was in control of the sect protector formation. In the first instance, her cherry-like mouth opened slightly as her heart shook.
So fast that was a second-grade formation rune, although there was her guidance. Chen Lang had only just come into contact with the array formation Dao for a short while.
But he was actually able to perfectly inscribe a second-grade array formation rune in such a short period of time. Senior Brother's talent for formations is so high that it's a bit scary if it continues to grow smoothly. I'm afraid that even Master Teacher will find it difficult to look up to him. I must persuade Master Chen to take Chen Lang as his disciple when he leaves the gate.
Such a talented young man must be grasped. Although Chen Lang had successfully carved out a second-grade formation, runic symbol, he did not have much of a smug look on his face, because there were still more than 30 second-grade runes that had been damaged at the base of this formation. There was still a long way to go before the base of this formation could be completely repaired. Chen Lang didn't dare to slacken off.
His mind was taut as he repaired the formation runes as fast as he could, in order to maintain a state of epiphany at all times.
Chen Lang could only eat the heart-nourishing soul marrow like a meal. When there was not enough spiritual energy, he would eat 2 Kai condensation pills. In short, just one sentence. Always maintain the fullest state at all times.
And do his best to repair the formation base as fast as possible. Gradually, Chen Lang began to enjoy this feeling.
Every time he succeeded in inscribing a second-grade formation rune, an unrivaled sense of pleasure would arise in the bottom of his heart. His speed of inscribing runes grew faster and faster, and his array formation attainments increased by leaps and bounds.
By the time it came to pass, the speed at which Li Huo destroyed the formation base was no longer comparable to the speed at which Chen Lang repaired it. A month later, Chen Lang looked at the perfect formation base that could not be repaired, and a look of unfulfilled satisfaction appeared on his face. He took out the voice transmission jade slip. Senior Sister Fei, are there any more formation bases that need to be repaired?
Du Fei slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and returned. The departing fire has already retreated. And for the time being, there is no need for repairs for the time being. Chen Lang froze, greatly disappointed.
Ah, how did the departing fire cultivate to the Yuan Ying realm? Does this perseverance not exist, giving up after only 2 months? What a disappointment, listening to Chen Lang's complaints. The corners of Du Fei's mouth twitched up slightly and began to explain the cause to Chen Lang.
Was this a matter of whether or not people had perseverance? In just 2 months' time, the Lingyun sect's spirit stone storehouse had consumed a large portion of its spirit stones, missing more than 5 million spirit stones. In comparison, departing fire's consumption there wasn't any less. Especially in the last month,
The frequency of Li Fire's attacks had greatly increased, and the amount of spirit stones consumed would reach an extremely terrifying amount. Even though Kingyuan sect had developed well over the years, it couldn't withstand such endless consumption. If we keep fighting, the Kingyuan sect will be dragged down. At that time, we don't need to exterminate the Kingyuan sect. The Kingyuan sect itself will fall apart first. After hearing Du Fei's explanation, Chen Lang sighed helplessly. However, it was good to know that he had gained quite a lot during this period of time, over the past month. He had immersed himself in repairing second-grade formation runes on a daily basis, and had become extremely familiar with second-grade formation runes. The current him was already able to skillfully set up second-grade formations by touch. This meant that he had successfully advanced to the rank of second-grade formation master. A second-grade formation master, on the other hand, was already able to lay out second-grade formations that could exterminate foundation, establishment stage cultivators. The effort and the reward could always be proportional. This month's effort was rewarded with a huge increase in Chen Lang's battle power. Although the Kingyuan sect had retreated, the crisis of the Lingyuan sect had not been completely lifted. Du Fei moved Chen Lang to the Spirit Stone storehouse and analyzed the situation. At this moment, the Lingyuan sect and the Kingyuan sect had completely torn their faces apart, and the Kingyuan sect had come with great vigor, but had ultimately returned without success. In their hearts, they must have accumulated anger. Li Huo is a big cultivator of Yuan Ying realm, but also has a spiritual treasure Li Huo sword that increases the battle power greatly, Yuan Ying's strength. A thought can instantly move thousands of miles. Once the Lingyuan sect let their guard down and closed their protective formation, it was very likely that Li Huo would take advantage of the situation, according to Du Fei's meaning. The Lingyuan sect's sect protector must be in full operation until the patriarch emerges from the gate. Chen Lang did not have a problem with this. Running the mountain protection formation at full strength would at most consume some spirit stones. The number of spirit stones in his system backpack at the moment was close to 100 million. There were still 10 months to go before the sovereign's departure. And even with enough cultivation resources, it would be difficult to reach the Kingyuan sect's strength. This time, the Kingyuan sect had more than 3,000 people who had gone to war. Every single one of them was a cultivator above the foundation establishment stage. Not only that, Kingyuan sect's patriarch, Li Huo, also possessed the spiritual treasure, Li Huo sword. Chen Lang was worried in his heart and couldn't help but ask, "Senior sister Fei, is the sovereign lord confident in fighting against the spiritual treasure leaving fire?" When Du Fei heard this, the corner of her mouth lifted slightly as a confident light flashed in her eyes. Once Master Sect Leader succeeds in making a breakthrough, the little Li Fire will only be able to kneel and beg for forgiveness. Chen Lang couldn't help but stare. Is Master Sovereign really that strong? A look of Confucian admiration appeared in Du Fei's eyes. Master Sovereign is extremely powerful, senior brother Chen Lang. Just wait and see. Chen Lang nodded and immediately took out a golden-colored bone. Senior sister Fei, what do you think this is? Du Fei's beautiful eyes stared as she took the bone and scrutinized it carefully. This bone was golden yellow in color, with countless complex runes engraved on its surface, emitting an astonishing fluctuation. Du Fei thought hard, and suddenly her eyes lit up as the scene in front of her gradually connected with the information in her memory. Senior brother, this is the Chaos Golden Bone. Where did you get it from? Chen Lang thought to himself. Senior sister Fei was indeed very knowledgeable. He had previously searched through the ancient books of the Lingyuan sect, but had never found a clue to this bone. Chen Lang's mind turned, and he asked in a mysterious manner, "Senior sister Fei, I didn't expect you to actually recognize the origin of this golden bone. Then do you know its utility?" Du Fei smiled, a smug look on her face as she spoke eloquently.
The chaotic golden bone is made by using the remains of an ancient beast as a carrier and inscribing chaotic runes.
This is an ancient Imperial Beastmaster's means. Not only are there chaotic golden bones, there are also chaotic silver bones and chaotic bronze bones. The true utility of this special bone is that it can stimulate the power of a demonic beast's bloodline, breaking through the shackles of natural talent and achieving the purpose of returning to one's ancestors.
Once a demonic beast's bloodline power is awakened, it can possess the ability to destroy the heavens and the earth. Terrifying and extraordinary, it's just that later on, the lineage of Imperial Beastmasters gradually declined. And the secret recipe for making Chaos Bones was also lost. This Chaos Golden Bone of yours should be the only remaining pieces in the world.
Chen Lang's heart stirred, and without changing his face, he asked, "Senior Sister Fei Fei, does our Lingyun sect keep demonic beasts?"
Du Fei Fei said, "Every sect keeps some demonic beasts. Our Ling Yun sect keeps Tong Arm apes. There are about 300 of them. However, there are only less than 200 adult Tong Arm apes that have the combat power of the Foundation establishment stage." Chen Lang's gaze flickered for a moment before he asked, "Senior Sister Fei Fei, if there are enough chaotic gold bones, can we make these Tong Arm apes break through to the Jai Dan realm battle power?" Du Fei Fei's pupils widened violently, and her breathing became a bit rapid as she looked at Chen Lang with a look of disbelief. "Senior Chen Lang, brother, this chaotic golden bone is extremely rare in this current era. Tell Senior Sister honestly, how many chaotic golden bones do you have in your hands?" Chen Lang smiled mysteriously and did not answer directly. "Senior Sister,
just tell me if a sufficient amount of chaotic golden bones can raise the battle power of these Tong Arm apes to the Jai Dan realm."
Du Fei Fei pondered for a while and said, "Imperial Beastmasters have completely declined in this day and age. Not to mention chaotic gold bones, even chaotic bronze bones are extremely rare. Even I, by chance, saw the introduction of Chaos Bone in an ancient book. But there is no doubt that chaotic bone can stimulate the bloodline of demonic beasts. Only the specific utility of how it works needs to be practiced before an answer can be obtained." Chen Lang nodded slightly, already having an idea in his mind. "Senior Sister Fei Fei, this chaotic golden bone will be gifted to you as a souvenir. I have plenty of chaos gold bones here. Now move me to the place where the Tong Arm apes are kept. I'll go and test it out. If we can really boost the battle power of these demonic beasts, it will be a great help to our attack on the King Yuan sect."
Du Fei Fei nodded her head in agreement, and then moved Chen Lang to a mountain forest before Chen Lang could take a few steps. A figure hurriedly arrived. Chen Lang looked back and realized that the visitor was an old man with a disheveled appearance. This old man had a cloak of hair, his robes were tattered and torn, and his face was dirty. There was a pungent odor emanating from his body, and it was unknown how long it had been since he had taken a bath. When this old man saw Chen Lang, he acted extremely excited, his pair of triangular eyes shining frighteningly bright. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he came to Chen Lang's body, grabbing Chen Lang's arm, his voice trembling a little from excitement as he spoke. "I heard that girl Fei Fei say that you have chaotic golden bones here, and a lot of them. Is it true?" "Is it true?" Chen Lang's brows were furrowed, and he almost fainted from the odor of the old man's body. He wanted to break away from the old man, but his arm was firmly grabbed, so he had no choice but to open his mouth. "I have, there are many, but can I trouble your old man to take a shower? It stinks." When the old man heard this, the gleam in his eyes became even brighter as he let go of Chen Lang and laughed 3 times up in the air. "Ha ha ha, the heavens have eyes." After the old man finished laughing, his scorching gaze swept towards Chen Lang. "Kid, quickly take out the chaotic golden bone for the old man to see." Chen Lang complied and took out a chaotic golden bone and threw it towards the old man. This old man's body was really too smelly. Chen Lang did not want to be near him at all. The old man did not take Chen Lang's dislike to heart. At the moment, he only had that golden-colored bone in his eyes. He steadily caught the chaotic golden bone and placed it under his nose and sniffed vigorously, a pleasant expression appearing on his face. The eyes that looked at the golden bone were filled with ecstasy. "It's real. This really is the chaotic golden bone. Ha ha ha. My lineage of beastmasters will finally have a chance to rise." The scruffy old man laughed, cheered, and danced with his hands. The entire mountain forest echoed with his loud laughter. Chen Lang took a few steps back and watched the scruffy old man venting his heart's joy to his heart's content. This old man, who looked like a beggar, was actually a rare. The scruffy old man held the chaotic golden bone and danced around for a quarter of an hour before recovering from his excitement. His eyes were unusually bright as his gaze swept towards Chen Lang, and his somewhat stooped short body suddenly erupted with a proud aura. "Kid, are you willing to be the old man's disciple? My lineage of imperial beasts is bound to rise." Chen Lang blankly glanced at the old man and waved his hand. "Not interested. I only want to know if, with the chaotic golden bone, I can raise the battle power of those adult Tonxian apes in the mountain forest to the Jai Dan stage battle power." The scruffy old man raised his head and lifted the messy hair that was spread out in front of his eyes to the back of his head as he spoke proudly. "As long as there are enough chaotic golden bones, not to mention the Jai Dan realm battle power, even the Yuan Ying realm battle power is not a concern," Chen Lang said as he took out a cloth bag, and with a thought, he took out the remaining 9 chaotic golden bones and gave them to the scruffy old man together. "These 10 chaotic golden bones will be sent to you. I'll test the results after a month, if the results are remarkable. I will provide you with more chaos golden bones." The scruffy old man caught the cloth bag, and under a sweep of his divine sense, his breath could not help but stutter. 10 whole pieces of chaotic golden bones. The almost extinct chaotic golden bones of this era were like street cabbages in this teenager's eyes. He had casually given them to himself at this moment. The scruffy old man's face no longer had a haughty look, but was filled with intense shock. What is this kid's origin? Could it be the descendant of some ancient beast royal master? It doesn't seem like it if he knows how to defend beasts. Why did he send me the chaotic golden bone? Could it be that this kid dug up the grave of some ancient beast master? That's why he got so many chaos gold bones? That's not right. This kid is only at the Kai refining stage of cultivation. How could he have the ability to dig up a grave? For a while, countless thoughts surfaced in his mind, but he could never think of a reasonable answer. "Kid, tell me honestly, where did these chaotic golden bones come from?" Chen Lang's face sank as he said unhappily, "You don't need to know the source of these chaotic golden bones. You only need to know that I can continuously provide you with chaotic golden bones. 10 months from now, the Lingyun sect will be at war with the Qingyuan sect, and I hope that you can lead the Tongyi apes to show some performance." Chen Lang's tone immediately caused the scruffy old man's brows to furrow deeply. This kid, with a mere Kai refining stage cultivation. How dare he talk to me like this? The old man is going to let this brat know today that the horse king actually has a few eyes. Fortunately, Du Fei Fei had been using the sovereign's order to keep an eye on this place, and promptly transmitted a voice message to the scruffy old man, informing him of Chen Lang's current status in the Lingyun sect. After listening to Du Fei Fei's voice transmission, the scruffy old man's complexion immediately changed, and his gaze towards Chen Lang was filled with shock. However, he soon came back to his senses and cupped his fists at Chen Lang. "Many thanks to your excellency for granting me the chaotic golden bone. Please accept Yuan Changzhen's obeisance. I will definitely do my best to cultivate the Tong Arm Ape, and raise the Tong Arm Ape's battle power to the Jai Dan realm battle power as quickly as possible." Chen Lang nodded his head slightly and immediately transmitted a message to Du Fei Fei to send him back to his chambers. He had been busy repairing the formation base this month, and his cultivation had fallen too far behind.
Now that the entire clan was caught up in a cultivation frenzy, Chen Lang could not relax either. He was able to break through to the 6th level of the Kai refining stage not long after he returned from the Pine Moon dense forest. And after another month of hard cultivation, he managed to break through to the 7th level of the Kai refining stage. Now, he had been stuck at the 7th level of the Kai refining stage for a month. There were still 10 months to go. And he had to break through to the foundation establishment stage in that time, in a war between clans. Kai refining stage disciples were not qualified to go to war and could only serve as logistics. A month later, a rumble resounded within Chen Lang's body as the 8th layer of spiritual bits within his dantian shattered with a loud bang. Feeling the spirit energy filling his body, Chen Lang was in a great mood. A month had passed, and it was time for him to go and test the results of Yuan Changzhen's cultivation. This time, he didn't bother Du Fei to help him move. Du Fei was busy constructing the sand plate illusion formation at the moment. The sand plate illusion formation was a 4th grade illusion formation, capable of simulating the environment of a battlefield fight. There were opponents condensed by spiritual energy in the illusion formation, and as long as they defeated their opponents, they would be able to obtain pure spiritual energy. When a cultivator entered the sand tray illusion formation to fight, not only could he get effective combat training, he could also obtain pure spiritual energy. It was just that the amount of work involved in constructing the sand tray illusion formation was a bit large. And even Du Fei would have to spend quite a bit of time before she could completely build out this formation. Once this sand plate illusion formation was constructed, the battle power of the Lingyun sect's disciples would receive a qualitative boost. Chen Lang was very clear in his heart about the importance of the sand tray illusion formation, so he did not bother Du Fei. Moreover, the Lingyun sect, which was in full preparation for the war, no longer had a distinction between inner and outer sects. And even outer sect disciples could go up the mountain at will, once again arriving at the mountain forest that housed the Tong arm ape. Chen Lang clearly felt a faint sense of oppression. It was as if there was an extremely frightening beast hidden in the depths of the mountain forest. Chen Lang did not dare to venture in and shouted, "Where is Yuan Changzhen?" Not long after, a black-robed old man flew in with a recluse light. The recluse dispersed, revealing the figure of a short old man. Although this old man did not look young, he was extremely clean and sharp, with a pair of triangular eyes gleaming, glowing with a different kind of splendor. When the old man saw Chen Lang, he respectfully bowed, "Greetings, Your Excellency." Chen Lang could not help but be stunned and asked with some uncertainty, "Are you Yuan Changzhen?" Yuan Changzhen looked up at Chen Lang and smiled somewhat embarrassedly. "It is precisely me. Since the last time I parted ways with Your Excellency, little old me has changed my bad habit of being unkempt. Lest I disturb Your Excellency," Chen Lang showed appreciation in his eyes. "Not bad. I hope you can maintain it." "What's it like to be unkempt?" Yuan Changzhen laughed and said, "Your Excellency's lesson is correct, sir. Please follow me." Afterward, Yuan Changzhen set up a recluse and led Chen Lang to the depths of the mountain forest. Before long, Yuan Changzhen led Chen Lang to a cave. The space inside the cave was very large, deep but not damp, and the ground was covered with dry, withered grass. In the deepest part of the cave, there were 10 huge apes and monkeys inhabiting the cave. The arms of these apes were very long, hanging down to the knee position, and all the joints were covered with bone spurs. The aura was strong and powerful. Seeing that strangers had come to the cave, they all showed their teeth at Chen Lang. Seeing this, Yuan Changzhen snorted coldly and recited words under his breath. In the next moment, the gazes of these 10 apes and monkeys towards Chen Lang became softer. There were even some apes that showed a pleasing intent on their faces. Yuan Changzhen laughed and explained, "I told them that the chaotic golden bone was given by you, Gongzi, and that you are their great benefactor." In Chen Lang's perception,
The battle power of these Tong-arm apes and monkeys was already at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Ordinary, adult Tong-arm apes and monkeys only had the battle power of the early foundation establishment stage. And these 10 Tong-arm apes and monkeys in the cave should be the ones that Yuan Changjian had cultivated with chaotic golden bones. In just a month's time, they had raised the strength of the Tong-arm monkeys by a small realm, worthy of practicing the Tao of the imperial beasts. Chen Lang was very satisfied with this result and praised Yuan Changjian's cultivation results fiercely. This is 100 pieces of chaotic golden bones. Use them up and then send a message to me. Yuan Changjian took the 2 sacks from Chen Lang's hands, and under the sweep of his divine sense, his heart and mind boomed. These 2 sacks were filled with genuine chaotic golden bones.
A full 100 pieces in the ancient era. The imperial beastmaster was a reigning existence.
Any imperial beastmaster possessed extremely terrifying energy and was a target for all forces to compete for. At that time, the status of the beastmaster lineage in the immortal cultivation world was so high that it was no better than that of a formation master. The cultivation of the imperial beastmasters was based on raising demonic beasts, and the mind of a demonic beast was far simpler than a cultivator's. And once a divine soul contract was signed, the loyalty would be very high, in the era when imperial beastmasters were prevalent. A single foundation stage imperial beastmaster would often be able to own a dozen or so foundation stage battle power demonic beasts. The terror of the battle power of a beastmaster could be called invincible in the same realm. The core means of a beastmaster was to refine chaos bones. Chaos bone, according to the quality, is divided into chaos bronze bone, chaos silver bone, chaos gold bone. On top of the chaos gold bone, there were also chaos diamond bone, chaos starry bone, and chaos peerless bone, which were even more difficult to refine. The secret formula for refining chaos bone was the result of the painstaking research of countless generations of ancient beast masters. Even the lowest quality chaotic bronze bone had an extremely strong attraction to demonic beasts. Once a beastmaster had a chaotic bone, the resistance to subjugating demonic beasts was greatly cut down, and they were even able to subjugate demonic beasts that were stronger than their own battle power. It could be said that the strength of the beastmaster lineage started when the chaos bone came out. It was just that later on, I don't know what happened, but the royal beastmaster lineage that flourished for a while suddenly declined rapidly in a very short period of time. Even the secret formula for refining the chaos bone was lost, due to the loss of the chaos bone's secret formula. The chaos bones that had been successfully refined became less and less, as fewer and fewer chaos bones survived. They eventually became the stuff of legends. The beastmaster lineage gradually declined and eventually disappeared into obscurity. There is no chaos bone beastmaster. The difficulty of taming a demonic beast greatly increased. Often need to be a large realm higher to achieve the effect of submissive. Imagine the foundation stage cultivation of the imperial beastmaster, keeping a group of refining stage strength of the demonic beast. In the same realm against the enemy, these Kai refining stage battle power demonic beasts would be casually killed by the opponent. The battle strength of the beastmaster himself was not outstanding. How can they fight? Thus, the status of the beastmaster fell to pieces, and in the end, they could only be helplessly reduced to being the breeder of the sect's demonic beasts. They didn't even dare to call themselves Imperial Beastmasters, after all. The 3 words Imperial Beastmaster represented the honorable glory of the group of people who stood at the peak in the ancient times. At this moment, when Yuan Changjian saw such a large number of chaotic golden bones, a strong ambition suddenly grew in the depths of his heart. He saw the hope for the royal beast lineage to become strong again. He had spent most of his life in a muddle, not cultivating his appearance, doing the work of feeding apes and monkeys every day, so ordinary that it could not be more ordinary. Receiving a monthly salary of 100 or so spirit stones, living a life of confusion,
Many disciples of the sect didn't even know that the sect still had him. The sect didn't care much about him either, and didn't expect him to cultivate many demonic beasts with combat power for the sect. He had thought that his life might be like this, but at this very moment, Chen Lang appeared and gave him so many chaotic golden bones. Yuan Changzhen's hand that was gripping the sack trembled uncontrollably as he looked at Chen Lang with a gaze that surged with a strong color of gratitude.
Suddenly,
he only felt his nose sour as his tear ducts uncontrollably secreted tears. Instantly, the old man burst into tears. This was a feeling that hadn't been experienced in many years. At this moment, Yuan Changzhen only felt his heart and soul stirring so much that he could no longer suppress the impulse deep inside. Only hearing a plopping sound, Yuan Changzhen knelt down on both knees, raised his hands high, and kowtowed out heavily towards Chen Lang. Shouting under his breath, "Your Excellency's great favor, Yuan Changzhen is unable to repay it. Please accept the little old man's bow." Seeing their master kowtowing, the tong-arm monkeys not far away also knelt down together towards Chen Lang. Immediately within the cave, an earth-shattering kowtowing sound resounded. Seeing this scene, Chen Lang's eyes flickered and his heart surged a little for a moment. He was not stupid and knew the importance of the chaotic golden bone to a royal beast master. If it wasn't for the purpose of enhancing the Lingyun sect's overall combat power and ensuring victory in the battle against the Kingyuan sect, he would never have easily taken out so many chaos gold bones and handed them over to Yuan Changzhen. He didn't know much about Yuan Changzhen, and once Yuan Changzhen had something else in mind, he would most likely be in danger. "Get up." Chen Lang helped Yuan Changzhen up, his eyes slightly cold as he said indifferently, "As long as you do your best for me, you can have as many chaos bones as you want, but if you have other thoughts, I guarantee you will regret it. Your name is Yuan Changzhen, so I'm sure you have the ambition to revive the royal beastmaster lineage. This ambition is good, and I am willing to help you. I just hope that you have your heart in the right place and don't chill my heart." Chen Lang's voice was not loud, but in Yuan Changzhen's ears, it was like thunder. He knew that Chen Lang was hammering him. But at the same time, he was also giving a signal. That was that Chen Lang was willing to help him revitalize the glory of the royal beast lineage. This information was very important to him. This was his childhood dream, the goal he had been chasing all his life. Originally, he had seen no hope, but Chen Lang had appeared, and it was like pouring a large amount of sweet rain into his long, dried-up dream heartland. His dreams revived once again, even more strongly than when he was young, blossoming with unparalleled luster. At this moment, the excitement in his heart simply could not be expressed in words. His body trembled slightly, and the color of determination exploded in his eyes. After wording his words internally for a long time, he finally only managed to hold back one sentence. Yuan Changzhen hereby swears that he is willing to sacrifice his life for His Excellency and die without rebelling for the rest of his life. If there is any violation, heaven and earth will kill us all. After saying that, Yuan Changzhen pointed a finger to his own brow. And a drop of transparent heart and soul blood was ingested by him. Under Yuan Changzhen's control, the heart-soul blood slowly floated towards Chen Lang. "Your Excellency, this is the blood of little old mess heart-soul. Now hand it over to Your Excellency. From now on, little old mess life will be in the hands of Gongzi." Chen Lang's eyes revealed a strong look of surprise. He did not expect Yuan Changzhen to actually do this. Heart-soul blood was the lifeblood of a cultivator and was extremely important. With this drop of heart-soul blood, Chen Lang could cause Yuan Changzhen's soul to be destroyed with a single thought. In this way, Chen Lang could safely and boldly fund Yuan Changzhen without worrying about suffering a backlash. Chen Lang took a deep breath and received this drop of heart and soul blood, then frankly pressed it into his brow center. When Yuan Changzhen saw Chen Lang accept his heart and soul blood, his taut heartstrings were completely loosened, and his face revealed a look of delight.
He was really afraid that Chen Lang would not be willing to accept it. If Chen Lang refused to accept his heart and soul blood, it meant that Chen Lang had no intention of investing in his chaotic golden bone for a long time. In that case, lacking the chaotic golden bone, his desire to revitalize the royal beastmaster lineage was tantamount to a fool's errand. Fortunately, the heavens have an eye. Mr. Chen Lang has accepted my heart and soul blood. So the day of the rise of my beastmaster lineage is just around the corner.
Right at this moment, Chen Lang received a voice transmission from Du Fei Fei, Senior Brother. The sand plate illusion formation is complete. Come and experience it. The sand tray illusion formation was very magical. Not only could it simulate the scene of a battlefield fight, but it could also obtain a large amount of pure spiritual energy after killing the enemy, according to Du Fei Fei. Cultivating in the sand plate illusion formation was more efficient than simply taking pills to cultivate, and it could greatly enhance the battle power of the Lingyun sect's disciples. After all, battle experience was also a part of battle power. Although the advantages of the sand plate illusion formation were extremely obvious, it also had a very fatal disadvantage. That was the very large amount of spirit stones that needed to be consumed for the formation to operate. It was so much that it was frightening. A month of full operation of the sand plate illusion formation would require the consumption of 500,000 spirit stones. And within the Lingyun sect's spirit stone coffers, there were only about 4 million spirit stones left today. After deducting the spirit stones needed to be consumed to build the grand formation, the remaining spirit stones would only be enough to run the sand tablet illusion formation at full power for a few months. Moreover, there were still enough spirit stones left to maintain the operation of the sect protector formation to guard against the Kingyun sect's surprise attack. In this way, the Lingyun sect's inventory of spirit stones was somewhat overstretched. Regarding whether or not to construct the sand plate illusion formation,
Du Fei Fei had sought Chen Lang's opinion. Chen Lang agreed almost without even thinking about it. Build it.
The last thing he lacked at the moment was spirit stones, and he immediately invested an additional 10 million spirit stones in the Lingyun sect. As long as it could boost the fighting strength of Lingyun sect's disciples before the big battle, a mere spirit stone was not worth mentioning. With regards to this fourth grade grand formation that had cost an enormous amount of money, Chen Lang was extremely looking forward to it. After receiving Du Fei Fei's voice transmission, Chen Lang bid farewell to Yuan Changjun and headed to the place where the sand plate illusion formation was constructed. The location of the sand plate illusion formation was located on the mountainside of Lingyun Peak, on the other side of the Spirit Stone storehouse. By the time Chen Lang arrived, there were already a few disciples who had entered the grand formation to practice. Du Fei Fei, who had been waiting at the entrance of the grand formation, saw Chen Lang and immediately waved at him. Chen Lang came to Du Fei Fei's side and realized that she had a tired face, but her eyes were exceptionally bright and flashed with excitement. "Senior brother, wait here for a moment. The sand plate illusion formation has just been constructed and is still in the testing stage. I have already ordered a few disciples to enter to test it. Wait for them to come out and confirm that it is safe before you enter." Chen Lang nodded and waited to the side, his gaze falling on top of the 7-colored light door at the entrance of the grand formation. This 7-colored light door exuded an extremely strong spiritual pressure, and upon closer inspection, there were still some distortions in the space around the light door. Behind the light door, it was empty, and one could not see the interior of the grand formation at all. This indicated that there was an internal space in this light door. Chen Lang's gaze flickered for a moment, a look of shock appeared on his face, and he sighed in his heart. This was actually the power of space. If a mortal wanted to master the power of space, they had to cultivate to the realm of transformation. But Du Fei Fei was only at the Jai Dan realm, yet she was able to incorporate the power of space into the formation. It was truly awesome.
Du Fei could see Chen Lang's surprise. She smiled faintly and explained, "Senior brother need not be surprised. I used spatial protoliths when I constructed this formation. That's why I was able to make it this far." Chen Lang smiled, not sparing any appreciation, even with spatial protoliths. The sand plate illusion formation is not something that an ordinary person would be able to construct. Senior sister's attainments in the art of formations are already very impressive, being praised by Chen Lang. The smile on Du Fei's face became even brighter. It only felt that Chen Lang was becoming more and more agreeable the more she looked at him. This kid, what a sweet little mouth. When master teacher emerges from the gate, he must let him take Chen Lang as his disciple. Not long after, the first batch of disciples who entered the trial retreated from the 7-colored light gate. There were 10 in total. The cultivation realms of these 10 people were mixed, ranging from the Kai refining stage to the Jai Dan stage. Everyone's face was filled with joy, obviously having gained a lot in the sand plate illusion formation. After they saw Du Fei, they respectfully bowed, reporting to eldest senior sister, "The sand plate illusion formation is running extremely smoothly, and there is nothing wrong with it." Du Fei's gaze fell on the other disciples and asked, "What about you guys?" The rest of the disciples' answers were not too far from the previous man's, all stating that there was nothing wrong with the sand plate illusion formation. Du Fei put her heart down and looked towards Chen Lang. "Senior disciple Chen Lang, you may now enter the grand formation to cultivate." Good, seeing Chen Lang enter the sand plate illusion formation to cultivate. These 10 disciples all showed envy in their eyes and looked at Du Fei with bated breath. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. They also wanted to go in and cultivate. Du Fei knew what they were thinking, and cut them a glance without any good humor. "This was originally constructed specifically for you to enhance your cultivation. Those who want to go in to cultivate can go in at any time. However, remember to act according to your strength. Never rush into anything and hurt the fundamentals of cultivation." The crowd was overjoyed at these words, and after thanking Du Fei, they couldn't wait to enter the sand plate illusion formation again to cultivate. They entered the sand plate illusion formation because they were instructed by Du Fei that their main purpose was to test the stability of the sand plate illusion formation. And they did not have much time to kill the phantoms of the large formation to obtain spiritual power. After everyone entered the illusion formation to cultivate, Du Fei lightly exhaled a breath and then utilized the patriarch's order to send a message to the entire Lingyun sect, informing everyone of the wonderful use of the sand plate illusion formation. It didn't take long for the mountainside to become overcrowded, and under the arrangement of the inner sect elders, the disciples entered the sand plate illusion formation one by one to cultivate. To construct the sand plate illusion formation, Du Fei had used more than 1,000 space protoliths, and the internal space was extremely spacious. The entire Lingyun sect's disciples plus the elders were only more than 1,000. So even if all of them entered the formation to cultivate, they wouldn't feel crowded. Only the entrance to the sand plate illusion formation was too small, and the disciples could only line up to go in one by one, which was too inefficient. Du Fei's eyes flickered for a moment. The size of the entrance to the large formation could not be changed easily, so she could only find a way to open a few more entrances. Inside the sand tray illusion formation, Chen Lang stared at a short slope in front of him, his eyes showing a strange aura. On the short slope, sitting on his knees, was a black-robed young man. His body exuded a Kai refining stage fluctuation. The intensity was probably at the 3rd level of the Kai refining stage. The youth's demeanor was cold. Sensing Chen Lang's proximity, the black-robed youth opened his eyes and suddenly came towards Chen Lang to kill. Chen Lang's eyes flashed, metallic spiritual energy attached to his fist, and he blasted towards the person who swept in. Chen Lang was now at the 7th level of the Kai refining stage, and the strength of his spiritual energy was far from being a match for the black robed youth at the third level of the Kai refining stage. With just one punch, Chen Lang's fist exploded the black, robed youth's head between the flurry of blood and flesh. A thick smell of blood drilled into his nostrils. Chen Lang couldn't help but freeze, and for a moment, he was in a trance, somewhat unable to distinguish whether it was real or an illusion. This sandbox illusion was a little too real. The black-robed youth's body collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, splattering a cloud of dust, with his breath severed. The black-robed youth's body gradually vaporized, became transparent, and eventually dissipated into fluorescent light. Only a ball of extremely pure spiritual energy was left lying quietly on the ground. Chen Lang grabbed this mass of spiritual energy and swallowed it into his mouth. This mass of spiritual energy was very pure, and after entering Chen Lang's body, it was instantly accepted and fused by Chen Lang's own spiritual energy. A look of ecstasy appeared in Chen Lang's eyes. This sand plate illusion formation was too magical in just a few moments. The spiritual energy that had grown in his body had reached the effect of an hour of usual hard training. Moreover, the phantom he killed was still only at the third level of the Kai refining stage. If he could kill a phantom with a higher battle strength, wouldn't the spiritual energy he obtained be even more? Thinking of this, Chen Lang's heart thumped up. Within the sand plate formation, yellow sand filled the sky with countless high and low mounds. On most of these mounds, a formation phantom sat, and as they went deeper, the aura of these formation phantoms became stronger and stronger. Soon, Chen Lang advanced 300 meters and came to a mound. On this mound, sitting cross-legged on her knees, was a curvaceous woman in red. Her long hair fluttering in the wind, her aura was very powerful, with the intensity of a Kai refining stage, great perfection. Sensing Chen Lang's arrival, she suddenly opened her eyes, a cold aura flashing in her deep eyes. Her speed was very fast. The distance of 10 meters arrived in an instant, and she slapped her palm towards Chen Lang's chest. Chen Lang's gaze condensed as he used his strongest move, the water Z spirit armor instantly covering his entire body. The red, clothed woman's palm slapped on the water Zephyr spirit armor, immediately emitting a snorting sound. Rising gusts of white smoke, the red, clothed woman's face changed drastically. Her palm seemed to retract as if electrocuted, and a thick color of shock surfaced in the depths of her pupils. Chen Lang froze and immediately realized. The spirit-devouring formation on the water and Zephyr spirit armor had a restraining effect on the phantoms of this grand formation. A hint of joy appeared in Chen Lang's eyes as he bulleted his way towards the woman in red. Chen Lang's speed was extremely fast after executing the water Zephyr spirit armor. His body transformed into a trail of residual shadows, instantly catching up with the woman in red and grabbing her shoulders. The place where the woman in red was grabbed by Chen Lang was instantly eroded and rose in white smoke. Causing her face to distort in pain, she struggled frantically, her entire body's spiritual energy exploding. Wanting to get rid of Chen Lang's control, however, Chen Lang's hand was like an iron vice, firmly grasping her shoulder. Her attacks did not hurt even when they struck Chen Lang's spirit armor, which made her extremely desperate. In only a few breaths of time, the red, clothed woman's shoulders completely melted away at the same time. Her body rapidly dried up as if it was leaking air, and in no time at all, she became a dry corpse. Completely severing her vitality, as the vitality dissipated, the dry corpse began to become transparent. Eventually turning into fluorescent light and dissipating, Chen Lang blinked somewhat in disbelief. A phantom with a Kai refining stage, great perfection cultivation, so easily resolved. The phantom produced by this sand tablet, phantom formation, seemed to be exactly restrained by his water Zephyr spirit armor. After grabbing the spiritual power light ball that had fallen to the ground and stuffing it into his mouth, Chen Lang's expression became somewhat odd. This cultivation came a little too easily. This ball of pure spiritual energy was a little too dense. Comparable to a month of his hard training, at this moment, the spiritual energy in his body was saturated enough to impact the 8th level of the Kai refining stage. Without delay, Chen Lang immediately decided to exit the sand plate illusion formation and go back to break through to the 8th level of the Kai refining stage first. The environment in the sand plate illusion formation was not suitable for breakthroughs and was easily disturbed. On the way back, Chen Lang saw many Lingyun sect disciples who had come in to practice were fighting with the phantoms. The spells were glowing continuously. The sound was not small. The originally silent formation space became lively with the influx of these disciples. In the eyes of almost all of the disciples, there was a look of determination. The conflict between the Lingyun sect and the Kingyuan sect was no longer reconcilable. That great war in the future was like a sharp sword hanging over their heads, forcing them to seize all the time they could to improve their cultivation and battle power. And the sand tray illusion formation that the sect had constructed at great expense would allow them to rapidly increase their cultivation and battle power. Thus, each and every one of them made every effort to fight bravely to obtain spiritual power. Seeing this scene, Chen Lang revealed a look of satisfaction in his eyes and in his heart. He gained a little more confidence in the great battle that would take place half a year later. After returning to his chambers, Chen Lang immediately began to attempt a breakthrough. The mass of spiritual energy obtained after killing that Kai refining stage, Great Perfection, phantom was so strong and majestic that it even caused Chen Lang's meridians to feel swollen. Chen Lang operated the Lingyun technique and mobilized all the spiritual energy in his body at the same time. He used the water and zephyr spiritual armor's method of change to transform all of his spiritual energy into metallic spiritual energy. The majestic spiritual force mass gathered in front of the spirit bikini in the Danshan, condensed, and finally transformed into a large sharp golden sword. In the next moment, the golden greatsword, under Chen Lang's control, brazenly slashed at the 8th layer's spiritual barrier with a loud boom. The 8th layer of the spiritual energy barriers turned into pieces under the terrifying might of the golden greatsword. Without causing a single obstruction, this was the 8th level of the Kai refining stage. One must know that Chen Lang had only just broken through to the 7th level of the Kai refining stage not long ago. And after returning from a trip to the sand plate illusion formation, he had broken through another level. This breakthrough speed, even Chen Lang felt a little short of breath. The sand plate illusion formation is truly marvelous. Having just consumed a lot of spiritual energy to make a breakthrough, Chen Lang swallowed 2 Kai condensation pills, and his eyes glowed with divine splendor. After spending an hour stabilizing his realm, Chen Lang walked out of the dormitory and headed straight to the mid-levels. Coming to the sand plate illusion formation once again, Chen Lang's purpose was very strong. He directly crossed over the phantoms of the Kai refining stage realm and headed straight to the central region. The grand formation phantoms there were all at the foundation, establishment stage, cultivation level. Chen Lang possessed the Shui Z spirit armor, and during the duration of the Shui Z spirit armor, his battle power was comparable to that of the foundation establishment stage. However, Chen Lang was not too big-headed and did not go deeper into the central region, finally choosing a great formation phantom whose breath intensity was at the early foundation establishment stage. This early foundation establishment stage great formation phantom was dressed in white, with long flowing hair, and was born extremely handsome. Even with his eyes closed, there was a hint of a dusty, handsome feeling. Just as Chen Lang was about to step into this phantom's hate range, an anxious shout came from behind him. This senior brother. Wait, Chen Lang turned around and realized that the one shouting at him was a black, clothed youth. Probably in his 30s, born with thick eyebrows and big eyes, he had a white cloud embroidered on his left chest position, and should be an inner disciple. However, Chen Lang did not recognize him. The man quickly came to Chen Lang. This senior brother, I see that you are only at the Kai refining stage of cultivation.
You should never be overly ambitious and come here to try out. Although the phantom spirit in the sand tray, phantom formation, is a bit wooden and dull, the cultivation realm is real. The phantom array spirit here is a real foundation establishment cultivation, even if it's only in the early foundation establishment stage.
It's not something you can handle. Senior brother, listen to senior brother's advice and retreat at speed.
With your cultivation at the 8th level of the Kai refining stage, it would be more appropriate to look for a phantom formation spirit at around the 8th level of the Kai refining stage to kill. Chen Lang glanced at the visitor, knowing that this inner sect senior brother was intentioned to persuade him, so he patiently explained with him, "This senior brother, you don't have to worry about me, since I came here.
I have absolute certainty that I can handle the phantoms here." Chen Lang finished his polite explanation and was about to walk into the guarded range of the phantoms here.
But he was unexpectedly tugged by someone. Chen Lang turned around to see that it was that thick-browed youth who was tugging at him,
and instantly became a little angry. "Senior brother, it's not that senior brother doesn't believe you.
Elder brother has lived for so many years, and has eaten more salt than you have traveled,
and has never seen someone at the 8th level of the Kai refining stage able to battle the foundation establishment stage. Senior brother, you'd better retreat obediently. This thick-browed, big-eyed inner sect senior brother was extremely strong."
And Chen Lang was unexpectedly unable to break free for a moment, being dragged away by him, traveling towards the phantom side of the Kai refining stage strength. Chen Lang breathlessly rolled his eyes and kept explaining, but this inner sect senior brother was determined to take Chen Lang away, saying that he did not believe that Chen Lang could defeat a foundation, establishment stage, phantom formation spirit. In desperation, Chen Lang had no choice but to use his water Zephyr spirit armor. After Chen Lang was covered by the water Zephyr spirit armor,
a powerful aura instantly erupted out, shocking that thick-browed inner sect senior brother back about 10 steps. The thick-browed senior brother thumped back, a strong look of shock appearing in his eyes, and he couldn't even speak properly.
You actually, cultivated the water swamp spirit armor succeeded. A trace of surprise crossed Chen Lang's eyes.
Senior brother has good eyesight, surprisingly. He recognized my combat technique at a glance. Now, does senior brother still think that I am not capable of defeating a foundation, establishment stage phantom?
The thick-browed senior brother froze and blushed a little. This feat of the water swamp spirit armor. He had also attempted to cultivate it back then. After spending a full 3 months, he couldn't even make it to the beginning and was ridiculed for a long time. In the end, he could only helplessly choose other combat techniques to cultivate. At this moment, when he saw that someone in the sect had succeeded in cultivating this gong method, his emotions were incomparably complicated. "Elder brother, since you have refined the water Zephyr spirit armor, can you spar with me for a while, so that you can teach me to see the true power of the water Zephyr spirit armor?"
And whether it is as powerful as the author of the gong method tells, Chen Lang's head was suddenly 2 sizes too big when he heard this.
At this moment, everyone in the Lingyan sect was scrambling to cultivate and increase their cultivation battle power as much as possible.
But this thick-browed, big-eyed senior brother was actually still thinking about a sparring match, or in a sand disk phantom formation, letting his strength go to deal with the phantom formation spirit, and using it to spar with one of his own. In Chen Lang's opinion, this was undoubtedly a waste of time, thus Chen Lang decisively rejected thick-browed senior brother's proposal,
but did not completely put words in his mouth. "This senior brother, I do not have any thoughts of sparring with you."
"But we can compete in a different way," the thick-browed senior brother revealed a look of interest.
"What way?" Chen Lang raised his hand and pointed at the phantom formation spirit not far away. "Well, compete to see who kills an early foundation establishment, phantom formation spirit faster.
And the one who takes less time to defeat the phantom formation spirit wins." How? The thick, Brow's senior brother's eyes lit up, and he agreed readily. All right, let's do as you say, senior brother. My name is Zhu Zhang. I dare to ask senior brother his name. My name is Chen Lang, Chen Lang said, walking into the guarded area of that white-clothed phantom formation spirit. I also ask senior brother Zhu Zhang to time me. All right. Please begin. Senior brother. The moment Chen Lang stepped into the alert range.
The white-clothed youth's eyes suddenly opened, only to see him rise up long, his gaze locking onto Chen Lang. In the next moment, his right hand was raised, and majestic spiritual energy condensed in his hand.
And in the blink of an eye, a long sword of spiritual energy was condensed. Chen Lang's eyes flickered.
Was this the means of the foundation establishment stage? It was a bit interesting in the next instant.
The white-clothed youth's figure suddenly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Chen Lang. The spirit power long sword was swung in the air by the white-clothed youth in a perfect arc. Such a terrifying speed immediately shocked Chen Lang into a cold sweat. If it wasn't for the fact that his divine sense had been strengthened by the nurturing heart-soul marrow, he might have already been hit at this moment. Chen Lang shortened his body to avoid the longsword attack, and then violently pounced on the white-clothed youth, relying on the tremendous impact to pounce the latter to the ground. The area where the white-clothed youth and Chen Lang came into contact immediately resounded with a snorting sound. Followed by white smoke rising, the white-clothed youth's aura was instantly disorganized, and the longsword that had been condensed with spiritual energy dissipated. The originally majestic white-clothed swordsman instantly lost all his poise. At this moment, he was being pressed to death by Chen Lang. His body constantly convulsing violently. In a short while, he had no breath and turned into a dry corpse. Finally dissipating, Chen Lang wiped the sweat from his forehead, grabbed the spiritual power light ball on the ground, and swallowed it into his mouth. He then got up and looked at Zhu Zhang, a look of embarrassment on his face. He had used a very vulgar move in order to defeat the phantom formation spirit in the shortest possible time, which was really a bit indecent. Chen Lang had started from stepping into the white-clothed phantom formation spirit's guard range to acquiring the spiritual power light mass. There was only a short 10 breaths of time in between. Zhu Zhang, who was timing Chen Lang on the side, was dumbfounded. 10 breaths of time, even if he was at a mid-foundation establishment cultivation level. Defeating an early foundation establishment one would require a lot of effort, although the phantom formation spirit was wooden and dull. It had no fear of pain and was extremely troublesome to kill, even if it was suppressed by a small realm. It would take at least an incense stick of time to complete the kill. Thinking back to the process of Chen Lang defeating the phantom formation spirit just now, Zhu Zhang only felt that it was a bit outrageous. Chen Lang dodging the sword that the white-clothed phantom formation spirit had just started with was very stunning in Zhu Zhang's eyes. To be able to react in such a short period of time was enough to show that Chen Lang's combat talent was very strong. But what kind of move was Chen Lang lunging at the white-clothed phantom formation spirit in the back? A street fight. The key was that the white-clothed phantom formation spirit's breath immediately went haywire after being pounced upon. And it didn't take long for it to completely lose its breath. It was too bizarre, this. Spare Zhu Zhang's thoughts. But he couldn't guess the cause. Senior brother Zhu Zhang, it's your turn. It's my turn to time you this time. Zhu Zhang shook his head with a bitter smile and cupped his fists. Senior brother has outstanding talent and is exceptionally gifted. Senior brother is willing to bow down and marvel at his own inferiority. Chen Lang let out an "oh" sound, waved his hand to bid farewell to Zhu Zhang, and marched towards the exit of the sand plate illusion formation. After consuming this ball of spiritual energy that the early foundation establishment phantom formation spirit had transformed into, the spiritual energy in Chen Lang's body had once again reached a saturated state. He could once again prepare for a breakthrough. Just as Chen Lang was excited to start breaking through to the 9th level of the Kai refining stage,
A piece of news spread within the Lingyun sect, causing quite a stir. The Kingen sect had signed an offensive and defensive alliance treaty with the falling Maple sect,
not only dividing up all of the Lingyun sect's scattered properties outside, but also arresting many of the Lingyun sect's stray disciples.
At the same time, a list along with this news was thrown into the Lingyun sect's protective formation with a boundary-breaking stone. The names recorded on this list were all disciples of the Lingyun sect who had strayed outside and were successfully captured by the two sects. Many people saw familiar names on the list. Some were their closest friends, some were their loved ones. For a time, countless shouts of curses resounded up and down the Lingyun sect. The Kingen sect and the falling Maple sect were truly shameless. They actually threatened the lives of their close friends and relatives, and demanded that they break away from the Lingyun sect in exchange for the lives of the disciples on the list. The time limit, it is 1 month. Once the time limit was up, all disciples of the Lingyun sect who had not been claimed would be executed. Li Kinking had just come out of the sand tray illusion formation, and after seeing the crowd gathering around this list, she was instantly apprehensive. Her elder brother, Li Kinking, had not been heard from for a long time. Previously, she had gone to Area A and inquired about it, saying that Li Kinking was out searching for the chance to build a foundation. Once he succeeded in building the foundation, he would return to the sect, now that the Lingyun sect had closed its mountain gates. There were still quite a few eyes of the Kingen sect present on the periphery. Even disciples of the Lingyun sect cannot return to Lingyun Peak. There must not be a brother's name on the list. Li Kinking closed her eyes and silently prayed. 9 times out of 10. Life is not as it should be. Often, the more one fears something, the more it comes. Li Kinking gathered her courage and swept over the list with her divine sense. And her little face instantly turned white at the end of the list. The words Li Kinking were clearly written. At this moment, Li Kinking only felt a wave of dizziness, and her entire body was plunged into a huge panic. It was not until this time that she clearly realized how important Li Kinking was to her. I don't want to lose my brother. I must find a way to save him. At this moment, this was the only thought in Li Kinking's mind. Li Kinking and her had grown up together, barely surviving in the cracks of the super-large clans in the upper reaches of the Heavenly River. Suffering mockery and taunts together as an elder brother, Li Kinking had protected her very well. No matter what kind of situation she was trapped in, Li Kinking was the one who stood in front of her to shield her from the wind and rain. For this reason, Li Kinking had paid a very high price. On Li Kinging's back, there were still 5 scars that were more than a foot long. Those were horrific scars that had been gouged out hard with fingernails, and Li Kinking was not allowed to use any medication to treat those scars. The person who hurt Li Kinking wanted Li Kinking to carry these scars for the rest of her life and remember her forever. Thinking of these past events, the tip of Li Kinking's nose suddenly became sore, and tears flashed in her eyes. There were not a few people who had the same thoughts as Li Kinking. As this list gained more and more attention, the repercussions caused also became greater and greater. The faces of many disciples and even elders appeared to be struggling. At this moment, Lingyun sect was facing a life and death crisis. The mountain gate was tightly closed, and the sect protector formation was fully opened, so not even a fly could fly out, even if they had the heart to save others. Without Du Fei's permission, it was impossible for them to get out. Moreover, the act of leaving the sect at such a critical juncture was no different from treason. Rebellion was an extremely taboo matter in this era, and basically no power would recruit people who rebelled against the clan. One could only be reduced to a casual cultivator, living a precarious life. Once one stepped out of the Lingyun sect, there would be no turning back. If you don't break away from the sect, once the 1-month time limit arrives, do you want to watch your friends and family die in front of you? However, on second thought, the sect's treatment is so generous nowadays. And once it succeeds in destroying the Kingen sect, the future will definitely be a bright and open road.
On the one hand is the life of friends and family, on the other hand is the bright future of a ray of opportunity. This made it very difficult to choose, thus, someone soon came up with a hypothesis that would have the best of both worlds. If, for example, the sect was able to send someone to rescue all of these captured disciples, wouldn't there be no more of these troubles? It was just that although this hypothesis was beautiful, it was not easy to realize, first of all, at the moment. The Lingyun sect's situation was already self-conscious, and it could only rely on the sect protector formation to hunker down on Lingyun Peak. Outside of the protective formation, there were bound to be countless hidden spies and loose cultivators. Once the Lingyun sect made any movement, it would definitely be detected by the Kingyuan sect at that time. Not only would they not be able to achieve the purpose of rescuing the people, they would also lose the disciples who went out to rescue them. Moreover, now that the Kingyuan sect and the Maple Fall sect had reached an alliance of interests, the hope of being able to rescue those disciples on the list became increasingly slim. For a while, the sound of lamentation constantly resounded on Lingyun Peak. The matter of the list of names was quickly reported to Du Fei Fei. Nowadays, Du Fei Fei no longer lived in her small courtyard, but often presided over the affairs of the Lingyun sect in the council hall. Listening to the report from the elders below, Du Fei Fei's brows furrowed deeply after a long period of silence. She couldn't help but speak angrily. This attacking scheme of theirs is really vicious. This is to break the heart of our sect's army. Pass down the order to convene a clan-wide assembly. If this matter was not handled properly, it would most likely result in very serious consequences. Once it was incited by some people with ulterior motives, it was very likely that the situation would develop to an unmanageable point. Inside the bedroom, a rumbling sound resounded within Chen Lang's body, and the 9th layer of the spiritual power barrier within his dantian shattered. The 9th level of the Kai refining stage is up. A touch of joy surfaced in Chen Lang's eyes, with the water and zephyr spirit armor and the sand plate illusion formation. It was as if his cultivation realm had rocketed, climbing wildly. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he would be able to attempt foundation establishment. After foundation establishment, he would be able to fly with his sword. That was something he had dreamed of when he first joined the Lingyun sect. Ripples of excitement rose in Chen Lang's heart, and his eyes glittered. Nowadays, he was not far from this dream. Just at this moment, the voice transmission jade slip in his storage bag vibrated. Chen Lang took out the voice transmission jade slip. His divine sense probed into it, and he could not help but frown during the time that he had broken through the 9th level of the Kai refining stage. He had received quite a few voice transmission messages. However, most of the ones that had his voice transmission messages had been sent over. These voice transmission messages all said the same thing. Li Kinking was captured when he thought of Li Kinking. An overbearing face appeared in Chen Lang's mind. Recalling the grudge with Li Kinking, Chen Lang's frown deepened. This fellow, he was so bullish when he bullied me. How can he still get caught? Is he brainless? The feud between the Lingyun sect and the Kingyuan sect had long been rumored. So didn't he know to avoid it and hide away from it? He is really an idiot. Chen Lang's body was very honest despite his constant bellyaching. He couldn't care less about stabilizing the realm he had just broken through, and headed straight to the inner gate square at the top of the mountain. By the time Chen Lang arrived at the inner gate square, the all-sect assembly had already begun. His arrival immediately became the center of attention in the entire arena. And a chorus of murmurs rang out. He's the Chen Lang who killed Hu Fan. He's the culprit who triggered the war between Kingyuan sect and our Lingyun sect. It's this brat. If it wasn't for him, how could my beloved couple be captured by the Kingyuan sect's people? My father was also captured, all because of him, for a while. Countless gazes with hatred and disgust shot towards Chen Lang. What's more, there were even those who had no qualms about bursting out with killing intent, as if they wanted to eat Chen Lang alive. Feeling so many malicious gazes, Chen Lang's eyelids jumped wildly. These people, damn, what you are eating and using right now are all invested by me. Still dare to stare at me? Do you know who I am?
I am the big gold master behind your Lingyun sect.
How dare you be so rude to me, of course. Chen Lang only dared to think about these words in his heart.
Chen Lang's investment in the Lingyun sect was only known to a few people in the entire Lingyun sect. Even Li Kinking and Tan Fei knew nothing about it. Chen Lang had the strength to invest in the sect. If more people knew about this matter, it would definitely bring him endless trouble. Therefore, even though he had invested in the Ling Yun sect, he had asked Du Fei to keep it a strict secret, seeing Chen Lang arrive at the inner gate square. Tan Fei waved with Chen Lang at the first opportunity. Several of their outer sect disciples who had participated in the grand competition were all gathered together at this moment. Only disciples who had experienced the grand competition truly knew why Chen Lang had killed Hu Fan at that time. It was also only these disciples that truly understood Chen Lang, truly feeling that Chen Lang was not the culprit for causing all of this suffering in the Lingyun sect today. Unfortunately, they were only a mere dozen or so, and could not plug the crowd's languid mouth. Chen Lang came to Tan Fei's side, and Ding Zan immediately spoke with worry. Chen Lang, I'm afraid that this situation right now is not favorable for you. Chen Lang gave Ding Zan a somewhat surprised look. Aren't you, brat, the one who can't see me as good? How come you still care about me? Ding Zan pulled at the corner of his mouth, sweating a little. He had indeed hated to beat Chen Lang to death in the past. However, Chen Lang's performance in the grand competition had made him unable to regenerate a trace of hatred towards Chen Lang. If it wasn't for Chen Lang, on the first day of the grand competition, they would have been robbed of the trophy boar tusk by the group of grandsons from Kingyuan sect. Later on, it was Chen Lang who led them to be a fisherman in the valley of the Pine Moon dense forest, robbing the Kingyuan sect squad of all their trophies. That battle was the one in which Ding Zan raised his eyebrows the most in his life. So what if the Kingyuan sect team was outnumbered? They still had to obediently hand over the loot. Later on, the Kingyuan sect and the Maple Falls sect jointly sniped, and Ding Zan and the others were humiliated by the Kingyuan sect's team. It was Chen Lang. He stepped forward at the critical moment and killed Hu Fan with a thunderous strike, which broke the critical situation of the Lingyun sect's team. After returning, whenever Ding Zan thought of the image of Chen Lang killing Hu Fan, his heart couldn't help but feel a sense of agitation. It was too damn gratifying. This was how a great man should stand in the world. As for the Kingyuan sect's retaliation, oh, you want to fight? Then fight, in this world of immortal cultivation. Only the strong deserve to exist in this world, instead of living in humiliation. It is better to fight. If you die, you'll be a good man again in 20 years, thinking of this. Ding Zan's heart suddenly gave birth to a sense of bravado, patting his chest and saying to Chen Lang, as long as I, Ding Zan, am around for a day. If they dare to scold you, I will help you spray it back. Chen Lang was dumbfounded, and was immediately surprised and lost his smile. All right, Chen Lang let out a light laugh, and his gaze unconsciously fell onto Li Kinking. Li Kinking lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking, not even realizing that Chen Lang had come to her side. Chen Lang gently called out, Kinking, what's wrong with you? Li Kinking turned her head to look at Chen Lang, her two large eyes reddish in color. Li Kinking pinched the corner of her coat and said with some choking, Chen Lang, my brother will be fine. Right, seeing Li Kinking's sad appearance, Chen Lang suddenly felt a pain in his heart, took her shoulders and comforted her softly. He will be fine, don't worry. Li Kinking leaned her head on Chen Lang's shoulder, having something to rely on. The emotions that had been accumulated in her heart for a long time finally could no longer be controlled. Tears gushed out in a torrent, feeling Li Kinking's collapsing emotions. Chen Lang's heart was suddenly filled with mixed feelings. For Li Kinking, Chen Lang did not have any good feelings and even hated him very much, ever since he had gotten to know Li Kinking. Li Kinking had pressed him every step of the way, and even almost tried to kill him, if he hadn't contacted Justice Wu in advance.
He might have died at the hands of Li Kinking that day outside the Ding district cafeteria. However, Li Kinking was, after all, Li Kinking's own brother. After knowing the news of Li Kinging's arrest, Li Kinking was so grief-stricken, which could be seen that the brother-sister duo had deep feelings. It was just a matter of time. If there was a chance that he could save Li Kinking, he would make a contribution, of course. It was definitely impossible for him to step out of the clan protection formation to rescue her. At most, he would provide some help in terms of resources. He was just an outer disciple at the 9th level of the Kai refining stage. Once he stepped out of the sect protecting formation, would he still have a life to live? How could there be a reason to give up one's life to save an enemy? No one would be so stupid, right? After making up his mind, Chen Lang's attention shifted to the front of the square. The specifications of the inner gate plaza were not comparable to the outer gate plaza, and at the moment, the plaza did not feel crowded with more than 1,000 people standing on it at the very front of the square. There was a high platform. Du Fei Fei was in the main seat, and beside her, there were 20 or so inner sect elders. At the very front of the square stood the disciples of the Jai Dan realm. In the center were the Foundation Establishment Stage inner sect disciples. At the very back were Chen Lang and these outer disciples who were still at the Kai refining stage. At this moment, a Jai Dan realm disciple standing at the front was expounding his views on the matter of the list. This Jai Dan realm disciple's name was Zhu Ming, in his 30s. Although his face was ordinary, his demeanor was extraordinary, and a faint air of arrogance emanated between his eyebrows. Having advanced to the Jai Dan first realm in his 30s, he had his own arrogance that belonged to him. Eldest senior sister, my opinion is to give up the rescue. At this moment, outside of Lingyuan Peak, the wolves are surrounding us. Once we step out of the clan protection formation, we will definitely be subjected to the joint sniping of Kingyuan sect and Falling Maple sect, even if it's a Jai Dan realm powerhouse like us. There's no return. Zhu Ming's statement immediately caused many people to become dissatisfied. Most of these dissatisfied people had relatives who had been captured. An old man of the Jai Dan realm immediately spoke out in rebuttal, not giving Zhu Ming the slightest bit of face and calling him by his name. Zhu Ming, you kid is alone and naturally has no ties. But have you thought about the feelings of those of us who have family members who were captured? Do you want us to watch our friends and loved ones being brutally killed by the enemy to sacrifice their flag? The old man's words immediately drew a chorus of approval. Zhu Ming snorted coldly and indifferently rebuked. A woman's benevolence. Cultivators of my generation should prioritize cultivation for longevity. If senior brother Gu wants to go and rescue his friends and relatives, he only needs to seek the consent of senior sister and go on his own. The old man, Gu Hongtao, was immediately infuriated to the point where his beard trembled. He had lived for a long time and was even more life-thirsty than the young. Even if he had the heart to save someone, he could not possibly go alone to take the risk. After the all-sect assembly began, Du Fei Fei let the crowd speak freely. Saying what they had in mind, the crowd had been talking for a while, arguing constantly, but they couldn't come up with a two-fold solution. If they went out to rescue, they would definitely be discovered by the enemy, and there was a great possibility that they would fall. If you don't go out to rescue, your conscience is not at ease. For a while, the entire square quieted down, and everyone looked towards Du Fei Fei. It was hoped that Du Fei Fei would be able to give a plan that would satisfy everyone. Du Fei Fei's gaze swept to the inner sect elders around her. The disciples have already said what's on their minds. All of you are the inner sect elders of the Lingyuan sect, with high positions of authority in the Lingyuan sect. Do you have anything to say at this time? The elders looked at me and I looked at you, shaking their heads. At this time, an old and decrepit inner sect elder suddenly had a light in his eyes and spoke out. Fei Fei. Do you ever remember that there is a transmission array within the sect that has fallen into disrepair over the years? Du Fei Fei raised her eyebrows. Her mind flew.
and she instantly understood what this inner sect elder meant. But she quickly shook her head again. Elder Hong, that teleportation array is too low grade. It can only teleport disciples at the Kai refining stage. Moreover, it has been abandoned for a long time, and even if it is successfully repaired, it probably won't be able to be used more than a few times. This teleportation array is not very useful for rescuing captured disciples. The elder of the inner sect, who was honored by Du Fei Fei as Elder Hong, twirled his beard and spoke indifferently. If there is no try, where is the hope? Even if we ultimately fail, at least we have tried our best. The heart can be at peace. Elder Hong's seniority in the Lingyun sect was extremely old, and his speech at this moment instantly gained the approval of quite a few inner sect elders. With the teleportation array, it was directly possible to avoid the eyes hibernating around Lingyun Peak. The safety of the rescuers was greatly guaranteed. It could be used as a surprise force to penetrate deep into the enemy camp. There might really be a chance that the captured disciples could be rescued. It was just a pity that the teleportation array could only teleport disciples at the Kai refining stage due to its low grade. Disciples at the Kai refining stage had low strength and were not even qualified to go into battle, letting Kai refining stage disciples be in charge of the rescue. There was really little hope, however. Even if the hope was small, there was still a possibility of success. When a drowning person suddenly grabs a straw to save his life, even if he knows that there is not much hope, he will grab it without hesitation. Eldest senior sister, just do it. Eldest senior sister, you just agreed to this program. The square immediately resounded with shouts. Du Fei Fei's eyes flickered uncertainly, and after a moment of contemplation, she finally agreed to the matter. Then she operated her cultivation power to transmit a voice throughout the square. Among the Lingyun sect's Kai refining stage disciples, is there anyone willing to go? Among the Lingyun sect's Kai refining stage disciples, is there anyone willing to go? After Du Fei finished speaking, her gaze swept to the back of the square. Her brows slightly furrowed. The Kai refining stage disciples, whose gazes were swept by her all, flinched with their eyes and lowered their heads. Wanting to go deep into the enemy camp and successfully rescue the captured disciple, for a Kai refining stage outer disciple, it was tantamount to a fool's dream, not to mention a Kai refining stage disciple, even if it was a Jai Dan realm disciple. The chances of success were not great. The people present were not fools. The task of rescuing the captured disciples was too dangerous, and they would lose their lives if they were not careful. How many people truly harbor great righteousness in their hearts and are able to die with their bodies? The reason why the sect arranged this was just to seek peace of mind and stabilize the military's heart. As for whether or not the rescue could be successful, the higher-ups of the sect didn't care, as long as someone is willing to go. It will be able to block the mouth of the crowd. It will be able to stabilize the heart of the army. But who would be willing to go and be the cannon fodder who sacrificed himself to fulfill the righteousness of the sect? The entire square fell into an eerie silence. Du Fei's eyes bounced back and forth among the Kai refining stage disciples. Her face growing darker and darker. These Kai refining stage outer disciples, surprisingly none of them were willing. This made her very annoyed. The sect had spent resources to cultivate them, and when it came to the critical moment, not a single one of them could be counted on in the end. Du Fei's face revealed a look of impatience, and her gaze locked onto an outer disciple who was at the great circle of the Kai refining stage, Zhu He. For this rescue mission, you will lead the team. Hearing Du Fei designate himself to lead the rescue, Zhu He's face swished white, his body shaking like sifting chaff. At this moment, he only felt that the entire world had gone gray. Why did it have to be me? I'm still young. I'm about to build my foundation. I don't want to die. Zhu He shouted madly in his heart. But when he looked up to meet Du Fei's gaze, his heart immediately turned cold from Du Fei's gaze. Zhu He saw a majesty that could not be refused. Du Fei held the sovereign's order, and was herself a 4th-grade formation master, a position of great power. It was simply not his turn to reject her decision as an outer disciple. Figuring out the key, Zhu He smiled bitterly and rushed towards Du Fei with a cupped fist. Disciple Zhu He, willing to go. Hearing Zhu He promised to go, the other outer sect disciples who were also in the great circle of Kai refining stage let out a sigh of relief at the same time. The gazes towards Zhu He were filled with pity. When Du Fei saw that Zhu He was so sensible, a satisfied smile also appeared on her face. She was just about to encourage Zhu He when she saw a thick-browed inner disciple in the crowd arching his hand at her as if he had something to say. Du Fei nodded at the inner disciple, signaling him to speak. Zhu Zhang bowed to Du Fei, then said in a loud voice, "Eldest senior sister, disciple Zhu Zhang has something to report. This rescue of the captured disciples is extremely important to many people. I think that we should send the strongest of the outer sect disciples to go." Du Fei revealed a look of interest and her voice tone rose. "Oh, then tell me, who else in the outer sect has a higher battle power than Zhu He?" Chen Lang heard Zhu Zhang speak from the back, and his heart thumped in his chest, exclaiming that it was not good. This Zhu Zhang. It can't be that he's recommending me to lead the rescue. Right, Zhu Zhang, Zhu He, both surnamed Zhu, they are not brothers, are they? 9 times out of 10, something goes wrong in life. The more you fear, the more things come to pass, only Zhu Zhang replied in a loud voice. The strongest person in the outer sect is senior brother Chen Lang. Looking at the entire outer sect, only senior brother Chen Lang can take on this important task, and has the best chance of safely rescuing our clan's captured disciples back to the clan. Hearing this, Chen Lang's heart immediately had 10,000 grass mud horses galloping past. His gaze toward Zhu Zhang was horribly gloomy. This brat, looking like a man, how could he have such a sinister mind, in order to prevent your brother from going to his death? You're pushing me out hard, aren't you? Du Fei's face instantly changed when she heard Zhu Zhang's reply. No, Du Fei didn't even think about it and refused extremely decisively. Chen Lang was the big gold master behind the Lingyun sect. Even if all the outer disciples died, Chen Lang could not die. Zhu Zhang revealed a puzzled look and asked, "Eldest sister, why not? Although senior sister Chen Lang is only at the 8th level of the Kai refining stage, he has successfully cultivated the legendary technique known as the Water Swamp Spirit Armor. Senior brother Chen Lang, who possesses the Shui Z Spirit Armor, can match the battle power of Foundation, Establishment stage cultivators. Shouldn't he have a better chance of winning if he leads the team to rescue the captured disciples?" Hearing Du Fei reject Zhu Zhang's proposal, Chen Lang had just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Zhu Zhang's words of rhetorical question. He was immediately infuriated. "Do you have a good chance of winning, brother? Are you missing a muscle in your brain? Even if I have the strength to rival the Foundation stage, can I really save the captured disciples from the enemy camp? Not to mention the Foundation stage combat power. Even if the Jai Dan realm combat power is afraid that there is not much hope." At this moment, the disciples who were originally dissatisfied with Chen Lang spoke out one after another. Eldest sister, Chen Lang was originally the culprit of the war between the two clans. Everything was caused by Chen Lang. I think it's most appropriate for Chen Lang to lead the team to rescue the captured disciples. Senior brother Chen Lang is gifted with heavenly talent, and since he was able to successfully cultivate the legendary technique of the Water Swamp Spirit Armor, he surely has the uncanny wisdom to rescue the captured disciples as well. Am willing to believe senior brother Chen Lang. Yes, we are all willing to believe senior brother Chen Lang. Senior brother Chen Lang, go for it. Senior brother is optimistic about you. Senior brother Chen Lang, as long as you succeed in rescuing the captured disciples back, you'll be the great hero of our Lingyun sect. For a time, the gazes of everyone in the entire square converged on Chen Lang, the great trend. Chen Lang laughed coldly, and these people, who had originally loathed him to the core, were on the verge of touting him to the heavens at this moment. It was as if as long as Chen Lang stepped in, he would definitely be able to rescue the captured disciples. What a cudgel! Li Kinking unconsciously tightened her grip on Chen Lang's hand. Chen Lang, if it's you leading the team to rescue the captured disciples, I'm willing to go with you. Tan Fei, Ding Zan spoke in unison. Take me with you. As for the other outer disciples who had participated in the grand competition together,
They likewise expressed their willingness to go with Chen Lang. All shut up. Du Fei grimaced and angrily rebuked. The scene instantly quieted down. Du Fei said in a cold voice, "Anyone can go."
but not Chen Lang, eldest senior sister. I'm not convinced. Yes, eldest senior sister. Why can't Chen Lang go? I'm not convinced either. Obviously, Chen Lang is the most suitable candidate. Why don't you let him go?
Are the lives of captured disciples not lives? Why don't you send the strongest Kai refining stage disciple with the greatest combat power? Is it possible that the sect has no intention of really rescuing the captured disciples? The so-called rescue mission is simply a front.
It's just sending a few people forward to die so as to appease the other disciples. Eldest senior sister.
Isn't that so? The square was once again noisy, and a very large number of disciples were particularly agitated,
Getting more and more violent. Seeing Du Fei frowning repeatedly. The scene was completely out of control.
Could it be that the identity of Chen Lang's gold master should be publicized? Du Fei quickly dismissed this thought.
Once this matter was publicized, although it would solve the immediate crisis, it would bring Chen Lang even more trouble in the future.
Du Fei coldly looked towards those disciples who were making the most noise, secretly memorizing their looks in her heart.
Only after a long time, when the excitement of the crowd subsided, did Du Fei speak again, quiet.
The task of rescuing captured disciples is very dangerous and is all on a voluntary basis. If senior brother Chen Lang is unwilling to go,
even I cannot force him. Senior brother Chen Lang, are you willing to go to rescue the captured disciples?
Chen Lang raised his head to meet Du Fei's gaze. As the four eyes met, Chen Lang instantly read the meaning in Du Fei's eyes. As long as he opened his mouth and said that he was unwilling, Du Fei would have a reason to override the crowd. After all, earlier, he had already indicated his willingness to go. It was only Zhu Zhang's proposal that had pointed out that Chen Lang's battle prowess far exceeded Zhu He's. At this moment, the crowd was so excited that they all demanded that the sect send Chen Lang, who was the strongest person in the outer sect, to rescue the captured disciples, although Chen Lang was only at the Kai refining stage cultivation. He had strength that rivaled that of the Kai refining stage, and was the strongest person in the outer sect deservedly. In addition, the cultivation of the water and swamp spirit armor was extremely difficult. The fact that Chen Lang was able to successfully cultivate this legendary technique illustrated Chen Lang's absolute wisdom to a certain extent. Therefore, Chen Lang was the one who had the most hope of rescuing the captured disciples. If Chen Lang was not dispatched to rescue them, wouldn't it be a confirmation that the sect did not have the sincerity to rescue the captured disciples? In addition, Chen Lang was also the key person who caused this dispute between the two sects. If it wasn't for Chen Lang killing Hu Fan, how would Qingyuan's sect have raised their sect to invade, and how would it have captured the exiled disciples?
Therefore, many disciples within the sect believed that the suffering they were experiencing today was all caused by Chen Lang.
How many of those who could have immortal cultivation qualifications were stupid? Didn't they know how difficult this rescue mission was?
It was simply a life of 9 deaths. They knew it, and knew it well. If there had to be a Kai refining stage disciple to go forward and die, then why couldn't that person be Chen Lang, whom they loathed, if they wanted to blame it? They should blame that Chen Lang for provoking the anger of the crowd.
On the contrary, he was also the one with the strongest combat power in the outer sect. At this moment, even though Du Fei was in charge of the Lingyuan sect, she was also caught in a dilemma, so Du Fei could only let Chen Lang open this mouth.
As long as Chen Lang said no, then Du Fei could use the excuse of respecting the disciples' wishes to force public opinion. Cultivators were also human beings, and human beings would have the instinct to avoid harm, with a cultivation level of Kai refining stage.
Going to a rival sect to rescue a captured disciple, this matter itself was bullshit, and the success rate was extremely low. Even Du Fei didn't think there was much chance of success. Chen Lang was extremely important to the Lingyun sect, and was the big gold master behind the Lingyun sect. As the current ruler of Lingyun sect, he could never allow anything to happen to Chen Lang. At this moment, the entire square was silent. Everyone's gazes were directed towards Chen Lang. Chen Lang was silent. His face as heavy as water, his gaze surging, his heart extremely struggling. He had been pushed to the tip of the storm and was suffering. He could certainly choose to refuse, but then, even if Du Fei was able to suppress it with her power, there would still be quite a few people who would be unconvinced in their hearts. There would definitely be quite a few people who would be disappointed with the sect. Once this sentiment was allowed to develop, it would surely lead to unbearable mischief in the future. At this moment, amongst those gazes towards Chen Lang, there were indeed some that were ill-intentioned and contained connotations of conspiracy. However, there were also some that carried sincere expectations. They hoped that the clan would send the strongest Kai refining stage disciple, Chen Lang, who was even more intelligent and able to successfully cultivate the legendary technique, to rescue him. Only then would the possibility of their friends and loved ones returning successfully be greater. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Chen Lang was the favorite of all. Chen Lang could probably care less about the feelings of all these people. However, what about Li Kinking's feelings? Her own brother, Li Kingen, was clearly also on the list of captured disciples. Chen Lang did not need to look, but knew that Li Kinking's eyes must be glittering with anticipation as well. If Chen Lang refused, Li Kinking would surely be able to understand. After all, no one would want to face such a difficult challenge that would even cost them their lives. But Li Kinking would definitely be sad and disappointed, right? Those disciples around him who had experienced the joint grand competition with him. Those gazes of eager admiration would surely dim as well, right? These people. They were all willing to live and die with him, stating that as long as Chen Lang was willing to lead the team, they were all willing to follow. Having such a group of people around him gave Chen Lang infinite courage, and a monstrous feeling of bravado suddenly rose in his chest, although there are millions of people. I will go forward. Thinking of this, Chen Lang closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes were already covered in determination. Disciple Chen Lang, I am willing to lead a team to the enemy sect to rescue the captured disciples. The moment Chen Lang said this, the entire room was in an uproar. Even some of the people who were fanning the flames cast surprised gazes at Chen Lang. This brat actually agreed, HMPH. He really is still too young. If it wasn't for him, how would the Lingyun sect have fought with the Kingyuan sect? Just let him go and die. There was also a portion of people who cast admiring glances at Chen Lang. Chen Lang's reply was in a firm tone, and this kind of courage to do something that he knew was not possible was not something that everyone could possess. He was also one of these people, and his emotions were somewhat complicated. The reason why he was willing to go was because he was forced by Du Fei's might. But Chen Lang was traveling on his own initiative. The meaning of Du Fei's previous words, siding with Chen Lang, was already very obvious. As long as Chen Lang said he was unwilling, he would not have to go to the rescue. Comparing the two in terms of courage, He sighed to himself. Du Fei looked deeply at Chen Lang and asked again, Senior brother Chen Lang, are you sure you are willing to go to the rescue? Chen Lang clasped his fists at Du Fei and resolutely said, Sure, eldest senior sister, just let me go. Hearing Chen Lang's reply, Du Fei let out a helpless sigh. Good, then you will lead the team, and later on, you will select 3 Kai refining stage disciples on your own to join you. The sect assembly ends here, all of you disperse, the crowd of disciples retreated like a tidal wave. Especially the Kai refining stage disciples, who slipped away the fastest, fearing that if they ran slowly, they would be chosen by Chen Lang to accompany him to his death in no time. There were only 10 or so people left around Chen Lang. In addition to the outer disciples who had participated in the joint grand competition with Chen Lang, there were also Du Fei, Yuan Changjun, Mu Qingyang, and others. To Chen Lang's surprise, Zhu Zhang and Zhu he also walked over. Zhu Zhang was the first to cuddle with Chen Lang. "Senior brother Chen Lang, I am not deliberately targeting you. I just simply feel that you are the most suitable person to lead the team to the rescue." Chen Lang glanced at Zhu Zhang.
His face somewhat dark. Could it be that you are not trying to save your brother Zhu He? Zhu He's face showed shock as he spoke.
"Senior brother Chen Lang, you have misunderstood. Although both senior brother Zhu Zhang and I share the surname Zhu,
we are not related by blood. If senior brother Chen Lang doesn't believe me, he can pick me as a member of the team."
"I, Zhu He, will never complain." Zhu Zhang arched his hand and added, "You have indeed misunderstood me. Senior brother Chen Lang, the mission of rescuing captured disciples is an incomparably honorable one. Although it's dangerous, once you succeed, you will be the hero of my Lingyun sect." Looking at the entire Lingyun sect outer sect, "I cannot find a more suitable candidate than senior brother Chen Lang, and I believe in you. You will definitely be able to successfully rescue those captured disciples." Zhu He Zhu Zhang and the two of them spoke with a sincere tone and demeanor, not seeming to be telling lies. Chen Lang was immediately dumbfounded. Bellyaching, "I thank you, Zhu Zhang. Just at this moment, the wood has sunk. What is the point of dwelling on this? All he had to do at the moment was to pick 3 team members." Li Kinking was the first to volunteer. "Chen Lang, I'll accompany you." Immediately after, Ding Zan and Tan Fei said at the same time, "I'll go too." Mu Qingyang's heart thumped when he heard Ding Zan take the initiative to volunteer. Sure enough, this kid, Ding Zan, really doesn't know the heights of heaven. Mu Qingyang had come here because he was worried that Ding Zan would be hot-headed and follow Chen Lang to his death. Chen Lang swept his gaze over the 3 people who had volunteered to help, hesitating in his heart but not immediately agreeing. At this moment, Du Fei frowned and spoke. "Senior brother Chen Lang, I just received news that teleportation array is severely damaged because of the breakage. Even if it can be successfully repaired, I'm afraid that it will only be enough to teleport 1 person out." When Du Fei said this, everyone at the scene froze with different emotions in their hearts. The teleportation array was only capable of teleporting 1 person out. Doesn't that mean that only Chen Lang can go alone in this rescue operation? Outrageous. The hope of successfully rescuing the captured disciples was already small, but now it was even smaller. Some were happy, some were sad. Mu Qingyang was obviously relieved, since there was only enough to teleport 1 Kai refining stage disciple out. Then that person could only be Chen Lang. Even if Ding Zan was hot-headed, he would not be able to go in Chen Lang's place. Although he was extremely strict with this grandson, as an elder, deep down he was still unwilling to put Ding Zan in danger. Zhu He was stunned. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. Even if he was willing to go, he was afraid that it was not his turn at the moment. While his heart breathed a sigh of relief, he couldn't help but look at Chen Lang with a hint of pity. If Zhu Zhang hadn't pointed out Chen Lang's true combat strength, then this only spot would definitely be his. Li Kinking and the others who had taken the initiative to volunteer earlier were at a bit of a loss for words at this moment. Ding Zan smiled bitterly. It was rare for him to be tough in his life, wanting to be a hero, but he didn't want the heavens to give him this opportunity at all. Tan Fei and Li Kinking thought more about Chen Lang's safety and looked at Chen Lang with a gaze filled with worry. Chen Lang sighed and forced a smile. "Then I'll go alone. If you guys go with me, I'll still have to take care of your safety." Instead, it's a bit of a bind hearing Chen Lang say so. a bitter look appeared on the faces of all of them. Knowing that Chen Lang did not really dislike them, he was just trying to comfort them, not wanting to cause them a psychological burden. In the current situation, one person had to step forward, and no one could be replaced. It had to be Chen Lang. Chen Lang himself knew in his heart that this trip, he had to go, since this fact could no longer be changed.
Let's make the most adequate preparations in the limited time available. Chen Lang strengthened his will and turned his head to look at Du Fei Fei.
Senior sister Fei Fei, how long will it take to repair the teleportation array? Du Fei Fei looked at Chen Lang with a complicated expression. If she was not forced by the situation, she would not have been willing to let Chen Lang go out and risk his life in any way. Pressing down the complex emotions in her heart, Du Fei Fei carefully projected the time. This teleportation array is not of a high grade.
I will need about 3 days. Chen Lang nodded and then said to the crowd, "Everyone disperse. I'm going to prepare myself for these 3 days. Since I have taken on this task, I will definitely go all out." Zhu Zhang laughed. I knew that senior brother Chen Lang was by no means a pool animal. To face such a difficult task and still have this determination, Zhu Zhang is impressed if senior brother returns safely. Zhu Zhang is willing to follow him to the death. Chen Lang tugged at the corner of his mouth and did not pay attention to him. If it wasn't for Zhu Zhang, why would he risk his life, who cared about you being followed by a foundation, establishment stage, inner disciple? Chen Lang, Li Kinking called out, and then she tightly hugged Chen Lang. You must come back safely. Chen Lang patted Li Kinking's back, sniffing the nice scent of his beloved woman's body, and felt a great sense of grandeur in his heart. Kinking, don't worry. I will definitely help you bring Li Kingen back safely. Li Kinking let out a heavy hem and then gave Chen Lang a kiss on his cheek. Chen Lang, thank you. Li Kinking was so emotional that after glancing at the surprised gazes of the crowd, she reacted to the fact that this was in public. Her cheeks quickly rose in a reddish hue, and she could not wait to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Afterwards, the crowd dispersed, leaving only Chen Lang, Yuan Chongjun, and Du Fei Fei. Yuan Chongjun, who hadn't said anything, opened his mouth at this time. Your Excellency, you're going to be in a lot of trouble this time. Yuan Chongjun's tone was filled with helplessness, sighs, and worry. Chen Lang smiled. This matter is finalized. There is no point in talking about it. Yuan Chongjun's pair of triangular eyes flared up, suggesting, Sir, I have a plan to keep you alive. Oh, Chen Lang's voice tone rose. Tell me. Yuan Chongjun looked around for a while, then lowered his voice and said, Your Excellency, after you arrive in the outside world through the teleportation array, you can find a safe place to stay when the dust settles. It won't be too late to come out again, as for those captured disciples. In my little old man's opinion, death is not enough, let's not save them. The Lingyun sect's protective array is in full operation. Not a fly can fly out. No one knows if Your Excellency has really gone to rescue the captured disciples. Even if all of those captured disciples were killed in front of the formation, everyone would only think that the Duke failed to rescue them. Moreover, dead people don't speak, and when the prince returns safely, he can also say that he did his best to rescue them, but failed. As for whether others believe it or not, that's someone else's business at that time when a great war breaks out and one's own life and death are difficult to grasp. Who would care about the life and death of someone who has already passed away? To risk one's life for the sake of the greater good is completely unnecessary. What's the use of wanting fame when one's little life is gone? There's no need to worry about the future. Please consider carefully. Once Yuan Chongjun came out with this ploy, the remaining 2 people present were silent. Du Fei Fei's eyes were constantly flickering, judging the feasibility of this plan. Yuan Chongjun, this old guy, is really sophisticated, actually can think of such despicable and shameless ploys. However, on second thought, this ploy was indeed able to maximize the preservation of Chen Lang's life. Chen Lang is extremely important to the Lingyun sect, and will never be allowed to lose. with the key figured out in her mind, Du Fei said in a deep voice,
Elder Yuan, this plan, I think it's feasible. Senior brother Chen Lang, what do you think after listening to Yuan Changjian's ploy? Chen Lang was extremely hesitant inwardly. This was indeed the plan that was most favorable to his safety.
However, once this was done, those captured disciples would definitely have no chance of surviving.
The others were just fine, but the key was that Li Kinking, this idiot, had also been captured. Li Kinking is not only Li Kinking's own brother, but also the son of Patriarch Li Chengde. In the future, when Patriarch Lingyun came out of the gate and knew about this matter,
could he not have a grudge against Chen Lang? Once Li Chengde had a grudge against himself, his investment in the Lingyun sect would be a waste of money.
Chen Lang's intention of investing in the Lingyun sect was to create a powerful backer for himself, he alone. Even though he possessed unlimited wealth and resources, was still walking on thin ice in this immortal cultivation world of clans.
The slightest misstep would lead to the end of everything. He needed to cultivate a trusted and powerful force to ensure his personal safety. And once he did so, what would Li Kinking think of him? A setup in front of her and a setup behind her back.
Greedy and afraid of death, despicable and shameless, these labels would then be placed on Chen Lang. Even carved into his bones, how would Chen Lang face Li Kinking in the future? How would he face those who had expectations of him?
Chen Lang's conscience was hard to rest, although a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall.
However, a gentleman does something and does not do something, even if this rescue operation was hellishly difficult. Even if he might lose his life, even if he was the only one, Chen Lang was determined to go. His path to immortality had only just begun.
If he didn't even have the courage to overcome this difficulty,
Elder Yuan, I'm sorry, I can't adopt your ploy. I'll do my best on this rescue mission. Upon hearing Chen Lang's reply, Yuan Changjian let out a deep sigh with a complex expression and shook his head. His heart and soul blood was in Chen Lang's hands.
It could be said that he was the person in the entire Lingyun sect who wanted nothing to happen to Chen Lang.
Bar none at this moment, seeing that Chen Lang's mind was made up, he could do nothing but sigh, but at the same time, a trace of respect for this young man arose in his heart. The face is still young, revealing the fortitude and determination,
showing the fearless courage of 10 million people. To be able to follow such a person, Yuan Changjian is honored.
If Yuan Changjian was the last person in Lingyun's sect who wanted Chen Lang to risk his life, then Du Fei was the second.
Chen Lang's talent for the Tao of formation was the only one she had ever seen in her life. Not only that, Chen Lang's life was mysterious and came from a great source, possessing a large amount of heart, nourishing soul marrow, and chaotic golden bone.
If it weren't for Chen Lang, Du Fei would have died in the confrontation with the departing flame due to heart failure.
Most importantly, Chen Lang had thrown away 20 million spirit stones to invest in the sect, and was the biggest gold master of Lingyun sect.
Her master's ambition was extremely ambitious, and he had once told her that he would dominate the southern Lu within 20 years.
But once there was Chen Lang's support, this time would be greatly reduced. The path of the clan's rise to power would inevitably be too flat. It is just that at this moment, the sect has ushered in a public opinion crisis, and once it is not handled well, it will become disorganized,
causing irreparable consequences. Chen Lang was pushed into the limelight and became a target, and it was a foregone conclusion that he would set out to rescue the captured disciples. On the contrary, Chen Lang also refused Yuan Changjian's offer, which made Du Fei worried about Chen Lang's safety.
Senior brother, Chen Lang, you need to stop thinking about it. Chen Lang looked at Du Fei with bright and determined eyes. Senior sister Fei, there's no need to persuade me anymore. My mind is made up. Chen Lang finished his speech and bid farewell to the two. He wanted to maximize his strength in these 3 days. After Chen Lang left, Yuan Changjian and Du Fei exchanged glances and saw the worry and helplessness in each other's eyes.
After a double sigh, each left since Chen Lang's mind was made up. they would certainly do their best to escort him. Chen Lang descended the mountain and returned to his dormitory, and began to consolidate his realm. He had just broken through to the 9th level of the Kai refining stage. His realm was still not too solid, and the residual spiritual barriers within his dantian had not yet been dealt with. At the moment, there was a tendency for it to die back and begin to congeal. If it was not dealt with in time, it was highly likely that a new layer of spiritual barriers would form again. By the time Chen Lang had completely stabilized the 9th level of the Kai refining stage, the bright moon was already high outside the house, and it was late at night. Chen Lang walked out of the house and took advantage of the moonlight to go up the mountain. The mountain wind blew with a slight chill. By now spring had begun, and the mountain winds were no longer so cold and sharp. Chen Lang climbed at a brisk pace and soon arrived at the entrance of the sand tablet illusion formation. With Chen Lang's investment, the sand plate illusion formation was able to operate all day long, day and night. Despite the fact that it was late at night at the moment, there were still a few scattered figures in the sand tablet phantom formation. Fighting hard against the phantom formation spirit after the all-sect assembly during the day, Chen Lang was now a celebrity in the entire Lingyun sect, and everyone in the entire sect had recognized him, seeing Chen Lang in the sand tablet illusion formation at this moment. The emotions contained in their gazes varied. Chen Lang ignored the gazes as he went straight to the middle of the phantom formation and found an early-stage foundation establishment phantom formation spirit to start fighting directly. Ice blue armor covered his entire body, and his battle power was in full swing. This time, he didn't make hasty use of the bugs in the water Zephyr spirit armor, but instead, he simply used his fists and feet to fight against the Foundation stage phantom formation spirits. After all, the Foundation establishment stage powerhouses he faced after leaving the Lingyun sect would not be restrained by his spirit-devouring formation. In this battle, Chen Lang had spent a full incense stick of time before breaking up the Foundation stage phantom formation spirit. Maintaining the water swamp spirit armor would cost quite a few spirit stones, but the last thing the current Chen Lang lacked was spirit stones. Enough for him to spend recklessly. The first form of the water swamp spirit armor was a bit not quite powerful enough. Maybe try switching to the second form, Chen Lang secretly pondered. Swallowing a ball of spiritual force that was transformed into a phantom formation spirit at the early stage of Foundation establishment, Chen Lang carefully perceived it. It was discovered that the spiritual energy in his body had risen to 90%, and was only 1% short of being able to attempt a break through to the great circle of the Kai refining stage. Should we no longer fight and kill a Foundation stage phantom formation spirit, this thought was quickly extinguished by Chen Lang just as soon as it rose. The spiritual force mass transformed by the Foundation stage phantom formation spirit was too majestic, and the spiritual force in his body had risen to 90%. If he swallowed another ball, it was highly likely that he would burst his meridians, and the loss would outweigh the gain. Chen Lang then returned to the area of the Kai refining stage, phantom formation spirits, and began to search for a phantom formation spirit of Kai refining stage, great perfection strength. Half an hour later, Chen Lang finished swallowing a ball of spiritual energy, and the spiritual energy within his dantian reached its limit. One could try to break through to the great perfection of the Kai refining stage. Chen Lang's mind was energized. This sandbox illusion formation is truly subtle and extraordinary. If it wasn't for the fact that teleportation array could only teleport disciples with Kai refining stage cultivation, Chen Lang would have wanted to finish building his foundation before leaving. His Water Zephyr spirit armor just happened to restrain the phantom formation spirit. And as long as he was given some time, it wouldn't be difficult to break through to the Foundation establishment stage. This feeling of the cultivation realm rocketing upwards was truly mesmerizing. Chen Lang now had a mission on his hands, and at most, He could only rely on the sand tablet illusion formation to raise his cultivation realm to the peak of the Kai refining stage Great Circle. Even if he wanted to build the foundation, he could only wait until he had used the teleportation array and then look for a safe place to make a breakthrough. My combat feats are still too singular nowadays, and just having the water Zephyr spirit armor still isn't quite enough. The means of formation is also a bit lacking, so I have to take the time to find some second-grade offensive and defensive formation diagrams to study. I am now a second-grade formation master, but my formation means are still stuck at the first-grade stage, which is really a bit of a crotch pull. On the way back to the dormitory, Chen Lang's mind was racing, and all he could think about was how to maximize his battle power. The night is over, the sky is rising, and a new day is dawning. Chen Lang opened his eyes, and a refined aura immediately surfaced. After a night's time, he had managed to break through to the great perfection of the Kai refining stage, and had cleared out all the remaining spirit bits in his danshan. As long as he filled his danshan with spiritual energy, he would be able to attempt to build his foundation and transform all of his gaseous spiritual energy into liquid spiritual energy. At that time, Chen Lang's battle power would be qualitatively improved. Chen Lang slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, the essence in his eyes converging. He got up long enough to walk out of the house and headed straight for the trophy pavilion halfway up the mountain. Nowadays, the guards in the canonical collection pavilion were no longer as tight as before, and only one inner disciple was stationed there, responsible for recording the merit laws and disciples' names that were received. After greeting the resident disciple, Chen Lang walked straight into the pavilion of canonical collections. After entering the canonical collection pavilion, Chen Lang clearly realized that there were a lot fewer tomes on the bookshelves. It seemed that after the sect completely opened up the canonical pavilion, there were not a few disciples who came here to receive their merit laws. Chen Lang checked around and realized that most of the ones that had been claimed were low to medium-grade feats, and most of the high-grade feats were still there. After obtaining the heart-nurturing soul marrow, Chen Lang would take some whenever he had the time to use it to enhance his natural talent. His cultivation talent at this moment was far from what it was back then. Low and mid-range feats were no longer seen. After selecting for a while, Chen Lang finally chose 8 combat techniques. 2 copies of each of the 4 attributes of wind, gold, water and earth, wind attribute technique, wind shadow steps. A body technique that can transform into a wind shadow when fighting, with a speed that is incredibly fast. Wind attribute technique, gale blade, a long distance attack technique. The wind blade released is incomparably fierce, and the attack speed and attack frequency are first class. Metallic technique, 10,000 swords. Group attack technique, using metallic spiritual power to condense flying swords, requiring the consumption of a large amount of spiritual power. Strangely powerful, belonging to a wide range of killing moves. Metallic technique, shadowless sword technique. Sword Kai is both shadowless and invisible, essential for sneak attacks. Water attribute technique, water dragon technique. A frontal hard, hitting type of technique, more effective in places where water spiritual power is thick. Water attribute technique, water cloud illusion, illusion type technique, quite effective in trapping enemies. Earth attribute technique, 4 directions earth wall mantra, enemy trapping technique, invokes the power of the earth and raises an earth wall to trap the enemy. Can be stacked, earth attribute feat, earth spirit shield, a defense type feat that condenses an earth attribute shield, making the defense even more amazing in terms of resisting long range attacks. After selecting these 8 feats, Chen Lang went to the 2nd level of the Paragon Pavilion. He was now a 2nd grade formation master and needed to study 2nd grade formation diagrams in order to maximize his battle power. Arriving at the 2nd level of the Trophy Pavilion, Chen Lang realized that the feats stored here were no longer in the form of books, but had turned into a crystal-clear jade slip if one wanted to view the feats and formation diagrams.
One needed to utilize their divine sense to sweep through them one by one. In terms of formation, diagrams, Chen Lang chose a formation diagram with great killing power, the White Lotus Sword formation. The formation carrier to be used for this formation was the White Lotus Stone, a lotus-shaped strange stone with a snow-white body, which was extremely rare in quantity. The Lingyun sect just happened to have one in their warehouse, and Chen Lang had seen the extraordinary nature of this stone before, having already obtained 100 pieces of White Lotus Stone by gifting it to Tan Fei. Although the White Lotus Sword formation was extremely powerful in killing, it belonged to the category of traditional formations. Once successfully constructed, it cannot be moved, and the White Lotus Stone, the carrier used to construct the formation, could not be reused, and for every White Lotus Sword formation constructed, 10 White Lotus Stones would need to be consumed. 100 White Lotus Stones might not be enough. It's just a matter of sending $100 to senior sister, Fei Fei later. 1,000 White Lotus Stones should be enough. In addition to the attack formation diagram, Chen Lang chose another psychedelic type formation, Jade Slip. Called the Misty Formation of all things, the construction of this formation did not require the use of special precious materials as a carrier. Everything could be used as a carrier. Thus it was possible to inscribe formation runes on the spot. Moreover, this misty array of all things was very secretive and could not be easily detected. Those who break into this maze often find out the end after a long time. If this formation was set up on the way to escape, it would definitely be able to buy a lot of time to escape. In addition to these two formation diagram jade slips, Chen Lang casually took a few more powerful-looking feats jade slips. The jade slips of the second tier's feats all required the foundation establishment stage in order to cultivate them. Given Chen Lang's current situation, foundation establishment was not far off, so he would take a few first. Just in case, of course, the ones he took were of the gold, wind, water, and earth systems. Chen Lang strolled around for a while longer, and chose to leave after realizing that there was nothing of interest. He had taken more than a dozen feats in one breath, some of which he had been digesting for some time. When they came to the door to do the registration, the inner disciples stationed there looked dumbfounded. "Senior brother Chen Lang, are you sure you want to take so many merit formation diagrams at once? That's out of order. Even if the clan opens up the Paragon Collection Pavilion unconditionally, each person can only receive one merit law at a time." Chen Lang was unimpressed and said, "Senior brother just register. I'll send a voice message to eldest sister to say something." After Chen Lang finished speaking, he took out the voice transmission jade slip from his storage bag and transmitted the voice to Du Fei Fei. Soon, that inner disciple stationed at the Pavilion of Canonical Collections received Du Fei Fei's voice transmission, and his entire body was instantly petrified. The rule that ordinary disciples could only receive one technique per person at a time was still set by eldest sister Du Fei Fei herself. At this time, however, an exception was made because of Chen Lang. The key was that Chen Lang had also taken more than a dozen merit laws at once. With so many feats, if it wasn't for Du Fei Fei transmitting his voice to him, he would have suspected that Chen Lang was trying to roll up these feats and run away. What kind of person can practice so many techniques at the same time? This inner disciple registered while glancing at Chen Lang from time to time with a strange gaze. That expression was so close to having the word beware written on his face, the whole thing made Chen Lang cry and laugh a little. The big gold master behind the clan. Taking a few techniques is just a matter of taking them. No need to look at me like a thief. Right when this inner disciple had finished his grumbling registration, Chen Lang waved his sleeve, put all the merit laws into his storage bag, and headed over to the sand plate illusion formation. There was still some time before he departed, and he wanted to raise his cultivation to the peak of the Kai refining stage Great Circle, this way. The first time he went to the outside world, he could find a secluded place to build his foundation. The limitations of the Kai refining stage were too great, and the most troublesome point was that it was impossible to fly with a sword. No matter if it was to rush or escape, the efficiency was too low. 3 days passed by in a flash. And Du Fei sent a transmission. Chen Lang, the teleportation array is repaired. At this time, the night was already deep. And when Chen Lang arrived, he was surprised to find that there were already quite a few people standing next to the teleportation array. And his heart was immediately warmed. Are all these people here to see me off? Some of them were those who were on good terms with Chen Lang, while others, those who had friends, family, and loved ones who had been captured by the enemy sect. Arriving near the teleportation array, Chen Lang's face darkened, discovering that this teleportation array— how can this be called a teleportation array? A large question mark surfaced in Chen Lang's mind. There was only a circle of light with a radius of less than a meter in front of his eyes, and the formation halo was extremely unstable, constantly trembling as if it was about to collapse at any moment. The corners of Chen Lang's mouth couldn't help but twitch as he cast a questioning glance at Du Fei. Senior sister Fei, are you sure this is a teleportation array? Du Fei explained with a rare hint of embarrassment. This is a teleportation array with an extremely ancient origin, probably even longer than the history of our Lingyun sect's existence. Some of these formation runes are unheard of even to me, but it's a good thing that this teleportation array isn't of a high grade. And I've been able to use it after replacing some of the array runes. Senior brother, don't worry. It's absolutely possible to teleport you out safely. Only, I'm not quite sure exactly where I can teleport to, but it's roughly between 801.000 miles. Even if the Kingyuan sect and the Falling Maple sect teamed up to set up eyes and dark spies, I'm sure it wouldn't have such a wide range. After Chen Lang heard Du Fei's explanation, his heart became even more bottomless. You can't even determine the destination of the teleportation array. Can you be more reliable, Sister Fei? Moreover, after Chen Lang's soul penetrated this world, he had never had the opportunity to travel outside on his own, and was very unfamiliar with everything around the Lingyun sect. Since joining the Lingyun sect, Chen Lang had only gone out twice. The first time was when Zhao Qianlong took him to Fanchang and attended the auction. The second time was when Mu Qingyong brought him to the 3-sect joint grand competition. Once Chen Lang teleported to the outside world through the teleportation array, he had no idea where to go to rescue the captured disciples. Moreover, with his Kai refining stage rushing speed, in less than a month's time, he might not even be able to find the enemy clan's sect. Even if they completed Foundation, building the first time after arriving in the outside world, it would still take quite a bit of time to break through and consolidate the realm. Also, the only information coming in from the outside world was the list of captured disciples. Exactly where the captured disciples are being held is anyone's guess. Chen Lang still needed time to asked for information, but also had to plot how to rescue and make a plan. All of this takes time. It's too late for that. Du Fei could see Chen Lang's concern and smiled as she took out 2 items from her storage bag. The first is a map. This map recorded detailed geographical information for a 10,000-mile radius with the Lingyun sect as the center. It covered the location information of Fan City as well as the other 2 major sects. The second was an exquisite and delicate boat. Heavy in the hand and emitting a faint spiritual pressure, Chen Lang's eyes revealed a strange aura as he asked, "Senior sister Fei, what is this?" Du Fei smiled and introduced, "Senior brother Chen Lang, this is a Dharma boat that can carry people in flight. After it is injected with spiritual energy, it will turn into its normal size, and the boat's body is 10 meters long. The interior is extremely spacious and can accommodate 10 people riding together. The peak speed can almost match that of a Foundation establishment stage grand circle. It's very suitable for you to catch up.
This is one of Elder Sister's most treasured flying spells. Now am giving it to you." Chen Lang carefully scrutinized the Dharma boat and could not help but let out a gasp in his heart. This was surprisingly a flying magic vessel. With it, Chen Lang's speed in catching up would be greatly increased. Chen Lang had considered his speed before, but he had searched through the Lingyun sect's treasure pavilion and hadn't found a single flying magic weapon. This was enough to show the rarity of flying magic weapons. A look of gratitude appeared in Chen Lang's eyes. "Thank you, senior sister Fei Fei." At this moment, Yuan Changjun slowly walked over, dragging his tired body, and spoke with a dry voice.
"My lord, the little old man also has a treasure for you." Chen Lang's eyes had just revealed a look of curiosity when he saw Yuan Changjun take out a ring-shaped magic weapon.
Yuan Changjun introduced, "My lord, this magic weapon is called the Ten Beasts Ring. It is an exclusive magic weapon for the Imperial Beast Master.
Now, please ask your excellency to probe your divine sense in to check it out," Yuan Changjun said, handing over the Ten Beasts Ring to Chen Lang.
Chen Lang received the Ten Beasts Ring, and his gaze was instantly drawn to the delicate patterns on the Ten Beasts Ring.
What a profound rune within the lines on the Beast Ring. There were countless tiny runes engraved. These runes not only contained spatial attributes, but also a lot of wood attributes, emanating majestic vitality in a constant stream. This Ten Beasts Ring, which was clearly a storage artifact capable of storing living things, was extremely precious. In the entire Lingyun sect, I'm afraid it's the only one of its kind. When Chen Lang's divine sense probed inside the Ten Beasts Ring, his heart was even more shocked. What was contained in this Ten Beasts Ring was clearly 10 Tongjun apes. Each of them exuded an extremely powerful aura, stronger than what he had seen the other day in just a few short days.
Yuan Changjun had actually pulled up the battle power of these 10 Tongjun apes and monkeys to the late stage of Foundation establishment.
"That's a boost that's so fast it's a bit unbelievable." Chen Lang looked up at Yuan Changjun and realized that his triangular eyes were filled with blood and exuded a strong aura of exhaustion. Chen Lang's gaze surged as he sincerely said, "Thank you, Elder Yuan, thanks a lot, hard work." Yuan Changjun smiled and said, "It's not hard, it should be." He then proceeded to introduce Chen Lang to the usage of the Ten Beasts Ring. These 10 Tong arm apes, which were cultivated by little old me using essence blood in conjunction with chaotic gold bones, already possess late-stage Foundation establishment battle power. The method to open the 10 Beast Ring is very simple. You only need to use your divine sense to catalyze it. If your lordship urges the blood of the little old man's heart and soul, he can also pull them up again, raising their battle power to that of the Foundation establishment stage great perfection. A strange aura blossomed in Chen Lang's eyes, and the last sentence, Yuan Changjun had informed him by way of divine sense voice transmission. The matter of Chen Lang grasping the blood of Yuan Changjun's heart and soul was not suitable to be said directly on such an occasion. And the fewer people who knew about this matter, the better. Chen Lang nodded, indicating that he knew, and was extremely shocked inwardly. This 10 Beast Ring was surprisingly so powerful in this way. With this 10 Beasts Ring, his overall battle power would receive a huge boost, infinitely approaching the Jai Dan realm. This greatly increased Chen Lang's bottom line for traveling to the outside world. Elder Yuan, once it's fully activated, I'm afraid the cost is not small. Yuan Changjun's gaze flickered, and instead of saying anything, he directly transmitted his voice with divine sense. Once it is fully activated, the little old man's heart and soul will be damaged, but the prince doesn't need to worry too much. There's no fear for his life. Chen Lang's eyes flickered for a moment as he heard this, and a plan was set in his mind. This Yuan Changjun is to put his life and family on him. He only said that there was no fear for his life, but how important is the blood of the heart and soul? Once it is damaged, Yuan Changjun is afraid that he will suffer a great backlash. It's highly likely that all of your cultivation will be lost. You must not activate the heart and soul blood of Yuan Changjun until it is absolutely necessary. thinking of this. Chen Lang took a deep look at Yuan Changjun and once again sincerely thanked him. Elder Yuan, thank you. Seeing Yuan Changjun finished introducing the 10 Beasts ring, Du Fei Fei hurriedly opened her mouth. Senior brother Chen Lang, the night is thick at the moment, so it's a good time to head to the outside world.
And although the teleportation array was successfully repaired, it won't last long, in order to be able to teleport smoothly. It's better to leave as early as possible. Chen Lang nodded and waved his hand with the others as a sign of farewell.
The eyes eventually fell towards King Li. Wait for me to come back, without waiting for Li Kinking to respond. Chen Lang turned around expansively and walked into the teleportation array. The moment Chen Lang stepped into the teleportation array,
the amplitude of the array's halo trembling suddenly increased, as if it was about to be unable to withstand it.
Chen Lang's face turned white as his heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. This teleportation array.
Does it really work? Not only did Chen Lang have doubts in his mind, the people who came beside him to see Chen Lang off also had their hearts in their throats.
This teleportation array, it was too worn out and ancient. Could it really teleport Chen Lang out safely? Du Fei Fei raised her willow eyebrows and quickly threw out 10 or so spirit stones while injecting her own spiritual energy to maintain the formation.
Chen Lang's heart was slightly at ease as the formation halo completely stabilized after Du Fei Fei cast her spell.
The aperture at the bottom of his feet lit up with a dazzling light, and a palpitating spatial greatness instantly enveloped Chen Lang.
The light of the teleportation array grew brighter and brighter, spreading wildly outwards. After reaching a critical point,
it contracted violently, abruptly transformed into a speck of dust, drilled into the void and disappeared.
In the darkness of the night, the light of the teleportation array suddenly disappeared, and the crowd's eyes were suddenly darkened.
Looking again at the location of the original teleportation array, Chen Lang's figure was no longer there. Only the remains of some teleportation arrays were left behind, rising in curls of white smoke under the moonlight.
Telling of the final silence, Du Fei Fei exhaled a long breath of turbid air and wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead.
The teleportation worked. The crowd all sighed in relief. This teleportation array was too old and dilapidated.
In case the teleportation failed, Chen Lang would be strangled to death by the spatial turbulence. Hooray!
The teleportation worked. This was Chen Lang's first time riding a teleportation array, and to be honest,
the experience was extremely poor when the light of the teleportation array began to contract violently. Chen Lang only felt that his entire body had lost its center of gravity, and a heart leaped up to the mouth of his throat.
Just short of jumping out, it felt hundreds of times more exciting and crazy than riding a roller coaster in my last life.
During the process of teleportation, Chen Lang was able to see some blurry sights at first, but it didn't take long for his eyes to feel raw and painful.
He hastily closed his eyes, but then he felt fluids coming out of his eyes, ears, and nose, and chi and blood running wildly up his throat.
Chen Lang hurriedly ran his spiritual energy to death to suppress it, but it didn't last long before it collapsed completely, and he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Chen Lang cursed his mother, counting down on the important points of his body and urgently closing his 5 senses.
Which made him feel better. The process of teleportation was only a short dozen breaths of time, but it gave Chen Lang the feeling that it was as if a dozen years had passed.
It's unusually hard to get through. Just as Chen Lang felt like he was about to suffocate, the teleportation ended.
Chen Lang breathed a sigh of relief, unlocked his 5 senses, and took a big sniff of fresh air, greatly feeling a sense of life after a robbery.
But he had only just opened his eyes when his entire body jumped violently like a frightened cat in front of him. There was someone and a fire. Under the swaying light of the fire, it illuminated the person's face, which was an extremely clean young man's face. When Chen Lang looked at him, the teenager also looked over.
A smile spreading across his face, Chen Lang took a step back, his entire body tensed up, his eyes staring at the man dead on. That person's aura was that of the Foundation establishment realm. That person looked about the same age as Chen Lang. To be so young. Yet to have already built a foundation, one's identity must not be simple. Moreover, Chen Lang had come by teleportation array. But that teenager's face was not half surprised. "I'm afraid I've been waiting here for a long time. Damn. Such an unfortunate coincidence. Didn't it say that the teleportation range was between 801.000 miles? Didn't we say we wouldn't meet the enemy clan's spies? What's going on here?" Chen Lang stared at the teenager with a wary face.
His mind racing, after pondering for only a breath, Chen Lang made his judgment, make the first move.
Chen Lang's body was instantly covered by ice blue armor, and his entire aura violently climbed to the extreme as his figure moved unexpectedly. In an instant, he arrived in front of the teenager and grabbed the latter by the neck. With a bang, the huge impact directly wrapped the teenager's body and was pressed into the mountain wall by Chen Lang. Debris fell with a rustling sound. A flash of astonishment appeared in Chen Lang's eyes. Why isn't he fighting back? Is it a failure to respond? Originally, Chen Lang was going to directly snap this teenager's neck. It was a trace of doubt that made him hesitate. The teenager grabbed Chen Lang's arm with both hands and struggled desperately, a look of pain on his face. Chen Lang was stunned, his brows knitting together. This battle power. Are you sure it's the Foundation stage? Chen Lang felt it carefully again. It's indeed the Tsukuji stage. How can you be so weak? Are they not from the enemy clan? Thinking of this, Chen Lang loosened his grip while retreating a distance away. The Mizor spirit armor was still maintained. As was the wary look on his face, Chen Lang's gaze sank slightly as he watched the teenager slide down from the mountain wall to the ground before covering his neck and coughing violently. After coughing for a long time, the teenager was able to slow down, and an originally clear and handsome cheek had risen red. He glared at Chen Lang, fear and anger surging in his gaze. "What's wrong with you?" at the drop of a hat. "That's rude. How in the world can there be people like you? Do you realize you almost killed me just now? I have nothing against you. Why are you doing this to me?" Chen Lang quietly looked at the unfamiliar teenager. His gaze still filled with a wary look as he spoke in a cold voice. "Tell me why you're here. Come here for what?" Chen Lang's tone was very cold, exuding a chilling aura. The teenager who was constantly accusing Chen Lang was suddenly stagnant, and the fear in the pupils of his eyes instantly overpowered his anger. He took a step back, a look of fear on his face. Fearing that Chen Lang would rise up and strike, and hurriedly opened his mouth. I say, you mustn't do anything. I'm here just for you." Hearing this, Chen Lang's eyebrows immediately raised as killing intent exploded in his eyes. Seeing this scene, the clean-cut teenager was immediately shocked. "Wait, don't do it. Let me explain. I'm actually an astrologer. My master is also an astrologer, and extremely powerful, and all astrologers are good at projections. He projected that I would meet someone who would change my life, so I was ordered to come here and wait for you." Speaking of this, a look of resignation appeared on the clean-cut teenager's face. "Do you know how much I suffered to get here? I rushed and crossed thousands of mountains to get here on time. Results, almost strangled you. Do you know how hard I feel inside?" Chen Lang's entire body was confused as he listened to the clean-cut teenager's rambling words. An astrologer. Good at projections, the man didn't look like he was telling a lie. He's here just for me. Had my powers been projected? For a while, Chen Lang had countless questions floating in his mind. Chen Lang looked at the teenager who was still chattering about the grievances in his heart, and the killing intent in his eyes subsided. This kid is stupid and should be good at cajoling. Chen Lang walked towards the clean-cut teenager, and just as he raised his hand, he saw the teenager violently shrink his neck, shut up instantly. The pupils of his eyes flashed with awe. Chen Lang's mouth twitched. This person's reaction, it's a reflex, isn't it? How else could it be so quick?
He shouldn't have gotten his ass kicked much, this mouth of the clean-cut teenager, chattering away as if the floodgates had been opened.
Was a real talker, even Chen Lang couldn't help but knock him on his chestnut, seeing that this teenager was so sensible.
Chen Lang put his raised hand back down and walked over to sit next to the fire. At the same time, he gestured for the teenager to sit over as well.
A fire, two teenagers sitting opposite each other. Tell me well where you come from and what you have come to see me for.
Chen Lang's tone remained cold. He was now going out on his own for the first time, and he had to be very vigilant no matter what he did to anyone. The clean-cut teenager, however, was not as cautious as Chen Lang, like he was a goldfish, forgetting about Chen Lang almost strangling him just now,
and began to talk eloquently. My name is Willow Star, am 19 years old, and am from Military Master Mountain.
It's the 9,100th generation disciple of the Military Master Mountain. Liu Xingchen said a lot, except for the opening 2 sentences. The rest Chen Lang was not interested in the slightest, basically talking about everything about him. What foods he likes to eat, what time he wakes up and so on. Chen Lang was patient at first, ready to listen to how long he could pull his crap. But after listening for an incense stick of time, Chen Lang's patience ran out. This kid, he's so talkative. If we don't stop him, he'll probably talk until dawn. Stop, get to the point. Tell me in detail what an astrologer is and what your master has told you about me.
When Liu Xingchen was interrupted, a look of displeasure surfaced on his face, but after seeing Chen Lang's slightly chilly gaze,
his eyes instantly retreated. An astrologer who can project something unknown by observing the stars. The way of the stars is so vast and profound that what can be seen by us is often just the tip of the iceberg. When the art of astrology is cultivated to a high level, one can glimpse the true meaning of heaven and earth and achieve true foresight of the future. At the same time, the battle power of an astrologer is extremely powerful, able to invoke the stars. One thought of the stars moving. All things can be destroyed. Chen Lang glanced at Liu Xingchen, clearly disbelieving the latter's last sentence. If you can invoke the stars, I, Chen Lang, will take your name from now on. His soul came from another world and knew that the distance between the stars and humans was extremely far. Even if Liu Xingchen's master was a Yuan-Ying realm grand cultivator, it was simply not enough to travel across that distance to invoke the stars. There might be some possibilities above the Yuan-Ying realm, but how could a master who could teach a scum like Liu Xingchen have a cultivation higher than Yuan-Ying?
Liu Xingchen sensed the color of doubt in Chen Lang's eyes and stood up with a mischievous sound. You don't believe an astrologer can invoke the stars?
Chen Lang nodded. Liu Xingchen hummed, a proud look on his face. I was 10 years old that year, and I witnessed my master guide a star down. Chen Lang casually asked, What realm is your master? Liu Xingchen proudly responded, Yuan-Ying realm. My master is a Yuan-Ying realm grand astral artist. Chen Lang raised an eyebrow and thought, this kid is really not at all sophisticated. Sure is a silly boy who answers what he's asked. Chen Lang shook his head and argued, even if your master is a Yuan-Ying realm cultivator, it's impossible to induce stars to fall from the sky. Most likely, the star itself fell down just in time for you to see it.
Liu Xingchen became furious at his words and pointed at Chen Lang's nose. Don't you dare slander my master.
I saw it with my own eyes, and it was only when Master Teacher invoked the star with his mind that it fell. Chen Lang snorted, secretly saying that ignorant brat, that was probably just an ordinary meteor, however. Chen Lang didn't continue to argue with Liu Xingchen and asked again, about me, what did your master say?
Liu Xingchen puffed out his cheeks and didn't say anything. Obviously, he hadn't gotten out of the anger he had just felt. But he didn't dare to turn the tables on Chen Lang. Liu Xingchen's angry and fearful appearance made Chen Lang feel both angry and amused. He had never seen such a wimpy foundation stage cultivator in his life. Today was an eye-opener, originally.
Liu Xingchen wanted to air Chen Lang out, but before he could hold his breath for a few breaths, he couldn't help but open his mouth again. About half a year ago,
My master summoned me over in a hurry after observing an astrological event.
With a joyful face, I was told that I would meet a nobleman in the land of Nanlu who would be enough to change my life.
I was then given the coordinates of this cave and asked to arrive within a time limit, so I made my way here. Rain or shine, and just arrived yesterday, and then you came, and then I almost got pinched by you.
Seeing that Liu Xingqian was about to start chattering again, Chen Lang hurriedly glared at him coldly.
Liu Xingqian's complexion was aghast, and he hurriedly covered his mouth, his dark eyes staring at Chen Lang. Fearing that Chen Lang would make a move at the drop of a hat, Chen Lang lowered his eyes and began to analyze Liu Xingqian's words.
Liu Xingqian came from the military master mountain, and his master was a Yuan Ying realm grand cultivator who specialized in projections. As for the nonsense about an astrologer being able to induce stars to descend, Chen Lang didn't believe a word of it.
The spiritual power of a Yuan Ying realm cultivator would at most extend over 1,000 miles, even if the divine sense extended over a wider range.
That would only be 100 times at most. How much more than 100? 0 miles separates mankind from the stars.
From this, it could be seen that Liu Xingqian's master was mostly a person who overstated his words,
and even often boasted about them. People like that are mostly just half-baked wigglers, even if there was some ability to project.
There was absolutely no way to project what kind of special ability he possessed. Thinking of this,
Chen Lang was slightly relieved and glanced at Liu Xingqian. This kid. I can't believe he's still staring at me. Not even blinking. This guy can't really be an idiot, can he? I came out this time to rescue the captured disciples. This Liu Xingqian looks like he has made up his mind to rely on my side. Bringing such a drag is a trouble after all.
Thinking of this, Chen Lang had a plan in mind. Chen Lang suddenly got up and pounced towards Liu Xingqian. Only one punch knocked Liu Xingqian out. Chen Lang looked down at the unconscious Liu Xingqian, a look of disgust in his eyes. That's it, such a battle, scum. Even I, in the Kai refining stage, can casually knock him out. What use can it be?
And an astrologer and a war hero, is this what it looks like? I think it's more like a weak division.
Chen Lang straightened his robes and quickly left the place. He was extremely pressed for time and needed to find a safe place to complete his foundation building as soon as possible. In order to get away from Liu Xingqian as quickly as possible, Chen Lang directly took out his Dharma boat after walking out of the cave.
The mana boat quickly reverted to its original form after Chen Lang injected spiritual energy into it,
and the hull was 10 meters long. Jumping onto the Dharma boat, Chen Lang didn't hesitate and hurriedly disappeared far away.
In the night, Chen Lang urged the Dharma boat with all his might while searching for a suitable place to build his foundation. At the same time, he took out a map and compared it one by one with reference to the geographical information to determine where he was now. His current location, the closest to Fanchang, was only 1,000 miles away. That's kind of good news.
It was in his plan to go to Fanchang first to spy on the news. It was just that the most important thing at the moment was to find a hidden and safe place to build a foundation.
Chen Lang maneuvered the Dharma boat and circled around, eventually landing in a valley. At this time, it was already early morning. The skylight gradually brightened up. The valley was silent, extremely remote and deserted. Chen Lang's eyes scanned around,
trying to find a slightly more secluded cave to build his foundation. Soon, Chen Lang found a cave with a remote location.
And the entrance of the cave was also covered with a layer of already withered vines, just the right place.
However, when Chen Lang peeled back the vines and walked into the cave, his gaze abruptly condensed.
Not far from the cave entrance, there was a teenage figure squatting. At the moment, it was looking at him with a sad face.